When Rahu awakened in the world of pirates, he discovered that his hands could absorb any substance and ability they touched. Swords melted into molten iron in his grasp. The flames of devil fruit users were drawn into his body, and even the energy fluctuations of hockey became his nourishment. This soul from another world began in the weakest East Blue and gradually swallowed the entire world's military system. After absorbing a Logia-type fruit, his body transformed into flowing elements. When he devoured Conqueror's hockey, his eyes erupted with a pressure that made even the four emperors tremble. When the final battle approached, Rahu stood atop Marioa, opening his palms to the world government. Every ounce of power accumulated over 800 years would become the offering for his ascent to the throne. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. At the end of the year 1483 of the Sea Circle calendar, there were still about 3 months until the largest world-class war in the pirate world, the God Valley War. A few days ago, on an unnamed small island within the Grand Line, a young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, with a well-proportioned figure and a rather resolute face, sat trembling on the beach with red eyes. He gazed at the damp, salty waves crashing against the fine sand. Why? Why is this happening to me? I finally crossed over into a new world where I could have family. Why are you doing this to me? Damn celestial dragons. Must the lowly be trampled upon? If one day I gain the power to rule the world, you all will die. Not a single one of you will survive. All will go to hell. This young man, named Rahu, was originally a seasoned pirate manga fan from Earth. Years ago, just after finishing his coming-of-age ceremony at an orphanage, on his first day stepping into society, a speeding Dongfeng truck had directly run over him at a crosswalk that in that instant. Rahu felt no pain and was once again enveloped in light. He then reincarnated into an ordinary family in the pirate world. Moreover, he was reborn during the Rocks era, before the Great Pirate Era began. In this age where emperors walked the streets and admirals were as common as dogs, Rahu deeply felt the importance of strength. Thus, after coming of age, in addition to helping his father and mother with fishing, he trained his body very diligently. He sought to gain greater power. However, the gap in talent between people is sometimes wider than that between humans and dogs. Rahu worked hard to train his body. Yet, aside from the initial few months where he saw significant strength gains, he experienced no notable improvements afterward. However, he did not fall into despair. Instead, he increased the intensity of his training. Every day at sea, he maintained a lookout, hoping for a devil fruit to fall into his hands from the sky. But unfortunately, all of this was just a fantasy. He had not become a true powerhouse. He had not gained the abilities of a devil fruit. He was just an ordinary person in the pirate world, like countless others. Fortunately, his new family managed to maintain a life above the subsistence level through hard work. Overall, life was not wealthy but still tolerable. However, just 4 days ago, this peaceful and warm life was completely shattered. After returning from fishing, Rahu's family encountered a few celestial dragons who had come to the island to play a game of hunting lowly people. As the absolute aristocrats of this world, each celestial dragon looked down on others with disdain. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, the lives of ordinary people were worth less than the dogs they kept in their rooms. Even breathing the same air as these lowly commoners was a great insult to them. From the casual chatter of the celestial dragons who arrived on the island, Rahul learned they were preparing for the upcoming God Valley hunting game. Just to improve their marksmanship, they had come to the island to shoot and torture ordinary civilians. Such behavior was truly cruel. As soon as Rahu's parents discovered the celestial dragons shooting indiscriminately, they grabbed his wrist and wanted to take him away from the island immediately. But before the three of them could run a few steps, the golden-handled pistol in the hands of one celestial dragon fired blazing bullets that almost instantly tore through Rahu's father's throat, spilling warm blood everywhere. Before his father died, Rahu vaguely heard him warning not to be impulsive and to leave the island with his mother immediately. However, facing the familial bond he had just managed to gain slipping away quietly, Rahu barely had time to grieve before the celestial dragon's bullets pierced through him and his mother. Yet, as the warm family of three fell lifelessly to the ground, the celestial dragons merely laughed disdainfully, mocking the weakness of their prey as if nothing had happened. Days later, Rahu slowly opened his blurry eyes. He realized he was still alive. The reason was that the celestial dragon's bullet had pierced his right chest, while his heart, unlike normal, was situated on the left. Just regaining consciousness, Rahu immediately threw off the bed covers and rushed to find news of his parents. But when he saw the bodies covered with white cloth by the surviving villagers, with his parents' names among them, Rahu's body trembled uncontrollably. This was too painful. He had never experienced the warmth of family. Now that he had finally obtained a beautiful family, it was once again completely shattered because of the celestial dragons. Take care, child. They're world nobles. We commoners could do nothing against them. Pull yourself together. Life must go on. You are an adult now. You must learn to be strong. The elderly village chief patted Rahu's shoulder and earnestly advised him. The chief genuinely did not want such a young man to completely fall into despair over this incident. However, Rahu did not heed the chief's words. Instead, he expressionlessly buried his parents' bodies beneath the big tree in front of his house and began to pack his things, clearly preparing to leave for a long journey. This is all because of those damned celestial dragons. What kind of world nobles are they? One day, I will twist off all your heads and smash them. No one can stop me. From today on, I care not for right or wrong. Whoever dares to block my path shall die. Rahu's eyes brimmed with extreme killing intent. At this moment, his hatred for the celestial dragons reached an unparalleled level. Even though he currently had no strength to reach the celestial dragons living on the red soil continent, he had already decided to go to S.E.T.O. seek out those devil fruits known as treasures of the sea to enhance his power. This way, one day in the future, he could kill the celestial dragons and avenge his parents. After calming his emotions, Rahu slung his packed bag over his shoulder, unfastened the small fishing boat his family used to make a living, and set off into the waves, beginning his journey to the S.E.T. That moment. A series of system prompts suddenly rang out in Luo Ho's mind. Ding. Successfully absorbed extreme killing intent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced level Conqueror's Haki. The attribute absorption system is officially activated. Luo Ho, who was sitting calmly in a small fishing boat studying the nautical chart, felt a surge of violent power flood into his mind upon hearing the system's prompt. His previously calm emotions were instantly stirred. As a seasoned fan of pirate manga, Luo Ho had some understanding of system novels in the pirate genre. According to the fast-paced nature of pirate novels, activating a system must mean that it was a thrilling and exhilarating system. With such a golden finger, even an ordinary person could rapidly enhance their strength in a very short time and reach the pinnacle of power in the world. In other words, at this moment, Luo Ho felt that his opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Could you introduce your basic functions, system? After forcibly suppressing his inner emotions, Luo Ho quickly checked the basic functions of the golden finger. Ding! Attribute absorption system can help the host absorb others' attributes, swordsmanship, body techniques, and fruit abilities, as well as all materials that enhance strength during daily life or battles. Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the higher the attributes the host can absorb. Can I absorb others' attribute powers? If I directly find the current sea overlord, rocks D to Xebec, wouldn't I be able to leap to become the strongest in the world? Luo Ho excitedly browsed through the system's function introduction. At the moment the system was activated, his killing intent became even more intense. Host. Luo Ho age. 18 strength. 18 normal adult male. 10 agility. 18 normal adult male. 10 stamina. 30 normal adult male. 10 Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced skills. None fruit ability. None. Here's the Empress to set the tone. Chapter 2. Absorbing the attributes of School of Fish. After briefly checking his system panel, Luo Ho had a basic understanding of his current strength. His daily rigorous training after crossing into the pirate world was indeed very effective. At least compared to an ordinary adult male, he was definitely quite powerful. Although this little bit of strength was nothing in front of the raging sea, it was still better than nothing. How do I absorb attributes? It seems I need to find an inhabited island first. Thinking about the strength he once yearned for now being within reach, Luo Ho was unwilling to waste time and immediately began to paddle frantically towards the nearest island, braving the waves. However, at that moment, the massive splashes he made on the sea surface startled a school of flying fish, causing them to leap wildly out of the water. But Luo Ho wasn't in the mood to catch these once highly prized flying fish. Just as he glanced over, he suddenly noticed that the jumping flying fish were dropping small, colorful spherical objects. These colorful spheres seemed to be drawn towards his body, gathering towards him. Upon seeing this, Luoho clearly recognized that this was the ability to absorb external attributes that the system had initially mentioned. Although he didn't understand why these fish could drop attributes, he expressed great respect for it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1 point of stamina. The system's prompts didn't last long. They flashed by before falling into silence. Clearly, the attributes provided by these flying fish were very limited. However, Luoho was still very happy about this unexpected windfall. Although his current attributes were only that of a relatively strong, ordinary person, Luoho believed that as long as he continued to absorb the attributes of strong individuals, he could definitely become a powerful figure in a short time, that if he were fortunate enough to join the Rocks Pirates and absorb the attributes dropped by powerful figures like Whitebeard, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin, his strength would increase even faster. Moreover, he could directly absorb swordsmanship, haki, body techniques, and even devil fruit abilities that only strong individuals possess. In the pirate world, aside from basic physical strength, haki, swordsmanship, and various special skills from devil fruits are also crucial. Any one of these skills, when cultivated to the highest level, could cause immense destruction. However, overall, these skills ultimately still rely on personal physical strength as a foundation. Swordsmanship and body techniques require immense physical power to unleash greater destructive force. Special energy like devil fruits also consumes physical stamina for conversion. Among these skills, haki is an attack technique that derives from the human body's great strength that a physically robust person can definitely possess haki. Some individuals with a natural kingly aura can even awaken the invincible conqueror's haki. Luoho activated the system due to the intense killing intent he had previously, resulting in the manifestation of advanced conqueror's haki. Host: Luoho age, 18 strength, 20 normal adult male, 10 agility, 20 normal adult male, 10 stamina, 32 normal adult male, 10 haki, conqueror's haki. Advanced skills, none fruit ability, none. Casually flipping through the slightly changed data panel, Luoho felt a noticeable increase in his current strength. It's a pity. If I could pass by a Sea King right now, I might be able to absorb a massive amount of attributes to strengthen my body. After glancing around the sea for any signs of Sea Kings with slight disappointment, Luoho continued on his way towards the island. After several hours of sailing on the tumultuous sea, Luoho finally spotted a lush green island on the horizon. The scattered residential houses on it were clearly visible, indicating that it was a very prosperous island. After confirming the direction of the island's port, Luoho revved up and paddled furiously towards the island that he desperately needed to find a place with a large crowd to absorb attributes that could enhance his strength. Eventually, Luoho landed on the island and headed straight towards the center of the town, and the crowd he had long anticipated finally appeared before him. Due to the significant gap between human power and the previous non-fish groups, the civilians living on the island immediately dropped a large number of shining attribute orbs after approaching Luoho's body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 30 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 25 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 10 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 12 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 30 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 20 points of stamina. At the moment the system's notification sounded, Luoho immediately felt a very clear change in his body. Although these were attribute orbs dropped by ordinary people, as long as the base number was large enough, the attributes absorbed would also be a considerable amount. After wandering for a long time in the area with the largest flow of people in the center of the island, Luo Ho began to count his gains after ordinary people could no longer drop any attributes. At this moment, his basic physical condition had changed significantly compared to before. What was originally a somewhat sturdy physique had directly increased to about 2 meters tall after this massive influx of base attributes, and the muscles on his body had also become more swollen and full. Chapter 3. Navy Major Host. Luo Ho age. 18 strength. 160. Navy Headquarters Major level. Agility. 130. Navy Headquarters Major level. Stamina. 300 Navy Headquarters Major level. Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey Advanced. Skills. Fishing techniques, street fighting skills, fruit wine brewing, basic navigation. Fruit ability. None. Feeling the continuous surge of power within his body, the flames of revenge in Luo Ho's heart burned even more fiercely. His murderous gaze swept around, instantly awakening the unique aura energy that only the Conqueror's Hockey possessed deep within his mind. In an instant, an invisible light red energy wave spread from Luo Ho's body, reaching nearly several kilometers around. The surrounding crowd, having merely made brief contact for less than a second, fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Their eyes rolled back, unconscious. In response, Luo Ho could only silently apologize in his heart, as this was his first time accidentally using the Conqueror's Hockey, and he still lacked the ability to control it directly. Although my strength has improved significantly, it's impossible to seek revenge on the celestial dragons with just this power. After confirming that the attributes dropped from ordinary people could no longer enhance him, Luo Ho turned his gaze to Hakanosu Island on the sea chart. There, known to the world as the Pirates' Paradise, countless bloodthirsty and murderous pirates gathered. In such an environment, the strong members of the Rocks Pirates were naturally numerous. As long as he could join the Rocks Pirates and absorb enough attribute energy and powerful combat skills within, Luo Ho's success rate in seeking revenge on the celestial dragons would greatly increase. However, want to join the Rocks Pirates solely based on wishful thinking was simply impossible. In this era named after Rocks, joining his crew required passing an assessment. The assessment was simple yet difficult. As the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Xebec had issued a single requirement for his crew's entry. That was to possess a level of strength that could catch his eye. To impress such a maritime overlord, one's strength had to at least be capable of holding their own against a Navy Headquarters Admiral in a one-on-one fight. The main members of the Rocks Pirates were not many. Whether it was Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, or Charlotte Lin Lin, all possessed the strength to stabilize and even directly defeat a Navy Headquarters Admiral. After staying on the island for a few more hours to replenish water and food for his fishing boat, Luo Ho returned to the port where he landed, ready to set off again to seek stronger passers-by to absorb attributes and strengthen himself. However, just as he was about to loosen the rope tied to the port's wooden pile to secure his fishing boat, a ship flying a skull flag, looking mysterious, slowly approached under the cover of night. Pirates, huh? That's rare. There are still stragglers who haven't been swept under the Rocks Pirates banner. Luo Ho stepped away from his original position with great vigilance, quietly observing the movements of this group of pirates from the darkness. There were about 20 to 30 pirates in total, each bearing fresh, bleeding wounds. Judging by their state, it seemed they had just endured a brutal battle at sea with other pirate factions. At that moment, Luo Ho suddenly sensed a faint presence. He felt that among this group of pirates, there seemed to be a cold gaze fixated on him hiding in the dark corner. It's observation hockey. Luo Ho frowned. As a seasoned pirate fan, he knew very well that he had already been discovered by the pirate possessing observation hockey. However, he felt no fear at all. If these mere small-time pirates could make him retreat, what would that mean for his revenge against the celestial dragons? That would be a joke. The pirate who had spotted him, noticing Luo Ho did not flee at his gaze, began to clap while revealing a cruel smile. Clap, clap, clap. Young man, I admire your courage. To see a pirate like me, with a bounty of 9 million berries, and not choose to run away. How about it? I'll give you a chance to join my pirate crew and search for treasure on the sea together. Seeing the pirate's attire and tone, Luo Ho realized that this person must be the captain of the pirate ship in front of him. They asked for the invitation to become a member of the pirate crew. Luo Ho was utterly uninterested. A mere small pirate crew wasn't worth his time. However, Luo Ho was slightly intrigued by the fact that this pirate captain possessed observation hockey, a highly useful ability in the early stages. He planned to test his current true strength against this group of pirates and further enhance his power. The attribute absorption system, besides being able to normally absorb basic attributes, also had the crucial ability to absorb hockey attributes and various combat skills from opponents during battles. Join a pirate crew? That's not impossible, but you at least need to prove your strength first. If you're too weak, no one would look at you small-time pirates. Seeing that his figure had completely been exposed, Luo Ho no longer hid and boldly stood in front of the group of pirates, provoking them. With his current strength, although he might not be able to defeat the captain, it would be very easy to teach ordinary crew members a lesson and absorb some attributes. However, before Rahu's words had finished, the captain, who had been smiling, suddenly turned gloomy, seemingly enraged by Rahu's statement. "Who are you calling a little pirate? I am Captain Jackman, with a bounty of 9 million berries. Someone take this ignorant brat down. Let him know that pirates cannot be insulted." As the captain's words fell, Rahu was immediately surrounded by pirates, with each of them grinning and wielding sharp cutlasses. "Kid, it's not too late to apologize to our Captain Jackman. Otherwise, be careful of my steel knife." One pirate holding a cutlass laughed. As it was dark, the pirates could not see that the boy they called Kid was actually not that weak. In this situation, Rahu naturally had no intention of explaining anything, as he was quietly absorbing the basic attributes dropped by these pirate crew members. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 12 points of strength." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 14 points of strength." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 17 points of agility." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 14 points of agility." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 20 points of stamina." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 11 points of stamina." Although these pirate members were not particularly strong, they could still drop some useful attributes compared to ordinary adult males. However, just a few seconds later, these ordinary pirates could no longer pose any threat to Rahu. Hey, didn't your parents teach you to be polite? I'm talking to you." Due to Rahu's silence, the pirate who had been mumbling seemed to feel ignored and, in a fit of rage, began to curse loudly, and each of his words stabbed into Rahu's heart, causing his expression to twist. He had just hidden his pain not long ago, and now this damned pirate had exposed it again. "All right, very good. You've chosen the path to death." Rahu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then his muscles coordinated, and he instantly unleashed a powerful force, propelling his body like a cannonball into the crowd of pirates. Bang! In a flash, a dull sound echoed as Rahu, leveraging his extraordinary speed and agility, threw a punch. The very unlucky pirate, who had no time to react, was struck squarely in the eye socket by Rahu's fist, bursting his head apart like a watermelon, sending the headless corpse flying, dead beyond recovery. "Is this all you've got? I could take on 10 of you." Rahu's expression was cold, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he casually wiped the blood from his fists, showing no signs of discomfort from his first kill. Chapter 4. Unstoppable. What? Is this real? This power, can it really explode a person's head like that? Such a scene can only appear before a charismatic master like a captain, right? Watching his partner's head explode in less than a second from a single punch from the person in front of him. Luo, who? The pirates at the scene widened their eyes in shock, looking at Luo, who seemed to them just a barely adult kid. "Captain, this kid is strange." The pirates were somewhat frightened and began to retreat. They certainly weren't afraid of killing. But a scene where someone's head is blown apart in an instant had an overwhelming impact on their humanity. The headless body was still twitching on the ground, making them hesitant to move forward. However, facing the cylindrical gaze of his crew, Jackman did not react at all. He spoke with disdain as he began to command. "It's just a kid. There are about 20 of you. Can't you handle a little brat? Just all rush him and chop him to death. Captain, I'll watch you from behind. Go and smash him. Avenge our partner." Seeing that his crew was so useless, Jackman shouted angrily, while those pirates, having no way to retreat, could only swallow hard and cautiously search for a suitable angle to attack. Compared to Luo, who they feared the so-called Captain Jackman. who had supposedly eaten the power fruit even more. If they all attacked together, taking down a kid should be quite easy. Although their pirate crew was small, they had a very good understanding with each other. Their specialty was to rush forward and chop down tricky enemies. However, facing the pirates who surrounded him again, Luo revealed an excited expression. Just moments ago, when he killed that pirate, a faint stream of attribute energy actually surged from the pirate's corpse. According to Luo's understanding, this attribute absorption system could maximize the absorption of the opponent's attribute energy only by completely killing them. If that is the case, then the next experiments would be even simpler. As long as he kills and absorbs attributes, he could become stronger more quickly. Kid, you've shown a flaw. Fighting against so many of us, you dare to be distracted? You're simply asking for death. Just as Luo, who was pondering more ingenious uses of the system, the pirates surrounding him suddenly seemed to be on steroids, shouting about flaws and surging forward like a wave. However, facing the charging pirates, Luo's expression didn't change at all. He pushed his agility to the limit. Without dodging, he stepped forward and wildly swung his fists, striking the hearts of 7 or 8 pirates in quick succession, piercing right through. With a crunch, the pirate sternums seemed as fragile as soft bones, breaking apart in an instant. Feeling his power rise rapidly again, Luo's face turned extremely flushed as he displayed a classic villainous smile. The bent fingers continuously tugged at these pirates whose chests had been pierced, as if extracting their hearts like tender tofu, blood splattering everywhere, and their bodies collapsed like garbage, half kneeling down in a tragic death. Hee, what a delicious treat. Luo let out a strange laugh. Then suddenly he punched out. Bang! It pierced through the skull of a pirate who had lost the will to fight and tried to escape, the scene exploding like a paper walnut, red and white splattering everywhere, creating an extremely horrifying sight. In such a speed where he killed a small pirate almost every second, Luo quickly eliminated over a dozen lives. Each time he unleashed his full strength to kill enemies and absorb basic attributes made his body stronger and stronger. Thus he became increasingly exhilarated. Even those slightly stronger pirate officers fell victim to his fists. After solving all the pirates on the scene, Luo's gaze turned to the pirate captain named Jackman. But at this moment, the pirate captain was already drenched in sweat. He swore he had never seen someone treat human lives like mere weeds, showing no compassion. Although he often killed, he would never do it as cleanly and decisively as this boy. Not a single word wasted. Who exactly are you? I don't want to be a pirate anymore, Mom. I want to go home. Jackman stared in horror, turning to flee, lacking the courage to confront a killing demon like Luo. Want to escape? Seeing this, Luo spoke disdainfully, his highly agile body instantly chased after him. Then the dark red Conqueror's haki was released, directly bombarding the fleeing Jackman. Conquerors? Haki? What kind of monster are you? Feeling his mind grow hazy in an instant, Jackman felt a chill down his spine, panic setting in. Without time to react, he could only hurriedly turn around and channel his own haki, his palm turning pitch black as he quickly struck at Luo. Bang! Jackman struck out, directly hitting Luo's swinging fist, producing a muffled sound. After a momentary struggle of strength, Luo was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. But Luo didn't feel afraid because he had grown stronger from Jackman's attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 200 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 132 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 78 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 67 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 400 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully absorbed 239 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host spirit has met the standard, successfully absorbed armament haki, beginner. Ding! Congratulations, host spirit has met the standard, successfully absorbed observation haki, beginner. Feeling the power surging back into his body, Luo wiped away the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his fists turned pitch black. Come on, Let me see how strong you really are. At this moment, Luo Hu unleashed his 3 types of haki, and his whole person rushed forward like a cannonball aiming at a target. Seeing this, Jackman's expression clearly changed. Shock, fear. Before using his observation and armament haki, he could clearly sense that this monster Luo Hu had absolutely no haki energy. But after he initiated his attack, the opponent actually exhibited haki. In that instant, Jackman had a ridiculous thought in his mind. This boy in front of him seemed capable of rapidly increasing his combat power during battle, even easily learning haki, an energy that required diligent training to master. Such a bizarre talent. Even after years of roaming the Grand Line, he had never heard or seen anything like it. Old thief, I want you to help me train. Don't come over here. Chapter 5, I want you to assist me in my training watching the speed of the freak Rahu, which had increased more than double compared to before. Jackman's face immediately changed. However, at this moment, he had no time to react. Before he could even assume a defensive stance, Rahu had already struck with his palm. The huge fist like a sandbag crashing into his temple with a bang, knocking him flat onto the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking followed in succession. The enhanced Rahu, with just one punch, had directly shattered the bones at Jackman's temple. The tragic bones even pierced through the flesh, distorting grotesquely on his cheek. The temple is one of the most vulnerable and simultaneously deadly spots in the human body. At this moment, Jackman, who had suffered a heavy blow, felt his head spinning, as if he were about to lose consciousness at any moment. However, Rahu had no intention of letting him go. He calmly pulled him up from the ground and then punched down again. Crack! The sickening sound of flesh and bones collapsing made Jackman's body tremble. And then he slowly lost all signs of life. With Jackman's death, a burst of glowing attribute orbs exploded from his corpse in front of Rahu. This was Jackman's last contribution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 107 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 37 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 36 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 91 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 27 points of stamina. At the moment the attribute orbs were absorbed into his body, the system's notification sounded. Rahu immediately felt his entire body gain a slight enhancement once again. At this moment, he was completely different from his previous ordinary human form. Moreover, as such a vast amount of basic attributes surged into his body, Rahu's originally normal height increased by over 30 centimeters, directly reaching an astonishing height of around 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Under such powerful physique, Rahu felt the veins and blood vessels in his body suddenly bulge, twisting like green earthworms, becoming thicker and stronger all over. After killing Jackman and absorbing all his basic attributes, Rahu's already strong body became even more terrifying. In fact, a face resembling a demon formed from gathered muscles began to faintly appear on his back. Host, Rahu, age, 18, strength, 1239, Naval Headquarters Officer level. Agility, 1001, Naval Headquarters Officer level. Stamina, 1863, Naval Headquarters Officer level. Haki, Conqueror S Haki Advanced, Observation Haki Beginner. Armament Haki Beginner. Skills, Basic Navigation, Basic Combat Skills, Fruit Wine Brewing Techniques. Fruit ability, none. This is the power of a cheat. Looking at his current strength level, which had skyrocketed to the same tier as a Naval Headquarters Officer in less than a day, Rahu couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. After all, just a day ago, he was still an ordinary person in the world of pirates. And now he had become a master with awakened 3 types of haki, rivaling the officers of the Naval Headquarters. Although Naval Headquarters officers are not considered experts in this era of rocks, that is only when compared to those monstrous characters. For ordinary people, Rahu at this moment was already an unattainable powerhouse. However, Rahu did not become complacent or fall into lethargy because of the immense power he gained in such a short time. His goal was very clear. That was to quickly climb to the top of the world's combat power and then attack the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua, to slaughter all the celestial dragons and use their lives to honor the memory of his deceased parents. In the world of pirates, after 800 years since the establishment of the world government, it was about time for the beasts known as celestial dragons to experience what it feels like to be treated like reptiles and slaughtered. Next, he would look for some powerful competitors to absorb their attributes and become even more enduring and powerful. After casually wiping off the blood on his hands, Rahu wasted no time and boarded the pirate ship left behind by Jackman and the other pirates, setting off towards the next island indicated on the map. Although he had experienced a series of battles today, Rahu, full of energy, felt no fatigue at all and was instead very eager to find even stronger opponents to enhance his attributes and power. Unfortunately, after drifting through the waters of the Grand Line for an entire night, Rahu had yet to encounter another pirate ship. But thinking about it, this was not the era of great pirates opened by Roger. At this stage, most pirate crews with any reputation in the Grand Line had already joined Rock's crew as affiliated members. After sailing monotonously on the ship for about 3 or 4 days, Rahu's observation, Haki, suddenly sensed a figure swimming behind his pirate crew. Oro. Hey there, little brother in front. I'm Kaido, who has a bounty of 910 million berries from the naval headquarters. Could you please give me a ride? Before Rahu could react, a figure about 4 meters tall with a pair of horns on his head jumped onto the deck in front of him. Kaido, Teacher Kaido, Rahu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the young man in front of him, who was shaking off the seawater. He was very familiar with the name Kaido. He was one of the 4 emperors who would later share the latter half of the Grand Line with the other 3 sea emperors. This guy hadn't joined Rock's crew yet? Rahu recalled the comic he had read, where Kaido was introduced as the gold medal hockey teaching master who almost spanned half the plot. This time period seemed to match up quite well. In the original story, Kaido did indeed join Rock's crew shortly before the God Valley War, invited by Whitebeard, and then landed in God Valley as an intern to participate in that century war. Now he was being hunted by the Navy, which made sense. Aro. Little brother. You actually know me? That is quite a surprise. Kaido said, but I don't think I've ever been a teacher. I was once a battle hero of a country. But those damn kings and nobles sold me to the Navy for a mere opportunity to join the world government, to be their guinea pig. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation, being chased by Navy generals every day. The young and naive Kaido opened up as soon as he met Rahu, who was of the same age group, and directly revealed his identity and background. Rahu, who listened on the side in astonishment, could only express his understanding. After all, in the world of One Piece, every supporting character that appears has a tragically miserable life. Even he, a person from Earth who has crossed over, cannot escape the tragic fate of losing both parents. I am very grateful to the young man for taking me along. I haven't even asked for his name yet. The naturally carefree Kaido, after leaving a remark, walked into the pirate ship's cabin and began to gulp down several boxes of chilled rum. My name is Luo. Since you've boarded my pirate crew and drunk so much of my rum, how about you agree to one condition? Luo said, standing straight and looking at the now flushed Kaido, who had started drinking. Kaido is still quite young, but since he has a bounty of 90 million from the Navy headquarters, it proves he is undoubtedly powerful. If he can absorb some of Kaido's hockey attributes, it will definitely be a profitable venture. After all, Luo has already felt waves of basic attribute balls, about the size of basketballs, dropping since this guy just boarded the ship. Oh, Aro. Don't mention just one condition. Even if it's 1,000, I'll comply. I wonder what kind of favor the young man needs me, Kaido, to help with? It seems he has never encountered someone as generous as Luo, who treats him to a big drink, and Kaido slapped his chest, directly agreeing to Luo's condition. It's nothing much, I just want you to help me train. Luo said, his eyes shining as he looked at the attributes slowly dropping from Kaido. He believes he can definitely make a fortune from this opportunity with Kaido. Chapter 6. The shock of Kaido. I see, but I, Kaido, am from the special race of the Oni tribe, so my strength might be greater. Are you sure you want me to be your sparring partner? The naturally open-minded Kaido agreed, without hesitation upon hearing Rojo's request. After all, Kaido may not be considered a strong fighter right now, but he is still solidly in the mid-tier. Come on, let's start with the teaching of Conqueror's Haki. Rojo, who successfully lured Kaido, was extremely excited. Before his words even finished, he suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki towards Kaido. Naturally, Kaido did not hold back either. After putting down his rum, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki as well. Oh, Oro, Conqueror's Haki. I'm not lacking in that department. After letting out his signature laughter, a dark red wave of energy, noticeably deeper in color than Rojo's, was released from the center of Kaido's body. Boom! The Conqueror's Haki from Kaido and Rojo was basically at the same level, with only a slight difference between them. However, compared to Rojo, who had just awakened his Conqueror's Haki less than 2 days ago, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was clearly more skilled, smooth, and thicker. The two Conqueror's Haki clashed, and in an instant, the originally calm sea was shaken into waves. Dark bolts of Haki surged across the blue sea, stunning the fish swimming by. Even the dark clouds in the sky, ready to unleash a downpour, were torn apart by their Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he's a gold medal teacher. Even before becoming a personal trainee of the Rocks Pirates, his use of Conqueror's Haki was already so proficient. Rojo, with fiery eyes, murmured as he saw Kaido, who had been pushed back a few steps by his Conqueror's Haki. He felt no discomfort from the fact that Kaido was much more powerful than him right now, because the stronger Kaido, the more powerful Haki attributes he could absorb. Rojo even had a faint feeling that if he could absorb all of Kaido's basic attributes, he would definitely be able to break through to the level of a Calamity Star. After all, while Kaido was not at the level of a King Vice, he was certainly more than enough as a top-tier Calamity Star. Sure enough, at the moment Kaido pushed Rojo's Conqueror's Haki back in his body, one by one, fist-sized orbs radiating dark red energy suddenly dropped from above Kaido's head. After the first dark red orb fell, Rojo successfully received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed Conqueror's Haki attributes. Advanced 12. 33. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have picked up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 23. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have picked up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 36. 49. The system's beautiful prompt sounds followed one after another, and Rojo could clearly feel his Conqueror's Haki increasing in percentage. After just a few dozen seconds, Rojo's Conqueror's Haki strength directly matched Kaido's. Boom! With a violent crack of Haki lightning, a more powerful Conqueror's Haki spread from Rojo's mind, once again violently clashing with Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. Such an outrageous scene made even Kaido, who was usually thick-skinned, widen his eyes in disbelief. Your Conqueror's Haki is actually getting stronger? How is that possible? Kaido exclaimed in shock. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki is the only qualification that distinguishes a king from the other two types of Haki, Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki is the only one that cannot be strengthened through self-cultivation. Only when the king who has awakened Conqueror's Haki has their inner spirit grow stronger can a qualitative change occur. Kaido believed that his Observation Haki had clearly captured the moment when Rojo's Conqueror's Haki became more stable. This was a bit too terrifying. Just by clashing with him in Conqueror's Haki, Rojo's Haki could directly become stronger and even vaguely withstand the impact of his Haki. However, this shocking emotion only lasted for a moment before Kaido quickly pushed it aside. After all, he was not the kind of man who nitpicked. Rojo was willing to use his pirate ship to pull him up from the water and even provided him with unlimited rum to drink. Having never experienced gratitude before, Kaido suddenly viewed Rojo as his only close friend under such a sweet bombardment of kindness. With a confident smile, Kaido became more serious. Oro, let me see how far you can go. I, Kaido, am not a man who will admit defeat. After finishing his words, Kaido unleashed his strongest Conqueror's Haki and clashed with Rojo. Seeing this, Rojo did not hold back either and once again exerted his full strength. He was determined to copy and paste all of Teacher Kai's Conqueror's Haki attributes. Boom, 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 boom. The two high-level Conqueror's Haki clashed and tore through the air, creating an increasingly dense arrangement of black lightning that roared continuously. Vaguely, it even complemented the heavy dark clouds in the sky, which released purple high-voltage lightning, making it seem as if the apocalypse had suddenly descended upon the pirate world. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed Conqueror's Haki attributes. Advanced 41. 32. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have picked up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 48. 76. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have picked up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 56. 11. At this moment, Kaido, who was fully exerting his Conqueror's Haki, gradually shifted from having the upper hand to struggling to make any progress, even dripping with cold sweat from his forehead. It was clear that his observation Haki sensed that Rojo's Conqueror's Haki had become stronger once again. Now, both of them were basically at the same level of Conqueror's Haki. No matter how hard he tried, Kaido could not push Rojo back anymore. Oro. This is where it ends. I can no longer suppress your Conqueror's Haki. Next, let us try fighting with Armament Haki. Seeing that his Conqueror's Haki could no longer handle Rojo, Kaido withdrew it and then grabbed the dark, shining Kanabo from behind him. Seeing Kaido's action, Rojo clearly understood that Teacher Kaido wanted to continue enhancing his Haki. Bring it on. Rojo, not to be outdone, clenched his fists and instantly hardened his Armament Haki over his hands. Chapter 7. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Truly a gold medal teacher. If it were a time period when Luo Ho had not met Kaido before, there was absolutely no way Luo Ho could defeat him. But now, the situation was completely different. Both sides' Conqueror's Haki had been brought to a level of parity. Even the basketball-sized attribute, orbs that continuously fell from Kaido, were further enhancing him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1599 points of basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1361 points of basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 601 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 329 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1,900 points of basic attribute stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 1,881 points of basic attribute stamina. In the current situation, every time Kaido dropped a basic attribute orb, Luo Ho's strength, speed, and stamina would receive a significant boost. Kaido's assistance to Luo Ho could no longer be summarized as just a gold medal teacher. He was simply a natural experience monster. Are you ready? I'm going to attack now. Kaido exclaimed excitedly as he watched Luo Ho's physical strength visibly increase at an eye-catching speed. He gripped his Kanabo tightly, and powerful Armament Haki began to erupt from his body, wrapping around the weapon until it was completely covered in a dark state. This was one of the techniques of using Armament Haki, Haki wrapping. This method allows Armament Haki to be attached to a weapon, enhancing its destructive power. Furthermore, if this Haki is maintained on a weapon for a long time, there's a real chance of creating a black blade that not only has normal attack power, but also possesses Haki's destructive capability. In addition to wrapping attacks, there's another technique that allows for Haki to be released externally to attack enemies. The power of this technique is vastly different. The external release of Armament Haki is equivalent to injecting highly concentrated explosives directly into the enemy's body, causing internal damage. Thunder. Bagua. After confirming that Luo Ho was ready to face his attack, Kaido swung his Kanabo down towards Luo Ho's arm without any hesitation. From his actions, it was evident that Kaido was a meticulous man. At least he ensured that he wouldn't hold back while also avoiding inflicting serious injuries on Luo Ho. Naturally, Luo Ho was deeply moved by this. Kaido-sensei is truly dedicated. I'm so touched I could cry. As for Kaido's attack, Luo Ho didn't even look at it. He let out a grunt and chose to wrap himself in Armament Haki to withstand Kaido's attack head-on. Bang! A dull roar echoed, and the air surged. Kaido's Kanabo struck Luo Ho's arm, which was defended by Haki with tremendous force. The high-level armament Haki instantly invaded Luo Ho's body, damaging countless muscle fibers as it spread through his chest, leaving severe bruises on one side. The immense pain made Luo Ho grit his teeth. However, Compared to the gains he received, this little pain was completely negligible. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing armament hockey attribute advanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring observation hockey attribute advanced. At the moment Kaido unleashed his armament and observation hockey attack, Luo-Ho successfully absorbed the hockey attributes that fell from Kaido, as well as the significant basic attributes carried by the heavy blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 4,999 points of basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 4,361 points of basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 3,601 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 3,329 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 5,900 points of basic attribute stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 4,881 points of basic attribute stamina. In the instant the system's notification sounded, a torrent of dense power surged into Luo-Ho's body. This basic attribute felt like an irresistible experience package. With Kaido's attribute support, Luo-Ho's growth rate was terrifyingly exponential. Damn, it hurts so much, but I'm really in pain and enjoying it. Keep fighting. Don't let the battle stop, Kaido-sensei. Feeling himself becoming stronger, Luo-Ho ignored his injuries and urged the hesitant Kaido to continue attacking him. Watching Luo-Ho's rapid growth and his bruised body, Kaido felt a deep respect for this man he had just met. After all, he had never seen anyone like Luo-Ho, who trained so madly despite being severely injured. However, he had to agree to Luo-Ho's request. After all, Luo-Ho was the good person who treated him to a big meal. This debt of gratitude had to be repaid. Be careful. I'm going to get serious. In Narok, fearing that Luo-Ho might not withstand his attack, Kaido reminded him before launching his offensive. This kind of humanized teaching truly lived up to his reputation as a gold medal teacher. After his words fell, Kaido leaped high into the air. Once he reached a certain height, he suddenly aimed his weapon at Luo-Ho and forcefully slammed it down. Armament Haki, hardening, oil-consuming root. However, at this moment Luo-Ho, whose strength had significantly increased, directly attached high-level armament Haki to his fist and met Kaido's Kanabo with a powerful punch, resembling the Ryuko-ken from King of Fighters 97. Bang! The collision of two advanced levels of armament Haki created sparks like metal clashing. The two fighters' reckless attacks caused the pirate ship to crack, with the entire keel breaking into 3 pieces. Luo-Ho withstood Kaido's RK in a rock attack. One must admit that Kaido's naming of each technique was extremely magnificent and stylish, not at all inferior to that of a poetic devil fruit user. Crack! The sound of wood cracking echoed continuously. Kaido withdrew his Kanabo and was utterly shocked. Luo-Ho had only clashed with him once, and now he could actually withstand his attack. Initially, Kaido thought that Luo-Ho's rapid growth in Conqueror's Haki was merely a coincidence. But now, the talent Luo-Ho displayed made his heart twitch with astonishment. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, all with formidable strength and speed. This was no different from Kaido's own level. The Haki he had painstakingly learned over the years was now being learned by Luo-Ho in just under a minute of battle. However, relative to that, Kaido did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. After all, with this condition, he could confidently drink all the rum stored on the Rock's pirate ship without any worries. It could be considered a mutual exchange, and both parties were naturally very satisfied with it. Kaido could drink to his heart's content, while Rox obtained all the attributes he desired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 11,599 points of basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 9,361 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 19,361 points of basic attribute stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the attribute of Armament Haki. Advanced 62. 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the attribute of Observation Hockey. Advanced 73. 96. Chapter 8. Robbery. Let's stop here for today. If we keep going, the pirate ship might break apart. After glancing at the pirate ship that was on the verge of collapsing and at Kaido, who had lost the effects of his absorption abilities, Luo directly chose to end this one-on-one tutoring session. After a brief exchange, Luo had directly absorbed all three advanced hockey attributes, Conqueror's Hockey, Armament Hockey, and Observation Hockey, up to the same level. In other words, he had become a young Kaido in another sense, except that Luo was just an ordinary human while Kaido was a special race. Ignoring Kaido, who was heading to the cabin to pull out a few boxes of alcohol again, Luo directly opened his data panel, which had become extraordinarily powerful. Host, Luo, age, 18, strength, 19,640, level of the three disasters, agility, 15,100, level of the three disasters, stamina, 32,000, level of the three disasters, hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, advanced 56. 11. Armament Hockey, advanced 62, 33. Observation Hockey, advanced 73. 96. Skill, body technique, thunder 8 trigrams, lower 3 worlds, draw nirvana. Devil fruit ability, none. His strength, agility, and stamina had all reached the level of the three disasters. And the training level of his 3 types of hockey was also very close to the top tier. With this data, Luo could confidently say that although he couldn't defeat the admirals of the Navy headquarters, teaching a lesson to the elite rear admirals of the Navy headquarters was not a problem. After all, in the pirate world, if you really want to rank, it has to be based on the strength of hockey. Only hockey is the standard to measure a strong person. Other values are just embellishments. However, at Luo's level, if he wanted to continue to improve, he needed to focus more on enhancing his basic qualities. Only when his physique became stronger could his hockey be further enhanced. The reason why Kaido, a gifted special race, was still at this stage was simply that his body had not yet fully developed to adulthood. Once Kaido's body reached the standard state, his hockey level would directly rise to the top level. Come drink, Luo. Hick, isn't life all about this bit of alcohol? Olhat, Kaido, who was happily drinking, glanced at Luo, who remained silent. Although he didn't understand why Luo was suddenly standing still, he just wanted to pull Luo to drink heavily with him. Since Kaido could remember, he had been on the battlefield reaping the lives of enemies. His lifetime achievements could almost be said to be a disgrace to anyone in that country. Unfortunately, now that it had come to this, he was actually sold to the world government by his own country, merely to exchange for a seat in the world government's member nations. This made Kaido feel extremely depressed. However, after being captured and taken to the laboratory, he managed to break out with his fierce combat power. Although he ended up on the Navy headquarters bounty list, at least he gained his freedom. Now, he was fortunate to encounter Luo, a genuinely caring big brother who didn't care about his identity and even invited him to drink. Such good fortune certainly deserved a celebration. Well, let's do it. But if you can't hold your liquor, you can sit with the kindergarten kids. Upon hearing Kaido's invitation, Luo smiled. He genuinely appreciated this golden teacher's unreserved contribution to his improvement. However, this was only in terms of strength. If it came to alcohol tolerance, Luo believed he was second to none. After all, he could easily lift a finger to indicate that he could keep drinking. Orororo, how arrogant, brother Luo. If I can't drink, there's no need to say more. I'll automatically go sit with the children. Luo's words ignited Kaido's competitive spirit. He had never lost to anyone when it came to drinking, whether it was in the military camp with teammates or on the run encountering pirate elements. He would not stop until they were foaming at the mouth from drinking. Cheers! Hick! Thus, the two of them, consuming one bottle after another, wiped out all the dozens of cases of rum stored on the pirate ship, drinking it all clean. As night fell, the two of them were now sound asleep on the deck of the pirate ship, under the influence of alcohol. There were no lookouts, no navigation, and no one steering the ship. The pirate ship drifted along the current, heading who knows where. The next day, a warm sea breeze brushed against Luo's face, bringing a comfortable sensation that made his pores relax. Damn, why does the rum in this pirate world hit harder than Qingdao beer? Could it be fake alcohol? After shaking his head to clear his mind a bit, Luo began to assess the position of the pirate ship. However, unfortunately, the sea chart in front of him could no longer analyze the location of the pirate ship. What the hell is this? Is this still in the country? Looking at the vast sea before him, which had no reference points, Luo could only let the pirate ship continue sailing forward. Just then, Kaido, who had been sleeping, also woke up. After patting his slightly swollen head, Kaido asked Luo what their next goal was. Brother Luo, where are we going now? If it doesn't work out, let's find an island to ask for directions. I was chased into the sea by the Navy, and I still wanted to join the Rocks Pirates. Why don't we join the Rocks Pirates together and grow strong? Brother Luo, with our talents, as long as we enter the Rocks Pirates, we can definitely become officers in the future. With his mind gradually clearing, Kaido eagerly looked at Luo. At this moment, Kaido had already regarded Luo as a close friend in his life. At least in Kaido's life experiences, no one had ever treated him to drinks as generously as Luo did. Basically, everyone who saw him as a special race would harbor some ill thoughts toward him. After all, the most lacking group in this world was special races. Each special race would be sold at a very high price in the auction house. Kaido had suffered a lot as a child, being sold back and forth by humans, ultimately ending up as cannon fodder in a country. Even though this big soldier later became a hero of the nation, the outcome still didn't change. He was still sold by the king to the world government to serve as material for human experiments. In summary, Kaido had never encountered a human like Luo, who didn't care about his physical form. Don't worry, we will definitely go to the Rocks Pirates. But for now, the most important thing is to rob that thing ahead. As Luo steered the ship, he pointed his finger toward the standard naval transport ship in front of the pirate ship. Oh, robbery? That's a very good suggestion. Recently, I've been avoiding the Navy's pursuit and don't have much money left, so it's just the right time to replenish my funds. Kaido, who was originally feeling a bit bored, suddenly became interested when he heard Law say he wanted to rob a warship. Law appreciated Kaido's attitude of needing to spend money to buy things. After all, everyone comes from ordinary backgrounds, and to some extent, spending money to buy things from common people can provide a sense of justification. Even if the money comes from robbery, it doesn't matter much, since the celestial dragons don't count as real people. Robbing celestial dragons is not considered crime at all. Additionally, having some money is quite useful because obtaining the latest news still requires purchasing newspapers. And buying newspapers means paying a certain amount to the newsbirds. Furthermore, if one forcibly takes a newspaper from the newsbirds without paying, they will definitely be blacklisted and will never receive another newspaper again. The reason for this is that Morgan's, who currently dominates the news industry, has not yet been born. Therefore, newsbirds are quite rare throughout the pirate world, and the sources of information are very complex, which is why people often carry some cash when going out to sea. Even a maritime overlord like Rocks has to obediently pull out gold coins from his pocket to read the news. Chapter 9. The Guard Dogs of a Celestial Dragon's Warning. This is a celestial gold transport ship from the world government. All unrelated vessels are to leave immediately. Warning. This is a celestial gold transport ship from the world government. All unrelated vessels are to leave immediately. As Rayo maneuvered the pirate ship, which was on the verge of collapse, towards the celestial gold transport ship, the nearby naval warships responsible for escorting it issued navigational warnings through loudspeakers. Although this era was characterized by a balance of power between pirate forces and the world government, generally speaking, there were not many who dared to rob the celestial gold transport ships of the world government. This was primarily because the Rocks Pirates currently held a status where they and the world government shared the world equally, having their own sources of protection fees. Typically, there would not be significant friction between the world government and the Rocks Pirates, at least not until the onset of the God Valley War. Damn it, it's those hypocritical Navy forces again, each one boasting a facade of justice while secretly engaging in such despicable acts. It's simply bullshit. Kaido stood upright, his gaze filled with resentment towards the naval warships. In his eyes, the Navy, this so-called righteous army, was merely a private army raised exclusively for the celestial dragons. The Navy's justice only protects those nations that exploit the lower-class citizens, collecting their sweat and blood in exchange for celestial gold and gaining the status of world government member states. If a nation lacks this status, It would be regarded by the world government as a place without human rights. In a country without human rights, the Navy headquarters naturally would not pay any attention, and such nations would become places where the celestial dragons could freely engage in their slaughter games. Moreover, when the celestial dragons committed these inhumane acts, they were often accompanied by some high-ranking Navy officers for protection, to prevent those without human rights from interfering with the senseless slaughter of the esteemed celestial dragons. Thus, whether the Navy's justice in the pirate world is valid depends on individual behavior rather than the profession itself. Some Navy soldiers harbor a sense of justice, but this cannot be directly linked to the entire profession based on personal actions. It's absurd to say that those Navy personnel specifically guarding the celestial dragons deserve the title of justice. The Navy is just ordinary people. Whether they're just or not still depends on the individual. However, those tasked with escorting celestial gold and reaping the benefits are not as commendable. Reo did not oppose Kaido's resentment towards the Navy, as his parents had been brutally killed by the celestial dragons while the Navy was present. So why didn't the Navy's justice shine upon him? Oh, let us make this world chaotic together. Let us start with this celestial gold transport ship. The young Kaido exclaimed with a sunny boyish smile. Although Kaido was still very young, his character, which seemed to revel in chaos, was already identical to that of the decades later when he became one of the four emperors. His actions were filled with a straightforwardness that sought to tear apart this dark world with force. Reo remained calm, silent, contemplating whether there would be any world nobles on the naval ship transporting celestial gold. With his gradually increasing strength, his hatred for the celestial dragons only grew. He even dreamed of personally slaughtering and cleansing the entire Mariewa at night. Although this was an unrealistic fantasy for now, Reo believed it was not far off. He was eager to improve. As the pirate ship approached the celestial gold transport ship, and with Reo ignoring the Navy's warnings, his pirate ship collided violently, halting the transport ship's voyage. At this moment, the Navy headquarters Brigadier General Kuroti, responsible for escorting the transport ship, stood sweating profusely on the deck of the warship, trying to explain the inadequacy of his escort to the CP organization members aboard the transport ship. These CP members served as the strongest shield for the celestial dragons. Almost every individual who joined the CP organization was a genius, each proficient in more than 3 Navy Six-style combat techniques. Even among the highest leadership within the CP organization, there were powerful individuals comparable to the highest-ranking generals of the Navy headquarters. However, before he could express his prepared words of explanation, a man in a black suit and a ghost mask, who had been calmly seated on the transport ship, stood up with an expression of helplessness. Then, with a series of air steps, he leaped directly onto the deck of Reo and Kaido's pirate ship. Faced with this situation, Kuroti had no choice but to retract his words. The other CP organization members looked disdainfully at the timid Navy personnel. The Navy headquarters and the CP organization, both violent organizations under the world government, had been in a mutual disdain for each other for hundreds of years. The Navy personnel believed they possessed true justice, thus looked down upon the CP organization, which had become the lackeys of the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, the CP agents regarded these so-called righteous Navy members as hypocrites who pretended to be virtuous while serving the government. Everyone served the world government. Where was the justice in that? If the Navy, which enjoyed government subsidies, truly believed in justice, they would have long since withdrawn from the government. How could they stand by and watch the celestial dragons slaughter civilians while still shouting about justice? What kind of nonsense was that? Swish, swish, swish. After several rapid air steps that produced high-pressure explosive sounds, the CP-0 member, dressed in a well-fitted black suit and wearing a ghost mask, pushed off with his feet and landed steadily on the deck of the pirate ship. You mere pirates, do you even realize the heinous crime you've committed? Celestial gold is the most valued treasure of the gods. How dare you little pirates come to steal it? If you disrupt the god schedule, even 100 of your heads won't be enough. The gaze beneath the CP-0 mask was narrow and filled with malice, and his voice was hoarse and cold as he reprimanded. However, upon witnessing this scene, Reo and Kaido exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this CP0 a bit too confident? Wasn't he this classic overconfidence? Did he think he was facing a small pirate like Jackman? Which is why he dared to speak so boldly. Are the gods you speak of the celestial dragons? How could such beings be worthy of being called gods? Upon hearing the CP0 member refer to the celestial dragons as gods, Rayo's calm demeanor instantly transformed into a surge of murderous intent. Each mention of the celestial dragons felt like sharp knives cutting into his heart. He desperately wanted to find a few celestial dragons to torment and release his pent-up hatred. However, the celestial dragons were an extremely safety-conscious species, typically remaining within the holy land of Mariewa, living off the fat of the land. Only a few with wilder hearts enjoyed venturing out. But now, while he couldn't kill the celestial dragons, he could still profit by eliminating their lackeys first. Before the words were out, swish, Rahu's body moved like a teleportation on flat ground, leaving behind a layer of blurred afterimages as he swiftly charged towards the CP0 in front of him. Chapter 10. Instant Kill CP0. What? Such incredible speed. Watching the two pirates in front of him daring to attack him, a world government agent who stood above all, this CP0 member felt a surge of anger and quickly reacted. He widened his stance, slightly bent his knees, and tensed every muscle in his body. A dark aura rapidly enveloped every inch of his skin, and his gaze revealed an aura of unmatched confidence. Iron block armament steel. D. Luo shouted fiercely. His fingers clenched into a fist, and thick veins of advanced armament hockey bulged on his arms as he unleashed terrifying power, shattering the air with a thunderous boom and striking towards CP0's forehead with unimaginable force. Bang! Crack! A sound that felt oppressive and dull echoed. Luo's full-powered punch ruthlessly struck CP0's forehead. Faced with the overwhelming power unleashed by the high-level armament hockey wrapped around his fist, this CP0 member could barely withstand it for less than a second before his skull shattered and his face caved in. Blood, brain tissue, and various life-sustaining materials scattered across the ground along with a small wave of attribute orbs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 43 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 107 points of stamina. In the face of such a bloody scene, the other CP organization members standing on the Heavenly Gold transport ship felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour down. Captain Nige was actually killed with a single punch. What kind of pirate is this? The flag on the pirate ship isn't even from a famous pirate. Watching their only elite CP0 team captain get instantly killed, the remaining CP members could only look at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Although the CP organization members appeared to have their roles divided. For such an extremely important task as transporting Heavenly Gold, the government would still send a high-ranking agent, a CP0 member, to lead them. But now, their acting captain CP0 Nige had been directly killed with a single punch, his skull smashed in, leaving them all to die here? If even CP0 members can be killed, what chance do they, the lower-level CP members, have? Is there any hope for the Heavenly Gold now? The remaining CP members' heads buzzed incessantly, their minds swirling in a storm of thoughts. As ordinary agents of the world government, they weren't particularly loyal to the celestial dragons. At the very least, they wouldn't willingly walk to their deaths. After all, going up would surely lead to death, but jumping into the sea might offer a chance to escape. Oh, Luo's punch seems to have the shadow of Kaido's Thunderbagua. Kaido, who had been standing by watching, was somewhat numb as he observed Luo's action of swinging his fist and exploding ahead. He had long since become accustomed to Luo's ability to instantly learn other skills, which seemed absurd. After all, being able to directly copy the intensity of hockey is even more monstrous, right? This skill is merely a trivial matter. I did use the power mechanics of Thunderbagua, and your move is indeed impressive. Facing Kaido, who could see right through his punch, Luo had no reason to hide. He had indeed picked up the power mechanics of Thunderbagua in the descending 3 realms from Kaido. There was nothing to conceal. Let's go see what treasures are aboard that Heavenly Gold transport ship. After casually shaking off the blood on his hands, Luo was the first to leap onto the transport ship where the CP members were located. Kaido naturally followed closely behind, and the two of them blocked the retreat of the dozen CP members from both sides. Now I ask you answer. If you dare to hide anything, you want to know what happens next. Looking at the CP members in front of him, trembling in fear as if they were dancing like elderly Jackson. Luo's gaze was calm and his tone extremely cold as he spoke slowly. My lord, please ask. I assure you I will speak freely. This damn CP organization. I'm done with it. Although the dozen CP members were terrified of Luo's killing intent, the thought of the brutal fate awaiting those who betrayed the government forced them to swallow their inner tremors. However, under such high pressure, 3 or 4 CP members stood up to disclose all the information they knew. Very good, you 3 stand aside. I'll question you after I deal with this. Seeing that some CP members dared to step forward under his intimidation, Luo sneered, then walked directly to the remaining group. People must pay the price for the choices they make. Since you chose to pledge loyalty to the world government, please rest in peace. Before Luo finished speaking, the dozen people in front of him weren't fools. They immediately activated the Navy's 6 styles, using the moonwalk to leave the heavenly gold transport ship. However, unfortunately, before their left foot could touch the air, Luo's originally dark pupils instantly turned deep red. The next moment, a thick wave of Conqueror's haki swept through every corner of the heavenly gold transport ship. The turbulent black lightning crackled and burst forth, almost instantly causing the crowd, which was flying like grasshoppers, to plummet. Damn, it's Conqueror's haki. My body can't move. Is this another guy preparing to become a king? It's over. Is it too late to surrender now? I want to report too. However, having already given these CP members a chance, Luo naturally wouldn't say anything more. Leaving so many lives behind is of no use. It's better to turn them all into attribute fragments. After tightly gripping his fists wrapped in advanced armament haki, Luo directly named each one, sweeping through and killing them all cleanly. The scene turned into a river of blood, brutally savage. These ordinary CP members didn't even have a chance to resist before they all perished on the spot. Luo casually waved his hand, absorbing all the attribute fragments that fell to the ground into his body before directly walking up to the 3 terrified, pale-faced individuals. You're very lucky. I'm not someone who enjoys killing. Tell me, have any celestial dragons come out from the Holy Land recently? Where exactly? Who is protecting them? The 3 terrified CP members knew that once they exposed the whereabouts of the celestial dragons, the government would surely issue a kill order against them. But damn it, they couldn't even survive now, let alone think about the future. After exchanging glances, the 3 of them made a resolute decision and spoke without hesitation. Adult, we have received only one message, that the government is currently preparing for a major event. Many celestial dragons, are currently out and about. However, most of them are operating in areas not far from the government and Navy headquarters. The only group of celestial dragons relatively close to here is on the Island of Demons. They seem to be there to capture powerful pirates to replenish the number of slaves, and they're being protected by the Navy. As for the guarding forces, I only know that there are several vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Information about the admirals is not something ordinary CP organization members can investigate. The 3 of them spoke in unison, sharing all the information they knew. However, before they finished speaking, a black, sharp-spiked wolf fawn club was suddenly swung toward their heads. Bang! With a sound as crisp as a watermelon bursting, the 3 ineffective CP organization members were immediately turned into headless, blood-spraying corpses by Kaido, who stood nearby with the wolf fawn club. In the face of this situation, Luo hesitated for a moment, taking out a sea chart to check the location of the Island of Demons. It wasn't very far, but he wondered if there would be an admiral guarding it. Chapter 11 News of the Celestial Dragons. Rogo felt that with the strength of the 2 of us, there was no need to fear the admirals from the Navy headquarters. Moreover, with your monstrous learning speed, even if you encounter a Navy admiral, you can continue to enhance your haki. After successfully turning the 3 members of the CP organization into meat paste with a single Thunder Bagua, Kaido said excitedly. It was obvious that apart from Rogo, Kaido with his chaotic personality, was also eager to confront the so-called world nobles. In the past, he lacked the strength and opportunity to test them, but now, with Rogo by his side, he certainly wanted to take action. Well, our next step is to first go to Devil Island to see if there are celestial dragons there, and then head to the Rocks Pirates to join them as cadres. Seeing Kaido so eager to find the celestial dragons, Rogo naturally couldn't fall behind. His only purpose for going to sea was to attack the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariewa, and to strangle all the so-called world nobles. Otherwise, he would have lived a repressed life. Let's first see how valuable this batch of celestial gold is. It might contain devil fruits, those great treasures of the sea. After murmuring this, Rogo led the way into the ship's cabin. Based on his years of reading manga, he knew that the Celestial Dragon's gold transport ships definitely carried valuable treasures and keys to hidden treasures. These celestial golds might even include top-tier swords and extremely rare items like devil fruits. Don't be fooled by the anime, where there seems to be a devil fruit user appearing all the time. In reality, that's just survivor bias. Take the Alabasta arc, for example. In a desert country with a population of tens of millions, there were only a handful of devil fruit users. Most of these users were people brought in by Crocodile to help him rule Alabasta. One could say that having even 10 users among those tens of millions would be considered lucky. Therefore, before artificial devil fruits appeared, things that were truly regarded as great treasures of the sea were extremely rare. Oh, if it's a devil fruit, I think the Zoan type is better. After all, no matter how powerful other abilities are, they ultimately have their limits. The one who can truly dominate is the one with strong haki. As long as the haki is strong enough, even without the external force of a devil fruit, it won't have any impact, but this excludes Zoan-type devil fruits. Although Zoan-type devil fruits aren't as stunning as Paramecia and Logia types, they can greatly enhance a person's physical strength, thereby improving their haki level. So I still suggest that if Rogo wants to try a devil fruit, he should choose a Zoan type whenever possible. After hearing Rogo's thoughts on devil fruits, Kaido immediately shared all the practical experience he had summarized without any hesitation. In his view, Rogo was definitely one of the rare friends in his life. Since they were friends, he had to share all his experiences. Well, what you said makes sense. But who can say that I can't use multiple devil fruit powers? Rogo did not refute Kaido. After all, what he said was indeed correct. In the world of pirates, the most crucial power has never been martial arts, swordsmanship, or miscellaneous powers like devil fruit abilities. As long as a person's haki is strong enough, they are absolutely powerful. Just like the current sea overlord, Roxy Xebec, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, is a living example. A man who has honed his haki to the extreme can become a tyrant and dominate a sea area. He can even organize a large team to directly share the world with the world government, which has survived for hundreds of years. As Kaido was still in shock at the thought of multiple devil fruit users, Rogo walked directly into the ship's cabin. Creak! The traditional wooden door of the military ship made a dull and grating sound. As soon as the door opened, Rogo was instantly dazzled by the pile of gold treasures in front of him that resembled a mountain of gold. Coin after coin of shimmering gold, along with various exquisite ornaments crafted from gold and gems, instantly brought him joy. Seeing this scene, even someone with a phobia of clusters would be cured by the sight of gold. This batch of celestial gold was worth at least 2 billion berries. Rogo did not expect that he, Kaido, was actually so valuable in that bastard king's eyes. Kaido grabbed some gold in front of him and casually tossed it around. Falling into a strange mood, he had fallen from being a revered soldier hero of a country to his current pirate identity because his king had directly sold him to the world government to offset the gold needed to join as a member state of the world government. In other words, Kaido himself could at least be worth a large portion of this treasure of gold. However, unfortunately, this value was the value of being sold and was not something to boast about. Being sold isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least you've gained your freedom now, Rogo said with a slight smirk, teasing Kaido's gloomy mood before directly gathering all the piles of gold into his system backpack. Although this money wasn't particularly important, it was better to let him bear this burden than for the celestial dragons to squander it. Just like Jack Ma said, he doesn't like money and is not interested in it at all. Rogo also doesn't like money, but he is inherently more interested in other people's money. especially the extravagant wealth of the celestial dragons. After packing away all the gold in front of him, Rogo continued towards the next cabin of the transport ship. Under normal circumstances, such a high protection fee as celestial gold could never be fully paid in gold. The countries that became members of the world government would submit a portion of gold at the end of each year, along with other precious antiques, rare weapons. And even some countries would directly submit some strange fruits they didn't recognize, which were devil fruits, as offsets. Gently opening the door in front of him, Rogo saw all kinds of swords and weapons placed in the room. However, among these miscellaneous weapons, Rogo was more concerned about the glass display case placed in the central position and the double-edged sword on top. Inside the glass display case was a strangely shaped, wrinkled fruit that looked inedible. "Oh, I've seen this devil fruit before. It's a paramecia type, the Ricky fruit. After consumption, it can grant the user strength more than twice that of a normal person. And it said that upon awakening, they could easily uproot a mountain." After a moment of hesitation, Kaido directly introduced the origin of this devil fruit. Rogo then punched the glass, shattering it, and grabbed the wrinkled devil fruit in his hand. As his fingers lightly touched the surface of the devil fruit, a prompt sounded in Rogo's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the paramecia type Ricky fruit attributes. Ding! The side effects of the devil fruit, the curse from the sea, have been automatically separated." Chapter 12. Surge of Power after successfully absorbing the attributes of the superhuman-type strength fruit. Luo Ho looked at Kaido, who was next to him, seemingly uninterested. "This devil fruit is indeed a superhuman-type power fruit, but since you only want to eat animal-type devil fruits, I'll keep this one for now." Upon hearing this, Kaido waved his hand, indicating that he was indeed not interested in anything other than animal-type devil fruits. After all, Kaido is not like Luo Ho, who can absorb multiple abilities and become a freakish multi-fruit user. Therefore, the choice of devil fruit is still very important for him. He must select one that best fits his special race's demonic power. Kaido's own special racial talent is that of the Oni tribe, which grants him extremely strong resilience and incredible physical strength. If it weren't for these two racial talents, he would have already fallen on the battlefield at such a young age amidst gunfire. It is precisely because of this unique physical strength that Kaido is so keen on animal-type devil fruit abilities. If he could implant a powerful animal-type devil fruit ability under the enhancement of his unique racial talents, his physical strength would be maximally increased. "Well, since that's the case, I see you won't need these swords and weapons anymore." Before he finished speaking, Luo Ho directly took all the hundreds of various swords stored in the second cabin. Although most of these swords were ordinary cutlasses and good quality blades, they were free for the taking. Even though Luo Ho hasn't learned swordsmanship yet, who can guarantee that Thunder Bagua can't be used with swords? The so-called attack skills are, after all, just unique techniques of exerting force. For example, a certain powerful vice admiral from the Navy headquarters is just like that. Each time he uses his iron fists with different strength and haki, it constitutes a new skill. It's very cool. Soon, Luo Ho walked to the last glass case in the cabin, which housed the same specifications as the devil fruit. After smashing the protective cover with a punch, he directly took out a double-edged sword with a classical design and a snow-white blade, along with an instruction manual beside it. Unranked blade, a royal heirloom from the East Sea, the blade can cut iron like mud, and its sharpness is observed to be no less than that of a great cutlass of grade 21. Looking at the manual in front of him, Luo Ho was somewhat surprised. According to his estimation, this double-edged sword had not been graded, but based on its described property of cutting iron like mud, it would definitely not be much inferior to the so-called Great Cutlass. At least from Luo Ho's current strength perspective, this sword would definitely be sufficient. After gently swinging the slender double-edged sword a few times, an inexplicable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Dreaming of wielding a sword and traveling the world is something that almost every man has fantasized about. From today on, your name will be Da. Luo Ho gazed at the very well-suited sword in his hand and directly named it. After all, Confucius said that one should win people over with virtue. This means that if I talk about morality and you're unwilling to listen, then don't blame me for using virtue to subdue you. This double-edged sword will definitely strike hard on the heads of the celestial dragons, allowing these damned beasts to enjoy the taste of being slaughtered like pigs. Luoho secretly decided that he must capture a few more celestial dragons to sharpen his sword. Aren't they self-proclaimed world nobles, constantly proclaiming themselves as descendants of gods? Then let the blood of these gods nourish the blade. After directly hanging the sword at his waist, Luoho began to control the excess energy from the devil fruit that had appeared in his body. This superhuman-type strength fruit had nearly tripled his strength. This boost cannot be overstated. When he first awakened the system and absorbed basic attributes, Luoho had already contemplated that since the system could directly absorb attributes from living beings, then the ability attributes of devil fruits should also be directly absorbable. Now it seems, indeed, Luoho merely made slight contact and directly copied and pasted the attributes of this superhuman-type strength fruit, without affecting the original devil fruit ability at all. This ability is somewhat terrifying. After all, in the pirate world, Haki is praised as a person's most important ability. But devil fruits are not to be underestimated either. Some powerful devil fruit abilities can absolutely make individuals of the same tier even more formidable. For example, the future pirate king, GOLD, Roger. Roger is a very typical representative among many Haki masters who has not consumed a devil fruit. This man, who is already at the pinnacle of the world, would undoubtedly be able to elevate his strength to a higher level if he consumed a suitable devil fruit. For instance, Roger, who already suffers from various ailments, if he were to consume an animal-type bat fruit, mythical Zoan, vampire form, then his physical prowess would see a significant boost, and his stamina and recovery would also increase markedly. Moreover, with the built-in ability of a vampire fruit to regain youth and strength through blood consumption, it is hard to imagine how outrageous Roger would be in such a form. Perhaps if Roger consumed a suitable devil fruit, his strength might be comparable to Rock's. Of course, that would only be in comparison to Rock's, who relies purely on Haki and physical prowess. After all, to be called the Overlord of the Sea, it takes more than just a bit of devil fruit ability to catch up. In the original plot, the reason the Rock's pirates were defeated in the God Valley battle was entirely due to the fact that the pirate officers beneath them were all born rulers with rebellious spirits. If it weren't for the lack of unity among the officers in the team, the world government would have had to send in the 5 elders, who were said to hold the highest power in the world, to withstand the Rock's pirates' attack. Thinking of this, Luoho started to look forward to joining the Rock's pirates and absorbing all those god-level devil fruit abilities for his own use. After all, both the Flying Lion's Float fruit and Charlotte Lean's Soul fruit are rare god-level fruits. Additionally, in the upcoming God Valley battle, there are also 6 unknown precious devil fruits, which Luoho is naturally very covetous of. After all, his goal is to storm Mary Geos and execute all the celestial dragons. Without extremely strong strength, combined with the abilities of dozens of devil fruits, Luoho might not be able to withstand the world government's 800 years of foundation. They have existed in these seas for hundreds of years, which certainly means they possess sufficient strength. Even excluding the powerful royal-level experts within the Navy headquarters and CP organizations, the world government still has the 5 elders, who are known as the highest power in the world, as well as members of the Divine Knights, who can store celestial dragons, the world nobles, without reporting. Moreover, there is the terrifying M, whose true appearance and strength have never been revealed in over 20 years of manga serialization. Therefore, at this stage, without sufficient strength as a trump card, Luoho would definitely not be foolish enough to directly charge into the Holy Land to kill those pigs. The next goal is to head directly to the Island of the Devil to see if I can find the celestial dragons and the highest admiral of the Navy to further strengthen my basic attributes. After feeling the powerful strength transmitted from the power fruit within my body, a trace of fine killing intent emerged deep in Luoho's pupils. As long as I can comprehensively elevate my basic qualities to the level of an admiral from the Navy headquarters, combined with the enhancement of various devil fruit abilities, Luoho is confident enough to directly crush those so-called world nobles, the celestial dragons, in front of the world government. Chapter 13. Admiral Kongu, at the same time that Reo was planning to go to Demon Island to kill a few celestial dragons for fun, The Navy fleet responsible for escorting the Sky Gold transmitted the news of its theft to Mariewa. At this moment, in a lavishly decorated room that looked quite expensive, 5 elderly men with stern expressions, exuding an air of authority, were looking grimly at the kneeling Marine Rear Admiral who had come to convey the message. These 5 old men were the 5 elders, the visible leaders of the world government, representing Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. As some of the few immortals within the world government, they had served as the highest authorities for 8 consecutive terms. The highest authority in the world not only represented their qualifications, but also their strength. However, at this moment, the 5 old men looked extremely displeased as they gazed at the kneeling Rear Admiral. Are you saying that the Sky Gold was stolen under the joint escort of your Navy and those CP organization fools, and that it was taken by 2 pirates? Furthermore, someone within the CP organization betrayed the government and revealed the specific location of the Celestial Dragons to those 2 pirates? The youngest looking of the 5 elders, Shepherd Sia Peter, with golden hair, spoke coldly to the Rear Admiral, who didn't even dare to lift his head to meet their gaze. He was responsible for managing the CP organization within the world government. Now, the betrayal of his subordinates was like a slap in the face in front of his colleagues. Even after living for hundreds of years, such a melodramatic scenario nearly made him lose his composure. This was not because the Sky Gold was particularly valuable or because the devil fruits stored within were extremely rare. If these items were lost, they could simply collect a second round of Sky Gold from those countries this year to make up for it. What truly angered him was the presence of a traitor within the CP organization who directly leaked the location of the Celestial Dragons to the pirates. This was a very serious matter, although ordinary Celestial Dragons were nothing in front of the 5 elders. They still had to consider the terrifying family powers behind those Celestial Dragons. If a Celestial Dragon were to die, the heads of those families would undoubtedly berate them mercilessly. The thought of potentially facing those unreasonable and seemingly brainless compatriots made Peter feel a splitting headache. The nearest to the area where the Sky Gold was stolen should be Natania Bontania and Karalamazzi, right? Which admiral was responsible for protecting them? Was the notification properly communicated? In contrast to Peter's anger, the calm and composed topmen watchily among the 5 elders analyzed the situation. The lives of the Celestial Dragons absolutely cannot be lost to pirates. This concerns whether the divine authority they spent 800 years building can be preserved. Moreover, the plan is about to be implemented, and there can be no mistakes at this critical moment. Report 5 elders. The admiral responsible for the escort this time is Admiral Steelbone Calm. The Marine headquarters has already notified him to always pay attention to the safety of the world nobles. The Rear Admiral, who came to report the situation, upon hearing the inquiry from the 5 elders, almost immediately pointed out the highest combat power dispatched by their Marine headquarters. According to the world government's general orders, the Marine headquarters could establish 3 highest combat power admirals for maintaining government authority and collecting Sky Gold. During this period, the admirals included Kongu, Zephyr, and Carp, all of whom specialized in hockey. Although Carp had never accepted any position or officially acknowledged himself as an admiral, his immense strength was acknowledged by both the Marine headquarters and the outside world as the 3rd admiral. The names of these 3 admirals were all based on their physical strength since they only trained hockey. Among them, Steelbone, Iron Fist, and Blackarm were all top-tier hockey users. As for Kongu, he was indeed one of the top powers on the sea. Having him protect the Celestial Dragons would pose no problem. If there were no other issues with Kongu after the next plan, he should be directly promoted to Fleet Admiral. Natania Bontania was already an old relic of the previous era. Ever since the last confrontation with Rox, his mental state had been rapidly declining. An admiral who had lost most of his fighting spirit was of no use to the government. Agreed. After exchanging glances, the 5 elders unanimously agreed with Topman's proposal. In fact, who held the position of Fleet Admiral was not that important to the world government. They merely wanted to establish someone with considerable prestige within the Marine headquarters to facilitate their direction of this sharp blade. Kongu was an excellent admiral with a sharp mind, making him the best candidate. As for the other 2 admirals, that's another story. Blackarm Zephyr was still relatively young and had only recently been promoted to admiral. making him insufficient for the position. As for Iron Fist Carp, he was undoubtedly a thorny issue, not to mention making him the fleet admiral. He hadn't even held the position of an admiral until now. By the way, who are those two pirates that stole the Sky Gold? Since someone from your navy managed to escape back, they must know something about them, right? They definitely aren't from the Rocks Pirates. That guy seems to be plotting something, and hasn't he shown up for a while? The five elders looked at the sweating Marine Rear Admiral, hoping to find some answers in his eyes. To be honest, they were unwilling to believe that all the CP organization members were killed. Yet these Marines could return to report the situation. If no one was sabotaging them, it would mean that the pirates who stole the Sky Gold had some intricate connection with the Navy. Our report, 5 elders. At that time, there was Carp's son aboard the escorting Navy ship, Monkey de Dragon. Those two pirates only glanced at Major Dragon before they stopped pursuing our Navy ships. The previously suspicious 5 elders, upon hearing the Rear Admiral's words, felt their already heightened vigilance shake. If there truly was a pirate insider within the Marine headquarters, it would be a significant hidden danger for their upcoming plans. However, it was clear that it was not yet the time to tear off the mask. Thus, they simply felt an internal alert without saying much. Only the fact that 2 pirates could directly kill over a dozen CP organization members, one of whom was a hockey-trained CP0 agent, left the long-bearded Marcus Motzi expressing disbelief with his hands behind his back. This era now belongs to the Rocks. Aside from the lowly pirates in the 4 seas of East, South, West, and North, almost all the powerful pirates in the Grand Line have already joined the Rocks Pirates. This means that the 2 pirates daring enough to take great risks to seize the treasure from the sky are actually 2 unnamed newcomers. Yes, the pirate who seized the treasure this time has indeed not been recorded. But the special race pirate next to him is an experimental subject who escaped from the Navy's laboratory. Furthermore, both of these individuals are possessors of all 3 types of hockey. We've also received news that they plan to join the Rocks Pirates. After informing the Gora CI of everything he knew, this Navy Vice Admiral finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing this world's highest authority for the first time, he could barely breathe. It was just too oppressive in this cursed place. What? You idiot are saying that both of those pirates possess all 3 types of hockey? And they even directly expressed their intention to join the Rocks Pirates. Holding the first-generation sword, the Zambalan Natsushiro, upon hearing that these dangerous individuals actually want to join the Rocks Pirates, he unexpectedly blurted out in his native language from the country of Wano in a moment of panic. Chapter 14. Fall Strike. According to the Navy soldiers who managed to escape, it is indeed true. Those 2 criminals really did say they wanted to join the Rocks Pirates. What a troublesome bunch. The Rocks Pirates were already difficult to deal with, and now they're set to add 2 awakened, young geniuses with all 3 types of hockey. Does this mean we have to cancel our plan? The Elder Stars, holding a demon blade, looked grim, their right hand gripping the sheath, trembling. Aside from the massive pirate force of the Rocks Pirates that nearly enveloped the entire Grand Line, what is more important are the few exceptionally talented pirates under their command. There is Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, with a bounty of 736 billion berries, a wielder of all 3 types of hockey. Then there is Shiki, the Golden Lion pirate captain, with a bounty of 887 billion berries, a user of the float fruit, and also a wielder of all 3 types of hockey. And Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, with a bounty of 910 million berries, a user of the soul fruit, and a wielder of all 3 types of hockey. Besides these 3 exceptionally powerful pirates, the Rocks Pirates also include Silver Axe and Wang Ji, who are equally formidable and can rival the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. And now, 2 more young bloods daring to seize the heavenly gold want to join the Rocks Pirates. This is simply a terrible piece of news for the world government's rule. Since you and the Navy have received the news, it means that Rocks must have also received intelligence. We must make some decisions. That guy Rocks will absolutely not let go of these 2 young bloods with all 3 types of hockey. The Elder Star with a mustache gazed far into the beautiful artificial gardens outside Mariewa. Although it is very irrational to directly create huge friction with the Rocks Pirates now, he simply cannot tolerate the addition of 2 freakish kids to the Rocks Pirates. He immediately issued a gathering order to the Navy headquarters and CP0. Immediately head to Devil S Island to support Kongu. If necessary, we can directly destroy the entire island. In any case, we absolutely cannot allow these two heinous criminals to join the Rocks Pirates. The mustached Elder Star glanced at several colleagues nearby who had not expressed any opinions and then directly issued orders to the nearby Navy Rear Admiral. Yes, the Navy headquarters guarantees to complete the mission. The Rear Admiral, who received the new orders, had almost no time to pause before stepping out of the oppressive sacred land of Mariehua. Since the holy land, Mariehua, of the Celestial Dragons, must be under the protection of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The Rear Admiral soon brought the orders he received back to the Navy headquarters. At this time, Netania, who had not yet received the order to dismiss him from the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters, called Carp, Zifa, and Sengoku, who could be considered high-level combat powers in the Navy headquarters, into his office. These three could be said to be the most powerful Marines in their headquarters. As for other Marines whose strength could only rank around Rear Admiral, they did not even qualify to participate in this meeting. The Rocks Pirates are not a joke of a malicious organization. Sending Rear Admiral-level Marines to stir things up would only get them chopped up like rotten cucumbers. Rather than letting them drag us down, it would be more practical to send elite Marines to support Kongu. The Elder Stars have already issued orders. Two young pirates who have awakened all three types of hockey and seized the heavenly gold, causing extremely adverse effects, are to join the Rocks Pirates. And now the government has ordered us to organize Navy personnel to stop those two criminals. This mission involves the noble Celestial Dragons, so I hope everyone takes it seriously. There must be no mistakes. Netania, pressing on the torn wound on his chest, spoke heavily to the few people in front of him. The three people before him were all powerful enough to contend with the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, but they were not suitable candidates for this task. Although Carp is extremely outstanding in the mastery of armament hockey, he has never had any respect for the world nobles. There is even a hint of wanting to beat up the Celestial Dragons in him. As for Zifa and Sengoku, one has just successfully stepped up from the previous admiral and has yet to stabilize his combat experience against major pirates, while the other, Sengoku, leans more towards being a strategic candidate for admiral. They dare to seize the heavenly gold, and such young people should join our Navy headquarters. If properly trained, they could definitely become the new generation of Navy admirals. Zifa picked up the printed intelligence paper in front of him, repeatedly observing the wanted poster photos on it, muttering to himself. At this moment, Zifa still firmly believed in the justice of the Navy headquarters. Even though there is some extreme darkness within the world government that made him very uncomfortable, he had no choice but to stick to his sense of justice. The heavenly gold is related to the Celestial Dragons. What does it have to do with our Navy headquarters? If it were that Roger causing trouble, let me handle it. Carp, who was originally not interested in the Celestial Dragons, snorted and then directly turned away, pulling out a pack of brand new Sinbei cookies from his pocket and started munching away. To this, Admiral Netania could only sigh helplessly. He would like to scold that bastard Carp, but unfortunately, his hockey can't compete with Carp's. That guy has always been a thorn in the Navy headquarters and has never followed his orders. Let us not worry about that guy. You two decide who will be responsible for supporting Kongu. There are 3 Celestial Dragons present on Devil S Island, and if anything happens to these 3 Celestial Dragons, it will be difficult to say what will happen to our Navy headquarters military expenses for the second half of the year. Netania looked at Zifa and Sengoku, who were still sitting in the conference room. Mr. Admiral, it seems that the identities of these 2 pirates are a bit different. Sengoku, without changing his expression, browsed through all the intelligence regarding Roa and Kaido in his hands, and then looked at Netania with some implication. According to internal Navy intelligence, after Roa and Kaido seized the heavenly gold from the world government, they did not choose to attack the Navy warships responsible for escorting them. Instead, they allowed the soldiers on the warships to return to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the reason these 2 wanted to go to Devil S Island to find the Celestial Dragons was entirely due to a significant rift with the world government. According to the intelligence, Roa was originally an ordinary fisherman from a family that struggled on the sea every day but lost everything due to the arrival of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, who came to the island for entertainment, indiscriminately shot at civilians, causing extremely adverse effects. As for Kaido, his identity is that of a very excellent, heroic soldier within a nation, who fought on the front lines for his country but was betrayed to the government due to the king's selfishness, forcing him to become a pirate. Under normal circumstances, such individuals do not pose a significant threat to the Navy's justice. However, if our Navy headquarters launches a large-scale encirclement due to the celestial dragons, it will inevitably push the two toward an extreme path. By then, even if Roronoa and Kaido were to ruthlessly attack the Navy, they would have no reason to blame them. After all, this was all self-inflicted by the Navy. They kindly spared the lower-ranking Navy soldiers, while their higher-ups had to follow the orders of the world government to hunt down others. Isn't this ingratitude? But this is not something to worry about for now. Setting aside the facts, they are, after all, pirates who have stolen gold from the heavens. As the righteous Navy, we must go and take it back. Marshal Netania looked at the hesitant Sengoku and Zephyr and directly issued his orders, leaving the conference room without giving them any time to hesitate. At that moment, Carp, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you two are really fools. Is this how you handle orders you don't want to execute? After hearing Carp's suggestion, Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged glances as if they had been opened up to a whole new world. Fake attack. Is there such a thing as a fake attack? Carp's general expression. Chapter 15. Navy Bounty Notice. As the conspiracy in the Navy headquarters meeting room came to an end, Rayo, floating on the Grand Line, received a letter delivered by a flurry of albatrosses. In this era, Morgans, the mad director of a private newspaper, had not yet been born, and newsbirds had naturally not appeared. Therefore, most of the information in the world was primarily edited and written by organizations under the world government. Due to the interests of various governments, the authenticity of these current event news was highly questionable. Oro. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Kaido has finally become a man with a bounty of 100 million berries. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that targeting the celestial dragons, those damned beings, is the way to quickly accumulate bounty and become a notorious pirate. On a military ship transporting heavenly gold, Kaido operated the ship while holding his own bounty notice, laughing wildly. Although he was once a heroic soldier, after being betrayed by his country, he became obsessed with enhancing his strength and obtaining greater bounty amounts to increase his notoriety. The reason for this was that Kaido harbored a mad plan in his heart. He wanted to form a giant pirate crew entirely made up of Zoan-type devil fruit users. He aimed to incite a world-class chaotic war with this crew, not for any other reason, but to take revenge for the waves of pain he endured in the government's laboratory, where he was forced to suffer through blood and marrow extraction. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Kaido's excitement, a group of fierce-looking pirates on the island of Ichinos were shocked as they looked at the brand new bounty notice in their hands. They never expected that besides the Rocks pirates, there would be a new generation of pirates so strong that they dared to rob the world government as heavenly gold. Is this true? A rookie pirate's first bounty is 118 million berries? If I remember correctly, this bounty should belong to a pirate who just set sail not long ago, right? Nothing is impossible. Didn't Admiral Shiki say that this sea has never lacked geniuses? When Admiral Shiki was just 8 years old, he activated his Conqueror's Haki like never before. While this rookie has some talent compared to the cadres of Iraq's pirates, he's just average. If I could also seize a heavenly gold transport ship, maybe I could become a minor cadre in the Rocks Pirates Auxiliary team. Shut the hell up. They rob heavenly gold because they have the strength to do so. What do you have? You little nobody would get easily crushed by the CP organization if you tried to rob heavenly gold. That's right. Although he appears to be a rookie pirate, he has awakened the advanced stages of armament Haki, observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. At his age, reaching such a level is definitely a freak. By the way, the guy next to Rayo in this bounty notice with horns on his head seems to be Kaido from the Oni clan, who has been causing quite a stir at sea lately. Those two have gotten mixed up together. Talking so much is pointless. If I could obtain the power of both of them, I would be willing to do anything, even indulge in drinking and gambling every day. At this moment, The inflation rate in the pirate world had not yet reached a later stage where bounties easily climbed into the billions. Therefore, Rayo, who was marked with a bounty of 100 million berries on his first bounty notice, quickly attracted the attention of various pirates. In this era, pirates who reached a bounty of 100 million were mostly already recruited into the Rocks Pirates. Coupled with Kaido, a special race, and also a freak who awakened the three types of hockey, both sides were worried about the two monsters joining the Rocks Pirates, further strengthening that terrifying armed force. Inside Hachino's island, compared to the raucous pirates outside, this was a designated area for the cadres of the Rocks Pirates to rest. It was also the core base area of the Rocks Pirates, where various exquisite foods and refreshing drinks were available, along with spa massages and foot baths. Goo-la-la-la-la. If you want a tip, please increase the massage pressure. I'm not like that stingy John. At this moment, a man with golden hair, muscular and towering at 66 meters, with a white mustache curving like a crescent moon, was comfortably lying in a chair, allowing a girl in leopard print shorts to freely massage his muscles. This towering man would later almost single-handedly take down Blackbeard in the Navy headquarters, known as the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard's preference for the opposite sex remained unchanged. He only liked beautiful women wearing leopard print shorts that exuded a wild beauty. However, his words made the beautiful and smooth-skinned Miss Bakken, next to him, put her hands on her hips, visibly angry. Bakken could be considered one of the most beautiful pirates in the Rocks Pirates, but despite her efforts to attract Whitebeard, she had never succeeded. Seeing his satisfied expression made her realize that he had a peculiar preference for leopard print shorts. Damn it, if I had to wear something like that, it would be too embarrassing. After weighing her options, Bakken had to put her thoughts aside. After all, trying to attract a man like Whitebeard wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short time. However, at that moment, the noise from the raucous pirates outside grew louder, making Whitebeard, who had intended to rest, display a look of dissatisfaction. What are those brats outside making a fuss about? Is the world government attacking? Whitebeard supported himself on the sofa, planning to stand up and check the situation. But before he could act, a tall figure with golden hair floated down from the sky nearby. Ja-ha-ha-ha! Newgate, guess what I discovered? Chapter 16, Devil's Island. This eerie laughter, along with the golden-haired effect similar to Whitebeard, naturally belongs to one of the officers of the Rocks Pirates, known by the nickname Shiki the Golden Lion. What good things could you possibly have? Don't tell me you want to split off and form some ridiculous Golden Lion pirates. Faced with the arrival of this colleague, Whitebeard couldn't even be bothered to open his eyelids. After all, he knew this guy too well. Ever since he joined the Rocks Pirates, Shiki had been tirelessly trying to persuade him to leave Rocks and establish a new pirate group to dominate the world. Unfortunately for him, Whitebeard was a man of loyalty. Since he joined the Rocks Pirates, he would never betray them for someone else's conditions, as that simply did not fit his character. Haha, don't be so cold. Newgate still wants to recruit you. Gururara, what else could you possibly want? Hurry up and say it. Don't interrupt my good time with the leopard print little sister. Whitebeard turned his head with a displeased expression and glanced at Shiki, who was always restless and jumping around. If Captain Rocks found out that Shiki was talking about him and Lin Lin leaving the Rock Pirates, he estimated that Shiki would need 100 heads to keep from getting chopped off by Rocks. Did you see today's newspaper? 2 remarkable newcomers have emerged on the sea. They are young, but already possess the 3-color hockey and have all cultivated it to a high level. If such talent could join my flying pirate fleet as officers, it would definitely be a bright future. Shiki enthusiastically introduced the information about the new pirate newcomers, Luffy and Kaido. After hearing Shiki's introduction, Whitebeard naturally showed a shocked expression. After all, even among their cadre members, they might not have been as outstanding as Luffy and Kaido at that age. If such individuals were to join the Rocks Pirates, there was no doubt that they would add 2 more cadre members in the coming years. Gururara, having such talented individuals join your fleet would be a waste of their potential. You should go inform the captain and see what decision to make. After all, the world government and the Navy would never allow these 2 kids to join the Rocks Pirates without any obstacles. Whitebeard ignored Shiki's shouting about wanting to recruit the 2 young kids into his fleet. In his view, it was most prudent to inform Captain Rocks about such newcomers. After all, The larger the power of the Rocks pirates grew, the better protection his hometown, Sphinx Island, would receive. Otherwise, just the high amount of heavenly gold they had to pay to the world government each year was enough to turn his hometown into a poor island. Really a boring guy. Captain Rocks isn't even thinking about going to war with the world government. I'm just sitting here all day eating, drinking, and gambling, with nothing else to do. Is this life even worth living? Seeing Newgate actually getting up to find Captain Rocks to report the situation. Shiki could only kneel on the ground with a sorrowful expression and cry out. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, the Rocks pirates were now large and prosperous, and besides the world government, they had no real enemies. Thus, Shiki, who had been with the Rocks pirates for years, had not experienced a thrilling battle. In such a frustrating environment, he was naturally on the verge of madness. However, he did not dare to act rashly regarding Captain Rocks, who had truly cultivated the three-color hockey to a legendary level. Even among their cadre members, each of whom was an exceptionally talented master, they still paled in comparison to that man. After going a bit crazy for a few seconds, Shiki quickly followed in Whitebeard's footsteps. He didn't want to let such a good opportunity for credit slip away to Whitebeard. Who in the world didn't know that Captain Rocks was the most generous captain? As long as one contributed to the Rocks pirates, there would definitely be rewards. Perhaps they might even directly obtain the ultimate hockey cultivation methods from Captain Rocks this time. Since both of them were powerful pirates, it took them less than 3 minutes to arrive at the skeletal room located in the center of Hachino's. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the tightly closed door, Whitebeard showed no hesitation and knocked directly on it. After a few seconds of silence in the oppressive room, a calm and somewhat hoarse voice came from inside. Come in. After receiving the captain's command, Newgate and Shiki hurriedly turned the doorknob and walked in. You two have the leisure to come find me. You want to talk about those two newcomers who stole heavenly gold from the world government, right? Rock's calm gaze was filled with a confident foresight. Meanwhile, Newgate and Shiki were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even said a word, yet the captain already knew everything clearly. What is going on? Hey, Newgate, I heard that when observation hockey is cultivated to the ultimate state, it will give rise to unique abilities. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and then realized. You mean the captain's observation hockey has gained new ability? But the captain's observation hockey already has the ability to foresee the future, right? Whitebeard looked at Rocks, who was calmly sitting in his chair, somewhat at a loss. The shock this man gave him was simply too great. The realm between the two of them was not even of the same level. On the other hand, while Shiki was also in disbelief, he ultimately didn't doubt the captain. After all, it was extremely normal for Captain Rocks to gain any kind of ability. Indeed, this is the second ability derived from observation hockey after it reaches the ultimate state, the ability to read minds. Rocks openly admitted to Whitebeard's speculation without any concealment. This revelation instantly sent chills down Shiki's spine, who had always wanted to split off. If the captain found out about his thoughts, wouldn't he have his head chopped off? Thinking of this, Shiki shuddered all over. Even though he complained about boredom every day, if he really had his head chopped off, what would be the point of living? He couldn't possibly become the first eunuch in the pirate world, could he? Congratulations. Captain. Congratulations, Captain. My admiration for you is as endless as the flowing river. After a wave of worshipful compliments, Rocks simply waved his hand, signaling Shiki that there was no need to put on a show. He had never cared about the thoughts of his subordinates wanting to split off. After all, which one of his subordinates wasn't a king who awakened conquerors hockey? It would indeed be strange for such people to submit to others. As long as these crew members didn't cause too much trouble, Rocks generally wouldn't want to interfere. Gurura, does that mean Captain Rocks wants us to go directly to support those two future crew members? Whitebeard laughed heartily, also very pleased with his captain's further strength. Well, it's troublesome, but Newgate, you should go by yourself. Shiki, stay, I still have something to say. Rocks nodded, signaling Newgate that he could head straight to Devil Island to pick someone up. After watching the tall Whitebeard leave the room, Rocks' gaze, which seemed to suddenly lose all emotional color, turned to the already trembling golden lion beside him. Chapter 17, Celestial Dragons. The Grand Line rode sea after drifting at sea for several days. Rollo and Kaido finally saw the area marked as Devil Island on the map. Devil Island is a small island located in the Road Sea area of the middle section of the Grand Line. The inhabitants of this island are mostly ruthless individuals, completely unrestrained by the Rocks pirates, and are pirates under the jurisdiction of the world government. Therefore, in this area, aside from the Navy, there are almost no civilians or merchant ships that dare to approach. However, Rollo and Kaido heading to Devil Island at this moment are, of course, exceptions. On the deck of the warship, Rollo looked at the island, which was gradually revealing its blurry outline ahead, feeling the slight sway of the ship. It must be said that Kaido is indeed a very good helmsman. His rich experience allows him to handle the harsh weather conditions of the Grand Line. Looking at the bizarre weather changes, it's no wonder that the powerful sea pirates all gather in the latter half of the Grand Line. The climate here is simply not a place where humans can stay for long. After several days and nights of boring sailing, Rollo was now eager to find a few celestial dragons and stab them in the heart with his great sword to open its blade. As for the celestial dragons, it was quite possible that the highest-ranking generals of the Navy headquarters would be waiting nearby, but that would not stop Rollo now. As long as his opponent couldn't kill him in seconds, Rollo was absolutely confident that he could copy and paste all of the opponent's basic attributes, hockey attributes, and physical and sword techniques, as well as devil fruit abilities, onto himself within a few minutes. Standing on the deck of the warship, gazing at the Devil Island, which was still a short distance away, and the Navy warships faintly appearing in the distant harbor, Rollo directly opened his data panel to check the small improvements he had made over the past few days. Although his strength, with the enhancement of the power fruit, was already enough to suppress Kaido, at this moment, the basic attributes dropped by Kaido could still be exploited. Although he could only maintain an increase of 10 to 20 points a day, even the legs of a mosquito are still meat. The harder Kaido trained, the more basic attributes Rollo could absorb. It was all about mutual assistance and benefit. Host, Rollo, age, 18, strength, 20,360, level of the 3 calamities, agility, 16,321, level of the 3 calamities, stamina, 39,002, level of the 3 calamities, hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, advanced 56. 11. Armament Hockey Coverage Constriction, advanced 62, 33. Observation Hockey, advanced 73. 96. Skill Martial Arts, Thunder 8 trigrams, lower 3 worlds. Fruit ability, Paramecia Power Fruit. Looking at his current data, Rollo analyzed his strength level. Although he already possessed the Conqueror's Hockey, an essential attack technique for strong individuals, he could currently only use the basic ability of Conqueror's Hockey to clear some small fries. It is well known that Conqueror's Hockey, like Armament Hockey, can derive 3 advanced techniques. However, unlike Armament Hockey's coverage, constriction, and external release causing internal damage, the 3 techniques of Conqueror's Hockey, ignoring defenses, intimidating the mind, and killing with observation, are much more advanced. Aside from the most basic intimidation of mentally weak opponents, the remaining 2 techniques can provide significant boosts in battle. However, Rollo currently cannot access such abilities. He could only see if he could pick up these advanced techniques after joining the Rocks Pirates. Since the warship transporting the Heavenly Gold is relatively large and can only sail with wind power, even after Rollo spotted Devil Island from afar, it took over an hour of sailing to reach the harbor. At this moment, the harbor was densely packed with dozens of various pirate ships, all flying skull flags. Just from a number of these pirate ships, one can tell how vast the number of pirates in the Devil Island area is. Compared to these inexpensive and relatively simple pirate ships, the giant luxury cruise ship located in the center, covered in gold dust and adorned with hundreds of gems, was Rollo's target for this trip to Devil Island. That was the exclusive travel equipment of the Celestial Dragons. On this luxury cruise ship's mast, it did not hang the world government's cross flag or the Navy headquarters seagull scales. They brazenly regarded all slaves as nothing, flying the emblem of the Celestial Dragons, the Heavenly Dragon claw mark, high atop the cruise ship. This Heavenly Dragon claw mark is not only used to display noble status in the world, but is also a mark used by Celestial Dragons to brand their slaves. Every individual selected by the Celestial Dragons and ultimately made into a slave would have their skin seared with a hot iron. leaving behind this mark. This is it. Celestial dragons. After docking the transport ship in the harbor, Rollo's mind stirred, and his advanced red observation hockey instantly scanned half of the island's area. Through the information sensed by the observation hockey, Rollo clearly saw the celestial dragons selecting slaves in the center of Devil Island. And he particularly noticed a muscular marine standing next to the celestial dragon, sporting a shamate hairstyle and 3 tufts of beard. Sure enough, there was a high-ranking admiral from Navy headquarters providing escort here, Admiral Steelbone Akainu, the old superior of that guy Carp. After confirming the identity of the highest-ranking admiral he would face this time, Rollo directly withdrew his observation hockey coverage. He had clearly noticed that the admiral had subtly turned his gaze toward his direction. It was evident that this wave of senses from his observation hockey had caught the attention of this powerful marine living in the non-night plot. However, Rollo's heart naturally could not have any thoughts of retreat. His basic strength had largely reached the level of the 3 calamities in the original storyline. Coupled with the double strength boost from the Paramecia power fruit, it would be nearly impossible for a high-ranking admiral from Navy headquarters to kill him instantly. And if he could not directly shatter his skull and kill him on the spot, Rollo could quickly elevate his strength to the level of a Navy admiral by absorbing the massive basic attributes dropped in this battle. Moreover, if he could absorb the opponent's combat techniques during this process of confronting Akainu, it would definitely be a win-win situation. As long as he could compete with Akainu in basic strength, Rollo could kill the celestial dragons in broad daylight without anyone being able to punish him as an outlaw. After all, in the world of pirates, as long as one possesses the level of a high-ranking admiral from Navy headquarters, they are absolutely impossible to be killed. Unless you are really reckless and want to challenge those 5 perverted old men and the mysterious M, whose strength and gender are unknown at the world government's headquarters, Mariewa. Chapter 18. The perverted celestial dragons. After determining the specific location of the celestial dragons and the Marine headquarters admiral, Luo, who immediately walked over, wielding the pure white sword at his waist. Killing a celestial dragon was something he had fantasized about countless times in his mind. Whether it was from his past life watching anime and feeling furious about this peculiar species, or from his current extreme hatred towards this group, it had already become the motivation for Luo, who to take action. Beside Luo, who, Kaido was equally unfazed. As someone who was treated as experimental material by the world government, even worse than a slave, constantly subjected to blood and bone marrow extraction for testing, Kaido's resentment towards the world government was certainly significant. So, upon hearing Luo who's planned to come to Demon Island to kill the celestial dragons, Kaido patted his broad shoulders, indicating he wanted a share of the action. A madman like him would not find it surprising to be pursued by the Marine headquarters admiral for killing a celestial dragon. After all, his current identity was that of a rare material, and hadn't Admiral Zifa been hunting him down? If he hadn't fortuitously jumped into the sea and used his racial abilities to dive into the deep ocean, he might have indeed been captured by Zifa back then. As Luo, who walked steadily, his gaze filled with murderous intent towards the location of the celestial dragons. The main street at the center of Demon Island was already lined with pirates kneeling in submission. These pirates were bowing to the celestial dragons, who were adorned with transparent glass helmets and clothing seemingly designed for diving. In this world, only those who wore such unique attire could be regarded as the world's nobility, the celestial dragons. Of course, the reason these pirates chose to kneel was not out of fear of the so-called celestial dragons. It was merely because these few celestial dragons were accompanied by a muscle-bound Marine admiral, 3 Marine rear admirals, and a large number of agents from the CP organization dressed in black suits. If these individuals were not present, these lawless pirates, who even looked down on the rocks pirates, could have easily torn the heads off these celestial dragons and turned them into meat paste to drink with their wine. Just as all the pirates were anxiously watching the visibly more distinguished celestial dragon at the front, the individual suddenly erupted into a bizarre fit of laughter. So many lowly commoners. There are really so many lowly commoners here. I must choose the strongest among them to be my slave. Saint Naderbantania. After laughing, the self-proclaimed Saint Naderbantania cruelly lashed his whip at the slave beneath him. Yes, as a true world noble, a celestial dragon among celestial dragons. Nader would never allow his shoes to touch the filthy ground. Therefore, to showcase his superior status compared to the other celestial dragons accompanying him, he chose to ride a slave. Upon closer inspection, the slave he was riding was a beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs. A female pirate captain with a bounty of over 30 million berries. She was a promising new pirate who had just set sail not long ago. Unfortunately, her recent exploits had caught the attention of Nader. In no time, as soon as he opened his mouth, this newly famous female captain, who wanted to join the Rocks Pirates, was captured by numerous agents and sent to marry Geos. What fate awaited such a beautiful female pirate in the hands of the celestial dragons was unknown. However, judging by her torn clothing that exposed large areas of her fair skin and bore numerous marks, one could guess the malicious behavior of the celestial dragons. Although the world government officially prohibits all celestial dragons from marrying outsiders, it does not state that they cannot toy with other races. As long as they are careful and avoid these lowly commoners accidentally conceiving a divine bloodline, it would be fine. Of course, frequent encounters with beauties of various races would inevitably lead to some accidents. The celestial dragons had their own unique methods of dealing with such situations. Any woman who accidentally conceived a divine bloodline would be personally pushed into a pit filled with burning coals to be burned alive. According to their reasoning, the divine bloodline must never be polluted. The only way to prevent the divine bloodline from being tainted was to burn the pregnant women into charcoal. At that moment, Nader suddenly waved to a group of CP organization members nearby. Upon seeing this, several men in crisp black suits, wearing sunglasses even on a gloomy day, immediately approached and knelt respectfully, waiting for orders. Come here. Capture all these lowly pirate commoners. I want to test the latest research stimulant. Upon receiving Nader command, these obviously high-ranking CP0 members quickly took action. In just a few seconds, they subdued the pirates named and tossed them into a large pit that had been previously dug. Damn it! If it weren't for the presence of these Marines and CP organization members, I would have twisted off his head to vent my anger. One pirate thought, could this celestial dragon be planning to kill us all? I should have just mixed in with the Rocks Pirates as a little pirate. At least with that identity, even celestial dragons wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As the celestial dragon casually captured 7 or 8 strong pirates and tossed them into the pit, chaos erupted on the scene. Everyone was anxiously wondering who would be the next to be captured, but they didn't dare to think about resisting the celestial dragons. The oppressive presence brought by the Marine Admiral Kongu, who stood quietly like an iron tower nearby, was simply too overwhelming. Not to mention taking action. Even a single glance from him could scare these pirates, whose bounties were barely over 100 million, into losing control of themselves. Next step is to strip these lowly commoners of all their clothes. Nader said, clearly excited in a perverted manner as he looked at the terrified pirates before him. He took out a vial of a potion that emitted a strong stench and handed it to the nearby CP0. Throw this potion on them. I want to test whether this potion can make these lowly commoners willingly turn into giant centipedes. Chapter 19 Art. After hearing the commands of the celestial dragon, both the pirates kneeling on the ground and the calm-faced Kong Gu beside them showed a hint of shock. This celestial dragon actually planned to use a group of pirates to test his latest stimulant. What kind of twisted mentality would allow someone to come up with such a scheme? Human preferences are generally very normal, with men and women pairing off, and only a very small number of people might form those special pairings for various reasons. But this celestial dragon was clearly aiming to use the drug to forcibly combine several normal people into a monstrous creation. These pirates were at most just a bit brutal. Compared to the celestial dragon, they were far behind in terms of perversion. Such behavior was not only disgusting, but had also caused extreme psychological discomfort. However, the one issuing the command was a celestial dragon. Even though the CP0 agents felt nauseous, they could only force themselves to suppress their discomfort and pour the drug over several pirates. As the drug gradually penetrated through the skin and into the nasal cavities of the pirates, a unique frenzied party began. The pirates, who had initially resisted, suddenly had dazed and pale expressions, and even their bodies started to move with youthful energy. After a few minutes, under the watchful eyes of countless Navy soldiers, the pirates who were forced to inhale the drug crawled up with blank eyes. Their sickly appearance was truly terrifying, resembling the monsters described by the saint of Nader-Bontanya. Aha! Yes, yes. Bring me more pirates to throw in. I want to see a more perfect creation. It seemed that the perverse scene directly touched some strange little kink deep within the soul of Nader-Bontanya. After a fit of manic laughter, he issued another command for the nearby CP agents to continue capturing more pirates for experimentation. In response, even the self-proclaimed experienced Admiral Kong, Gu, could only sigh and turn away, unable to bear the sight that had doubled the goosebumps on his body. The selected pirates wore faces filled with despair. They truly did not want to become part of this perversion. But unfortunately, if they did not obey the Celestial Dragoness orders, the only thing awaiting them was death. Dignity is valuable, but life is even more precious. Rather than being directly executed by those damned CP0 lackeys, it was better to endure a bit and satisfy the Celestial Dragon's bizarre kink. Just seconds after the command was given, several more pirates were thrown into the chaotic pit. The newly added pirates initially resisted greatly, but as the pink drug began to enter their bodies, they lost their last shred of rationality and went completely berserk. Seeing this scene, Nader-Bontanya erupted into another round of excited laughter. Ahaha! The monster has appeared. A giant centipede, ahaha! It turns out that the drug I developed is very effective. Next time, I should try switching genders to see if those other commoners can succeed too. After satisfying his peculiar kink, Nader-Bontanya gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the wave of Navy rear admirals and ordinary sailors brought by Admiral Kong Gu had already become numb. Admiral Steelbone Kong, although killing pirates is our Navy's duty, isn't this behavior a bit too much? If the next order from the Celestial Dragon is to capture civilians for this so-called centipede experiment, should we continue to aid and abet such tyranny? A group of admirals and Navy soldiers looked at Kong Gu, who had already turned his back and was silently smoking. Kong Gu, whose codename in the Navy headquarters is Steelbone, is usually referred to as Admiral Steelbone or just Admiral Kong. At this moment, this man, known for his toughness, showed a surprisingly weak side. He didn't even dare to look directly at the group of soulless pirates in the pit. Sai, don't ask anymore. Uphold your inner sense of justice. The world is dark, but if even we in the Navy choose to give up, then who can save this world? Most celestial dragons can still communicate, but this one is just a bit more perverse. If you don't want to see it, just close your eyes and endure it until it passes. Kong Gu responded with a somewhat twisted expression to the other Navy soldiers who were also feeling disgusted. However, at the moment the cigarette but in his hand was about to burn out, Kong Gu's observation Haki suddenly sensed two strong figures appearing behind him. After a moment of thought, he realized that these were the two guys who had come specifically to cause trouble for the Celestial Dragons. Although he was also very troubled by the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters still needed to rely on the world government to exert its power of justice. Many times, even if the commands were very wrong, he still had to follow them. For example, this time the 5 elders, representing the highest authority in the world government, personally ordered him. Even if all the Navy must go to their deaths, they must protect the lives of the world nobles at all costs. No matter how many people die or what heavy price must be paid, not a single hair of a celestial dragon could be harmed. However, just as Kong Gu was about to take action and swiftly deal with the pirates Luo, Hu, and Kaido, the self-important Nader-Bontanya noticed something unusual. After glancing around, he saw that outside the group of kneeling people, 2 men stood with their arms crossed, as if watching him perform a monkey show. This extremely abrupt scene instantly made Nader-Bontanya feel a tremendous insult. He was a celestial dragon. No, he was a higher caste celestial dragon, more noble than ordinary celestial dragons. The mere identity of an ordinary celestial dragon was enough to make all other races kneel and prostrate themselves in fear. Yet, the celestial dragon among celestial dragons, was being disdained while out in public. Moreover, the mocking expressions on the faces of those 2 men made Nader-Bontanya feel increasingly uncomfortable. He could clearly sense that those 2 men were mocking and ridiculing his actions. How dare anyone stand before the great Nader Bontanya? Where are the Navy? Where are the CP agents? Hurry and bring those two commoners to me. I want to turn them into a larger dose version of the giant centipede. Chapter 20. The surrendering celestial dragon Nade Bantanya twisted his face in anger and cursed a few words at the Navy and the nearby CP organization members before immediately drawing a precious golden pistol from his waist and aiming it at Luo Ho's heart, firing several shots. However, after several shots, Nade Bantanya was somewhat surprised to see that the golden bullets were simply stopped by the muscles on Luo Ho's chest. Even his specially modified golden pistol from the Navy Scientific Department failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Luo Ho. Oh, yes, actually tough. But no matter how strong you are, you must kneel before me today and sing your submission. Someone put some pressure on this lowlife. Realizing that he couldn't harm the man in front of him with his firearm, Nade Bantanya quickly withdrew his pistol. As one of the most powerful celestial dragons from the Holy Land Mary Geos, he certainly wouldn't be as foolish as other celestial dragons. Having seen the world, he knew that there were some powerful individuals on this sea who would not fear the privileges of the celestial dragons. For example, the Rocks pirates, who are now sharing the world with the world government, are one of them. Nade Bantanya could enjoy various privileges from the world's nobility in front of ordinary people, but only in front of powerful individuals would he choose to take a step back. He didn't consider those foolish individuals who were immersed in their divine status as his compatriots. However, although he would retreat, it did not mean that he feared Luo Ho at that moment. After all, being somewhat afraid of death, he had brought the highest combat power from the Navy headquarters with him this time. This was to deal with any emergencies and ensure that his noble life would not be taken. It just so happened that he encountered Luo Ho, who was exuding a murderous aura. Meanwhile, after Nade Bantanya issued his command, a swarm of CP organization agents dressed in black suits rushed towards Luo Ho like a swarm of hornets. However, at that moment, Luo Ho had already completed his transformation into a powerful individual. Facing the rushing guards, Luo Ho merely unleashed his conqueror's haki, and like a clap of thunder, he immediately knocked out all 200 to 300 CP organization members present. In this situation, even Nade Bantanya, who had seen much of the world, was momentarily stunned. He certainly knew how difficult it was to awaken the innate kingly spirit of conqueror's haki, even among their family. Only a few rare geniuses had awakened the initial stage of conqueror's haki, and within the Holy Land Mary Geos, the only ones who could achieve top-tier conqueror's haki were the 5 elders who held the highest power. But now, in front of him was a lowlife with conqueror's haki. The disparity made Nade Bantanya feel immense humiliation. Neither he, as a celestial dragon, had the opportunity to awaken conqueror's haki, while someone he regarded as a mere lowlife could possess such a kingly spirit. How could he endure that? Damn it, these CP members are too weak. Next time, I must have those old men assign CP0 agents to me. Watching his subordinates, a bunch of useless fools, being pressed to the ground in an instant, Nade Bantanya spat angrily on the ground. He then turned to the tall and serious-looking Kongu beside him. Hey, Kongu, what are you still looking at? He.s. insulting the great world nobility. I command you to immediately capture him. I want him to be my lifelong slave. This is a slave with conqueror's haki. It will surely make those guys in the Holy Land envy me greatly. However, at that moment, Admiral Kongu from the Navy headquarters had no time to pay much attention to the noisy Nade Bantanya. Although officially, the Navy's admirals were only there to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, Kongu still chose to consider the bigger picture at critical moments. For instance, a pirate with advanced conqueror's haki was already worthy of his attention. While it was not uncommon for pirates with conqueror's haki in this era, those who could reach an advanced level were indeed quite rare. I understand. However, considering the safety of Lord Tanya, I still advise you to leave here first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Kongu looked serious as he glanced at the murderous Luo Ho and Kaido, who seemed ready to strike. Damn it, aren't you the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters? Why do you have to be so cautious even when going after a low-life pirate? Seeing Kongu's serious demeanor, Nade Bantanya calmed down a bit. Although he wanted to use his power to throw a fit, as a clever celestial dragon, he knew it wasn't the time for him to act out. Since Kong, Gu had already said that staying here could pose a danger to his life. He naturally wouldn't let his precious self be in jeopardy here. The old patriarch of their family had once said that true bravery is not about touching danger, but choosing to protect oneself at critical moments. Therefore, for the sake of his lavish life in the decades to come, Bantanya would not choose to throw a fit like those foolish celestial dragons. However, to save face for his divine status, he still angrily scolded Kongu a few times before choosing to leave the scene. But how could Luo Ho let him leave so easily? Taking advantage of the fact that this damned celestial dragon had not yet left his attack range, Luo Ho's armament haki surged, wrapping around a piece of granite weighing about 1 to 2 tons nearby. After taking aim, Luo Ho suddenly pulled back his right leg, the muscles instantly tensing like steel, and then delivered a powerful kick towards the now blackened granite on the ground. Bang! Since the massive granite was completely covered in Luo Ho's armament haki, even with the tremendous force of the strike, it did not crack. Instead, under the reinforcement of this powerful force, it shot forward like a flaming meteor, heading straight for the back of Bantanya's head. However, this blatant attack on a celestial dragon immediately attracted the attention of the pirates kneeling on the ground, who were too afraid to move. No way. This guy actually dared to attack a celestial dragon in front of an admiral of the Navy headquarters? That's a bit too brave, isn't it? Does he think he is a cadre of the Rocks Pirates? If the celestial dragon gets hurt at all, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters will definitely hunt him down. Nothing is impossible. Haven't you heard that recently in our pirate world, 2 young and wild newcomers have emerged? Are you talking about those 2 who hijacked the world government's flying gold transport ship the day before yesterday and had a bounty of 100 million berries right from the start? Rob Lucci and Kaido. Chapter 21. The arrival of Whitebeard, a group of pirates, was both shocked by Luo Ho's direct attack on the celestial dragons and began to analyze the situation on site. It must be said that wherever there are people gathered, there are bound to be some individuals who are naturally well-informed. Some keen-eyed pirates had already recognized that Luo Ho was the newcomer in their pirate group, known for his talent comparable to that of the Rocks Pirates officers. Despite looking like a very young kid, he was already a high-level user of haki. Moreover, according to rumors circulating within the world government, Luo Ho had also obtained a paramecia-type devil fruit during that robbery of the heavenly gold transport ship. At such a young age, he had already reached a high level of haki and acquired what could be considered a perfect devil fruit. Such talent combined with luck was enough to make 99 of the world's pirates envious. Do you really think he can kill a celestial dragon? If that big granite were to smash onto a celestial dragon, even if it doesn't kill them, wouldn't they be half paralyzed? How is that even possible? Can you please think carefully with that brain of yours tangled with your intestines? That Steelbone Kong is not a pushover. He is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. That makes sense. After all, he is the top combat power of the Navy headquarters. Even if an officer from the Rocks Pirates came, they might not be able to handle Kong. In my opinion, this ungrateful young kid might just get crushed to the ground by a single punch from Kong. After all, a genius who hasn't matured is nothing but a joke. Not necessarily, right? After all, Luo Ho is already a high-level user of haki at such a young age. No matter how strong the admirals of the Navy headquarters are, they can't just kill him with one punch, right? The gathered pirates were discussing Luo Ho's audacious attack on the celestial dragons with shock. A bunch of weaklings who knelt in fear before the admirals of the Navy headquarters suddenly transformed into strategists, spitting and arguing confidently. They looked just like keyboard warriors from a previous life, manipulating from behind screen. However, the situation indeed unfolded as they speculated. Kong, being a highly talented admiral of the Navy headquarters, if Luo Ho could truly kill a celestial dragon in front of him, then Kong's level of power would be embarrassingly low. As Luo Ho's powerful shot, akin to a meteor, came flying toward him, Kong's expression remained extremely calm. After casually discarding his nearly burned-out cigarette butt, he suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a hawk. His 5 fingers glimmered with a dark sheen, resembling sharp hooks. In an instant, he directly clashed with a massive granite. The black claws collided with the giant rock. A loud bang echoed through the air. The granite, wrapped in advanced armament haki, was instantly shattered into countless fragments, as if tofu had met a hydraulic press. As expected of the strength of an admiral from the Navy headquarters, seeing that his attack was so easily resolved by Kong, Luo Ho was somewhat surprised. After all, his own hockey level was also extremely high, and having his attack dismissed so effortlessly felt a bit disrespectful. However, Luo Ho could only think that this was just perfect. The stronger Kong's power, the more terrifying Luo Ho's strength would become after today. After all, he was a man who could absorb attributes. As long as he could match Kong's basic attribute data, Luo Ho could use the pretext of joining the Rocks Pirates to wreak havoc in the upcoming God Valley War. You are the Luo Ho who robbed the world government's transport of heavenly gold the other day, right? It's truly inappropriate for someone so young to commit such a crime. Kong sighed slightly, looking at Luo Ho with a hint of regret. A young man with such talent and skill should have joined the Navy headquarters to contribute to the cause of justice. But now, in pursuit of so-called golden wealth, he had become a detestable pirate. Clearly, at this moment, Kong, who had yet to understand the situation, still believed that Luo Ho, as a young man, had chosen to commit such a heinous act simply because he was greedy for gold. If he only knew the hardships of Luo Ho's background, even his extreme desire to defend the world government would force him to remain silent. Luo Ho's background was indeed too tragic. A harmonious and happy family was shattered directly because of the celestial dragons. Keek. Crime? Let's say you're right for now. But today I'm in a good mood. So let me tell you one more thing. If nothing unexpected happens, all the celestial dragons on this island will die today. In response to Kong's sigh, Luo Ho chose not to explain anything. He simply let out a series of strange laughs. For him now, the process didn't matter. The only goal for him to live was to kill all the noble celestial dragons in Mariehua. These beasts do not deserve to live in this world. These celestial dragons are as evil as the blood-sucking Jews during World War II. They do not regard any race other than their own as equals. On the contrary, others are merely lowly entertainment for them. They can kill whenever they want, and it won't have any consequences. Ha, what an interesting young man. Although I have great respect for your thoughts, if you want to kill a celestial dragon in front of me, then go ahead and try. I won't hesitate to tell you that my 5 fingers are 3 times harder than steel. However, facing Luo Ho's boastful words, Kong did not choose to mock him. Instead, he simply took a fighting stance, his 5 fingers immediately curling like hooks, emanating a dark glow. As Kong prepared for battle, massive basic attribute spheres began to coalesce around him. Luo Ho's face remained calm, but inside, he was already overjoyed. This was the basic attribute of an admiral from the Navy headquarters. If he could absorb it all, then his strength would directly rise to Kong's level. Moreover, this was the level of an admiral from the era of the Rocks Pirates. In this era, being recognized as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters meant that one definitely had some real skills. Whether it was Steelbone Kong, Iron Fist Carp, or Black Arm Zephyr, any of these admirals from the Navy headquarters were undoubtedly supreme hockey users. The combat power of these 3 admirals was completely different from the later generation's admirals. It could be said that if it were a one-on-one duel, the admirals of this era could easily overpower or even dominate the later generation's admirals. Although among these 3, Carp had never agreed to be promoted to admiral of the Navy headquarters. Both pirates and the Navy recognized his strength as that of an admiral. However, the small pirates who could only kneel and watch were completely stunned by the confident expression on Rob Lucci's face. This damned gentleness. Did I hear that right? This newcomer actually wants to kill the celestial dragons, those world nobles, and so brazenly challenge Admiral Steelbone Kong? Yes, you heard it right. This newcomer really did say he wants to kill all the celestial dragons in front of Admiral Steelbone Kong at the Navy headquarters. No wonder he could awaken the kingly conqueror's hockey. Someone like me, an ordinary small caramel pirate, could only scare little kids with this one-eyed face for a lifetime. How exciting. Our rookie king of pirates is going to challenge the long-established Admiral Steelbone Kong of the Navy headquarters. Anyone want to place a bet? Odds of 1 to 300. First come, first served. While a group of pirates was clamoring to place bets, at some point, a tall man, standing at 666 centimeters and sporting a crescent-shaped mustache, appeared at the port of Devil Island. Gwahaha, is this the little brat Rob Lucci? His momentum is quite impressive. Chapter 22. Thunder's Gossip Come at Me. Kongu. Let me see what kind of power the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters truly possesses. As Luo Ho watched Kongu's 5 fingers, which seemed as hard as iron, radiate a dangerous aura under the influence of hockey, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. If he wanted to kill all the celestial dragons and their lackeys on the Devil Island today, he had to first get past Kongu. In terms of pure strength, Luo Ho could never compete with this guy, who was about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, if he could quickly absorb basic attributes during the battle and copy the opponent's combat skills, then Luo Ho could almost reach a top-tier combat power like Kongu in just a few minutes. After all, this guy was the direct superior of the future Navy hero. Monkey D. Garp. If he could reach such a level of strength, then Luo Ho could kill as many celestial dragons as he wanted. Even if the 5 old men of the world government wanted to eliminate Luo Ho with all their might, they would have to send out all the admirals to do so. However, Luo Ho's next goal was to directly join the Rocks Pirates and secure a basic position there. Once he joined the Rocks Pirates, even if the 5 elders were furious, they could only watch helplessly and wouldn't dare say a word. Because after all, the Rocks Pirates were now the only massive pirate crew that could openly confront all the forces under their world government. If they weren't fully prepared, even the 5 elders wouldn't dare to provoke the Tiger's Tail of Rocks. Moreover, after Luo Ho reached the combat power of an admiral, he would further increase the number of core members of the Rocks Pirates. However, upon hearing Luo Ho's seemingly foolish words, Kongu was momentarily stunned. He had traversed the seas and the Grand Line for many years and had never encountered such a bold newcomer. Who was this guy's subordinate? How could he dare to challenge an old general like him to a one-on-one fight? Was he simply asking for death? Are you sure you want to fight me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Turn around and leave Devil Island right now, and I can pretend you were never here. Kongu tried one last time. He really didn't want this young man to insist on killing the celestial dragons in front of him and end up getting killed by him. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he knew very well that his duty was to protect the celestial dragons. To go against his own sense of justice for this reason was also true. If Luo Ho, this little brat, killed celestial dragons in the Sabeti archipelago or some other islands, it wouldn't be much of a concern for Kongu. But now, this stubborn little brat insisted on killing celestial dragons right in front of him. Wasn't this putting him, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, in a difficult position? Enough nonsense. Let us just fight. Today, it's either you die or I die. If you have the strength to stop me, those celestial dragons can go back. If you, the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters, are merely a facade with no real strength, then I will use a rope to pierce through the heads of those 3 celestial dragons, hanging them at the bow of the ship like salted fish bait. Luo Ho ignored Kongu's advice. The opponent was simply a Beijing roast duck delivered to his door. Such a huge basic attribute value was waiting for him to absorb, and he couldn't let Kongu leave so easily. Kongu frowned slightly. He had already advised this young and brash kid many times. But the other party seemed to completely disregard the old man's kindness. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless and bullying the young. Facing the momentum that had shifted from calm to sharp with Kongu, Luo Ho didn't dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed the conqueror's haki that had been dormant within him. Given his current strength, if Kongu unleashed his most powerful move right at the start, he could definitely kill him instantly. So at this moment, although Luo Ho appeared calm on the surface, he was still somewhat anxious inside. Amidst the overwhelming black lightning striking everything around them, the gazes of the two, one old and one young, locked onto each other. Luo Ho chose not to strike first. He merely tensed all his muscles, maximizing his armament haki and observation haki to resist Kongu's initial wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Kongu had no other thoughts. He just wanted this young and brash kid to witness the power of the strong on this sea. Swish! After a sound that was almost imperceptible, Luo Ho's eyes widened. In his perception through observation haki, the figure of Kongu, who had originally stood like an iron tower, suddenly disappeared from his spot. What the hell? Did the old man go all out right from the start? Before Luo Ho's words could finish, the air began to coalesce, and suddenly, a terrifying man over 3 meters tall covered in muscle, appeared, looking like a silverback gorilla. Due to the distance between the two, which was less than 3 meters, Luo Ho could clearly see the strong and fully developed muscles on Kongu's forearm. This was the first time Luo Ho faced the combat power of an admiral in this era. Kongu's 5 powerful fingers curled up like a beast and simultaneously wrapped around his dark armament haki. With his powerful body and strong finger joints, Kongu now looked just like a terrifying creature diving down from height, ready to hunt. Steel bone, eagle claw fist. As he rapidly closed the distance to less than a few dozen centimeters from Luo Ho, Kongu suddenly raised his eagle claw, aiming for Luo Ho's shoulder. It was clear that Kongu intended to leave some leeway in his attack and did not strike directly at a vital point. However, this did not mean that Kongu's attack could be easily handled. That old man wouldn't just cripple my shoulder with one claw, would he? I must hold on. Facing the bone-scraping wind generated by Kongu's casual attack, Luo Ho dared not be careless. He quickly clenched his fist, wrapping it in armament haki, then raised his arm high and swung down to meet Kongu's incoming claw. Thunderous Gossip. Chapter 23. Stronger with every fight. This is Kaido's attack technique with the Kanabo. According to Luo Ho's own understanding, Kaido's self-developed Thunder Bagua is essentially a power technique that is not much different from the long-standing Tong Bikwen on Earth. Both rely on the powerful explosive force generated by muscle movements to launch attacks. However, in the pirate world, using this technique goes beyond mere muscle strength. It also requires the application of armament haki and even conqueror's haki, which can be considered a form of perverse energy. The current Thunder Bagua is merely the initial version created by Kaido, to reach a level that can truly help King Luffy overcome his addiction to becoming a king. Both armament haki and conqueror's haki need to be cultivated to the highest level and fully integrated into weapons to be unleashed. As of now, Luo Ho has only acquired conqueror's haki and has not yet mastered the advanced combat techniques involving direct wrapping attacks. However, even with just the enhancement of armament haki, this is still a fighting technique that can directly reach the world-class level in the future. Let us not mention other aspects. The basic power is still there. Boom! A dull sound of physical impact echoed. Luo Ho's fist collided hard with Kongu's eagle claw technique. In an instant, Luo Ho was sent flying dozens of meters away. He knocked several unfortunate pirates down along the way, leaving them bleeding on the ground before he finally managed to stop his uncontrollable body. You see, I told you, although he is a very talented pirate, challenging the Navy to protect the Grand Line like this is absolutely self-defeating. They always say that young people should not be too impulsive. If Kongu's claw were to land directly on his head, that kid's skull would at least explode into pieces. Watching Luo Ho being easily swatted away by Kongu, the hearts of the pirates on the scene finally settled down. After all, they had no expectations for this young man. At this age, no one could defeat the strongest admiral of the Navy headquarters except for that man. However, at this moment, though Luo Ho was sent flying with a twisted expression and a large bruise forming where he was struck, he was in pain yet happy. Not for any other reason, but for the substantial attribute gains brought to him by Kongu's previous punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. The enormous base attributes dropped after Kongu's punch made Luo Ho feel an overwhelming surge of power in an instant. In addition to the 3 major basic attribute values of strength, agility, and stamina, Luo Ho also absorbed the haki attributes and attack technique attributes dropped by Kongu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing armament haki attribute. Top level 12. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation haki attribute. Top level 13. 96. Hee, I can feel the power. After rubbing his somewhat numb and bruised arm, Luo Ho stood up straight again and looked at Kongu, who was like a treasure boy. In terms of the power of an admiral of the Navy headquarters in this era, Kongu is indeed top tier, without using all his strength. Just one punch directly doubled Luo Ho's basic strength value. This excellent opportunity to reap benefits has made Luo Ho increasingly addicted. As long as he continues to endure a few more attacks from the opponent, his strength will directly match that of an admiral of the Navy. Moreover, due to Kongu's inherently strong power, Luo Ho's combat power would even surpass that of other admirals. However, in this round of being beaten, Luo Ho was surprised to find that Kongu did not possess Conqueror's Haki. Hence, it is no wonder that he was able to rise to the position of Supreme Commander in Mariewa later on. The world government is absolutely unwilling to allow those with Conqueror's Haki, who are inherently disinclined to obey orders, to rise and take command of military power. For example, in the original work, after the Marine Headquarters Admiral Sengoku resigned, he did not directly take over Kongu's position as Supreme Commander. This was also due to the influence of Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki, which was an unstable factor. You little brat, I have already gone easy on you. Just get the hell out of Devil's Island. The Celestial Dragons are not something you young brats can touch. Kongu looked a bit annoyed at Luo Ho. Despite clearly not being his opponent, still insisted on moving forward. He certainly knew that most people in the world detest the Celestial Dragons. But someone as persistent as Luo Ho, aside from Rox, the captain of the Rox Pirates, was someone he had never encountered before. However, in response to Kongu's words, Luo Ho did not pay any attention. He simply slowly extended his middle finger and then made a mocking gesture towards Kongu. In response to Luo Ho's highly sarcastic and provocative action, Kongu's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and his face turned dark. He could no longer tolerate it. Today, he must let this little brat understand why he is called Steel Bone Kong. Boom! In a flash, Kongu swiftly transformed his claw into a fist, demonstrating a wave of disappearing act on the spot once again. But this time, Luo Ho, whose observation haki had already reached the top level, was barely able to keep up with Kongu's movements. However, he still lacked a bit of speed to dodge the opponent's attack. Steel Bone Heavy Fist. With a deep voice and immense power, Kongu unleashed all his strength to deliver a terrifying heavy punch. This also carried with it his nearly maximum top-level armament haki. However, facing this scene, Luo Ho was naturally unwilling to be weak and be sent flying again. As that sandbag-sized fist approached his head, Luo Ho immediately took a stance, changing his 5 fingers to mimic Kongu's previous Eagle Claw punch, and swung up to meet it. Eagle Claw punch. As their fists collided, the hardened armament haki clashed, producing a sound as piercing and dull as cold steel. Luo Ho exerted every ounce of his strength, combined with the boost from the superhuman power fruit, to withstand Kongu's heavy punch, and the price he paid was merely taking 2 or 3 steps back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 15 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing armament haki attribute. Top level, 39. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation haki attribute. Top level, 51. 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing special attack technique. Heavy punch, top level. What? How is this possible? Your strength, you little brat. Could it be that the power of a superhuman-type devil fruit has awakened? What's going on with this move? Can you actually learn my Eagle Claw fist in the middle of a battle? Kongu was completely shocked as he looked at the young boy in front of him who was able to withstand his full force. Meanwhile, Luo Ho didn't give Kongu any chance to react at all. His body flashed past, almost completely replicating the speed of disappearing from the spot just now. Enough with the nonsense. Come at me again. Luo Ho's voice was filled with excitement, and from this moment on, they had switched roles in attack and defense. Chapter 24. Admiral-level combat power, armament, heavy punch. Seeing Kongu seemingly in a daze, not yet reacting, Luo Ho did not give him any time to evade. At this moment, he only wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value from this admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. You. Boom! Before Kongu could finish his sentence, Luo Ho's suddenly flashing figure struck down with a fist the size of a water tank, directly smashing into Kongu's chest. The fist, shining with a deep dark light and imbued with the hard characteristics of armament hockey, unleashed a terrifying wave, sending Kongu flying over 20 meters. After this punch, a large wave of basic attribute values and some unique characteristic hockey attribute orbs fell from Kongu's body. Come on, I want more power. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully absorbed 15, 346 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully absorbed 11, 321 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully absorbed 37, 546 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully absorbed Kin Bunchaku Hockey Attribute. Top tier, current progress, 43, 96. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully absorbed Kin Bunchaku Hockey Attribute. Top tier, current progress, 77, 96. After a series of continuous prompts of attribute absorption, Luo Ho felt his internal power swelling even more. At this moment, in terms of basic attributes in hockey, he was absolutely not weaker than any admiral of the Navy headquarters in this era. Moreover, with the special enhancement of the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, Luo Ho's personal power would become even more terrifying. He could even directly overpower those at the royal level. Cough, a slightly hoarse, weak cough sounded amidst the swirling dust. At this moment, Kongu no longer had the absolute confidence he had at the beginning. Luo Ho, who he originally thought was just a young, reckless, and arrogant brat, had now reached the same level as him. As one of the world's top powerhouses, Kongu could clearly perceive that with each clash, the power of this monster Luo Ho was visibly increasing at an alarming rate. What a terrifying physical talent this is. Even that so-called pirate king, Xebec, would never have such a monstrous rate of improvement. Moreover, Luo Ho, this freak, was even able to learn all the combat techniques that Kongu had painstakingly developed over years of life and death battles, right in the midst of the fight. Such a bizarre talent truly left him speechless with shock and deep fear. If such a terrifying boost could be gained in just one battle, then in the future, who in the Navy headquarters, or even the entire world government, could stop this guy Luo Ho? If someone like him were to directly join the Rocks Pirates, wouldn't he easily create another monster like Xebec? Just imagining a pirate crew with two powerhouses of Rock's caliber is enough to make one feel suffocated. However, compared to the deeply contemplative Kongu, the nearby Navy rear admirals and pirate lackeys were completely stunned, unable to comprehend why this rookie pirate, in less than a few minutes, had grown from being knocked away with one blow to a level they could only look up to for a lifetime. Did I see that wrong? That rookie knocked Steelbone Kong away? That's terrifying. He is the representative of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. I think we need to leave this island soon. If even Steelbone Kong can't stop Luo Ho, then those 3 celestial dragons are definitely doomed. And if 3 celestial dragons die here, it's obvious the world government will erase this island without hesitation. Staying here is definitely a dead end. After exchanging glances, a few slightly brighter pirate captains chose to leave the Devil Island, which was already on the brink of annihilation. However, some crazed individuals chose to stay, wanting to personally witness the horrific event of world nobility being slaughtered like livestock. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to capture footage of the celestial dragons being killed in public could provide them with a lifetime of wealth if sold. In this oppressive era, no one would refuse to spend 10,000 berries to witness the spectacle of the nobility having their heads chopped off. This footage could even be passed down for generations. What a terrifying young man. Old man can feel your power has already tripled in just this short 3 minutes. Are you intentionally hiding your strength? Or can you really enhance your physique rapidly in battle? Lightly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kongu expressed a thought he himself was reluctant to believe. Unless this young man was truly hiding his strength from the start, otherwise his kin Bunchika Haki would never be mistaken. This young man has actually raised his power to his level during battle, and now he has even surpassed him significantly. If Luo Ho had not hidden his strength, and was really enhancing his physical prowess swiftly in combat. Then, such an extremely dangerous individual is definitely an uncontrollable factor for the currently relatively stable world situation. Moreover, from the other party's initial remarks, it was clear that this person harbored the most extreme hatred towards the world government. This means Luo Ho is a man even more dangerous than Roxy. Xebec. Have you reacted so quickly? Unfortunately, it's a bit too late now. You no longer have the ability to stop me from killing those pigs. Regarding Kongu's doubts, Luo Ho chose not to conceal anything. After all, in this state, anyone with a clear mind could easily discern the truth. Such a rapid enhancement is absolutely evident in the presence of Kin Bunchikahaki. And upon hearing Luo Ho's answer, Kongu's already serious expression became even more rigid. So it really is like this. It seems I am destined to become a remnant of the old era? Although he had already clearly sensed Luo Ho's strangeness. Hearing the confirmation from the person involved caused his heart to skip a beat. This mad pirate is indeed too dangerous. It has already reached a point that is completely beyond the control of a Navy headquarters admiral. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups, and it will be decided by the 5 elders with the highest authority in the world. Chapter 25. Flowing Domineering Power. Remnants of the Old Era? You haven't reached that time yet. Today I am here to do 3 things. The first thing is to kill the celestial dragons. The second thing is also to kill the celestial dragons, and the third thing is to damn well kill the celestial dragons. Ro was looking at Steelbone Kong, who had realized something was wrong and was unwilling to continue fighting him, with a sneer. Overall, Steelbone Kong, this admiral of the Navy headquarters, was still within a righteous hierarchy. At least he didn't initially intend to directly punch down a villain like him, who was about to threaten the celestial dragons on the spot. Ro didn't have much opinion about the Navy as a group. As long as these guys shouting about justice all day don't stand against him, that's good enough. If these sailors neglect true justice and instead follow the orders of the world government to interfere with his actions, then Ro would have no choice but to strike hard and completely eliminate these hypocritical justices. Ha 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 ha. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, I naturally have my responsibilities. Since you want to kill the celestial dragons, then let's see if you can get past me first. After all, I really want to see what kind of power this crazy guy will grow into. Faced with Ro's unabashed words about killing the celestial dragons, Steelbone Kong chose not to say much more. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, if he just stood aside and allowed Ro to kill the celestial dragons, then he wouldn't be able to keep his position. Even though he felt displeased with the celestial dragons, that perverted group, the famous theorist philosopher, an excellent marine monkey D. Garp once said, when an actor encounters something they are unwilling to do, that is when their acting skills are at their highest level. So, even though Steelbone Kong knew he couldn't stop this little brat Ro today, he at least had to return home with some injuries to report to the world government. He couldn't just get slightly injured while the celestial dragons were all killed, right? In that case, even if he spoke until his mouth was dry, the 5 elders wouldn't believe him. Since you are so sincere, then I will do as you wish. Before the words fell, Ro's figure vanished like a shooting star. At this moment, his speed had reached the peak level in this world. Coupled with the additional power boost from the superhuman devil fruit, Ro's speed was significantly enhanced. In summary, Ro's basic attributes had completely surpassed Steelbone Kong's under the influence of the devil fruit. Swish! A slight sound of air being cut through appeared. Ro's muscular body flashed to within a few centimeters of Steelbone Kong's front and suddenly swung a heavy punch flashing with intense dark aura. Good. To learn my heavy punch so proficiently is quite an achievement. But that's not enough. Steelbone Kong. As Ro's heavy punch was about to strike his nose, Steelbone Kong, in a split second, used his top-tier haki to catch the last moment of action. He didn't choose to dodge, but instead raised his right fist high, his arms' muscles bulging, and a thick-armed haki instantly wrapped around it, turning it into a dark state. However, this time, the arm haki was obviously different from before. Beneath that dense dark state, a hint of flowing pink energy began to emerge. At this moment, Steelbone Kong's momentum surged greatly. It was as if he had originally only been a heavy broadsword skilled in brute force, but now this heavy broadsword had become sharper with the additional power. Steelbone Kong's momentum soared, directly compressing the air around Rowe, forming terrifying shockwaves one after another. He was fully concentrated, leaving no gap as he swung all his hockey and power to meet Rowe's attack. Heavy punch. Boom! The two fists, as big as sandbags, under the enhancement of top-tier armed hockey, collided like steel weighing thousands of kilograms, directly producing a thunderous roar. The power and hockey from both sides were tearing at each other in a head-on clash. This was the highest-level technique of armed hockey usage. It allowed one's hockey to flow and create internal damage to the enemy. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Steel Bone Kong's mouth, revealing a dragon, king-like grin. And then he forcefully pushed Rowe back a full 3 steps with his refined hockey technique. But this wasn't over. After feeling pain and slightly retreating a few steps, a hint of pink appeared on Rowe's fist covered in dark and thick armed hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1346 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation hockey attribute. Top tier, current progress, 63. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation hockey attribute. Top tier, current progress, 87. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armed hockey usage technique. Flowing cherry. After taking Steel Bone Kong's punch with flowing hockey, Rowe successfully mastered the attack technique. Flowing hockey means turning the hockey that originally only covered the surface of the body into a flowing state like water. This flowing armed hockey can, to some extent, directly invade the internal structure of the target and destroy bodily tissues from weak points inside. What a wonderful technique! With a slight body movement, Rowe unloaded the last of Steel Bone Kong's strength and tightened his fist again. Upon seeing this scene, Steel Bone Kong was so shocked he couldn't speak. "You little brat, you actually managed to directly replicate my hockey usage technique." Steel Bone Kong's eyes widened, seemingly still in disbelief. However, this shock only lasted a few seconds before he returned to normal. After all, this monster Rowe could directly copy his strength, speed, and even the techniques he had been obsessed with for a long time. In that case, it wasn't too outrageous that he could directly absorb his armed hockey usage technique. After successfully mastering the highest level technique of armed hockey, Rowe suddenly vanished again. But this time, Steel Bone Kong did not choose to counterattack. He simply stood calmly in place, allowing that sandbag-sized fist to grow larger in his line of sight. Armed, heavy punch. Once again, it was that incredibly heavy punch. But this time Rowe was no longer limited to just covering and wrapping his armed hockey around his fist. Now, he could flow his arm hockey like Steel Bone Kong, invading the enemy's insides for the highest level of destruction. Under the influence of the superhuman devil fruit, Rowe's muscles began to swell, with veins bulging everywhere, covering every inch of his skin like thick green earthworms after the rain. Bang! Rowe unleashed a punch, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, striking directly at the center of Kongu's chest with a loud bang. The dark, flowing domineering aura surged forth like a tidal wave as his fist connected with the chest, rushing directly into Kongu's body. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The so-called Steel Bone Admiral of the Navy headquarters suffered a dent in his chest measuring a full 3 to 4 centimeters. Immediately afterward, Rohu's terrifying power, generated by the devil fruit, sent Kongu flying several dozen meters away. This shocking scene instantly froze the two opposing forces of the Navy and pirates who were also engaged in battle nearby. Hey, is this for real? Steel Bone Kong was actually broken. That guy really could defeat a long-established top admiral of the Navy at this age. We're really done for. If such a person truly joins the Rocks Pirates, what can we, the Navy, do to resist them? Chapter 26. Whitebeard at this moment. Compared to the shocked gazes of the many Navy pirates, the man who had been standing like a wooden post for about 7 or 8 minutes not far from the battlefield revealed an extremely appreciative expression. This man, who had been quietly observing the battle without saying a word or participating, was Whitebeard, dispatched by Rox from Hakenosu Island. The moment he landed on Devil Island, Whitebeard had sensed the intense battle erupting between Luo and Kongu through his electrical devices. He witnessed Luo being easily suppressed at first, gradually becoming more adept in the confrontation. In just over 10 minutes, he was able to directly repel Kongu, a top admiral of the Navy headquarters with the highest combat power. Such an absurd and monstrous talent made even Whitebeard envious. After all, even at his current stage, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Kongu head-on. Both sides were strong at a similar level, and determining the victor would take at least 3 days. What shocked Whitebeard even more was Luo's ability to learn others' battle techniques directly during combat. This incredible learning capacity was something even the captain of their Rox pirates could not achieve. Moreover, Luo was only about 18 years old. A barely adult kid had already reached such strength. This speed had even completely surpassed their captain, Xebec. After all, while Rox was indeed formidable, he could not compare to a young man like Luo, who was so incredibly talented. Thinking of this, Whitebeard wasted no time and took large strides toward Luo. He wanted to fulfill the captain's directive to recruit this gifted individual and the special race Kaido into their Rox pirates and cultivate them as cadres. At this moment, Luo, who had successfully absorbed all of Kongu's basic attributes, naturally noticed the striking figure of Whitebeard, who stood 666 tall and was attention-grabbing wherever he went. Edward Newgate never expected that this kid would recognize him so quickly. Seeing the man who would later be referred to as the strongest in the world standing right in front of him, Luo took a few more glances. After all, the feeling of a comet coming to life was indeed astonishing. Although Kaido also had a high appearance rate throughout the story, he still fell short compared to Whitebeard, who was directly defined by Oda as the world's strongest man. In the entire One Piece anime, Whitebeard was undoubtedly the most popular male character. The title of the world's strongest man was not just for show. Gururara, I didn't expect this kid to recognize me. I am Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. After realizing that the extraordinarily talented Luo could directly recognize him, Whitebeard let out a hearty, yet somewhat strange laugh. However, compared to Luo's calm demeanor, Kongu and the group of Navy vice admirals nearby were far more anxious. Edward Newgate was a true powerhouse, a dominant pirate. Having served as the captain of the 1st Division in the Rox Pirates, his bounty was over 1 billion berries. Moreover, the blade he wielded, the recognized Supreme Blade, Songyun Xie, was mastered to perfection and possessed terrifying power. Whitebeard's personal combat power was definitely among the top tier in these seas. Kongu believed that defeating such a guy was practically impossible. After all, Whitebeard was most famous not only for his swordsmanship on the level of a grand swordsman, but also for his terrifying innate strength. The renowned philosopher and excellent marine, Monkey D. Garp, who had the fortune of sparring with Whitebeard, once said, "If I had to fight that freak with the Kirin arms, I'd rather go back to the East Blue for a vacation. Our Captain Rox has high hopes for you. Join us in the Rox Pirates." After glancing around and confirming that reinforcements from the Navy headquarters would not arrive anytime soon, Whitebeard directly extended an invitation to Luo to join the Rox Pirates. As someone who also suffered a tragic fate at the hands of the world government, Whitebeard could empathize with this young man who had a similar experience. At this moment, he genuinely regarded this kid as a partner, even his family. After all, compared to constant fighting and killing, Whitebeard preferred to build a team bonded by familial ties. However, he was clearly not at that stage in terms of age yet, so Whitebeard could only suppress his desire to adopt another son as he usually did. "Admiral Kong, what should we do next? Should we charge and break through to escort the world nobles out of here? I think we should just step aside. These two guys are both freaks. No, we cannot retreat. For the justice of the Navy, I will surely give my life." Just as a group of Navy personnel were clamoring to ask what the lone admiral should do next, a seemingly brainwashed Navy headquarters major suddenly drew his sword and shouted something about justice, charging toward Whitebeard. Seeing the scene, even Kongu didn't have time to stop this fool. Facing the combat power of Luo and Whitebeard, both at the admiral level, he had to think twice before acting. But this guy was clearly someone who had been brainwashed by the world government's justice. Sure enough, 3 seconds after the Navy headquarters major charged, Whitebeard's towering figure suddenly drew the massive blade, Song Yun Xie, and after a few flashy spins, he swept through the crowd with a ferocious slash. Puff! There was almost no surprise at the scene. This crazily brainwashed Navy headquarters major was directly decapitated by Whitebeard's mighty blade, his head falling to the ground. The scene was horrific, with blood splattering everywhere. Even this guy's body spun like a top for 7 or 8 circles before collapsing. Gurura Kongu, I came here today just to carry out the captain's order to bring these 2 back to the Rocks Pirates. If you don't want the people you brought here to lose their lives, you better step aside. After killing an unreasonable guy with a single slash, Whitebeard stepped on the still spinning head on the ground and looked at Kongu with a smile. It was clear that a pirate like him could never be the good-natured person as rumored. Someone who lacked the necessary ruthlessness could not even dream of becoming a well-known pirate, let alone survive in this dark era. Only those who didn't think would believe that Whitebeard was someone who only sought familial bonds and never desired to fight. It was evident that such a thing was impossible. If it didn't kill, how would that bounty of over 10 billion berries come about? However, Kongu remained silent for a long time in the face of this scene. Then he took out a fine Navy cigar from the pocket of his naval coat, lit it, and began to smoke it nonchalantly. At this point, what more could I say? As long as you don't touch my sailors, you can take those 2 with you. No matter how strong your Rocks Pirates are, the real headache isn't for me, but for those old men in the world government. While puffing on the cigar and exhaling smoke, I casually responded, and Whitebeard silently got up and walked to the side. It seemed he really intended to be a laid-back admiral. Gulalala, at least you're sensible, old man. In response, Whitebeard laughed heartily and then planned to directly take Law and Kaido back to his pirate crew and return to Hakanosu. However, at this moment Law, who had not yet accomplished his goal, naturally wouldn't leave directly. Please wait a moment. I still have some matters to resolve. He came to Devil Island specifically to hunt down the Celestial Dragons. If he didn't kill the Celestial Dragons, then coming here would have no meaning at all. Gulalala, no problem. I'll keep an eye on that guy Kongu for you. Just focus on your operation. After saying this, Law flickered a few times in place and then headed straight for the luxury cruise ship that had already set sail into the distance. Whitebeard also kept his promise, staring at Kongu with wide eyes. In response, Kongu could only helplessly continue smoking his big cigar without choosing to pay attention to Whitebeard. Chapter 27. Catching up to the Celestial Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. As the muscles in his calves exploded with power, Luoho's entire body surged forward like the Navy's 6 forms technique, stepping on air to chase after his target. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, Luoho's figure had already caught up to the deck of the luxurious cruise ship where the Celestial Dragons were located. The CP organization members responsible for protecting the Celestial Dragons' daily lives and safety suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. Although they were all elite agents carefully selected from CP0 to ensure the absolute safety of the noble Celestial Dragon, Nadban Tanya Saint, it did not mean they could contend with a monster like Luoho. After all, he was a man who could directly crush even the so-called Steel Bones Admiral into fractures. The sheer strength was something they couldn't bear. However, as agents fully brainwashed by the world government, even though they were acutely aware that they could not match Luoho in strength, they were still incredibly loyal, rushing out in droves to surround Luoho without leaving a single gap to harm the Celestial Dragons. Do you wish to show disrespect to the great deity? You must first pass through us. We are the CP0 Special Forces. Among the crowd, everyone exuded a fierce aura, looking like agents who had killed countless lives, continuously shouting to intimidate the enemy in front of them. But who was Luoho? At this moment, his heart was 10 times colder than those old workers who had been killing live fish at the supermarket for 30 years. A mere few Celestial Dragon guard dogs could not possibly withstand his killing intent. Let's all go at once. He might not be able to kill us before exhausting his stamina. Among the crowd, one particularly clever-looking agent suddenly realized they held an overwhelming numerical advantage and could perhaps use a swarm tactic to wear down the opponent's stamina and then claim victory. That's right. I am the agent among agents. Can he really take me out in one hit? Let's do this. for the divine race. After a chaotic shout, about 17 or 18 CP0 agents simultaneously drew their swords, targeting the fatal points on Luoho's body to launch an attack. These agents were almost all awakened with dual-color haki, and each blade in their hands was enveloped in a dark haki, transforming into a black sword. However, at this moment, Luoho was no longer the fisherman standing like a fool on the island. He was a true powerhouse at the level of an admiral, on par with the likes of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and top marine admirals like Kong, Garp, and Zephyr. A mere few CP0 agents didn't even have a desire to engage him, but since they had already attacked, Luoho naturally had to send these agents to meet their gods. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of muffled explosions erupted. The suits of the 10 or so CP0 agents in front of Luoho exploded, blood splattering everywhere, turning the scene gruesome in an instant. The charging CP0 agents had no chance to react as Luoho struck each of them with a punch, accurately smashing them in the face. The scene was like a hydraulic press crushing watermelons, with heads bursting open, headless corpses flying violently, all falling into the sea and dyeing the surface blood red. After casually swatting down a dozen flies, Luoho tore off the tattered remains of his clothes and casually flicked the blood off his fists. Finally, with an extremely cold expression, he walked toward the interior rooms of the cruise ship. After such a bloody battle, even the nearby CP0 agents who wanted to step forward to stop him no longer dared to move. However, just as Luoho was about to push the door open to search for the celestial dragon, a man wearing a ghost-faced mask suddenly walked out from inside. Behind him followed about 7 or 8 men and women, each wearing different masks. Luoho narrowed his eyes slightly. These CP agents wearing masks were clearly equivalent to the so-called genius Rob Lucci from 800 years in the future and were captains of CP0. Generally speaking, agents of this level were specially made ghost masks to conceal their identities. Their strength was formidable, and even their haki levels were generally at a high stage. They specialized in dealing with problems that ordinary CP agents could not handle. However, at this moment, Luoho, whose only desire was to rip the celestial dragon's head off and crush it, had no interest in any nonsense from the suddenly appearing CP captain. A mere guard dog dared to block his path. He would send him on his way. Luoho's expression was cold as he instantly moved forward, transforming into a soaring eagle, his fingers hooked like claws, radiating black light as he swiftly grabbed for the throat of the leading CP0 captain, who was trying to show off. Armed eagle claw fist. The scene was filled with a sickening crunch. The soft tissue in the throat of the CP0 captain, resembling Rob Lucci, was torn away by Luoho, blood gushing forth, looking extremely horrifying. Such a bloody and violent scene was terrifying to the other CP0 captains, who were also top agents. Damn, what kind of speed is this? He didn't even have time to cover his body with haki before being killed. This guy just received a bounty of 100 million berries. How could he possess such strength? Is there a mistake in the information? A group of CP0 captains exchanged glances, their foreheads already covered in cold sweat. But Luoho had no time to waste on villainous chatter. He simply continued with a powerful punch. With a bang, he broke through the head of the captain, who still had some reaction left, instantly exploding in a shower of red and white, the CP0 captain dying on the spot, while the remaining half of his body twitched uncontrollably like a fish head being chopped off. I will give you 3 seconds. Bring your master to me immediately. After 3 seconds, if I do not see the celestial dragon, you will all die. After casually eliminating the most powerful captains among the CP0 agents, Luoho's gaze turned cold as he looked at the group of agents dedicated to serving the celestial dragons. However, it was evident that his slight intention to let them live a few more minutes was ultimately in vain. These captains, who were clearly brainwashed to an extreme degree, could not tolerate any words that harmed the celestial dragons. Before Luoho's words even fell, the 7 or 8 of them immediately waved their steel blades, employing the Navy's 6 forms and various killing techniques, charging towards him. In response, Luoho could only go along with their intentions. His fingers slightly curled, forming the posture of eagle claws, and the thick armed haki flowed over every muscle fiber. In the next moment, his body flashed in place. Then he continuously swung his eagle claw fist, his 5 fingers like iron rods. The terrifying power instantly tore the cheekbones off 3 or 4 of the captains. At this moment, even the CP-0 captains, whose faces have suffered such heavy blows, can only let out heartbreaking wails, no matter how well they have trained or how well they can suppress their emotions. However, with just this wailing, they still cannot bury the pain in Rob Lucci's heart. These CP agents, who assist in the tyranny, are all tools specifically used to protect the celestial dragons. Even if they were to kill 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, it would not affect their emotions at all. On the external deck of the cruise ship, after wasting a little over 10 seconds, all the members of the CP organization were crushed one by Rob Lucci, their skulls smashed, dying on the spot. After eliminating all external forces that obstructed him, Rob Lucci's deep voice, like that of a demon, echoed throughout the cruise ship. Let me guess, where have the great celestial dragons hidden? In fact, through the observation hockey, Rob Lucci had already discovered the narrow room where the celestial dragons were hiding. I must say, these few celestial dragons are somewhat clever. At least they know to hide in the corner of the toilet to survive. But unfortunately, such unlearned celestial dragons cannot comprehend just how precise the observation hockey, akin to radar, truly is. With a loud bang, he kicked open the toilet door made of gold. Rob Lucci directly pulled out the 3 celestial dragons who were huddled together like Jurassic creatures. At that moment, even the exceedingly noble Saint Nader felt the unsettling presence of death approaching from Rob Lucci. Please, no, Pirate Lord, I beg you to spare me. I am Saint Nader. As long as you spare me, our Nader family will absolutely treat you as the most esteemed guest. I beg you. I don't want to die yet. Chapter 28. Even if you beg for mercy, you must die. It seems that Nadabontania is inherently different from other intellectually abnormal celestial dragons. When faced with the threat of death, he could still instantly set aside his dignity and choose to kneel on the ground, pleading for Rahu to spare his life. However, the 2 celestial dragons next to him did not have such awareness. Seeing Nadabontania, who holds a much higher status than them, kneeling and weeping before a commoner, their walnut-sized brains could not comprehend the current situation. The 2 celestial dragons widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. You filthy commoner! How dare you make Nadabontania kneel on the ground? Where did that guy Konlu go? Hurry up and protect him. However, before the mentally unstable celestial dragon could finish his sentence, Rahu swiftly slapped him, using pure physical strength that surpassed that of a general without even employing his aura. The slap caused the noisy fellow's head to spin 18 times on the spot before it rolled to the ground. After successfully killing the first celestial dragon, Rahu felt a surge of biological electricity coursing through him, bringing waves of unique numbness. It was like the moment in a novel when one breaks through to a new realm, making one's senses tingle with excitement. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect killing a celestial dragon to be such a delightful experience. Rahu laughed heartily, completely transformed into a vengeful spirit. Although he had only killed 1 celestial dragon, he had at least taken the first step toward revenge. After this one, there were countless more celestial dragons waiting for his blade. Clang! Rahu drew the double-edged sword hanging at his waist. Although he had never learned any swordsmanship, he had seen enough pigs run to know a thing or two. After all, as a true Chinese who hasn't used a straight, smooth stick as a sword to roam the world in their childhood, not to mention, Rahu believed that his self-created childhood swordplay was more than sufficient to deal with the celestial dragons. My lord, if you kill them, please don't kill me. They are all fools. I am smart enough. If you're willing to spare me, I will use all the rights of the world's nobility to serve you. Seeing Rahu draw a blood-stained sword and begin to slice the air in front of him, Nadabontania was almost scared silly. His foolish compatriot had just been slapped to death, and the image was still fresh in his mind. Now, he had to face the sharp blade and the pain of being cut, imagining his flesh being sliced open to reveal deep muscle tissue and even internal organs. Nadabontania felt chills and convulsions in his heart. Realizing this, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his noble head against the floor, pleading with Rahu to spare his life. However, Rahu, who was pressed for time, had no intention of wasting more words. After drawing his sword and practicing a few moves, he plunged the double-edged sword into Nadabontania's heart and rubbed it back and forth as if slaughtering a pig. As blood splattered everywhere, the light in Nadabontania's pupils gradually faded. In his dying moments, a crazed look appeared in his eyes. "You, filthy commoner, the great god, will not spare you. I will wait for your arrival in heaven." After uttering his final, unwilling words, Nadabontania closed his lifeless eyes. After killing another celestial dragon, Rahu once again experienced that exhilarating feeling of biological electricity coursing through his body. Awesome. This is the feeling. No wonder the world government emphasizes that the lives of celestial dragons are the most precious. It turns out that killing these so-called divine beings is such a delightful experience. Wiping the blood off his sword, Rahu turned and swung at the last terrified celestial dragon who had wet his pants. It was time to join the Rocks pirates, as long as he could absorb the basic attributes of a sea overlord like Rocks. Perhaps he could deal a heavy blow to the world government during the God Valley War. After briefly contemplating his next plan, Rahu began to walk toward Whitebeard, stepping through the air as he went. This was the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles, a special technique that allows one to float in the air by utilizing the reaction force generated from continuous stepping. This advanced physical skill was a special ability Rahu developed after killing countless CP agents. Generally speaking, a CP agent or marine officer would only specialize in 3 or 4 techniques from the 6 styles. However, after killing a large number of agents, Rahu absorbed all these advanced techniques as attributes into his body. Additionally, he gained experience in the 6 styles through his battles with the highest-ranking marine general, Kongu. Therefore, at this moment, Rahu had mastered the 6 styles, including Iron Block, Finger Pistol, Moonwalk, Galefoot, and Shave, to the highest level of proficiency. After floating in the air for a while, Rahu returned to the center of Devil Island. Whitebeard was still standing like an iron tower, tightly gripping the sword Murakamajuri, fiercely staring at the 3 figures standing opposite him. Rahu's gaze became slightly serious as he observed the 3 Marines, whose momentum was no weaker than Kongu's. Marine Admiral Black Wrist Zifa, Vice Admiral and candidate for Admiral Sengoku, and the Iron Fist Garp. Although on the surface only Zifa was at the same level as Kongu, it did not mean that the other 2 candidates were without strength. After all, a Vice Admiral like Garp was not someone an ordinary person could match. He simply did not want to be promoted to Admiral, forced by the world government to protect the celestial dragons. If any pirate treated Garp as an ordinary Vice Admiral, they would likely end up with a head full of bruises from his iron fists. However, at this moment, Garp's reputation had not yet become as renowned as in later years because the battle at God Valley had not yet erupted. Garp had not teamed up with Roger to defeat Rox D. Xebec, thus earning the title of Hero of the Marines. You brat finally returned. If you had been any slower, I really would have had to fight these 3 guys. Whitebeard's frown relaxed a bit upon Rahu's return, although he was confident. If he had to fight against the 4 famous Marines, Kongu, Garp, Zifa, and Sengoku, it would be a humiliating defeat. You and Kaido go ahead. I'll hold them off for you. Whitebeard's overwhelming presence unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, sweeping across the entire island. In an instant, all the ordinary pirates and Marines present were left stunned, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. However, just as Whitebeard was about to take action, Reo directly raised his hand to signal the other party to stop. At the moment when Whitebeard felt slightly confused, Reo unexpectedly pulled out a celestial dragon who had been mutilated like a human-shaped puppet out of thin air. Chapter 29. Carp's Laughter. This is a trump card that he specially left behind after chasing and killing 2 celestial dragons at the beginning. With this absolute identity token, even a Marine Admiral has to weigh whether to continue hunting them down. Although Luo, who was very eager for Carp's ultimate conqueror's haki, the pain coming from his shoulder at this moment forced him to take a step back for now. During the battle with Kongu, Luo, who suffered an attack that caused a crack in the bone of his left arm for the first time. At this moment, If he continued to stay here and confront these people, he would very likely lose his life due to severe injuries. Therefore, before killing the celestial dragons, Luo, who uniquely held back to avoid the current situation of being pursued by marine reinforcements, keeping a useful trump card, Whitebeard, who initially didn't quite understand, couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing the celestial dragon in Luo Hu's hands. So that's how it is, Luo Hu, with this celestial dragon as a hostage. Let's see if those Marines dare to chase after us. In this world, who doesn't know that the Marine headquarters exists solely to serve the celestial dragons? Holding a celestial dragon's life makes it easy to command a Marine admiral. Thus, under the protection of the celestial dragon, Luo Hu Whitebeard and Kaido swaggered away from the Marine headquarters, right in front of the 4 admiral-level combat powers. They then boarded the pirate ship brought by Whitebeard and headed towards Hakenosu. As for Kongu, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, what they were thinking at this moment remained unknown. The 4 of them stood quietly on the island, watching Luo Hu and Whitebeard's figures disappear into the sea. Just as everyone had their own thoughts, Carp suddenly burst into a heartfelt laugh. Pahaha, Kongu. I didn't expect you, of all people, couldn't even protect a few trash celestial dragons. You're going to be scolded mercilessly by that Admiral Netania when you get back to the Marine headquarters. Ha ha ha. Carp had never cared for celestial dragons since joining the Marine headquarters. Luo Hu's bold act of killing 2 celestial dragons and taking another as a hostage was simply to Carp's liking. At this moment, he just wanted to shout, "Well done." This crazy kid did something even Carp wouldn't dare to do. Simply amazing. However, just as Carp was about to continue his outrageous comments, his good buddy, Sengoku, suddenly slapped the back of his head. "Carp, how many times have I told you? Don't say such things in public." Facing Sengoku's reprimand, Carp felt no dissatisfaction. He merely glanced at the few remaining CP organization members beside him. He then activated his unique devil fruit ability. "Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Just pretend I didn't say it. Pahaha." Carp crossed his arms, showing no sign of apology, only retracting his words out of necessity. Overall, his retraction fruit was indeed very useful. At least, in front of absolute power, the CP organization members dared not utter a word, only nodding to indicate they hadn't heard the previous statement. After tidying up the scene, Kongu and the others sailed back to the Marine headquarters, heading in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. In the conference room of the warship, Kongu looked seriously at the people present. "Everyone, I need to talk about something very serious." After concisely laying out all his experiences from today, the mood in the room quickly darkened, whether it was Zephyr, Sengoku, or the carefree Carp. Initially, they thought Kongu failed to protect the celestial dragons due to the intervention of the big pirate Whitebeard. However, they never imagined that Luo, who had actually managed to match Kongu's strength and even injure him. This meant that the young man who had only recently appeared on the seas was already capable of defeating the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. They all knew what kind of strength Kongu possessed. Not to mention anything else, any officer from the Rocks Pirates would not be easily defeated by him. But Luo, who actually did it? This kid had only been at sea for a few days and had already reached admiral-level strength? Everyone looked at Kongu in disbelief, hoping he was just joking. Otherwise, if such a genius joined the Rocks Pirates, the impact would be earth-shattering. In other words, the Rocks Pirates might have a true vice-captain, Luo, whose talent was absolutely not inferior to Rox's existence, and it was even evident that he was stronger than that monster. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous for the Marines. That kid was quite strange. He seemed to possess an ability to rapidly enhance his strength, speed, and even stamina during battle. Moreover, his hockey level rose from a high stage to the top level, ultimately not weaker than mine, in just 7 or 8 minutes. I believe he must have some kind of devil fruit that allows him to absorb others' abilities. Kongu articulated the seriousness of the situation to his comrades, word by word. Is there really such a devil fruit ability in this world? One that can rapidly increase power while also absorbing others' hockey levels? Sengoku looked at Kongu in shock. This was simply unbelievable. Even after living for decades, he had never heard of such an outrageous thing. Even the Marine Headquarters Devil Fruit Encyclopedia had never documented such a powerful devil fruit ability. It's true. I watched that kid enhance himself every second with my own eyes. Kongu's tone was grave. The Rocks pirates were indeed about to establish a true vice captain. How should our Marines defend against such a terrifying organization in the future? Kongu's tone was somewhat heavy. Luo, whose extremely peculiar ability indeed made him anxious. However, deep down, Kongu never thought Luo who had done anything wrong. Because just now, Zephyr and Sengoku had already handed him an investigation report on Luo who, after seeing Luo whose life experience before becoming a pirate, even Kongu couldn't hide his inner anger. Damn those celestial dragons. If it weren't for them, this exceptionally talented young man should have joined the Marine headquarters to contribute to the cause of justice. But unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Such a person has already been completely offended by those pigs in the world government. Haha, don't be so gloomy. No matter how strong the Rocks pirates are, there's still a headache for those old geezers and the Five Elders, right? Our Marines just need to do our own job. Facing the dark mood of everyone, Carp laughed dismissively. The others could only be speechless, as they simply couldn't adopt Carp's carefree attitude towards life. Let's go back to the headquarters first. This matter must be reported to Mary Geos. All three celestial dragons are dead, including Saint Don Quixote Moria from the Nard family, who also died at the hands of Rob Lucci. This is too serious. Kongu sighed heavily, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't know how to explain to Marshal Netania from the government that 3 esteemed celestial dragons had died under his protection. After all, he was the main person responsible for this incident. Carp and the others could only be considered as having inadequate follow-up support, so their responsibility was not significant. As a result, the naval warship was left with only Carp's cheerful laughter and the sighs of other naval high-ranking officials. Chapter 30. The Tremor of the Five Elders in the first half of the Grand Line at the Marine headquarters located in Marineford. The office of Fleet Admiral Netania was once again filled with high-ranking personnel from the Marine headquarters, including Kong, Zifa, Sengoku, and Carp, along with other top-ranking officers. Besides these senior officials, there were also around 30 mid-ranking Marine generals present. The faces of most of the Marines were marked with tension and fear, as they were about to face the Five Elders, who were said to be the highest authority in the world, and also the direct leaders of all the top brass in the Marine Corps. This was due to the failure of the Marine headquarters and the CP organization to protect 3 esteemed celestial dragons who were killed outside the Holy Land. The oppressive atmosphere in the room even made the sound of the den-den mushies ringing seem heavy. After a few minutes, the den-den mushie placed in the center of the conference room, which was specifically used for video calls, finally connected. The image that appeared was from the World Power Hall in Mariewa, which was elaborately decorated. 4 elderly men with white hair and beards, along with another elder who still appeared to be in middle age, appeared before everyone. As this scene unfolded, an aura of absolute authority emanated through the call, facing everyone directly. Hiss, is this the pressure from the world's highest authority? I can hardly breathe. This is too intimidating, right? There is not a hint of expression on their faces. The sounds of difficult swallowing and heavy breathing circulated throughout the conference room. Due to the power of the Five Elders, most of the Marines in the headquarters were not qualified to meet them. As a result, more than 90% of the generals present had never experienced the pressure from the world's highest authority. The Five Elders, who held the highest power in the world. True immortals. Almost all the Marines present, aside from those at the Admiral level and Fleet Admiral, lacked the courage to face the gazes of the Five Elders directly. Fleet Admiral Netania, the deaths of the Celestial Dragons. You and the Marine headquarters bear the highest responsibility. Speak your reasoning. I'll only give you 3 minutes to argue. The gaze of the Five Elders, transmitted through the den-den mushi, seemed to pin directly on Netania's face. Although this Fleet Admiral was chosen by the Five Elders from the government, it did not mean they acknowledged him as one of their own. In this world, aside from the celestial dragons within Mariewa, the Five Elders viewed anyone, even an entire race, as nothing more than inferior and despicable items. This was simply confidence born from strength and foundation. Dear Five Elders, we at the Marine headquarters have already made the greatest effort regarding the killing of the celestial dragons. Moreover, the incident involved members of the Rocks Pirates, which led to our Marines and CP organization being caught off guard. Netania explained humbly the reasons for their failure in protection. However, the five elders immediately ignored the mention of the Rocks pirates and focused on the key points. Caught off guard, the identity of the celestial dragons is of such nobility. Can you really excuse yourselves with mere carelessness? This time, the one responsible for close protection was your Marine headquarters Steelbone Kong, right? Where is he? Before the five elders finished speaking, Kong, who had been quietly sitting in the corner with his chest wrapped in bandages, stood up to respond. Five elders, the sequence of events is as follows. After expressing his respect for the five elders, Kong began to recount everything that happened on Devil Island in detail. The five elders listened calmly to Kong's report, their expressions unchanging, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. However, when Kong described how Rayo could rapidly increase his power and haki during battle and learn various combat techniques at an astonishing speed, suspicion appeared on the faces of the five elders. To be able to absorb power and haki in battle, and even learn others' combat skills directly? Such words sound like nonsense at first listen. But this report comes from Kong, who is seen as an honest Marine admiral by the five elders. If it were Carp, they might have directly scolded him on the spot. If this matter is indeed true, then the situation is far too serious. Such a talent, even Xebec, a genius not seen in 800 years, couldn't achieve that. The five elders exchanged glances, their previously calm expressions turning into a tense, almost constipated state. The last time they looked this grim was when they received the news of Xebec forming the Rocks Pirates and openly killing 18 celestial dragons at Cigar Archipelago before leaving. Now, in this sea battle, another talent had emerged, one that was not inferior to Rocks, and perhaps even slightly stronger, with a superhuman-type power fruit as a foundation, capable of rapidly enhancing strength, agility, and haki intensity in battle, able to learn combat skills that others take years to master directly in the heat of the fight. Currently, this individual had already reached the level of the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. How could such a collection of abilities converge in one person? The five elders felt a headache coming on as they pressed their temples. Although they were troubled, they could not show any weakness in front of the Marines. Their demeanor would greatly influence the military's morale. The Marines were already reluctant to obey the government due to the concept of justice. Once these people realized that the world government was powerless against the Rocks pirates, it would be surprising if the Marines didn't rebel, especially that Monkey D. Carp, who dared to eat donuts during a meeting. Such a Marine, who could still possess Conqueror's haki in the headquarters, was undoubtedly the most difficult person to deal with. Moreover, the key issue was that Carp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, though young, was also a formidable user of the three types of haki. If anything went wrong with the world government, or if they showed any weakness, these two would undoubtedly become the greatest threat. Thinking of this, the several five elders suddenly felt a splitting headache. They had lived for over 800 years, and according to historical precedent, every 100 years, a new ruler would rise. They had long since grown accustomed to it. However, just as the 800th year was about to begin, it was met with the terrifying force of the Rocks pirates. Moreover, within their ranks, the Justice Order, several admirals in the Navy headquarters have shown a tendency to listen to orders, but not to declarations. Ro, a freak who is not weaker than Rocks, has become someone who harbors extreme resentment towards the world government due to the foolishness of some celestial dragons, and has now joined the Rocks pirates. The five elders find it hard to imagine the serious resistance they will face from the Rocks pirates in the upcoming triannual human hunting competition. After all, the conflict between the world government and Rocks has been brewing for a long time. Any slight disturbance on their side will undoubtedly provoke Rocks, who will attack like a wild dog. Even if the celestial dragons are holding a birthday party on some island, Rocks would rush in and slice the cake in half with a knife. The current situation is extremely serious. Fortunately, the commander of the Knights of God within their government, Figureland Garling, has recently elevated his haki level once again. This is good news. At least they now have someone who can barely withstand that freak Rocks head on. To prepare for the upcoming hunting competition's security personnel, the five elders wave their hands, signaling the CP organization agents to prepare to cut off communications with the Navy headquarters. This meeting is over. We have decided not to pursue the responsibility of the ineffective Sky Ancient Guards. And we hope your Navy will continue to develop vigorously and make greater contributions to the government's cause. After spouting some pretty words, the 5 elders stood up and left the meeting screen. Just as their words fell, before the Navy could fully comprehend, the signal from the snail phone was abruptly cut off by the terminal on the other side. The scene was left with a group of bewildered Navy soldiers. Chapter 32. The title of Demon. After the conclusion of the conference signed by the world government, the Navy headquarters held another internal pricing meeting. The reason for this was none other than the fact that the extremely dangerous terrorist, Rob Lucci, had completely shifted his allegiance to the Rocks Pirates. As the embodiment of justice in the world, the Navy headquarters still needed to issue a bounty in the name of justice, at least on the surface. This not only demonstrated the Navy's determination and resolve to pursue dangerous criminals to the citizens of the world government's allied nations, but more importantly, it informed everyone about the level of danger possessed by this young new pirate. A few days passed, and due to the severe reputational damage caused to the world government by the last incident led by Rob Lucci, the Navy headquarters, under government orders, conducted a large-scale sweep of pirates across the 4 seas. This was to prove to the kings of the allied nations that the government's power was still a sufficient tool to maintain world peace. However, the pirates around the world were not buying into this series of actions by the world government and the Navy headquarters at all. At this time, within the various pirate crews under the Rocks Pirates and the Grand Line, a series of rumors were buzzing. Hey, brothers, have you heard? Our Rocks Pirates are about to add a new officer. I heard that guy recently killed 3 celestial dragons on an island. The Navy headquarters has set his bounty at 1,098,000,000 berries, right? Even his nickname is Demon. What a terrifying newcomer. Even those long-established officers might not have such a bounty. By the way, did the Navy headquarters not send their strongest admirals to deal with the killing of the celestial dragons? Or is this new officer already capable of facing an admiral one-on-one? The celestial dragons were killed. This must have been seen by the admiral from the Navy headquarters. My aunt's cousin's brother's sister's husband was there at the scene. There were 4 admirals who came. How is that possible? If the Navy really sent 4 admirals, how could the celestial dragons have been killed? If that's true, I would eat this snail phone right now. Come on, the physical capabilities of people are fundamentally different, all right? The Navy headquarters did indeed send 4 admirals, but they arrived late. The celestial dragons had already been killed by the time they got there. What a terrifying newcomer. His first bounty was 100 million berries. And now, just 2 or 3 days later, it skyrocketed tenfold to 1 billion berries. How can we compare the gap between people? The difference between humans and dogs is even greater. Across countless islands and bars in the latter half of the Grand Line, wherever there were pirates, they were all discussing the legendary deeds of Rob Lucci. Whether old pirates who had been around for a long time or newcomers who had just become pirates, all were deeply shocked by the feats accomplished by Rob Lucci. In just 3 days since his debut, he had already caused 2 major incidents. First, he seized the heavenly gold transport ship submitted by the world government's allied nations. Next, before the government could react, he went to an island of the celestial dragons and killed 3 members of the world nobility right in front of the Navy headquarters admirals. Such terrifying audacity had become a source of pride for many pirates. In contrast to the discussions among ordinary pirates, on a pirate ship named the Golden Jackson, a man wearing a captain's hat, whose nose hair was even more exaggerated than his beard, was holding a brand new newspaper and was overly excited. Hey, Rayleigh, did you see that? What an interesting era. Besides rocks, there are still people who can be this crazy and reckless. Should we go meet this newcomer? What do you think? The man on the Golden Jackson was no ordinary pirate, but the future pirate king recognized by the world, Joel D. Roger. However, at this moment, they had not yet completed their voyage and were still on an adventurous journey, looking for historical road signs. Of course, even if Roger found 4 road signs now, he still couldn't become the Pirate King. After all, looming over him was Rox D. Xebec, known as the Overlord of the Sea. As long as Rox was alive, GOLD, Roger could never become the Pirate King. Stop talking nonsense, Roger. That Rob Lucci, known as the Demon by the Navy, is now a member of the Rocks Pirates. We are not members of the Rocks Pirates. If we just go over there, it would easily be seen as a provocation. At this moment, Rayleigh, who was drinking rum, choked on his drink upon hearing the stubborn captain say he wanted to confront Rob Lucci from the Rocks Pirates. Now doesn't he know that the Rocks Pirates are the absolute overlords of the entire Grand Line? When they came to invite Captain Roger to join the Rocks Pirates, this guy decisively refused. Now you want to go to their headquarters and challenge one of their officers? Isn't that a blatant provocation? Hey, what are you doing, really? We just want to have a friendly sparring session. How can that be seen as provocation? Roger dismissed Rayleigh's rebuttal and became even more determined to find Rob Lucci for a duel. He was quite fond of someone who dared to act recklessly against the world government. This fearless personality was just like his own, Joe L.D. Roger. After all, when he first set sail from the East Blue, he openly killed several celestial dragons before escaping to the latter half of the Grand Line. If one wanted to become a legendary pirate, they had to have a few celestial dragons' lives on their hands. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to call themselves a great pirate. After several minutes of heated argument, Rayleigh and the crew ultimately could not convince their Captain Roger. They were forced to change course towards the Rocks Pirates base on Hakanosu Island. In contrast to Roger's excitement, Rayleigh was filled with unease. As one of the few remaining brains of the crew, he had to consider what kind of commotion the Roger Pirates would cause upon reaching the Rocks Pirates base. After all, when the Rocks Pirates came to invite Roger, this guy had directly dismembered one of their members. What a despicable guy. That house of mine in the East Blue must have been burned down by this guy. Was the purpose to trick me into joining the crew as a pirate? Rayleigh grumbled as he looked at Roger, who had snatched away his bottle of rum. He seriously suspected that the retirement life he should have had was interrupted by Roger. But now, it was too late to say anything. He had followed this man through thick and thin to the final stretch of the Grand Line. If nothing unexpected happens, Rayleigh is also very much looking forward to being the one who witnesses history. However, who can say for sure about history? For pirates like them, they might be singing and dancing today, and tomorrow their heads could be rolling. After all, this is a dangerous era. The world government is not that simple. Meanwhile, in contrast to Rayleigh's gloomy mood, Law and Kaido, under the leadership of Whitebeard, have already arrived at the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates on Hachino's Island. This is the place that the world calls the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, capable of directly confronting the world government. Chapter 33. The Golden Lion. As the notably large and distinctive pirate officer, Whitebeard, stepped down from the pirate ship, the scattered small fry at the scene paused their work and looked over. This is our Rocks Pirates 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate. I heard from my uncle next door that Captain Whitebeard is out on Captain Rock's orders to invite that new pirate known as the Demon to join us. Is that true? That newcomer, who is under 18 and has a bounty of 1 billion berries, has joined our Rock Pirates? Wow, I see him. The guy next to Captain Whitebeard. P.S. the one the Navy headquarters calls the Demon, Rob Lucci. I heard this newcomer is about to be promoted to an officer in the Rocks Pirates. But I wonder if that S just a rumor. It's definitely not a rumor. A newcomer with such powerful strength who has a direct feud with the world government, Captain Rocks will surely promote him to an officer directly. That is terrifying. So, the number of officers in our Rocks Pirates is going to increase from 6 to 7? In that case, the world government will have to make a fuss about sanctioning us in the newspapers again. As Rob Lucci listened to the noisy discussions of the chattering pirates, he felt an increasing sense of annoyance. These guys are even more gossipy than the middle-aged Annies at the village entrance who have nothing better to do than criticize how many chickens and pigs their neighbors have. As they continued their conversation, they even crossed the line and began discussing Lucci's background and identity. Watching these little gossipers, Lucci's originally black pupils instantly turned a deep red, like blood. Then, a wave of dark red energy rippled out from his standing position, rapidly spreading outward for hundreds of meters. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a heart under pressure, rapidly beating, echoing around every pirate who was laughing and chatting. The next moment, the pirates who had been discussing Lucci's origins suddenly had their pupils roll back, turning into a murky white. They even involuntarily began to foam at the mouth as their bodies reacted. In less than 3 seconds, Lucci, using his advanced conqueror's hockey, knocked all the thousands of pirates at the scene unconscious on the ground, apart from a few with strong willpower who retained some consciousness. Almost every one of them looked utterly miserable. After all, a high-level Conqueror's Haki is already extremely powerful for these ordinary pirates. If it reached the top-tier level, it could even shatter their consciousness, leaving them completely brain-dead. However, Lucci came this time to join the Rocks Pirates. Teaching a lesson to these reckless little pirates is fine, but causing widespread harm would be very detrimental. After all, he hasn't yet been approved to join the crew. Haha, it's good to teach these little brats a lesson. After all, a newcomer should establish some authority. Whitebeard had no dissatisfaction with Lucci's actions to intimidate the small pirates. On the contrary, he fully supported him. Watching a group of ordinary pirates nearly foaming at the mouth, Lucci also retracted his Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Lucci suddenly noticed two kids, about 8 or 9 years old, standing in front of the crowd of pirates foaming at the mouth, remarkably resisting the impact of his Conqueror's Haki. Interesting. Lucci looked at the two kids, whose demeanor seemed quite extraordinary, especially the one with sharp eyes like an eagle, who had a wooden sword hanging at his waist. This little guy looks quite similar to that Mihawk, who started from the beginning of the manga and made his way to the New World. Lucci thought to himself as he observed the expressionless child. These two kids were left behind by Captain Rocks by chance, one named Dracula Mihawk, and the other seemed to be Crocodile. Both of these little guys are highly valued by the captain. Whitebeard recalled the names of these two little brats while stroking his still, smooth, golden hair. In his memory, Captain Rocks had even personally guided Mihawk in his swordsmanship training. However, Captain Rocks was currently very busy and didn't have much time to spend with these two little kids. After hearing Whitebeard's introduction, Lucci was also taken aback. He initially thought they were just two kids with unique talents, but it seems that's not the case. Fans had speculated that Mihawk and Crocodile, both of whom became warlords of the sea, had once been part of the Rocks Pirates. However, shortly after they joined as kids, the Rocks Pirates were dismantled by the Navy headquarters and the world government, which is why this matter was never emphasized. Understanding this also explains why they are so proud among the warlords of the sea. After all, who wouldn't be proud to have interned with a giant like the Rocks Pirate King? No wonder these two kids indeed have great potential and can be cultivated further. Lucci followed Whitebeard's words and praised the two. At their age, being able to withstand his Conqueror's Haki impact is undoubtedly impressive. If they develop well, they could at least achieve the level of an emperor in the future. Let us go. We should meet Captain Rocks first. After handing you over, I'm going for a drink. After a brief pause, Whitebeard continued walking toward the skull-shaped room. Just then, several terrifying figures appeared on a nearby path without anyone noticing. Chapter 34. The superhuman float fruit attribute is about to be in hand. Is Newgate back? Let me guess, this little guy isn't the new pirate you brought back. Is he? He doesn't look like much. You must have drunk too much and brought the wrong person, right? The figures approaching are indeed the remaining pirate officers from the Rocks Pirates, aside from Whitebeard. These include Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin, Silver, Axe Hobarot, Pirate Captain Wang Ji, and a slightly shorter Captain John. The one who spoke first, with a voice as unpleasant as a duck's quack, is Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the division commanders of the Rocks Pirates. This guy's feeling a bit sour inside because Whitebeard has obtained the title of the 1st Division Commander. So he sneers at Whitebeard. Mama, still so young, has awakened all 3 types of Haki and looks quite good. How could I possibly have brought back the wrong person? This talented little guy, if he could have an honest meeting and train with me for a few days, maybe my division could gain another highly talented crew member. At this moment, Charlotte Lin's figure has not deformed from giving birth to many children. Her waist still has that endless flat line, and her ample bosom is definitely above D cup. Charlotte Lin smiled a bit shyly. In her mind, aside from her family, she cannot trust anyone else. Therefore, she has always aimed to give birth to a large number of gifted children to build a team bound by blood ties. So far, she has given birth to 7 or 8 children, though these kids have not yet shown much talent. However, Charlotte Lin believes that as long as she consistently finds partners with strong bloodline talents for deeper interactions, she will surely be able to give birth to a child even more talented than herself. For example, the young Rojo appearing before her is a very good target. He has already reached the combat power of a Marine Headquarters Admiral at such a young age and has also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Most importantly, Charlotte Linlin is very satisfied with his looks. After all, most of the men she has interacted with over the years have been quite average in terms of talent and looks. If it weren't for Whitebeard and the other team officers ignoring her, Charlotte Linlin might have directly sought out those teammates to play around with. However, before Charlotte Linlin could finish her thought, Whitebeard's towering figure blocked Rojo's path, giving her not a single chance. Kuhahaha. Linlin, you might want to look for another man. Rojo is my family. I can't let you harm him. The other division commanders nearby exchanged knowing smiles at the same time. They all understood what Whitebeard meant by this. Wasn't he just expressing his disdain for Linlin being a loose woman? Although Charlotte Linlin is currently well-proportioned and quite beautiful, what kind of woman wouldn't they be able to find with their status? For these division commanders, getting involved with someone who has already been with a small pirate like the Rocks Pirates would be quite embarrassing. And who could guarantee that engaging in activities with such a woman wouldn't lead to some, oh dear, unfortunate diseases? Therefore, under such circumstances, even though Charlotte Linlin constantly flaunts herself, she still cannot entice these division commanders. Although Rojo hasn't delved deeply into these matters, he has seen enough to know. Just from watching the anime for a while, he knows how crazy Charlotte Linlin is due to the number of children in her pirate crew. It's almost like she is constantly having kids day and night. Perhaps she is even having multiple partners at once, seeing who gets lucky to pass on their bloodline. So, after realizing this, Rojo instinctively distanced himself from Charlotte Linlin, fearing that he might get entangled by accident. Just as Charlotte Linlin was about to explode in anger at Whitebeard, Shiki cheerfully interjected again. Ha ha, Rojo, right? I've heard that Captain Rocks is planning to promote you to a division commander who can recruit soldiers on your own level. But I can't see what kind of strength you have that can match me. At this moment, Shiki, with his legs intact and standing at over 3 meters tall, exudes an extremely strong aura as he approaches Rojo. However, it is clear that Rojo is not intimidated by this guy's presence at all. After all, he's just a golden lion. He has already learned all the techniques of the Marine Headquarters' highest combat Power Admiral, Steelbone Kong. At the very least, he can hold his own against this golden lion without any problems. Moreover, during the fight, Rojo can absorb Shiki's superior attributes to further enhance his own strength, especially the existence of that god-level devil fruit ability. The superhuman float fruit makes Rojo's heart race. Thinking of this, Rojo immediately began to provoke the well-known pirate Shiki. If you can't see it, then let's test whose fists are harder. Come on, let's have a one-on-one. Have you ever seen a dead man? Do you think I'm scared of you? As soon as his words fell, Shiki indeed displayed the dignity of a true strongman. Facing Rojo's blatant provocation, he immediately drew the two gleaming large swords, Moku Kuro and Sakura Ju, from his waist. Ha ha ha, young and reckless. Let me teach you a lesson and show you what a real pirate is. Just as Shiki was ready to attack at any moment, John suddenly turned to Whitebeard, who had been silent. Newgate, I heard that this newcomer Rojo defeated the highest combat Power Admiral Kong before coming to Hakanosu, right? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard did not deny it. He laughed heartily, confirming the truth of the matter. He had been silent just to watch Shiki, this arrogant guy, fall into a pit. The thought of Shiki struggling to defeat a newcomer made him inexplicably happy. Kuaha, that's right. And Rojo's talent is much stronger than ours. He can grow rapidly in battle and even learn Kong's Eagle Claw Fist and Steelbone's Heavy Fist techniques. Whitebeard stated what he had seen and heard, but it was clear that the surrounding division commanders absolutely did not believe such an outrageous introduction. After all, each of them had worked hard to develop their own ultimate techniques. How could they be so easily learned? Moreover, it wasn't even hands-on teaching, but rather self-understanding during battle. Even their captain, Rox D. Xebec, couldn't do that. Ha ha ha, Newgate, you old thief, don't think you can fool me. You want to see me unable to take down the newcomer? Huh? I absolutely won't let you have it your way. You think you can learn my moves in battle? If you really could, I would eat these two knives right here and now. Facing Newgate's face that looked like a mix of bluff and deceit, Shiki's eyes turned, and he immediately concluded that Newgate was just trying to con him. If he really gave in and stopped fighting today, his reputation as the Golden Lion would truly become a laughingstock. Besides, how could someone learn their enemy's ultimate moves directly in battle? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 35, The Impact of Conqueror's Hockey Kid. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. As long as you can endure 100 rounds under my dual sword style, then I, the Golden Lion, will acknowledge you as my equal. Otherwise, you'd better stick to being an intern. Faced with the serious words of the Golden Lion, Luo Ho naturally had no intention of retreating. Right now, he was in desperate need of a sword technique with high attack range. Although the Eagle Claw Fist and Steel Bone Heavy Punch he learned from Kongu were powerful, they ultimately only served as single-target attacks. The only area attack method he currently had was using Conqueror's Haki to cause dizziness. While the intimidation of Conqueror's Haki was very effective, it seemed a bit insufficient against opponents with some strength. If a fight is on, then bring it on. No need to be polite. I'll even call you senior. But don't think I'll be nice to you. You're just a chicken neck. Seeing that he was about to have the opportunity to absorb the skill attributes from the Golden Lion, Luo Ho immediately began to unleash Bai Chi's ultimate move, taunting at full capacity. The best way to deal with an opponent with a strong sense of dignity is to rub that dignity into the ground. Only then can he better absorb all the attribute spheres from the opponent to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Ho finished speaking, the previously cheerful expression on the Golden Lion's face darkened instantly. Two thick veins suddenly appeared on his once smooth forehead. Every action displayed that this proud lion, who had been living in pride for half his life, was about to explode. You're looking for death. Over the decades since setting out to sea, the Golden Lion had been respected by others. No one had ever dared to go against him. Until today, he saw a mere kid, still wet behind the ears, daring to humiliate him in front of so many colleagues. The uncontrolled Shiki began to float slowly, a reckless smile creeping across his lips. The wild sea wind brushed against his cheeks and golden hair, and the two large swords in his hands emitted a blinding cold light. His eyes fixed on Luo Ho. A hint of madness had already appeared in his gaze. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, emitting a slight sound of confusion. From his understanding of this crazy guy, it seemed the Golden Lion was genuinely angered by a single sentence. After a brief glance at the opponent, Whitebeard lightly coughed twice, signaling Luo Ho to be cautious. After all, the Golden Lion was one of the most powerful pirates on these seas. Although Luo Ho had a record of repelling the highest-ranking admiral from the Navy, he still needed to be careful and not underestimate his opponent. However, overall, Whitebeard wasn't too worried. He had watched the entire battle between Luo Ho and Kongu. The ability to quickly adapt and enhance his power during a fight was already enough to make him invincible. Plus, being able to learn top-tier skills from others while fighting was a clear sign of a freakish talent. So even though the Golden Lion looked ready to explode, Whitebeard remained unconcerned. He had even started preparing, eager to see the shocked expression on the Golden Lion's face after all his ultimate skills were learned away. Ha ha ha. Then let me see what kind of strength you have that allows you to be so arrogant at your age. With a sinister laugh, the Golden Lion's aura suddenly surged. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a small island about the size of 10 football fields was directly drawn over through his Devil Fruit ability. After confirming the duel's location, the Golden Lion flipped his palm, and his whole body instantly flew up into the air like it had lost gravity, landing on the island. Luo Ho naturally was unwilling to back down. Although he wouldn't T-fly up like the Golden Lion, he had learned the Navy's 6 styles from the Navy headquarters and CP organization, allowing him to leap into the air. The flying posture was somewhat awkward, but at least he could get up there. As the two figures reached the floating island, the remaining spectators, including Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, also jumped onto the island to watch the battle. After all, aside from Whitebeard, none of them had ever witnessed Luo Ho's terrifying talent. They were all eager to see if such a talent that could instantly learn others' ultimate moves truly existed. If Luo Ho really had such an ability, then it was time for them to consider what kind of benefits they could offer to befriend this young powerhouse. People will eventually grow old, and their era was nearly over. The future belonged to the newcomers. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of several top players of the sea, Luo Ho and Shiki stood facing each other on a relatively flat part of the island, engaging in a fierce stare-down before the battle began. Oh no, or rather, it was a contest of the quality and intensity of Conqueror's hockey. Buzz! After a slight sound, the originally black pupils of Luo Ho and Shiki instantly turned blood red. The chaotic hockey began to emanate from both of them, and in an instant, it was as if two powerful currents collided, generating a dense, dark lightning of hockey. The scene was akin to two newly formed typhoons confronting each other, wildly leaning toward one another. The energy field was continually strengthening. The output intensity of both their Conqueror's hockey was progressively rising. The atmosphere felt as if two vast storms were descending, neither willing to yield. If an ordinary person were caught in the clash of these two hockey, they would undoubtedly be stunned and even suffer brain death from the overwhelming intimidation. Unfortunately, everyone present was a powerful pirate who had awakened the three types of hockey. Even though the clash of their hockey generated immense pressure and intimidation, it had no effect on the spectators. The only thing they experienced was their hair blowing back in the wind created by the clash. However, beneath the floating island, there were still a bunch of ordinary pirates on Hachino's island who had just awakened. These guys had just opened their confused eyes, trying to see if this chaotic world was still turning. The next moment, they were once again knocked unconscious by the overwhelming hockey washing over them from above. This time, the originally complacent Mihawk and Crocodile, who had managed to withstand the pressure of the Conqueror's hockey, simultaneously rolled their eyes back and fainted, foam at the mouth. Before they passed out, both wore expressions of despair, muttering something. Damn, Conqueror's hockey! Chapter 36. Supreme Conqueror's hockey ha ha. Kid, your Conqueror's hockey isn't thick enough, and your spirit isn't strong enough. As both sides released their Conqueror's hockey with increasing intensity, the Golden Lion could clearly sense the decline of the hockey emanating from Luo Ho. As one of the few top-tier powerhouses on the sea, anyone who awakened Conqueror's hockey among them started at a top-level tier. Moreover, Conqueror's hockey is universally acknowledged as a type of hockey that cannot be cultivated through external means. It can only become denser through the growth of one's own spirit. However, a person's spirit is typically predetermined at birth, making any breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Thus, the level of Conqueror's hockey is generally fixed from the beginning, remaining at that level for decades to come. Although Luo Ho was merely at the advanced stage of hockey, it was undeniable that the Golden Lion still recognized this young man in his heart. At least, despite knowing that his Conqueror's hockey could not surpass his own, Luo Ho still dared to confront him head-on. Such courage is not something ordinary pirates possess. Of course, what the Golden Lion did not know was that at this moment, Luo Ho's heart was blooming with joy. While clashing Conqueror's hockey with the Golden Lion, he was constantly hearing the system's prompts about absorbing the attributes of Conqueror's hockey. His hockey was continually strengthening. He was now approaching the top-level tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's hockey attributes. Advanced 61. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's hockey attributes. Advanced 78. 79. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's hockey attributes. Advanced 90. 15. Luo Ho's eyes were fixed on the Golden Lion, who was sent flying into the air, and his gaze burst forth with an excitement that was almost frenzied. He was eager to improve. The Golden Lion was simply the perfect nourishment. Moreover, the other party possessed the ability of the float fruit, a truly exceptional god-tier fruit. Today, he could not let him escape. Luo Ho secretly planned. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's hockey attributes. Advanced 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's hockey attributes. Top level 11. 33. Just as Luo Ho's plan was finalized, the system's prompt for absorbing Conqueror's hockey sounded again. At that moment, Luo Ho's entire body suddenly trembled, and a refreshing sensation washed over his mind. His Conqueror's hockey reached the top level thanks to the generous gift from the Golden Lion. Furthermore, since the Golden Lion's Conqueror's hockey was still progressing at the top level, Luo Ho's hockey continued to grow slowly. At this moment, the Conqueror's hockey that was once firmly suppressed by the Golden Lion and almost forced back into his body suddenly surged forth. In the blink of an eye, It directly clashed with the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki for dominance. Even subtly, the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki could no longer maintain its excellent suppression. However, the Golden Lion was clearly not an ordinary opponent. The moment he sensed the enhancement of Luo Ho's Conqueror's Haki, he realized that his own Haki had actually boosted this brat's Haki. In his long life, he had almost never encountered such a terrifying event. He even began to suspect that his Conqueror's Haki was being directly absorbed by Luo Ho. Otherwise, how could the quality of the opponent's Haki increase so rapidly? But after contemplating, the Golden Lion could not arrive at a reasonable answer. After all, if Luo Ho could absorb Haki, then his own Haki energy should have diminished. Yet, the truth was that his Conqueror's Haki showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was only Luo Ho's Haki that was continuously strengthening, forming a counterforce against him. The Golden Lion carefully observed Luo Ho's movements through his observation Haki, hoping to gain the answers he sought from Luo Ho's eyes. Unfortunately, at this moment, all Luo Ho's eyes were filled with greed. He was doing his best to absorb the last of the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki attributes to replenish himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, 41. 77. Suddenly, the Golden Lion could no longer produce that dark red Conqueror's Haki attribute ball, and Luo Ho received the final prompt from the system. His Conqueror's Haki was now fixed at a top-level progress of 41. 77. This was the maximum improvement the Golden Lion could offer him. The other party had been completely drained and could no longer produce any more Conqueror's Haki attributes. Luo Ho easily controlled his Conqueror's Haki, and the moment the Golden Lion had yet to react, he suddenly increased his power. He immediately sent the Golden Lion flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This extremely bizarre and outrageous scene left the nearby pirate officers watching dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock as they stood frozen in place. Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji were all in a state of astonishment, as if they had been struck by a spell. Even Whitebeard, who had long been aware of Luo Ho's talents, could not help but open his mouth wide and widen his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost, becoming petrified. He only knew that Luo Ho would rapidly grow stronger during battles. However, he never expected that such a talent would directly extend into the realm of Haki. As everyone knows, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. Otherwise, with their talents, they would have had a way to reach the ultimate level of Conqueror's Haki like Captain Rock's. But now, this incredibly outrageous and bizarre scene was truly happening before their eyes. Luo Ho had really rapidly enhanced his Conqueror's Haki during combat, and in that last second, he had sent the Golden Lion flying. Who was the Golden Lion? He was the second highest ranked in Conqueror's Haki among the pirate officers of the Rocks Pirates. Even Whitebeard, the captain of the First Division, had a Conqueror's Haki that was slightly inferior to the Golden Lion's. It could be said that within the entire Rocks Pirates, apart from Rocks D, Xebec, no one could surpass him in terms of Conqueror's Haki. And now, the Golden Lion had been sent flying by this newcomer, Luo Ho, in a direct clash of Conqueror's Haki. Hey, is this real? The advanced stage of Conqueror's Haki was raised to the top level in just a minute. This guy, the Golden Lion, isn't trying to fool us, right? How could his Conqueror's Haki be inferior to that of a newcomer? Kulalalala. What a freakish talent. It seems that it won't be long before our Rocks Pirates will need to create a new vice captain position. In contrast to the crowd questioning their lives, Whitebeard felt no jealousy towards Luo Ho's monstrous talent. He had always been a man of integrity. Upon learning that Luo Ho's background was almost as tragic as his own, Whitebeard had already made up his mind to treat this kid as his own little brother. Now seeing his own younger brother actually defeat the arrogant Golden Lion in terms of Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard couldn't help but wish to pop open some champagne to celebrate such a wonderful scene. Recently, Shiki had been too arrogant, and letting a newcomer come in to test him seemed reasonable. His prestige was also quite impressive. After experiencing the intense shock, everyone gradually came back to their senses. For this newcomer who could rapidly enhance his own strength, they secretly resolved not to become enemies with him. They even felt they shouldn't have any contact with him, remembering that their unique techniques might really be learned directly by Roa, as Whitebeard had said. One must leave a way out. They were all gathered in the Rocks Pirates for various interests. Otherwise, with their top-tier conqueror's haki, how could they possibly be subordinate to anyone? They were all kings in their own domains. However, at this moment, compared to the reactions of the onlookers, the Golden Lion still hadn't come back to his senses. Roa had truly used his conqueror's haki in battle, subsequently elevating his own conqueror's haki to the same level as his. Damn it! What on earth did this guy eat to grow up? What kind of freakish talent is this? The Golden Lion muttered as he lay on the ground. After slowly regaining his composure, he awkwardly got up from the ground, accepting the fact that he couldn't compete with the newcomer Roa in terms of conqueror's haki. But he didn't think he had lost just like that. He still had his unmatched dual swordsmanship. He still had high-level attack techniques wrapped in conqueror's haki. Plus, the enhancement from the float fruits ability. The Golden Lion firmly believed that he could not possibly lose today. At the very least, he absolutely would not allow himself to lose directly to a newcomer. Because in his view, talent is ultimately just talent. Skills like swordsmanship and attack techniques wrapped in conqueror's haki require long-term, even years of practice to master. As for devil fruits, a person can only eat one in their lifetime. This is absolutely common knowledge. There's no way all his hidden treasures could be absorbed by this Roa. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 37. Dual-wielding great swordsman attributes. And the astonishing Golden Lion. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled appearance, the Golden Lion regained his arrogant demeanor. Next, he was ready to use all his flashy techniques to directly impress the newcomer, Luo Ho. Ha ha ha. One interesting guy. I admit your talent is indeed strong, but that's where it ends. Next, I will show you what the true power of a dual-wielding great swordsman is. After a loud, sinister laugh and a forced explanation, the aura around the Golden Lion suddenly surged again. His body, under the influence of the devil fruit ability, shot up to a height of 70 to 80 meters, transforming into a small golden dot in the sky. He held his two famous swords, Muku and Sakura, high above his head, with his brilliant golden hair dancing wildly in the high-altitude winds. With both hands tightly gripping the handles of Muku and Sakura, the muscles in the Golden Lion's arms instantly tensed. The muscle memory from years of practicing swordsmanship allowed him to swiftly execute a series of complex sword techniques. Lion's Might, Slash Wave, Swish. The moment the blade fell, the upper cloud layer was instantly sliced open, creating massive ravines that spread out from the Golden Lion's position, causing the sea of clouds to churn. The devastating golden sword energy seemed capable of cutting through everything in the world, plummeting down towards Luo Ho's position. Come on! Luo Ho's heart raced with excitement. Although he consciously felt the power of the slash wave swung by the Golden Lion was formidable, it was useless. Soon, it would be his. As long as he wasn't killed in one blow, no matter how strong the ultimate move, he would be able to absorb it. After exerting all his strength to swing the slash wave, the Golden Lion casually wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He always had a bad premonition, but he could never quite put his finger on why. Damn it, this guy's dual-wielding swordsmanship has actually gotten stronger. Could he have secretly gone to learn from Captain Rocks again? In contrast to Luo Ho's excitement, the other division captains watching were somewhat shocked as they looked at the golden sword energy that the Golden Lion had unleashed, which had directly torn the sky apart, creating sword energy that extended several kilometers. At that moment, even Whitebeard had a vague feeling that his position as captain of the 1st Division was somewhat unstable. Although on the surface the Golden Lion's combat power was definitely not on par with his. The gap in combat power between the two was akin to the strength of Aokiji and Akainu vying for the position of Admiral after the Marineford War. Very close, but not quite equal. However, that bastard Golden Lion had the advantage of the Devil Fruit ability, just like how Akainu's Magma Fruit naturally counters Aokiji's Ice Fruit. Simply by being able to fly, Whitebeard had no way to deal with his opponent. The flying Golden Lion was as terrifying as a green-headed fly wandering around in a bathroom. Just imagine, facing an enemy whose strength is not much weaker than yours, and who can attack you with sword energy from a position you can't reach. Just thinking about such an enemy is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Luo Ho greedily focused on the golden sword energy that was getting closer to him. As long as his body could come into contact with that sword energy, he would directly become a genuine dual-wielding great swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, he would even be on par with the Golden Lion. Luo Ho's figure suddenly leaped forward, as if igniting the base fire of a cannonball, quickly charging towards the golden sword energy. Due to his previous intense battles with the Marine Headquarters top-tier Admiral Kongu and the absorption of immense power attributes, Luo Ho's body had now reached an astonishing height of over 3 meters. Combined with the fact that he was in battle, his muscles were fully tensed and expanded, with bulging veins twisting and writhing, creating a terrifyingly fierce appearance. Thick black light gathered in his palms, then spread directly to his arms. Top-tier Busashoka Haki. Steel Bone's heavy fist. Boom! Before anyone could react, Luo Ho suddenly unleashed Kongu's most proud move, Heavy Fist. The fist, the size of a sandbag and entirely black, like a terrifying fist made of steel, slammed into the center of the golden sword energy shot by the Golden Lion. The clash of fist and sword released a flurry of sparks. The black Busashoka Haki flowed continuously, eroding into the inside of the sword energy and causing terrifying fluctuations to erupt. ZZ. The black Busashoka Haki flowed into the sword energy, starting to wreak havoc. The slash wave unleashed by the Golden Lion, due to insufficient follow-through, lasted only a few seconds before being smashed into a pile of shattered golden light by Luo Ho, who transformed his punch into a claw, utilizing the eagle claw technique gifted by Kongu. At the moment the golden light shattered, Luo Ho's mind was flooded with the various experiences accumulated by the Golden Lion from decades of practicing dual-wielding swordsmanship. Along with the eagle claw technique and the steel bone's heavy fist, it belonged to the same tier of swordsmanship, Lion's Might Slash Wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the dual-wielding great swordsman's swordsmanship. Current progress. Top tier, 56. 91. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special sword technique combat skill Lion's Might Slash Wave. Top tier, 100. The process of absorbing this special ultimate move's attributes seemed complex, but in reality, it was quite simple. As long as there was physical contact with the opponent's attack, the host could directly decompose the opponent's most proficient combat experience and replicate such ultimate moves. After Luo Ho absorbed the dual-wielding great swordsman's swordsmanship attributes from the Golden Lion, the Golden Lion, who was floating in midair, clearly sensed an extremely unusual aura. His sensitive Kinbunchiko Haki detected a presence from Luo Ho that was strikingly similar to his own. It was a unique perception that only swordsmen possess. This guy, could it be that he really? How is this possible? Just from touching my swordsmanship, he comprehended dual-wielding swordsmanship? The Golden Lion looked in disbelief at the increasingly solid and smooth great swordsman aura emanating from Luo Ho. This newcomer had truly replicated his dual-wielding swordsmanship. Moreover, he had directly crossed from the realm of swordsman to that of great swordsman, reaching the level of a top-tier great swordsman. He was truly a monster. In a clash of conquerors Haki, his spirit surged. Now he had shattered his slash wave and directly comprehended his dual-wielding swordsmanship. The Golden Lion felt like crying without tears, questioning his life. He wondered if all his efforts over the decades were ultimately just a joke. Is the dividing line of talent between people really drawn from the womb? Chapter 38. Lion's Might Thousand Cuts Valley. He has trained in the dual sword style for over a decade to reach this top-level swordsman status. Now that bastard, Rojo, has learned it all at once. No wonder that old man Whitebeard has never stopped smiling. Clearly, he was prepared to watch Rojo's jokes. Damn it, if I can't take down that bastard Rojo today, how am I going to survive in the Rocks Pirates? A renowned pirate of my generation. And now I have to bow down to a newcomer who just joined, and I was the one who challenged him to a duel. Now I'm really in a tough spot. If I keep fighting hard, all my secret sword techniques will be learned by him. If I surrender, I'll lose face completely. Not to mention the relentless laughter from Newgate and the other captains. Just the discussions from those small pirates below are enough to make me want to hide. At this moment, after witnessing Rojo's terrifying talent, he felt a slight inclination to collaborate with him. After all, the captains like them joined the Rock's pirates not just because of Rox's strength. They rely more on operating within this terrifying power structure. If Rox ever falls, they will surely scatter like birds and beasts, each forming their own forces. A king with Conqueror's haki would never be willing to be subservient. After all, there's an old saying, a true man should not remain beneath others for long. Ordinary people have such thoughts, let alone those born with kingly qualities. Now that Rojo's terrifying talent has been recognized by the Golden Lion, if someone like him is willing to team up and form a new pirate crew, it would undoubtedly become a powerful force rivaling the Rock's pirates. Thinking of this, the Golden Lion decided to stop hiding his decades of swordsmanship and directly offered these techniques to Rojo, treating it as an early investment. Ha ha ha! Your talent is truly terrifying like never before. Even I, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, am not a stingy person. Since you have the talent to learn techniques at a glance, then take everything I have. The Golden Lion floating in the sky showed a smile he thought was very kind, looking toward Rojo. On the other hand, Rojo, upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, naturally wouldn't refuse. Although he didn't understand why the Golden Lion was so generous. As a representative of the current generation of university students, Rojo felt that if the other party offered something, he should accept it. If not, he would personally go ask if he could get it. Thank you for the gift. Boss Shiki, since you're so generous, why not throw in the technique for Conqueror's haki as well? Rojo stepped lightly in the air using the moonwalk, trying to float at the same level as the Golden Lion. After all, he hadn't yet absorbed the abilities of the float fruit. To fly in the air, he still needed to exert some skill. Ha ha ha! You're such a greedy little brat, wanting Conqueror's haki. Let me see if you can handle it. After hearing Rojo's greedy words, the Golden Lion grinned, and in his hands, 2 large swords flashed like lightning, continuously swinging and slicing through the air. The power increased, and the speed quickened. Within just 3 to 4 seconds, on this small island, a dense array of golden sword chi had already covered the area. Anyone lacking sufficient strength caught in the center would undoubtedly be sliced into minced meat. Lions, my Thousand Cuts Valley! The Golden Lion's tone was high-spirited, like a young lion in its prime. The sweeping sword chi he unleashed at this moment indiscriminately engulfed everyone on the island. This indiscriminate attack immediately drew extreme dissatisfaction from Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. They had only come to observe, yet unexpectedly found themselves embroiled in the Golden Lion's attack. Ha ha ha! This is the sword technique I improved from Lion's Might Slash Wave. By quickly swinging the blade, I create a web of sword chi that can cover a wide area. If your talent allows you to learn it directly, consider it a gift from me. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, completely ignoring the complaints from Newgate and the others trying to clear the sword chi. At the same time, violent black-red lightning began to manifest along the blades of his 2 famous swords, making them look like they were dragging terrifying lightning snakes. This was his Conqueror's haki wrapped attack. The Golden Lion was waiting. If Rojo could indeed learn his Lion's Might Thousand Cuts Valley again, he would directly use Conqueror's haki to attack him. Although using Conqueror's haki wrapped attacks would allow Rojo to learn this technique, the Golden Lion had already considered everything as his early investment. Of course, crafty as he was, he had more than just that in mind. Besides wanting to invest in Rojo, he was more concerned with using Conqueror's haki to strike Rojo, the brat who disrespected him, sending him flying with a single blow. That way, he could regain a bit of face as a great pirate. However, at this moment, Rojo quietly drew the white double-edged sword hanging at his waist. This double-edged sword was assessed to be of a quality comparable to a great blade of 21 craftsmanship. Not too good, but barely usable. Facing the flying and rapidly approaching sword chi, Rojo gripped his sword tightly. At that moment, the power fruit exploded, and thick blue veins began to bulge on his arms. Looking terrifying like worms, Rojo felt the memories of the dual sword style swordsmanship from deep within his mind. In the next second, Rojo struck a pose similar to the Golden Lion and swung the double-edged sword. Due to having only one sword, he only swung once. But that single strike was clearly about twice as powerful as the Golden Lion's. Whoosh! A terrifying white sword chi shot up from the ground. The sword chi Rojo unleashed was almost identical to the Golden Lion's slash wave. Moreover, the force of this sword chi was so great that it swept through the Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley like a force of nature. It then continued to soar through the air, splitting the clouds above in two. The range of the sword chi slash extended over 200 kilometers before finally coming to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special swordsmanship ultimate move, Lion's Might. Thousand Cuts Valley, Top Tier 100. Chapter 39. A punch that unleashes the floating fruit. Oh, damn it. How could that guy actually learn my wave slash? And he wields it even better than I do. Although the Golden Lion flying in the sky had somewhat anticipated this. Witnessing the sword energy unleashed by Luo, Ho left him momentarily dumbfounded. The fact that Luo Ho could produce a sword energy even more powerful than his with just a single blade felt like salt being poured into his wounds, stabbing like a devilishly spicy pepper. Aside from the stunned expression of the Golden Lion, the other captain-level pirates were equally shocked. The ability to rapidly elevate their haki during a clash of Conqueror's haki had already amazed them. Now, this newcomer Luo Ho had directly replicated the Golden Lion's proud ultimate move. Mama, Newgate, don't hold me back. This exceptionally talented young man is simply my type. If it's not too much trouble, just give me a condition, money, or a person, because I really can't hold back anymore. In contrast to the shock of the others, Charlotte Linlin was clearly thinking on a deeper level. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who had been quietly standing, glanced over and couldn't be bothered to deal with Charlotte Linlin, who was behaving like a breeding sow. Damn it, he had just dealt with a few offspring and hadn't even recovered. And now he was considering finding someone to bear more children. And this troublesome creature was directly eyeing Luo Ho, whom Whitebeard regarded as family. With that thought, Whitebeard couldn't help but spit heavily. At this point, even if he were to be killed on the road, he would never allow Charlotte Linlin to harm his family. In this world, as long as one has enough power, what kind of beautiful women can't they find? Besides, who knows if Charlotte Linlin carries some special virus or something? Kula-la-la-la-la-la-la. Linlin, if you don't carry a mirror with you, just take a piss to use as a mirror and see what kind of woman Luo Ho could attract with his talent. If you hadn't given birth to so many sons, I might have considered him, but now your status doesn't match Luo Ho's talent. Whitebeard directly unleashed a torrent of unreserved words. Given his strong personality over the years, he would never give any disliked person a bit of face, even if the opponent was extremely powerful. After all, Whitebeard's big sword doesn't cut the weak and the elderly. But that doesn't include the steel balloon that is Charlotte Linlin. Do you think Luo Ho could also learn the Golden Lion's Thousand Cut Valley? No matter how terrifying his talent is, it can't be that perverse, right? That's an advanced sword technique of wave slash. Not necessarily. This newcomer has quickly raised his Conqueror's haki from the beginning and has now directly learned the wave slash in less than a few minutes. I think it's very likely he has already mastered all of the Golden Lion's sword techniques, aside from Charlotte Linlin, who was sulking due to Whitebeard. The other captain-level pirates were still very curious, discussing Luo Ho's terrifying talent in instantly learning the Golden Lion's ultimate move. Although each of them who became a pirate officer in the Rocks Pirates was exceptionally talented, they knew their own business. Compared to their talents, Luo Ho was the real monster. After all, every great pirate has their own set of unique combat skills or ultimate moves. But Luo Ho's talent to directly learn ultimate moves that others take decades to comprehend is truly formidable. If this newcomer were to learn all the ultimate moves from the several captains, one could imagine what kind of monster would emerge from the Rocks Pirates. Everyone is selfish. They would not engage in any conflict with Luo Ho until they have gained enough benefit, hoping to avoid exposing their ultimate techniques for others to learn. However, among them, Whitebeard was contemplating what unique techniques he could teach Luo Ho. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with any answer. Whitebeard suddenly realized he didn't seem to have any special ultimate moves. He reached his position as a great pirate purely through his innate monstrous strength and wielding the supreme sword, the great knife of the clouds, to defeat many pirates and become an officer in the Rocks Pirates. After a mental storm, Whitebeard began to ponder whether he should also develop a dedicated ultimate move for himself. After all, everyone has one, and it's somewhat embarrassing that he doesn't. Moreover, if he continues to rely solely on brute strength for combat, it doesn't quite match the style of a great pirate. On the other side, having just received a system prompt and absorbed the ultimate move attributes, Luo Ho showed no hesitation in revealing that he could already use the Lion's Might, Thousand Cut Valley. His current goal was the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the two famous swords of the Golden Lion. As long as the Golden Lion could use Conqueror's Haki to strike at him, he would be able to directly absorb this advanced Haki technique. At that point, he would truly step into the realm of great pirates. Although he could find Whitebeard to learn the Conqueror's Haki wrapping, the Golden Lion had already come to him. So Luo Ho wouldn't be polite. After all, he had already gained enough benefits from the Golden Lion. Getting another layer of Conqueror's Haki wrapping wouldn't be excessive. After recalling the specific operation techniques of the Lion's Might, Thousand Cut Valley, which were already etched in his mind, Luo Ho quickly drew the sword from his waist. Without further ado, he swiftly swung it in front of the gazes of many onlookers, unleashing a dense wave of white sword energy. As expected, Luo Ho truly learned the Golden Lion's Might, Thousand Cut Valley. Moreover, the sword energy he unleashed this time was clearly faster and stronger than the Golden Lion's Thousand Cut Valley. The dense white sword energy swiftly soared into the sky, completely shredding the originally broken clouds into a chaotic fish scale pattern. The Golden Lion, flying high in the sky, was the one who witnessed Luo Ho using the Thousand Cut Valley sword technique most directly. At this moment, although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. This bastard Luo Ho not only learned his sword technique, but could unleash sword energy that was faster and stronger than his. It was simply outrageous. However, as a man recognized by the world as a true great pirate, the Golden Lion still possessed a certain spirit. Although he felt a tinge of envy, he ultimately chose to let Luo Ho learn all of his ultimate moves. After a moment of internal calm, a sizzling sound erupted. Black-red lightning, resembling boiling liquid, formed a web-like shape and instantly covered the area around the Golden Lion's body. This was a special state that occurs when Conqueror's Haki is pushed to the limit. The Golden Lion aimed to regain all the face he had lost earlier with this move. Even if this technique of Conqueror's Haki might also be learned by Luo Ho, he was willing to take that risk. He looked towards Luo Ho's position. Ha ha ha. Damn Rayo. This is the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around. As long as you can hold on, I will admit you have the qualifications to be the captain of the Rocks Pirates sub-team. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Then, without further ado, he raised his dual swords, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, and viciously slashed at Rayo. Naturally, Rayo was more than willing to accept the Golden Lion's gift. At this moment, his strength was absolutely beyond being instantly defeated by anyone, and those who couldn't kill him would only become the nutrients for his growth, making him even more extremely powerful. Facing the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki-wrapped attack, Rayo was excited but not careless. After all, this was an attack technique that was said to be essential for standing firm in the sea. If he wasn't careful with his current physique, he could be severely injured from a single hit. Rayo's expression became serious. His fingers clenched into a fist, and the power fruit began to activate. Thick blue veins started to emerge on his body. His muscles became extremely tense, and the dense armament Haki within him surged upward defiantly. Steel bone heavy fist. With a loud shout, Rayo threw out a punch. Boom! The fists clashed, but due to the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki wrapping, the two sides did not make contact, only engaging in a contest of strength from a distance. After less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Rayo was directly shaken by the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the wooden tree in Sakura, causing him to feel dizzy and fly backward. At this moment, Rayo felt a sweetness in his mouth, quickly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his figure flew back like a cannonball, shattering the entire small sky island into pieces. At this point, he finally understood how significant the gap was between being able to use Conqueror's Haki wrapping and not being able to. The famous pirate King Luffy was indeed not joking when he was smashed into his king's dream by Kaido's stick. However, Ryo did not regret confronting the Golden Lion head-on with this sword, because at this moment, he clearly felt that he had a sense of control over the Conqueror's haki deep within his mind, as if it were an extension of his own body. Moreover, a new power of the devil fruit began to spread and flow throughout his entire body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Advanced Combat Skill Conqueror's haki, wrapping 100 top level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Paramecia Float Fruit ability attribute 100 awakened. Chapter 40. One punch shatters the island after being struck by the Gold Lion's sword, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, and sent crashing into the ground to a depth of over 10 meters, nearly shattering the small, floating island into pieces. Luo successfully absorbed the Gold Lion's technique of Conqueror's haki wrapping attack, as well as the god-level ability of the Paramecia type Float Fruit. Conqueror's haki wrapping is an advanced attack technique essential for top-tier powerhouses on the seas. Basically, without the Conqueror's haki wrapping attack, one cannot be considered a top-tier master. The Float Fruit, being a very powerful fruit, speaks for itself. Besides his formidable personal strength, the Gold Lion relied heavily on this highly mobile fruit ability to rise to the position of the second-in-command of the Rocks Pirates. After all, there are not many pirates of the Gold Lion's caliber. Figures like John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin are all capable of facing him head-on. However, after obtaining the Float Fruit, the Gold Lion is practically invincible. As long as he wishes, no one in the world can match his flying speed. Of course, this might be different when facing a certain glowing, lecherous new recruit in the Navy headquarters. After quietly waiting for the waves of pain in his body to gradually subside, Luo slowly floated out from the massive pit created by the explosion. Following the series of battles, his newly changed shirt was completely torn into shreds, revealing his sculpted muscles underneath. Feeling the demonic power within him, which was completely different from the power fruit, Luo indulged in the sensation of weightlessness, freely controlling his body to float forward. With a calm expression, he twisted his somewhat stiff neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, then raised his head to look at the Gold Lion in the sky. At that moment, a strange red glow replaced Luo's originally black pupils, filled with a sense of violence and bloodshed. The corner of his mouth curved into a reckless arc. This was a special manifestation that comes from the Conqueror's haki wrapping attack. From this day on, Luo officially stepped into the realm of being called a great pirate in the era of rocks. Indeed, he could even directly comprehend the Conqueror's haki wrapping. The Gold Lion stared in shock at Luo, whose pupils had completely turned deep red, and a storm began to surge within him. At this moment, several division captains nearby had yet to notice Luo's floating posture resembling the Gold Lion's. They were still immersed in the shock of Luo instantly learning the Conqueror's haki wrapping attack. With the Conqueror's haki wrapping heavy punch, even the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, a Marine Admiral, would definitely not be able to withstand a single punch. Luo tightly clenched his right fist, instantly erupting with a terrifying aura. The veins on his arm pulsating like fearsome black and blue earthworms just crawled out of the mud after the rain. This was the highest muscle power that could be manifested when the power fruit was pushed to its limit. But that was not the end. As all the muscles in his body operated at their peak, Luo's red pupils became even more vibrant, and long strands of black Conqueror's haki lightning began to strike wildly in all directions. As the Conqueror's haki transformed into energy wrapped around his right fist, Luo felt that he had grasped a power capable of destroying everything in the world, unlike the previous pure armed haki and muscle strength. The Conqueror's haki wrapping emphasizes avoiding contact with the enemy's body while still being able to inflict fatal damage. In other words, if one has not learned the Conqueror's haki wrapping, unless the opponent holds back, there is basically no chance of defeating them solely with armed haki, because you would have no opportunity to touch them. Yet the enemy could strike you directly. What a monstrous talent. No, what does this bastard want to do? Damn it, he wants to test the power of Conqueror's haki wrapping on this floating island. originally still in a state of shock. The division captains changed their expressions drastically and jumped away when they saw Luo Ho punch towards the small floating island beneath them. It is well known that the range of Conqueror's hockey attacks is extremely wide. A careless contact could easily result in being hit by a sudden attack, causing severe injuries. Therefore, at this moment, even though they were among the top pirates, they did not dare to take the risk and could only choose to jump back to Hakanosu Island and observe the situation. As for Luo Ho, he could not care less about that. He only wanted to unleash the terrifying power within him. Hockey rap, heavy punch. Boom! Before the words fell, Luo Ho's punch, wrapped in dual-color hockey and immense muscle power, struck directly at the center of the floating island. The terrifying black and red Conqueror's hockey formed a sphere of energy in the very center of his punch, seemingly capable of destroying everything. This is true power. Celestial dragons. Prépare-toi. Luo Ho's expression was wild and arrogant as he grinned fiercely. Then, using his last ounce of strength, he injected all the Conqueror's hockey and flowing armed hockey into the interior of the floating island. At that moment, the air seemed to be still for a few seconds. But this was merely the calm before the storm. As the hockey energy left Luo Ho's body, its terrifying destructive power was fully unleashed. A thunderous explosion, akin to high-energy explosives, erupted, and in an instant, this medium-sized floating island, not particularly large, was blown to smithereens by Luo Ho's hockey energy, turning into rubble everywhere. After the island shattered, it was as if an invisible force swept through the void. Above the floating island, the clouds, which had already been fragmented, vanished completely. In the high sky, a mushroom cloud explosion appeared, revealing the exceptionally clean blue sky without any obstruction. After shattering the floating island with a single punch, Luo Ho's figure slowly floated down to Hakanosu Island. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others, who had already jumped to Hakanosu Island, gasped in awe at the dazzling scene resembling fireworks. This newcomer, Luo Ho, not only instantly learned the Conqueror's hockey wrapping attack technique, but with the assistance of the Power Fruit ability and the internal destruction of armed hockey, his area damage and destructive power were far more terrifying than any of them. Perhaps, at this stage, the only one in the entire Rocks Pirates who could contend one-on-one with Luo Ho was Captain Rocks himself. Whitebeard and the Gold Lion should also have the strength to fight, but they definitely could not win against Luo Ho. At most, they would reach a stalemate. As for the others like John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, they would have no chance of fighting him. Luo Ho's strength level had already reached a level just below Captain Rock's. Everyone gazed silently at Luo Ho, who floated in the sky. The pirate minions who had just regained consciousness from the shock of the Conqueror's hockey all displayed a series of expressions of envy, jealousy, shock, fear, and submission. After witnessing Luo's pose as he shattered the sky island with a single punch, as well as the astonished expressions of the other division leaders, they clearly realized that the Rocks Pirates were really about to gain another division leader. In the next moment, when they noticed that Luo was actually floating in midair at the same height as Captain Shiki, everyone fell into another wave of shock. What? Captain Luo can also use the float fruit ability to float like Captain Shiki? Yes. It seems there was no indication of that before. But wait. Didn't the Navy Headquarters Bounty Notice say that Captain Luo had eaten a Paramecia-type devil fruit? How could he possibly have the ability of the float fruit as well? Moreover, Captain Shiki is still alive, so the ability of the float fruit couldn't have been reborn and then directly eaten again? I have a rather unrealistic thought. Perhaps Captain Luo is one of those legendary dual fruit users. Is that true? A dual fruit user. How is that possible? I've never heard of that before. At this moment, the equally stunned Mihawk and Crocodile, who had also just awakened from the ground, were looking at Luo floating in the sky like a deity. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and others nearby also noticed this bizarre scene without exception. After spending so many years with Captain Shiki, they were certain that the devil fruit ability Luo was using at that moment was indeed Shiki's float fruit. However, what puzzled them was that Captain Shiki was still floating beside them. So where did Luo get his float fruit ability from? Could it be that Luo in addition to being able to learn their special moves, could also learn other people's devil fruit abilities? If that were the case, such a talent would be terrifying. Terrifying indeed. It was like an alien had come to their world and started rampaging. Kuhahaha. Truly worthy of being my family acknowledged by Whitebeard. Such a terrifying talent is really enviable. Whitebeard, after being shocked for less than 3 seconds at Luo's ability to possess the float fruit, burst out laughing heartily. Compared to the nearby companions who were so envious and jealous that they were about to ascend to heaven, he was genuinely happy for Luo's talent. Chapter 41. Rocks in the face of the rising and falling calls of the pirate lackeys. Luo Ho showed no intention of paying any attention. At this moment, with his personal strength having reached the peak level, he could only think about quickly participating in the God Valley War, a battle that could be described as a feast. As one of the few super battles in the pirate world, the God Valley War would surely gather countless celestial dragons. As long as he could find an opportunity in the God Valley War, Luo Ho could wield the sword of virtue and slaughter those worthless creatures, releasing the hatred that had been pinned up within him for so long. Although he had already killed 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island before joining the Rocks Pirates, that was merely an appetizer. The lives of 3 foolish celestial dragons were not enough to repay his debts. Luo Ho only wanted to go completely crazy in a grand battle, to lose his humanity and eliminate all the bastards that stood in the way of his hatred. Open the data panel. Host, Luo Ho, age, 18, strength, 119777, peak emperor level. Agility, 108810, peak emperor level. Stamina, 159,900, peak emperor level. Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, top 56, 11. Armament Hockey, top 62, 33. Observation Hockey, top 73, 96. Martial Arts Skills, Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Lion's Might, Slash Wave, Eagle Claw Fist, Steel Bone Heavy Fist, Thunder 8 Trigrams, Descent of the 3 Realms. Devil Fruit Abilities, Paramecia, Strength Fruit. Paramecia, Float Fruit. He was no longer that fisherman standing like a lackey in front of the village, looking at his extremely luxurious data panel. Luo Ho couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In less than a month since he set sail, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a true great pirate, a top-tier powerhouse equivalent to the peak level of the 4 emperors, and in certain aspects even surpassing them. However, at this moment, Luo Ho did not lose his rationality due to his significant increase in strength. Before officially declaring war on the world government, he planned to continue enhancing his weaknesses. He did not seek to break through to an incredibly strong level. He only wanted to reach Rock's level. After all, based on the over 1,000 episodes of anime he had watched, even a ruthless person like Rox was directly suppressed by the world government in the God Valley. For his own safety, Luo Ho believed it was necessary to continue enhancing his strength. If it was difficult to find sufficiently powerful opponents to obtain attribute orbs in terms of strength, agility, and stamina, then he would focus on devil fruits. As for the very necessary hockey, he could only hope to find an opportunity to duel with Captain Rox. Considering the current hockey levels of Whitebeard and Shiki, the 2 captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions, it was clear that they had no additional hockey attributes to drop for him to absorb. Where could he find suitable devil fruit abilities to absorb? After using the float fruit to control his body and slowly descend to the ground, Luo Ho pondered the most suitable devil fruit abilities while walking towards the positions of Whitebeard and Kaido. At this moment, when Kaido looked at Luo Ho, his eyes were filled with starry admiration. Originally, he had already greatly admired Luo Ho's formidable talent, and now, after seeing Luo Ho dare to face Shiki, a great pirate, without losing ground, he was even more filled with respect. Perhaps I could take some time to visit Sky Island and see that so-called God-level devil fruit. After gathering with several division captains, a flash of inspiration struck Luo Ho's mind as he suddenly remembered the strongest among the Logia devil fruits, the Rumble fruit. This devil fruit not only boasted the fastest speed in the world, but also had the highest and most violent attack power with its lightning. In the original plot, the Rumble fruit was eaten by a long-eared thief named Eneru, who developed a series of very powerful attacks based on its abilities. However, due to Oda's classic plot twist, even with the Logia Devil Fruit, Inaru ultimately fell under Luffy's Gomu no attack. But that does not mean the Rumble Fruit is weak. If he could find such a Devil Fruit on Sky Island, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to his strength. After all, Luoho's current single-target attack was already extremely powerful, and if he could add the lightning effects of the Rumble Fruit, it would be like the super paralyzing effect of an ultimate ring. Each punch would not only have immense attack power, but could also paralyze the opponent with lightning coursing through their body. The increase in strength would be very significant. Moreover, aside from speed and attack, the Rumble Fruit also greatly enhanced the sensing range of observation haki. In the original plot, while Inaru's Conqueror's haki was not outstanding, his electromagnetic sensing from the Rumble Fruit allowed him to cover dozens of sky islands. Luoho couldn't even imagine how vast his already top-tier observation haki would become with the enhancement of the Rumble Fruit. By then, even if he stood in the East Blue using observation haki, he could probably monitor the color of Pirate Empress Boa Hancock's underwear in the Calm Belt today. The more Luoho thought about it, the more feasible this idea seemed. After all, according to Oda's introduction in the SBS, the Rumble Fruit had not appeared in the Blue Sea for hundreds of years. If the Blue Sea did not have the Rumble Fruit, then it was highly likely that this Devil Fruit would appear in the White Sea or the White Sea region of Sky Island. However, just as Luoho made up his mind to visit Sky Island before the God Valley War began, a tall man, about 4 to 5 meters high, was leaning against the door of the skeleton room in the core area of Hakanosu Island, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Upon noticing this man leaning against the door, the cheers of the pirate lackeys on the scene came to an abrupt halt. Everyone turned pale as they looked at the man who was constantly emanating Conqueror's haki, the one who established the Rocks Pirates and brazenly seized 1/3 of the territory of the world government, the Sea Overlord. Rocks D. Xebec. Chapter 42. The 7th Division. Are you the pirate Roronoa who killed 3 celestial dragons? After realizing that his appearance had disrupted the festive atmosphere, Rocks felt a rare moment of embarrassment. However, as someone who had watched the battle in its entirety and had a direct understanding of Roronoa's terrifying talent, he was very pleased to have such a newcomer join his crew. The ability to rapidly increase strength and haki levels during battle, and even directly learn the opponent's special moves. Roronoa's various perverse talents made even this great sea overlord feel a little ashamed. Rocks vaguely sensed that Roronoa would soon replace him and become the new great sea overlord. However, as a man of ambition, he wouldn't worry about such trivial matters. The purpose of his existence, Rocks D. Xebec, was to overthrow the world government that had ruled this world for 800 years. Now, with a newcomer like Roronoa with such terrifying talent, the distance to truly overthrow the world government and dominate this world was no longer far. Although Rocks was very aware that the division leaders under him had almost zero sense of belonging to the Rocks Pirates, he, as a person of absolute power, did not care about the loyalty of his subordinates. Since he established the Rocks Pirates, no one had ever dared to betray him, because betrayal within the Rocks Pirates absolutely meant death. Even those so-called great pirates were not exempt from his butcher's knife. A pirate newcomer? Their identity didn't matter. I just want to kill all the celestial dragons. Faced with the inquiry from the great sea overlord Rocks, Roronoa pondered for a moment before acknowledging his current pirate identity. After all, in this world, anyone who acted against the world government would be deemed a pirate. This means that one does not necessarily have to burn, kill, and plunder to be a pirate. Often, it is beyond one's control. Otherwise, how could so many people want to overthrow the world government over hundreds of years? The existence of the celestial dragons is the root of the world's turmoil. Their human hunting competition every 3 years is enough to prove their evil. According to the world government's regulations, any country that does not join the world government will have its civilians classified as abnormal individuals. The explanation of abnormal largely indicates that the world government believes there are no real humans in that country. As nobles of the world, the celestial dragons can freely kill these abnormal individuals. Roronoa and Whitebeard's past experiences were just like this. One interesting guy wanted to kill all the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Roranoa's thoughts, Rox revealed an evil smile. Roranoa's ideals were largely in line with his own. He wanted to completely overthrow the world government and dominate the world. And Roranoa wanted to kill all the celestial dragons. The two of them could be said to be of the same ilk. Moreover, Roranoa's personal talent was far more terrifying than that of this so-called Great Sea Overlord. He had already made tremendous progress in strength during his youth, reaching the status of a true great pirate. Such a terrifying talent was something that even he had not achieved in 3 years. Overall, having such a crazy and perverse crew member join the Rox Pirates was a tremendous boost for him. With that said, the captain announces, Roranoa will be the captain of our Rox Pirates 7th Division. He will also have the right to freely form his own new pirate crew. Rock's slightly hoarse voice spread through the transmission snail to all the pirate islands under the Rox Pirates. This terrifying news immediately stirred up a wave of shock. It is well known that there are not a few great pirates in the Rox Pirates. To become a true pirate officer, one must not only meet basic strength requirements, but also pass the evaluations of several other division leaders. The fact that Roranoa was personally announced by Rox as the captain of the 7th Division and granted the right to establish the 7th Division pirate crew naturally proved Roranoa's strength and status. Heavens, I can't believe this newcomer has jumped straight to the position of 7th Division captain. Truly terrifying. At this point, who would still dare to call Roranoa a newcomer? That's simply asking for death. I heard from people in the Navy headquarters that Captain Roranoa is a cruel pirate who kills without blinking and likes to eat the heads of his enemies raw. How enviable. I've been in the Rox Pirates for so many years and haven't been able to achieve a title. But this newcomer became the 7th Division captain in less than a day. I wonder what the requirements are to join the 7th Division. The benefits of the newly formed division must be very good. After a brief moment of shock and envy, a large group of pirates in the Rox Pirates began to inquire about the specific requirements to join the 7th Division. However, Roranoa had just become the captain of the 7th Division, so naturally, no news had been released yet. But even if Roranoa set specific requirements for joining his crew, those who could be described as the lowest of the lowly pirates certainly had no qualification to join Roranoa's crew. Roranoa, becoming the captain of the 7th Division, should not be disputed by you few, right? If any captain doubts his strength, they can challenge him now, and I will personally serve as the judge between you. After sending out all the messages, Rox's domineering gaze swept towards the surrounding division leaders, including Whitebeard and Shiki. The opinions of others did not matter. However, he still needed to be concerned about the feelings of these old cadres who had followed him for many years. However, to Rox's surprise, after hearing his inquiry, these division leaders, who usually cause chaos, all chose to default unanimously, showing no dissent at all. Or rather, aside from Shiki and Whitebeard, the other division leaders didn't dare to voice any objections. After all, the image of Roranoa crushing a medium-sized sky island with a single punch wrapped in Conqueror's haki was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to seek trouble with someone who had such a terrifying talent for learning? It was already good enough that John and the others could beg Roranoa not to come and challenge them. I have no objections to Roranoa becoming the captain of the 7th Division. Captain Rox. I have no objections either. But this kid even managed to replicate my float fruit. That's simply unreasonable. Mama. Although it's a bit regrettable that I can't have a proper exchange with Brother Roranoa for now, I have no objections. Chapter 42. Everyone fruit, we had no objections. It was a matter of pride for us that Brother Rojo could become the captain of the 7th Division. Yes. We hope Captain Rojo will take good care of us fellow brothers in the future. Seeing that the two captains, Gold Lion and Whitebeard, had no objections, the remaining John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others naturally did not dare to say much, even when realizing Rojo's talents, which would eventually surpass Captain Rox. Everyone felt a bit of a pull towards him, especially Charlotte Lingling, who was slim and had a pure and beautiful face, frequently cast flirtatious glances, subtly revealing her privacy to Rojo. According to her own guesses, as long as she could stimulate communication with a talented young man like Rojo, she would surely have another opportunity to give birth to one or even multiple exceptionally gifted children. The talents of these children, possessing their excellent genes, might directly surpass her current highest masterpiece, her second son, Charlotte Katakuri. However, Rojo naturally would not focus his attention on Charlotte Lingling. Although at this time she was indeed impeccable in terms of figure and appearance, Rojo was inherently a man with a complex. Not one of those who just shouted about the legacy of Wu Wei or Mengda's thoughts. He believed that he needed something better. Very well, since that's the case, from today onward, Rojo will be the captain of our Rocks Pirates 7th Division. Observing that these division captains, who usually bicker daily, were so united in their choice today, Rocks was quite satisfied. He looked at Rojo and began introducing the rules of the Rocks Pirates, which he had established single-handedly. Rojo perked up and listened closely. Most of the so-called rules were actually about the distribution of power. As a division captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rojo had the right to form his own pirate crew. He could also select crew members from all the pirate crews under the Rocks Pirates. He could even choose crew members directly from other division captains' fleets. Of course, to take someone from another captain, one had to speak with strength or benefits. For example, if one could defeat Gold Lion, it would be no problem to pick someone from his flying battleship fleet. Alternatively, if one could offer their body to have a deep conversation with Charlotte Lingling until she got pregnant, they could pick someone from her crew as well. As for John and Wang Ji, it was even simpler. One only needed to throw money at the other until they agreed, while the other could simply beat the opponent into submission. The remaining Whitebeard, due to personal reasons, had not formed his own pirate crew. The reason was that at this time, Whitebeard was still struggling with whether to adopt a son and whether to establish a pirate crew as a father. This was the specific situation of the Rocks Pirates, and you can slowly learn about the rest. Recently, don't wander too far. We have a major operation near the West Sea. After quickly introducing the basic rules of the Rocks Pirates, Rock's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot before anyone could react. Seeing the scene, Rojo was dumbfounded. He had thought that after absorbing so many powerful basic attributes and having such high agility, he should at least be able to see Rock's movements clearly. But it seemed that was not the case. Rox was clearly at a level of strength that could not be compared to that of an emperor. Kuhaha, you haven't learned about Captain Rock's abilities yet, have you? Captain Rox recently ate the Paramecia-type teleportation fruit, and now he is a teleportation man with explosive speed that ordinary people absolutely cannot keep up with. Whitebeard laughed at the bewildered Rojo, then carefully explained the reason for Rock's sudden disappearance. Teleportation fruit? Rojo looked at Whitebeard in surprise. He had indeed not been aware of this aspect. Based on Rojo's experience watching anime, Rox should have obtained the ability of the Dark Fruit during the battle in God Valley. But it seemed that was not the case, or rather, Rox was a monster just like Blackbeard, capable of eating 2 devil fruits. No wonder when the other saw that he possessed both the Power Fruit and the Float Fruit. He did not show any unusual expression. It turns out that he could also have dual or even multiple devil fruit abilities. Kuaha, that's right. Captain Rock's teleportation fruit has already been cultivated to the awakened stage, and the captain naturally possesses 2 hearts, allowing him to accommodate 2 devil fruits. After looking around cautiously, Whitebeard chose to carefully share this insider information with Rojo. After all, the walls have ears, and such matters often happen. They had insiders in the Navy. The Navy headquarters and CP could also infiltrate the Rocks Pirates. If they accidentally exposed their trump card, it would be easy to suffer a setback in the upcoming operations. I see. Thank you, Newgate. After hearing Whitebeard's insider information, Rojo politely thanked him. The still very young Whitebeard happily patted Rojo's shoulder and said something like, "We're all brothers here. Next, you should start forming your own team. If you need anything, feel free to come to me for help." After seeing that there was nothing else he could help with, Whitebeard walked towards his own Leopard Print spa while reminding Rojo that it was time to build his own pirate crew. As soon as Whitebeard's tall figure left, a group of eager little pirates quickly gathered around, wanting to join the newly added 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. They had already gathered all the information. Captain Rojo of the 7th Division was a fierce person who had seized a heavenly gold transport ship from the world government. Besides the assurance of the captain's strength, being part of such a team would definitely be full of benefits, and there would be no shortage of money to spend. Of course, more often than not, It was because the other division captains looked down on these little Karami pirates that they were scrambling to join Rojo's team for a share. Captain Rojo, please let me join your team. I have drifted half my life without meeting a worthy leader. Captain, I am a Zoan-type dog fruit, ordinary species gray wolf form user. With my addition, the 7th Division will surely thrive rapidly. Captain Rojo, I am a Zoan-type everyone fruit, ordinary species, intangible form user. I can absolutely control my body with precision, ensuring I won't hold back the 7th Division. Captain, Chapter 43, Kaido Mihawk. And Crocodile joined Roronoa was somewhat numb as he looked at the ordinary pirates surrounding him, making it impossible to escape. Among these individuals, apart from a few members who were somewhat presentable, the majority were just useless members. Otherwise, they would have long been snatched away by other captains, and he wouldn't have had a chance with them. Especially that guy with the Zoan-type human fruit in the commoner form. What uses such a devil fruit ability? What good does it do to turn into an ordinary person? Of course, if a Sea King were to eat this devil fruit, it might actually produce a crew member of the Emperor level. After all, this devil fruit was later consumed by Tony Chopper, who had a bounty of 50 berries, and he could actually stand up to the 4 emperors. Although Roronoa looked down on these ordinary small pirates, after careful consideration, he decided to select around 30 or 40 strong-looking individuals who could work, as well as a dozen beautiful female pirates who could cook and were pleasing to the eye, to join his fleet. After all, even if these people had no real strength, they could still help with the chores in his team. He couldn't possibly have risen to the rank of a pirate officer in the Rocks Pirates and still do the cleaning and cooking himself, could he? He had to recruit vigorously to free himself up and be a hands-off manager. When these 70 or 80 strong men and 30 or 40 female pirates saw that they had indeed been selected to join the 7th Division, they all jumped up excitedly. Who doesn't know about the terrifying talent of Roronoa, the captain of the 7th Division? He was the man who defeated the 2nd Division captain, the great pirate Shiki, just the day after joining. Following such a young and powerful captain, they wouldn't just be able to thrive, but at least would have a worry-free start. This was almost equivalent to being accepted into a civil service position in a developed area without an exam. It could truly be said that the future was promising. Meanwhile, the pirates who weren't given the chance to join were all pounding their chests and sighing in frustration. They had thought that joining the 7th Division would be as difficult as the previous teams, so they had no hope of participating. They never expected that the 7th Division would accept dozens of people so easily, and apart from the pretty female pirates, most of them had little strength. However, at this point, these pirates could only shed tears of envy and jealousy. After all, the 7th Division only recruited 100 members before stopping. One must say that sometimes luck is far more important than choice. Just when everyone thought that the recruitment for the 7th Division had ended hastily, a tall man, about 4 to 5 meters tall, with a body covered in muscles as solid as granite, forcibly opened a path through the crowd and approached Roronoa. Roronoa looked up and saw that the person in front of him was Kaido, the young man who had encountered him at sea, robbed the heavenly gold, and charged onto the island of the devil to kill the celestial dragons. Brother Roronoa, I also want to join the 7th Division. It's a waste of time starting as an intern in the Rocks Pirates. I'd rather hang out with you. After all, I, Kaido, have fought alongside you through thick and thin and even robbed the heavenly gold from the world government. Is it too much to ask for a spot in the 7th Division? Kaido's massive body did not reflect his fierce demeanor. Instead, he looked amusingly like a fan requesting an idol's autograph. Roronoa was quite surprised by this. He had originally thought that after Kaido boarded Hakanosu, he would follow the plot of the original story and become an intern in the Rocks Pirates, working his way up until the crew disbanded after the God Valley incident. However, Roronoa never expected that Kaido would want to come join his 7th Division as a crew member. This was quite a pleasant surprise. After all, Kaido was a member of a special race with excellent talent. He would one day become one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World. The benefits of having such a terrifyingly powerful and rapidly improving crew member join his 7th Division were obvious. Of course, no problem. Since you don't want to start as an intern, just come aboard as a combat crew member. Roronoa embraced Kaido's intention without refusal and directly brought him into his team as a combat crew member. Meanwhile, Nearby, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, John, and others, who had not walked far, were all enviously drooling at this scene. Although they didn't know that Kaido would later become a dominant sea emperor as great pirates, they had a keen eye and could tell that Kaido's talent was far from ordinary. After all, how could someone who had mastered all three types of haki at such a young age be simple? In other words, wasn't Kaido now just a weaker version of Roronoa? Upon seeing Kaido for the first time, they had all taken turns approaching this young member of the Oni race, wanting to forcibly recruit him into their divisions for training. Unfortunately, each of them was ruthlessly rejected by Kaido. Even when Captain Rocks personally invited Kaido to become an intern in the Rocks Pirates, he did not get Kaido's agreement. Initially, everyone thought that Kaido was an ambitious guy who wanted to establish his own division like them in the future. But they never expected he would look so familiar with Roronoa and even want to forcibly join the other S division as a combat crew member. However, it wasn't their fault for not understanding the situation. After all, Whitebeard was only responsible for bringing people back to Hakanosu. Roronoa and Kaido's relationship details were probably too tedious for Whitebeard to explain to these guys who were always fighting and making noise. With such a high-quality crew member possessing all three types of haki joining a newly established team, it was a stroke of luck that even made Shiki and others shed tears of envy. After bringing Kaido under his wing, just when Roronoa was about to head to the dedicated shipyard of the Rocks Pirates to obtain his own pirate ship, several young figures suddenly rushed over again. "Captain Roronoa, please allow me to join the 7th Division. I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Add me in. I also want to join the 7th Division." The figures that rushed over with Kaido were none other than Dracule, Mihawk, and Crocodile, whom Roronoa had seen before. Although these two boys were not very old, their determined gazes showed that they were undoubtedly two exceptionally talented youngsters. Naturally, Roronoa did not choose to refuse these two future legends and directly incorporated both of them into his team. After all, these two would become renowned as the world's greatest swordsmen and the MVP of the Marineford War in the future. Roronoa wanted to ensure more stable continuous output and kill the celestial dragons. So he naturally needed a group of subordinates to attract the attention of the miscellaneous Navy and CP organizations. Although these two youngsters were indeed a bit too young at the moment, in the pirate world, age cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Isn't 8-year-old Barrett also sweeping the battlefield with invincibility, killing as easily as slaughtering dogs? 8-year-old Barrett. Chapter 44. Sky Island Route. It's so frustrating. Why do these young brats all choose to join Rob Lucci's 7th Division? Is it because we old captains don't have enough fame? Watching two young men, even praised by Captain Rocks, being absorbed into the 7th Division, the likes of Shiki the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji are almost envious to the point of depression. Their crew indeed has many well-known pirates, some with bounties exceeding 100 million. But when it comes to talent, there are really not many who stand out. Previously, they had the foresight and unanimously invited Kaido and Mihawk, intending to train them well. However, Kaido was unwilling to join their crew as an intern. Mihawk and Crocodile also declined the invitation, saying they were still considering it. After officially forming his 7th Division, Rob Lucci took these crew members to attend a banquet organized by the Rocks Pirates specifically for their 7th Division. This banquet featured almost all the delicacies that could be found in the world. Even specialties from Fishman Island were served directly on the table for everyone to enjoy. The crew members who successfully joined the 7th Division opened their mouths wide, wolfing down the delicious food they had never tasted before, loudly praising it as the captain's gift. This special banquet has been a tradition in the Rocks Pirates for many years. Every new division commander who successfully forms a pirate crew would use the massive funds accumulated by the Rocks Pirates over the years to host a grand banquet for all. During this banquet, while Rob Lucci was savoring a rare noble wine, Charlotte Linlin, with her beautiful figure and prominent waistline, took the opportunity to walk up to him, attempting to seduce him and change his mind. However, even though Rob Lucci was indeed attracted by her almost perfect figure, he still firmly rejected the powerful female pirate. Charlotte Linlin, with his strong willpower, not for any other reason, but simply because he didn't want to lose his status as a young, eligible bachelor. He had strength, looks, and was the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. Under such conditions, what could he possibly lack? His status in the nations protected by the Rocks pirates would make him a target for countless princesses who would pursue him like crazy. How could he have time to deal with someone like Charlotte? After forcibly sending Charlotte Linlin away, Rob Lucci turned to the side, where Kaido was pouring rum into his mouth from several bottles, and meaningfully warned him not to be tempted by that female pirate. Although based on the information revealed in the manga, Kaido definitely had not been involved with Charlotte Linlin. Rob Lucci had tried various methods, but still could not erase that terrible anime from his mind. He never expected that Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Luffy could actually form a separate manga to prevent such vulgar things from happening in his crew. Rob Lucci could only sternly warn Kaido and the other young members not to associate with Charlotte Linlin. After all, in this pirate world, it's hard to find a two-legged Charlotte, but there are plenty of two-legged beauties around. After giving his warnings to the crew, the banquet once again fell into a festive atmosphere, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally ended. The next morning, Rob Lucci stood in front of a medium-sized pirate ship, gathering about 100 crew members to prepare to set off for Sky Island. In this era, countless pirates naturally yearn for and are willing to believe in the existence of Sky Island. In other words, everyone in this Rocks era is a pirate with dreams. Upon hearing Captain Rob Lucci's command to head for Sky Island, the crew began to cheer and get busy. Among this group, every member had a clear division of labor, with many being experienced old sailors. However, with Rob Lucci now possessing the ability of the superhuman type float fruit, he no longer needed to navigate like ordinary pirates using ocean currents and wind directions. After ordering all crew members to prepare, Rob Lucci lightly placed his palm on the deck of the brand new pirate ship. The moment his palm touched the deck, strange devil fruit energy began to rapidly transmit throughout the ship's body. Then, a special anti-gravity force began to manifest. Under Rob Lucci's control of intent and gestures, the pirate ship started to soar rapidly into the sky. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, it had already reached an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Make sure to head towards the location of Gaia Island. With his increasingly skilled control over the flying pirate ship, Rob Lucci directly commanded the female pirate acting as navigator. Following her proficient guidance, they moved at a speed resembling that of a spaceship. In fact, there are many areas of Sky Island in the entire pirate world. Almost every now and then, there are small sky islands above special regions that are not known to many. Rob Lucci's determination to head to the Gaia Island area is solely because the Thunder fruit is likely to appear there. According to the plot introduced in the manga, the Thunder fruit had not been seen in the Blue Sea for nearly hundreds of years. So the only remaining places it could appear would be the White Sea or the White Sea region. The fortunate one who once consumed the Thunder fruit, Enel, was originally just a little brat brought up to Sky Island from the Blue Sea. After enduring humiliation and abuse in the Sky Island region, he fortuitously stole the Thunder fruit from the altar offerings of a small sky island called Burka. After gaining such divine power, the darkness in Enel's heart was completely unleashed. After being tortured and mistreated, he made all the Sky Island residents his targets for revenge. After exterminating all the Sky Island people of his homeland, Enel, with his hatred diminished significantly, went to Oppiato, using his nature-type Thunder fruit ability to masquerade as a false god. However, all of this is no longer important. The Thunder fruit will ultimately fall into Rob Lucci's hands. As for whether he will return the properties of the Thunder fruit after absorbing it, that will depend on his mood. Instead of leaving the devil fruit for others, he would rather take it with him and leave it for his talented crew to use. Although doing so would certainly make Enel suffer a few more years of grievances, Rob Lucci is not a saint and cannot care that much. If necessary, he could later send someone to bring Enel down from the Blue Sea, train him well, and teach him hockey. However, that is all a matter for the future. Who can say for sure? Perhaps in the next God Valley battle, Rob Lucci might directly disappear into the ocean along with Rocks, never to be seen again. After all, the dangers present in the God Valley battle are indeed unknown. Rob Lucci is not even sure if the 5 elders, representing world power, participated in the battle, and whether that so-called leader of the Knights of God is the one who dealt the fatal blow to Rocks. Chapter 45. Arrival at Sky Island. After flying at high speed in the air for about half a month, Luo Ho slowly raised his palm, making a pushing motion to control the ability of the float fruit, gradually slowing down the pirate ship. At this point, based on the indications of the sea chart and his memories of the special area around Jaya Island, Luo Ho confirmed that his team had indeed arrived at Jaya Island, a place that has always been a gathering point for pirates. Although it was no longer the era of the great pirates, the number of pirates was still not particularly scarce. Once the pirate ship had descended to the port area of Jaya Island, Luo Ho led his crew off the ship to procure necessary supplies for their journey to Sky Island. According to the supplies prepared by the Straw Hat crew when they first headed to Sky Island, the most basic requirement for the journey was to have a guide bird called the Southbird. Due to environmental magnetic fields and racial factors, the Southbird's body appeared somewhat bulky, and its expression was very dull. The only function of this bird was that its head pointed south like a needle. Although Luo Ho had been trying to act low-key to avoid attracting the attention of the Navy headquarters and the world government, he ultimately underestimated the influence of the Rock's pirates flag on ordinary pirates in the area. Almost before Luo Ho could give any orders, a group of pirates from Jaya Island had already gathered in front of him, waiting for instructions. Although these pirates did not belong to the Rock's pirates, it was clear that the Rock's pirates, as a terrifying force dominating this era, still garnered a lot of support from the pirates. With the help of these ordinary pirates, Luo Ho quickly gathered all the necessary supplies for the journey to Sky Island, including the crucial Southbird and various drinks and barbecues that Kaido wanted for the trip. Thanks to the floating flight ability from the float fruit, Luo Ho did not need to wait for the so-called knock-up stream to set off directly. After the supplies were replenished, Luo Ho immediately took the fleet and flew rapidly in a nearly vertical direction toward the high altitude. With abundant physical strength, Luo Ho controlled the pirate crew to fly into an area composed of dense white clouds and numerous small floating islands in less than half an hour. This area is known as the White Sea, which is said to be the closest to the Blue Sea. The altitude of the White Sea is roughly around 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. The air there is quite thin, and first-time visitors to Sky Island will likely experience discomfort, commonly referred to as altitude sickness. Additionally, in the White Sea, one can already vaguely see the existence of numerous small floating islands. The White Sea can generally be entered from the top of the west sky or the knock-up stream and returned from the edge of the eastern clouds. Above the White Sea is the White Sea, which Luffy and others had previously reached, where there is a country known as the Holy Land, the divine realm where Enel resides. The height of the White Sea is about 10,000 meters above the Grand Line, with Angel Island, God's Island Appiato, and other small islands distributed above it. After exerting force upward, Luo Ho and the others broke through a sea of clouds and officially arrived in the White Sea. Although they had learned about the White Sea from the manga, when they first encountered this astonishing area, Luo Ho still felt a wave of shock. As the pirate ship broke through that ocean-like cloud, it created splashes similar to waves, just like in the Grand Line. What a delightful journey! The Sky Island recorded in Roland's storybook truly exists. The air here was noticeably thinner, and practicing swordsmanship in this place would surely allow one to experience the breathing technique that Captain Rox had spoken of. Like Luo Ho, the crew members in his 7th Division were also visiting a place that existed only in storybooks for the first time. At that moment, even Kaido, who was only interested in fighting and drinking, showed a glimmer of interest as he held a bottle and came to the deck to appreciate the beauty of Sky Island. Just as Luo Ho was about to activate his observation haki to scout the route to the Divine Realm, the seemingly useless crew members, with their sharp eyes, noticed a waterfall in the distance that flowed upwards, shrouded in white clouds. Heaven! How is this possible? The water here is flowing upwards. This is unscientific. It feels too surreal. I think I'm dreaming. Captain Luo Ho is truly a godlike man. I declare that the 7th Division is the most awesome team in the Rock's Pirates, and Captain Luo Ho is the most amazing captain. Besides us, who else can ascend to the heavens? Seeing the excited female pirates and crew members shouting in amazement, Luo Ho naturally noticed the upward flowing waterfall to the west. if nothing unexpected happened. That should be the entrance to the divine realm. In Luo Ho's memory, when Luffy and the others reached the entrance to this divine realm, they had been extorted by an old lady, pretending as if nothing had happened. After the old lady turned to leave, she immediately took out a walkie-talkie to call for help. From such a scenario, it was not difficult to see that one must not show mercy to those who lack martial ethics and morality, as one never knows when these old tricksters might suddenly turn on the younger generation. Under the astonished gazes of Kaido, Mihawk, Crocodile, and the other pirates, the pirate ship quickly approached the white waterfall. As the ship drew nearer, the clouds that obstructed their view gradually dispersed. Before everyone appeared a massive golden gate, sharp-edged and resembling a multi-pointed star, glittering in the sunlight. Luoho estimated that this thing was likely made of 99K pure gold. On this golden gate hung a plaque-like object, prominently inscribed with the characters Heaven's Gate, black mosquitoes galore. Behind this golden gate was the upside-down waterfall leading to the divine realm. Just as Luoho was about to control the pirate ship to continue floating upward and directly pass through the waterfall toward the white sea, a group of armored soldiers from Sky Island suddenly rushed out of a small house next to the golden gate, wielding long spears. Their faces were filled with seriousness and anger, as if they harbored extreme resentment toward the outsiders. Their bodies trembled slightly, like a powder keg ignited by an invisible rage, about to explode. Damn Blue Sea people, get back to where you belong immediately. The divine realm does not welcome you plunderers. Chapter 46. The God of the Sky Island. As soon as the Sky Island soldiers appeared, they noticed that Rahu and Kaido did not have the unique wing insignia of the Sky Island people behind them. This alone was enough to conclude that these people were from the greedy sea below, the Blue Sea people. Now, under the leadership of the benevolent god Gonfuer, their divine nation was steadily repelling the Blue Sea people who attempted to seize their divine island of Paidu. After years of fighting and casualties as soldiers of the Sky Island, they naturally looked down on any human of other races. Especially Kaido, who had strange horns on his head, was mercilessly spat upon and cursed by a group of soldiers. The 7th Division crew members, who had just arrived, were almost all ready to draw their swords and slash at the faces of these Sky Island soldiers after being spat on. Among them, Kaido was the most furious. Although he was a member of a special race, he only had 2 horns after all. In the end, wasn't he still human? Initially, Kaido felt quite pleased to see the beautiful scenery of the Sky Island, but as the insults from these soldiers continued, his mood quickly evaporated. After enduring several minutes of insults, Kaido's inner anger reached a volcanic eruption level, with thick veins bulging on his forehead, making him look extremely fierce. Rahu, I really want to kill these bastards. Kaido pulled out a steel wolf fawn club, 3 to 4 meters long and covered in spikes, and looked at Rahu with a chilling tone. Although he wanted to smash these ignorant Sky Islanders into meat paste, he could only struggle to hold back because Captain Rahu had not yet spoken. However, at that moment, Rahu glanced expressionlessly at the Sky Islanders and casually waved his hand, showing no concern for their lives. They're just some Jews. It wouldn't matter if they were all killed. As soon as Rahu's calm voice fell, Kaido's cold expression suddenly broke into a smile. The atmosphere on site dropped to freezing point in an instant. In such an environment, the Sky Island soldiers were clearly not fools. Realizing that those who could come to their Sky Island must be extremely powerful adventurers, Captain Holland quickly grabbed the transmission device at his waist to relay a message to the god Gonfuer, whom they intended to call upon. Oh, how interesting. Kaido squeezed out a smile, gently stroking the wolf fawn club in his hand that glinted with cold light, and said, I've fought for many years, and I don't know how many enemies I've killed on the battlefield of the Vodka Kingdom. I've even dared to smash the heads of the world government people. But all these years, besides you winged ones, no one has dared to insult me like this. So, do you really want to die? As soon as Kaido's words fell, his massive body, nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, moved without any hesitation, appearing in front of the group of Sky Island soldiers in an instant. Then, that enormous black wolf fawn club wrapped in his domineering aura came crashing down, so fast that it created a whistling sound. Seeing this, Captain Holland's face changed dramatically, and he felt Kaido's immense shadow instantly overshadowing him. As a top soldier among the Sky Islanders, he couldn't even see the direction of Kaido's attack. Bang! A hit! Holland could only let out a chilling scream as a tremendous force spread from the top of his skull, almost instantly coursing throughout his body. The next moment, Holland's entire body seemed to explode like a red brick under a hydraulic press, turning into a mist of blood, with bones and flesh splattering everywhere. Kaido, standing at the front, was naturally splattered all over with the opponent's blood. He wiped the sweet and pungent smell off his face and casually flicked it away, feeling much more at ease. As a member of a special race in this world, Kaido hated it most when others mocked him for his two horns. And these detestable Sky Island soldiers dared to insult him so directly. They truly deserved to die. Holland, that horned bastard killed Captain Holland. We must report to Godgon Fuer for revenge. That's right. We must let the great God punish this monster. Watching Holland being smashed right in front of them, the group of Sky Island soldiers cursed as they hurriedly fled backward. It seemed they were indeed going to find their Godgon Fuer to teach Kaido a lesson. However, before these soldiers could escape 10 meters, Kaido's massive body was already in front of them, waiting. What a group of heartless bastards. If you'd said a few good words, maybe I would have let you go. But you dare insult me at the brink of death. Oh, now you all have to die. Bang, 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 bang. Kaido gripped the Wolf Fang club tightly in one hand, swinging it with his domineering aura, smashing the heads of the Sky Island soldiers like bowling pins, causing blood to splatter everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. However, Rahu saw nothing wrong with this bloody scene. After all, these so-called Sky Island soldiers were really just ungrateful squid people. Chapter 47. The Squid People in the History of the Sky Islands, which spans hundreds or even thousands of years. There has never been a divine island called Appiato. This is also why Luo Ho refers to the Sky Islanders as Jews. Originally, Appiato was part of the island plate of Qinghai's Jaya Island. It was only a few hundred years ago that a colossal upward current, unprecedented in history, swept a large part of Jaya Island up to the White Sea, 10,000 meters above sea level. It became part of the divine realm and was named Appiato by the Sky Islanders, the most precious treasure for the Sky Islanders, who have lived their entire lives at altitudes above 10,000 meters, has never been golden riches or various rare treasures. What they value most is the soil beneath their feet, which can nourish all living things and grow food. In the Sky Islands, soil is a very scarce resource, referred to as precious BAS. Only those who possess enough BAS can have sufficient survival opportunities on the Sky Islands. About 400 years ago, a storm caused an upward current from Qinghai that directly lifted a significant portion of Jaya Island's plate above sea level to the White Sea, forming what is now the divine realm composed of many small Sky Islands. The Sky Islanders, who had lived in the air and had little exposure to the outside world, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The vast land contained countless precious BAS, and just this island that had been lifted was already twice as much as the total of all their small Sky Islands combined. It was as if a poor person had been thrown an island made of pure gold, filled with a sense of magic. Since that day, countless Sky Islanders began rushing into the divine island they named Appiato to survive. At first, everyone was overjoyed, cheering and celebrating on the land. However, after a few days, the Sky Islanders discovered that there were other species living on this land bestowed by the gods. The Qinghai natives, who had always lived on Appiato, were also quite willing to accept the presence of the Sky Islanders when they saw them. After all, to the Qinghai people, the Sky Islanders' so-called best was nothing but ordinary soil, not precious at all. After that, the two visibly different human races, the Sky Islanders and the Qinghai people, began to live together and intermarried, producing many mixed blood offspring. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The joy did not continue for long. After a long period of interaction, the Sky Islanders found that the Qinghai natives on Appiato were not very strong. In fact, few could withstand the attacks from the various shellfish unique to the Sky Islands. Thus, the god of the Sky Islands at that time changed his mind and issued an order to expel the Qinghai natives from Apiato. Naturally, the Qinghai natives could not accept the hostility from the Sky Islanders. Thus, the brief period of friendly coexistence between the two races, lasting less than a few years, turned into a bloody war. Both races suffered thousands of casualties in the struggle for land. However, since the Sky Islanders were a nation composed of numerous small sky islands, their numbers far exceeded those of the Qinghai people on Apiato. After nearly 400 years of bloody slaughter, the Qinghai people on Apiato were nearly exterminated by the Sky Island soldiers. Now, the remaining Qinghai people on Apiato had long changed their ethnic name due to historical reasons, now calling themselves the Sandia people. These Sandia people have been engaging in guerrilla attacks against the Sky Island soldiers almost every day to reclaim what originally belonged to them. Apiato. There were various skirmishes and battles nearly every day. This is why the group of Sky Island soldiers guarding the gate directly cursed when they saw Luo Ho and Kaido, who were obviously Qinghai people. Luo Ho referred to these Sky Islanders as Jews entirely because of the ungrateful actions of several generations of Sky Island gods over the past 400 years, who chose to turn against their benefactors in order to seize more land. Is this not akin to the current events of the Kasaya nation extermination? Fortunately, after the death of the fourth-generation god of the Sky Islands, the more sensible Ganfu heir took over the position. Understanding the history of the Sky Islands over the past few hundred years, Ganfu heir dedicated his life to resolving the hatred between the two races. Unfortunately, the two sides have been fighting for over 400 years. Such deep-seated hatred was not something he, as a so-called god of the Sky Islands, could resolve. Come back after venting. We need to go to the White Sea above 3,000 meters. That is where the Sky Islands are located. After seeing Kaido kill all the provocateurs, Luo Ho slowly raised his hand to control the pirate ship to continue flying upward. It must be said that the ability of the Golden Lion's float fruit is indeed a very useful divine fruit. With this float fruit, Luo Ho didn't even need to take a special express shrimp to reach the top of the Sky Islands. Of course, before heading to the White Sea, Luo Ho also uprooted the massive Golden Gate of Heaven and stored it in his system space for later use. Although, with his current strength, wealth no longer held much importance. But as a true Earthling, Luo Ho couldn't help but pack up such a shining object and take it with him, just as everyone boarded the floating pirate ship to continue ascending. Divine Island, Apiato, in a palace entirely white, intricately carved with numerous unique cultural cloud sculptures of the Sky Islands, there sat a middle-aged man in iron armor, holding a long spear on the throne. At this moment, he was watching the real-time images transmitted back from the monitoring shell used to oversee the entire Sky Island. He saw his soldiers confronting Kaido, and then, in an instant, being killed by Kaido's blow. Another strong adventurer has arrived at the Sky Island. I hope they are not here to cause trouble. After murmuring in a low voice, Ganfu heir walked out of his palace. Although he desperately wanted to end the hatred between the Sky Islanders and the Sandia people in his generation, he was also part of the Sky Islanders and had to consider the interests of his people as their chosen god. In other words, Ganfu heir was very willing to reach a reconciliation with the Sandia people and coexist on Apiato. However, the hundreds of years of fighting had left Ganfu heir feeling deeply powerless. Just as Ganfu heir was about to set out to meet Luo Ho and the others, a Sky Island soldier suddenly approached him to report something. Why did it have to be at this time? Forget it. I'll deal with it first. After listening to the Sky Island soldier's report, Ganfu heir frowned and hurriedly returned to his palace to grab that sharp long spear before following the soldier out. Chapter 48. You make a good point as Ganfu heir, fully armed, rushed out to provide support on the other side as the glaring sunlight overhead grew more intense. Luo Hu and the others finally approached the true Sky Island area. Boom! With a loud crash, the pirate ship, under Luo Hu's control, soared up to the white clouds and finally settled smoothly on the sea of clouds. The first thing that caught their eyes was still the gigantic vines shaped similarly to those in the anime, along with numerous small islands woven from white clouds. On these small islands, houses with a unique Sky Island style were built. However, the scene from the anime, where countless Sky Island children played and frolicked everywhere, did not appear. Luo, whose observation hockey flickered slightly. Soon, he directly found the place where the crowd was gathered. Hey, Captain, it looks like they're fighting. Should our 7th Division join in the fun? Help out? Those with wings should be the Sky Islanders mentioned in the story, right? But why are the ones fighting them not winged? After receiving Luo Hu's order, the crew members almost all rushed over to the side to observe the fierce battle. As members of the Rocks Pirates, they had long been accustomed to bloodshed. Therefore, for a moment, they began enthusiastically offering advice on the combat techniques of both sides. Due to the urgency of finding the Thunder Fruit, Luo, who did not waste time on excessive communication, he directly took Kaido to the vicinity of the crowd. In the next moment, a suffocating, heart-pounding thud resonated. Luo, who unleashed his top-tier Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a strong, oppressive dark red wave surged from Luo Hu's body. In less than a second, it directly caused all the fighting Shandians and Sky Islanders to turn pale, foaming at the mouth, and collapse to the ground. Luo Hu walked steadily and powerfully to the center of the conflict. Since this was only meant as a warning, Luo Hu's Conqueror's Haki contained an intimidating meaning but did not fully unleash its power. Otherwise, given the physical qualities of these small Kurami, they would likely fall into a deep sleep for several days or even become vegetative under the influence of Luo Hu's Haki. After a while, the leaders of both sides, who had been stunned by the Conqueror's Haki, gradually regained consciousness. After exchanging glances, they chose to gather their subordinates and cease fighting. Ganfuer took this opportunity to walk directly in front of Luo Hu. Out of respect for the strong, Ganfuer lowered his head and deeply bowed to Luo Hu. Sir, my name is Ganfuer, and I am the god of this Sky Island. Please allow me to represent all the people of the Sky Island to pay you the highest respect. After speaking, Ganfuer did not raise his body, waiting for Luo Hu's response. Get up, Luo Hu said flatly, without any emotion. Although he had no particular fondness for the Sky Islanders, he was in a high position now, so there was no need to display any low-level emotions. Upon hearing Luo Hu's indifferent words, Ganfuer clearly felt a tightening in his heart. Although Luo Hu said little, he could clearly sense an unusual disdain in his tone. Gritting his teeth, Ganfuer directly knelt down, choosing to lower his status to the lowest point. At this moment, he no longer cared about his so-called divine identity. He just wanted to completely resolve the hatred between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians. On the other side, upon seeing this scene, the Shandian leader quickly realized this was an excellent opportunity. Luo Hu and others were clearly people from the Blue Sea. If they could seize this opportunity, perhaps they could use Luo Hu and others to reclaim Appiato. Thus, the Shandian leader also knelt down on the ground. Although kneeling before an outsider in front of his subordinates greatly undermined his authority as a leader, they could not care less at this moment. Luo Hu and others were clearly powerful beings far superior to them, and resisting at this time would be irrational. Captain from the Blue Sea, please take some time to mediate the hatred between us Sky Islanders and Shandians. As the current god of the Sky Island, I am willing to completely dissolve the hatred between the two groups in this generation, Ganfuer said while deeply kneeling, looking at Luo Hu with a pleading expression. Meanwhile, the kneeling Shandian leader, upon hearing Ganfuer's words, clearly showed a disdainful expression. What was the reason for the continuous hatred between their two groups for hundreds of years? Wasn't it just over that piece of land? If these Sky Islanders were truly willing to return Appiato, why would they cling so tightly to it? Just moments ago, Ganfuer was pretending to want peace between the two groups while also refusing to return their land. It was simply the height of hypocrisy. My lord, don't listen to these damned Sky Islanders. They are crocodile tears. These guys forcibly occupy our land, kill our compatriots, and drive us out of our homeland. Now, they dare to speak of reconciliation. My lord, please, for the sake of our common origin from the Blue Sea, make a decision for us. The Shandian leader was clearly a very shrewd individual. Seeing Ganfuer start to play the victim, he hurriedly chose to weep and wail. Luo Hu looked at the two kneeling before him, feeling a headache as he rubbed his temples. He hated dealing with such matters the most. To completely resolve the hundreds of years of hatred between these two groups, it could only be solved through bloodshed. Even if he forcibly made these two groups coexist through violence Ultimately, they would once again come to blows over some trigger. Just as Luo, who was feeling a headache, Crocodile, that little brat, suddenly dashed over. Captain Luo, who, I have a plan. Since neither side is willing to reconcile, why not directly occupy this entire Sky Island as the territory of our 7th Division? Let both groups fight as they please, and the captain just needs to control the overall situation. Luo, who looked at Crocodile, who was young yet spoke with a remarkable ambition. At this moment, he realized that this future warlord, Sir Crocodile, was indeed cultivated from a young age. No wonder Crocodile's subsequent plan for the underworld would cover such a vast desert nation like Alabasta. You make a good point. Chapter 49. This place belongs to no one. It's all under my control. Rohu patted the still young Crocodile, praising his theory. The little brat did have a point. Although his strength was formidable, forcibly intervening in the racial hatred of others was indeed an irrational act. Even if, on the surface, these two groups chose to coexist out of fear of his power, internally they would definitely be cursing him behind his back. Such a thankless task should never be done. It would be better to directly follow Crocodile's suggestion and declare all the Sky Islands as his territory. As for the groups within his territory, they could fight as they pleased. After all, they had been at odds for hundreds of years. A few more years of his rule wouldn't make a difference. Thinking of this, Rohu raised his hand to let the Shandians and Gonfur stand up. There was no need for them to continue kneeling. You too have heard it. From today on, this area of Sky Islands, as well as that so-called divine territory, Appiato, will all be under my control. These lands no longer belong to your two warring sides. In other words, this place belongs to no one anymore. As for how you two continue to fight, that's your business, Rohu announced, scanning the Shandians and Sky Islanders around him. After Rohu finished speaking, Gonfur and the Shandian leader's pupils shrank. They had thought they could use Rohu's hand to completely resolve the territorial dispute, but they never expected that Rohu would choose to occupy all the territory of both sides directly. This meant that their continued fighting would be futile. The Shandians could reluctantly accept this news, as they already had little land. However, the soldiers and civilians of the Sky Island found it hard to accept such a change. Their intense desire to drive the Shandians to extinction was precisely to seize Appiato. Now, not only was Appiato unattainable, but their ancestral Angel Island would also be occupied by this detestable Sea King. The thought of their ancestors shedding blood to seize the land being invaded like this made the young Sky Islanders' faces darken, and they began shouting angrily. Cut off from the world, they failed to realize the gap between people. Sometimes it was even 1,000,000 times greater than that between man and dog. Thinking they had the advantage in numbers, they wanted to drive out Kaido and Mihawk, just like they intended to expel the Shandians. Detestable Sea King, who do you think you are? This land was won by our ancestors through bloodshed, and you think you can occupy it just with a word? Don't think we Sky Islanders are easy to bully. You may be powerful, but our spears are not without merit. Brothers, kill. Drive these damn guys down into that cursed sea. After a bout of cursing, a guy adept at manipulating the crowd's dissatisfaction emerged among the Sky Islanders, leading the emotions of the masses and raising his spear to initiate an attack. This scene was akin to seeking death and to Gonfur. It was a terrifying sight that nearly made his heart stop, but he didn't have time to soothe his people. It is commendable courage for the weak to draw their swords against the stronger. However, it is not wise for ants to show their sharp fangs to elephants. Rohu slowly drew his sword. He did not intend to kill, but these squid people were truly greedy. After softly uttering the name of his sword technique, Wave Slash, Rohu swung his sword horizontally. In an instant, a blinding white sword light swept out. The flying slash, only possible for a great swordsman, lightly sliced through hundreds of rebellious Sky Islanders. In the blink of an eye, 500 or 600 heads, blood still splattering, rolled onto the ground. The sword in Rohu's hand dripped with blood, showcasing his bloody brilliance. Now, who else wants to cause trouble? If you have any objections, don't hold back. Just stand up and tell me. After wiping the blood off his long sword, Rohu looked indifferently at the crowd around him. At this moment, the vast area of the Sky Islands was filled with countless heads, yet not a sound was made. Everyone gaped in shock. Some of the timid had already collapsed to the ground. unable to move. They could hardly believe the scene before them. They could not comprehend that there existed such a powerful human being. In an instant, he had decapitated hundreds of their elite Sky Island soldiers. Gamfer's heart sank, and he knelt down again. "My lord, we Sky Islanders are willing to accept mediation. From today, Angel Island and Appiato will all belong to you. Please spare my people." Gonfer pleaded hoarsely to Rohu. Rohu turned to the Shandians. The Shandian leader quickly expressed, "We are also willing to accept." Compared to the relatively larger population of the Sky Islanders, the Shandians had very few remaining members. If Rohu, such a powerful figure, expressed his displeasure towards their group, the Shandians would be completely exterminated today. "Well, very good. I'm glad you can recognize the situation," Rohu said calmly, showing no psychological burden for having killed hundreds of squid people. "Lord Leader, can we Shandians return to our homeland, Appiato? The golden bell of our homeland has not rung for many years." The Shandian leader looked at Rohu with a pleading expression. The reason the Shandians had pursued and fought the Sky Islanders for over 400 years was to reclaim their land and ring the ancestral golden bell. Yet, despite the struggles of countless clansmen over the centuries, they had still failed. The current Sky Island god, Gonfer, appeared to be promoting harmonious coexistence between the two races. But he understood very well that he would never relinquish such a large piece of land as Appiato. They merely wanted to attract the Shandians out under the guise of harmony. Perhaps in Gamfer's leadership, there would be a chance for peaceful coexistence. But who could guarantee that the next Sky Island god wouldn't seek to eradicate them again? The crocodile tears had happened once. The Shandians did not want to experience it again. To reclaim their homeland, they had to rely on their own strength, or find a new, suitable ally for support. It was clear that Rohu and his group represented the best opportunity for the Shandians to return to their homeland and ring the golden bell. What you want to do is none of my business. However, before ringing the golden bell, I hope you find this place. Rohu took a storybook about the Sky Islands from a female pirate and pointed to the altar of Baika Island mentioned in the book. Chapter 50. Baika, according to the information conveyed in the anime, Enel consumed the nature-type Rumble Rumble fruit here, then killed his enemies and destroyed Baika. Finally, he arrived at Angel Island and was called a god. Baika should be a small island in the southeastern direction, right? I remember there is indeed an altar there, built from the gold that those despicable Sky Islanders plundered from us. The leader of the Shandians stared at the words Baika in the book, and after pondering for a few seconds, he recalled the location of this area. The entire Sky Island region is a special climatic area formed by the gathering of Angel Island, Appiato, and various large and small Sky Islands within a radius of several hundred miles. Baika is no exception. It is just a very inconspicuous small Sky Island. In fact, the Sky Islanders living there may be few. Under the specific guidance of the Shandian leader, Luo, who immediately activated the ability of his float fruit, controlling his body to fly rapidly towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Kaido and the others, after stabilizing the situation, began to leisurely explore the unique alcoholic specialties of the Sky Island. Many crew members, in order to enhance their combat abilities, directly purchased a variety of powerful shells, such as impact shells and flame shells, from the shops on the Sky Island. Of course, speaking of flame shells, many people would bring up the criticism of the nature-type burn fruit, saying that whether human or ghost, everyone can play with fire. In fact, it's hard to find anyone in the New World who can't play with fire. In summary, the burn fruit is not worth a dog's attention. On the other side, after flying at high speed for about 7 or 8 minutes, Luo, whose observation Haki gradually sensed a vague golden structure resembling a pyramid. If nothing goes wrong, this building should be the altar on Baika mentioned by the Shandian chief. The style of this altar is different from those new era houses on other Sky Islands. It resembles a smaller version of a pyramid. However, this pyramid altar is entirely made of gold, exposed to the air for many years, causing the gold to lose some of its original luster. Yet, it possesses an ancient and solemn gaze, with the Sky Island patterns carved on this altar being extremely old. After confirming the target, Luo, who quickly controlled his body and flew for a few seconds before landing on the soil of Baika. At this moment, the Sky Islanders living on the island looked at Luo, who with curious eyes. A few Sky Islanders, serving as security, tightly held their weapons, vigilant against outsiders. Just then, from within the altar not far away, a baby's cry suddenly rang out, followed by a woman's soothing voice singing a lullaby. Luo, who ignored the security personnel outside and strode into the altar. What came into view was a Sky Island woman in her 40s or 50s with wings growing from her back. She was holding a baby who looked to be less than a year old, carefully nurturing and soothing him. Luo, who took a closer look and recognized that this baby was the future god who would destroy Baika, Enel. Emma, please stop protecting this damned freak. Just look at his ears. He's not a normal person at all. That's right. This long-eared baby was brought over by people from the Blue Sea. He isn't one of us Sky Islanders. Burn him, burn him. Throw him into the flames of the altar and burn him. While the woman named Emma was carefully humming a lullaby to soothe the baby, the men nearby could no longer tolerate the sight. Enel's long ears and the absence of the unique wings of the Sky Islanders doomed them to reject such a freak. Chief, Emma, please. He's just a baby, not a freak. I want to take care of him. I promise once he grows up, I will personally drive him out of Baika. If you let go of him now, he will definitely die outside. Upon hearing the chief of Baika and the surrounding people's insistence on abandoning Enel or throwing him into the altar's flames to burn him, Emma's weak maternal love was instantly torn to shreds. She wanted to plead desperately with the chief and the others. Please, just let me take care of this child. Just as Emma was making her final effort, Luo, who had appeared in front of the altar at some point, spoke up. He is from the Blue Sea, and I will take him back to the Blue Sea. Luo, who slowly said, looking at Emma, who was kneeling on the ground. Although Enel was just a baby now, Luo, who highly valued his talent, with Enel's talent and ability to develop his fruit. Such a person would definitely be a top-tier character if he appeared later in the story. Who do you think you are? This guy is obviously a freak. He must be thrown into the altar and burned to death. When did the affairs of Baika Island become something an outsider like you could interfere with? Or do you want to be thrown into the altar along with this long-eared freak? Chapter 51. The Thunder Fruit in hand among the onlookers of the Baika Island. There was a young man with a fierce expression and a strong physique who shouted loudly. Emma looked up and realized it was the son of the Baika chief, the man who would inherit the rule of this island in the future. Just as Emma was about to turn around and plead with him again, Luoho's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the fierce-looking young man, and with a swift motion, a terrifying force erupted, directly ripping the young man's head off his body. The blood gushed forth, and beneath the head hung a long spine. Luo casually tossed the young man's head onto the altar, into the roaring flames, and then, in a calm tone, asked, "Is there anyone else with objections? Do you all want to kill a baby? If you dare to say another word, I will kill every person on this island." After wiping the blood from his palm on the altar's wall, Luo slowly took the baby from Emma's arms, who was gradually falling asleep. At that moment, the chief of Baika finally reacted, realizing that this sudden stranger had actually killed his only child and tossed him into the altar to be burned. On this small island of Baika, it had always been just him and his son working together to protect themselves, sacrificing others in the name of worship to maintain their meager prestige. But this suddenly appeared man was so strong that his son had no chance to resist and was directly killed. He was shaken and instantly stood up, rushing towards Luo in a fit of rage, vowing to avenge his son. Upon seeing this, Luo naturally had no time for words. He tightened his 5 fingers into a fist and smashed it directly into the chief's face. The terrifying force transmitted through, and with a splat, the chief's body exploded on the spot, instantly turning into a pile of flesh. Such a ruthless chief, if left here, would undoubtedly kill more people. Especially Emma, who wanted to protect the baby, would become their primary target. Killing them would also gain him a good reputation. As the old saying goes in Buddhism, killing to save lives, Luo thought to himself. With his current state of mind, killing was merely a casual act for him. As long as it didn't go against his moral standards too much, it would hardly create any ripples. I'll take care of this child from now on. Oh, by the way, you all may not be very well informed, but the entire empty island is now my territory. In a few days, someone will come to notify you. From now on, This woman will be the new chief of Baika Island, Luo Ho said lightly to the group of Baika citizens, who were already scared pale. His only purpose in doing this was to ensure that after he left, Emma, with her selfless maternal love, would be spared from being targeted by others. Once he confirmed that everyone had heard his orders, Luo Ho began to survey the layout of the altar. After clearing away various unknown statues made entirely of gold, his gaze fell upon the statue in the center, which had 3 pairs of golden wings and was in a posture of extending its hands forward, as if offering something. In the palms of the statue, there was a golden fruit with lightning-like patterns all over it. The thunder fruit. It really was here in Baika. So this trip wasn't in vain after all. Luo Ho's body quickly flickered and jumped into the hands of the golden statue, grabbing the extremely hard-to-detect golden fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attributes of a natural type thunder fruit, 100. The system's prompt rang out. At the same time, Luo Ho felt a surge of violent and powerful lightning energy flooding into his body, electrifying him and even enhancing his muscle vitality and strength by a small margin. A dragon-like smile appeared on Luo Ho's lips. As everyone knows, the thunder fruit is regarded as the strongest among all natural-type devil fruit abilities. It combines light speed with the most powerful natural element in terms of attack. Luo Ho slightly spread his fingers, and as the electricity surged, a fine deep blue current began to crackle around his fingertips, resembling a living thunder dragon full of an inexplicable majesty. Zzzz. With a crackling surge of electricity, the 2 corpses of those killed by Luo Ho were instantly turned to charred ashes by the high temperatures brought by the lightning. Sorry for the blood on your altar. These 2 are just ashes now. Feel free to clean up, Luo Ho said calmly, his now robust body, which had grown to about 3-4 meters, stood up with a smile and walked out of the Baika Island Temple. His trip to the empty island had come to a successful conclusion. Not only had he claimed this entire empty island as his territory, but he had also successfully obtained a god-level natural-type devil fruit. Moreover, since Enel was still just a baby, Luo Ho also selfishly decided to take him back to Qinghai. Although this guy did not show much combat talent in the plot, it was only because he had never been exposed to hockey, which is a different knowledge system, just from his development of the thunder fruit. The fact that he could awaken it directly proves that this long-eared baby is definitely a gifted individual with such a talent mechanism. If he were to be taught by someone like Teacher Kai, who has a deep understanding of hockey, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. It's time to go back, this time in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. All celestial dragons must die. Luo Ho's tone turned cold, filled with boundless killing intent. In fact, although he had already slaughtered 3 celestial dragons on Demon Island, that small number could not fill the hatred in Luo Ho's heart. This was a blood feud of family destruction. Only by launching a true genocide against 20 celestial dragon families could it be completely quelled. Perhaps only the Nefertari family, which had already left the Holy Land and no longer considered themselves celestial dragons, might have a chance to escape this slaughter. Boom! A loud rumble of thunder sounded. Luo Ho's powerful body instantly transformed into a ball of violent lightning, flashing rapidly towards the area of Angel Island before the stunned eyes of the Baika Islanders. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ho's figure disappeared, leaving behind only the charred smell of burnt air. If it weren't for the burning corpses still in the altar proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion, the people might still not believe that their empty island had truly welcomed a terrifying ruler. However, comparatively speaking, while the residents of Baika Island were indeed filled with fear towards Luo Ho as their ruler, at least the chief who had bullied the people with his son's strength and forcibly plundered others for food was dead. Life still held great hope. On Angel Island in the White Sea, taking advantage of the time when Roronoa Zoro was out, Kaido exchanged various supplies brought from Qinghai with the residents of the Sky Island for almost every type of alcohol. Under Kaido's influence these days, the young and still just a kid, Mihawk, along with Crocodile, had clearly developed a taste for alcohol as well. However, compared to Kaido, who drank everything without restraint, Mihawk and Crocodile preferred sweeter red wine. In a flash of lightning, Roronoa Zoro returned to the pirate ship assigned to him by the Rocks Pirates for his 7th Division. Originally, it would take 7 to 8 minutes to fly from Angel Island to Baika Island using the ability of the Float Fruit. But now, with the speed of the Thunder Fruit, Roronoa Zoro could make the round trip in just over a minute, after summoning a few young and beautiful female pirates. Well proportioned with figures that could rival Nami's, Roronoa Zoro immediately took on the role of a carefree manager, handing over the baby in his arms to these female pirates for care. While he couldn't guarantee everything else, he could at least ensure that basic food supplies were taken care of. After all, he had gathered about 30 to 40 female pirates, not just to have them loaf around. Besides their daily cooking, taking care of a baby was more than enough for them. Just then, a continuous ringing from a transponder snail echoed. Brew, 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 brew. Kaido, who had been drinking wildly, picked up the phone. Roronoa, it's Captain Rocks calling. Chapter 52, The Gathering of the Rocks Pirates, the second half of the Grand Line, Hakanosu Island. The strong sea breeze blew through the island like a hurricane, causing the flag of the Rocks Pirates, which was hung high above, to flutter loudly. At this moment, members of this infamous pirate organization, known for its violence, had all gathered in the skeleton room on Hakanosu Island at the same time. 1st Division Captain Edward Newgate, 2nd Division Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo, 3rd Division Captain Charlotte Linlin, along with Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John, all were quietly waiting in the conference room for something. Keek. Captain Rocks, what do you want to gather us all here for at this tense time? Could it be a full-scale attack on the world government? After a moment of silence, the more restless Don Quixote da Flamingo couldn't help but mutter. That can't be right. Although our Rocks Pirates have some strength, the captain shouldn't be inflated to that extent. What a bunch of fools. Don't you know that next week is the Celestial Dragon's human hunting plan that occurs every 3 years? Captain John, who was the most informed among the division leaders, casually played with a gold coin in his hand while making his guess. Clearly, John's explosive information immediately captured the attention of Whitebeard and Don Quixote. The world aristocrats, the Celestial Dragons, would carry out a human hunting plan every 3 years, which was a nation-destroying plan that left countless citizens of non-world government-affiliated countries in fear. In this plan, the Celestial Dragons would personally select a nation from a non-world government-affiliated country and then lead their forces to carry out indiscriminate slaughter. The plan would only stop once the citizens of that nation were completely exterminated. During this time, regardless of age or gender, even the pregnant and disabled would be ruthlessly killed. It could even be said that in this hunting plan, even a worm that dared to show its head would be split in half. Hiss, hearing you say that, I feel like I'm not a pirate anymore. Since it's a hunting plan initiated by the Celestial Dragons, the Navy will definitely come to escort them, right? How can those Navy soldiers dare to call themselves the embodiment of justice under such an evil hunting plan? After listening to John's introduction, Don Quixote scratched his still abundant golden hair and suddenly felt that his identity as a pirate seemed somewhat laughable in front of the Celestial Dragons. Although he had grown from an obscure little pirate to someone who had killed countless people compared to the level of the Celestial Dragons, who could directly wipe out a country, he was like a mere fly or insect. Furthermore, if what John said was true, based on the Celestial Dragon's behavior of exterminating a nation every 3 years, the number of people killed by the world government in its 800-plus years of existence couldn't even be quantified. Just as everyone was in shock, the door to the conference room suddenly opened, and Rocks, standing over 4 meters tall, almost instantly teleported to the main seat of the conference room. Is everyone here? I've gathered all of you division leaders for a major operation that is about to begin, Rocks said excitedly as he scanned the division leaders present with bloodshot eyes. Where's Roronoa? Didn't I call him? Why hasn't he come back yet? I remember he said he would arrive soon on the phone. Just as Rocks was about to announce his action plan, he suddenly noticed that Roronoa, who should have been present in the recently added 7th chair, was not there. Cuckoo. Captain Rocks, you can announce the plan directly. When Roronoa returns, I can just tell him then. Whitebeard quickly intervened to break the awkward pause in the meeting. At that moment, a pirate ship slowly descended into the harbor waters outside Hakanosu. It was the 7th Division, led by Roronoa. After the pirate ship of the 7th Division came to a stop, a brilliant flash of lightning accompanied by a thunderous roar shot out. Next, Roronoa flew into the conference room in less than 30 seconds and took his seat in the 7th chair properly. Keek. Captain Rox. I was delayed on the way and arrived a bit late. As Roronoa's voice fell, all the division leaders and the Rox pirates looked at his position with shock. Their expressions were filled with surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Just moments ago, Captain Rox had mentioned that someone was missing, and, the next second, they were blindsided by a dazzling flash of lightning as Roronoa miraculously appeared in his seat. Based on years of battle experience, everyone quickly realized that Roronoa must have acquired a new devil fruit ability. And if they weren't mistaken, it was the legendary Rygene fruit, known as the most powerful in the Logia type. However, everyone was puzzled as to where Roronoa had found this devil fruit. The Rygene fruit had always been considered a legendary item in these seas and hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. Moreover, wasn't this guy already in possession of a Paramecia-type fruit and Don Quixote's float fruit? Where did he get this god-level Rygene fruit? The crowd looked at Roronoa in a daze. Most people would consider it a great fortune to obtain even one devil fruit. Yet this guy had managed to acquire 3 seemingly perfect abilities. As for the Rygene fruit, it was indeed a very impressive ability. Just as Rox was preparing to announce his plan, he recognized the long-lost devil fruit with Roronoa's flashy arrival. Once part of his own plans, the Rygene fruit was intended to be his second devil fruit ability, but he had searched in vain for it and had to give up. However, he never expected that one of his division leaders would have the fortune to obtain the Rygene fruit ability. Nevertheless, Rox didn't have any particular thoughts about it. After all, in this world, everything ultimately relied on the strength and skills of hockey. The strength of hockey is divided into 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Beyond the supreme level, there is a type of ultimate hockey that 99 of people cannot reach. As long as one cultivates all 3 types of hockey to the ultimate level, even without a devil fruit ability, one would still be invincible. Devil fruits are merely auxiliary tools. Returning to the main topic, the reason I gathered you division leaders here is for this place. Looking at Don Quixote, John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin, who were all stunned, Rox could only helplessly tap the table to redirect everyone's attention. Then, he pointed to the map on the conference table. It clearly revealed an island located in the West Blue region, God Valley Island. Chapter 53. The Gifted Navy Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort at this moment. Almost all the warships from various branches of the Navy had been requisitioned to the headquarters. The purpose was to prepare for the most powerful escort operation during the upcoming time when the world nobles would collectively go out. According to the historical experience of the Marine headquarters, whenever the celestial dragons ventured out, the Rox pirates would undoubtedly act like flies attracted to rotten meat. Given the current situation this year, the actions of the Rox pirates would be even more significant. The reason being that another demon who views the celestial dragons as nothing has joined the Rox pirates. The already terrifyingly strong Rox pirates have now added a 7th division. This has caused a huge tilt in the already somewhat imbalanced power dynamics on the seas. Aside from the giant vice admiral at the Marine headquarters, countless officers of all ranks flocked to the massive conference room, waiting for the arrival of Admiral Netania. In the first 3 rows of the conference room sat the most prominent figures in the Navy. Admiral Steelbone Sora, who has extensive experience and sufficient strength but chose not to be promoted to Admiral, Vice Admiral Iron Fist Carp, and the youngest Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who had just recently been promoted. These 3 are regarded as some of the strongest in this generation of the Navy. Although Carp is a Vice Admiral, he is among the Admirals, and no one in the Navy found it inappropriate. Carp simply did not want to be promoted to Admiral. In terms of strength, Carp was almost on par with Sora, if not slightly stronger. In addition to these 3 Admirals, the candidate Admirals, Sengoku the Buddha, and the Wash Fruit User, Admiral Tsuru, were also present in the conference room awaiting the meeting. Tsuru and Carp were comrades who enlisted in the same period. Having grown from ordinary sailors in a Navy training camp to be recognized as the Iron Triangle of the Navy, due to Tsuru's insightful planning and her exceptional observation and sniping abilities, she is also one of the current candidate admirals. These five can almost be considered the most powerful group in the Marine headquarters. However, up to this point, the Marine headquarters still lacked one admiral position and one candidate admiral position. Although the Marine headquarters has always wanted to recruit strong individuals from the military of various world government allied nations. The rapid growth of the Rocks Pirates in recent years has inadvertently affected the momentum of people joining the Marine headquarters. After all, who would dare to easily join the Navy during such a time when dark forces are growing so powerful? It's just like joining the National Army in 1949. Carp Sensei, hasn't Admiral Netania always wanted you to be promoted to Admiral? That is the highest combat position in the Marine headquarters, yet you actually refused. Just as everyone was suppressing their emotions and waiting for the meeting to start, the most carefree among the crowd, Carp, directly grabbed a bag of snacks and started munching away. His extremely casual demeanor made him look nothing like a justice-upholding Marine. The others were already accustomed to this and paid no attention. Perhaps no one dared to. Standing behind Carp was a tall, slender youth wearing a deep blue navy long-sleeve jacket. This young man, named Kazan, was originally an ordinary sailor from the South Blue Navy branch. Due to his outstanding talents and training, he was recommended all the way up in the Navy ranks, and his military career could be described as a rapid rise. As a teenager, he had already entered the Marine headquarters as a colonel and joined under Vice Admiral Carp. Earlier, two exceptionally talented young individuals were also recommended from the North Blue Navy branch. These two young men were ordinary sailors from the North Blue, named Sakazuki and Borsellino. Currently, Sakazuki was training under Vice Admiral Tsu, who also served as the Chief of Staff at the Marine headquarters, while Borsellino was training under candidate Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. These three young men were regarded as a new generation of monstrous-level Marines in the training grounds of the Marine headquarters. In fact, the current Admiral of the Marine headquarters had even considered finding an available Admiral-level combatant to provide systematic training for these three young talents. However, due to the extremely tense situation, this plan could only be temporarily shelved. Haha, Kazan. The reason I refuse to become an admiral is simply that I want a bit more freedom. If you want freedom, you don't need that much power. By the way, do you want to eat some sunbae? Hearing Kazan's inquiry, Carp cheerfully explained his reasons. In the Navy, who doesn't know that Carp despises the celestial dragons? If he were to be promoted to admiral, he would have to personally serve the celestial dragons. For Carp, this would be 10 times more painful than being executed. Just the thought of waiting for orders in front of those celestial dragons made his muscular body tremble uncontrollably. This was the most terrifying thing in the world for him. After hearing Carp's explanation, Kazan clearly fell into his own thoughts. For him, who was still in the burning stage of justice, he couldn't quite sort out the relationship between the Navy's justice and the world government. However, Sakazuki, who was nearby, cast a slightly interested glance in Carp's direction. Although he didn't have much fondness for Carp's lack of military discipline, it was undeniable that Carp made a very valid point. His father had once been an officer in the North Blue Navy branch. Influenced by his father, Sakazuki had a deep aversion to the false justice of the Marine headquarters. In fact, when Sakazuki had just become a sailor a few years ago, he had even sworn an oath that once he became the admiral of the Marine headquarters, he would definitely go to the world government headquarters to scold those in power. However, this ideal still felt far from reach for him at this moment. Chapter 54. Marshal Netania, as everyone had different thoughts in their minds. A few figures wearing black patterned masks and white cloaks had gathered at the entrance of the conference room without anyone noticing. Among them was Marshal Netania of the Navy headquarters, who hurriedly walked into the meeting room to convene a meeting. After clearing his throat with a couple of light coughs, Marshal Netania looked at the gathered Navy officers. In a few days, the world government will launch its triannual human hunting operation. This time, the target is the island of God S Valley in the West Sea. The Gorosei have urgently telegraphed, demanding that our Navy headquarters immediately assemble forces to guard God S Valley. We must ensure the hunting plan proceeds as scheduled. The words of the Navy Marshal caused the self-proclaimed just officers of the Navy to frown. Although everyone was well aware that the Navy's justice was not pure justice. If they were to uphold the hunting of humans under the guise of justice, then how were they any different from pirates? For a moment, The conference room was filled with murmurs of discontent. Faced with such a situation, Marshal Netanya naturally saw that his group of Navy officers was no longer as resolute in defending the world government as they once were. The increasingly powerful Navy headquarters, when confronted with such an unjust choice, would always have its own considerations. In other words, this batch of Navy officers felt that they had grown their wings and wanted to fly solo. However, Marshal Netanya did not intend to pay attention to these discontented Navy officers. The most important force in ruling the world remains the top-tier combat power. As long as the admiral-level combat power remains loyal, the other lower-ranking Navy officers are utterly unimportant. They are merely cannon fodder. Achieving admiral-level combat power already indicates the current position of the Navy within the world government. Once the Navy headquarters loses the financial support of the world government, its various mechanisms could almost be said to be paralyzed within a year. Because the Navy, which controls the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, incurs enormous daily military expenses. Without the world government as financial support, the Navy headquarters simply cannot afford the salaries, allowances, and benefits of so many sailors. They wouldn't even be able to maintain crucial projects such as repairing warships and providing disability benefits for Navy personnel. Therefore, Marshal Netanya did not care about the opinions of those so-called Navy officers below the rank of Rear Admiral, because it simply did not matter. Quiet. If you don't want to be part of the Navy, you can leave right now. Hand in your forms, and I will sign and stamp them immediately. Maintaining justice is no easy task. Goddess Valley is just a non-member state that has not joined the government. It is merely a group of barbaric people gathering together. The government's operation is also a preemptive decision to prevent these villains from turning into pirates in the future. After angrily reprimanding them, Marshal Netanya began to announce the task arrangements. Kongu, Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku would each lead 10 warships to form a demon-slaying unit and head immediately to Goddess Valley. Admiral He and I have already gone ahead with the CP organization governor to deploy military supplies at the mission site. This operation plan, in addition to ensuring the hunting plan proceeds smoothly, we must also deal a heavy blow to the unruly Rocks pirates. Marshal Netanya announced a series of orders in a hoarse and low voice. According to the information revealed to him by the CP organization, the Gorosei at the highest level of world power had made the necessary preparations. At the critical moment of the battle, the Gorosei would also come to eliminate Xebec. After arranging a series of tasks for the remaining officers in the next few minutes, Marshal Netanya hurriedly left the conference room with Admiral He. At that moment, the masked man who had been waiting outside the conference room silently waved his hands through the air. The next moment, this masked man surprisingly opened a portal in the air that seemed to lead to another world. After a group of people entered in line, the portal slowly disappeared. This group, including Marshal Netanya, had completely vanished before the eyes of dozens of Navy headquarters officers. Not even their observation hockey could sense any trace of them. The Paramecia type door fruit. Who would have thought that those guys from the CP organization had obtained such a strategic devil fruit ability? Sengoku among the Navy officers murmured to himself. This devil fruit, which could transport a large number of combat forces across spatial barriers directly to their destination, is a rare treasure for any organization. Just imagine, if the Navy headquarters could have a user of the door fruit suddenly bring the highest combat power admiral to the battlefield when capturing a certain notorious pirate. That would be an unimaginable horror for any pirate crew, suddenly being ambushed by the Navy's highest combat power admiral. Who could withstand that? The CP organization is more closely watched by the Gorosei than our Navy headquarters, so it's not surprising that they have any special devil fruit abilities. Seeing Sengoku's contemplative expression, Kongu extended his broad, calloused hand and patted his shoulder. Although our actions this time are not just, we still must heed the government's orders to preserve the Navy's existence. After finishing his words, Kongu stepped out of the conference room with his strong and powerful strides. Following that, Karp and Zifa also did not linger and began to mobilize their respective fleets. The remaining Navy headquarters officers looked at each other gazing at the solemn expressions of these representatives of the Navy headquarters' highest combat power. For a moment, the feeling of impending storm weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This time, the Navy headquarters was mobilizing against an enemy unlike any they had faced before. The Rocks Pirates. That was a pirate organization that could stand against the world government. Moreover, this massive force could no longer simply be described as a pirate crew. Would many people die this time? Sigh, who knows? But all of this must be blamed on the Celestial Dragons. If it weren't for their insistence on carrying out the human hunting plan, the Navy wouldn't need to directly confront the Rocks Pirates. I'm really nervous. Is this situation something a mere rear admiral like me can handle? Will I be turned into cannon fodder as soon as I step onto the battlefield? Perhaps. Who can say for sure? This battle, or rather, what would be more appropriate? I feel like the real culprits are elsewhere. A group of Navy officers murmured to themselves before starting to gather their forces and set off toward the West Sea. Chapter 55. Everyone is evil in the second half of the Grand Line, at Hakanosu Island. All the captains of the 7 divisions of the Rocks Pirates, along with other crew members belonging to the Rocks Pirates group, have arrived at the port area of Hakanosu, due to Captain Rocks issuing a death order. This time it is almost a day when everyone from Hakanosu Island is mobilized. In the few years since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, there has never been a day with such a tense atmosphere, because, on this sea, there are almost no enemies that can match the Rocks Pirates. This time, however, it is a battle that the Marine headquarters and the world government are bound to engage in. The Celestial Dragons hold a human hunt every 3 years. By then, the Celestial Dragons gathered in their holy land, Mariewa, will surely come out in full force to carry out their national extermination operation in God Valley. It goes without saying just how terrifying the defensive forces arranged at God Valley will be. At Hakanosu Port, the 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, the 2nd Division Captain, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the 3rd Division Captain, Charlotte Linlin, along with the remaining captains, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the 7th Division Captain, Roa, have all gathered. The identities, statuses, and strengths of these 7 individuals can be said to crush any organization in the world. Even the so-called most violent organization on the sea, the Marine headquarters, dares not easily provoke them. Roa's gaze slightly focused on the few internal crew members of the Rocks Pirates beside Whitebeard and the others. The most eye-catching among them is the one wearing fishnet stockings. Casually sitting on Whitebeard's shoulder, Miss Backen. Backen is an ordinary crew member of the Rocks Pirates, but due to her unique scientific talent, she is also the only scientist in the Rocks Pirates. Besides her, there are 2 other beautiful women in the Rocks Pirates, the intelligence officer and navigator, Shucky, and the fighter, Gloriosa. These 2 are from the former and current Empress of the Amazon Lily. According to the whispers exchanged between Whitebeard and Roa, Roa often looks at the so-called Empress, Gloriosa, with some surprise. Whitebeard said this woman originally just wanted to live in peace on Amazon Lily. However, after encountering Captain Rocks, she fell deeply in love, chasing after him until she joined the Rocks Pirates. Unfortunately, even facing such a beauty, Captain Rocks remains as steadfast as a rock, preparing for his career. For Gloriosa's affection, Rocks at most just plays around. Nevertheless, even so, Gloriosa is still immersed in love and cannot extricate herself. Aside from these powerful internal members of the Rocks Pirates, there are at least over 100 pirate captains from other crews stirring with excitement. These individuals are all active pirates in the second half of the Grand Line, and almost every captain has a bounty exceeding 100 million. However, although these pirate captains are already strong enough, they still pale in comparison before the 7 division captains like Roa. Without reaching the admiral level of the Marine headquarters, there is no chance of becoming a division captain. There are only 2 ways to become a division captain of the Rocks Pirates. The first is to defeat an admiral of the Marine headquarters in battle. The second is to randomly challenge a division captain, and, if victorious, one can establish the next division and gain power, fame, status, and wealth. Both of these conditions are, in any case, hellish challenges. In fact, since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates group, no other pirate captain has ever completed these 2 challenges, excluding Roa, who has recently emerged. Roa is the only one who has successfully repelled the 2nd Division captain, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As time passes, the warm sun that was originally at sea level has now risen high in the sky, turning into a blazing sun. At this moment, Rock suddenly appears like a ghost. Flashing past, everyone is here, then let's get ready to depart. After counting that Roa and the other division captains have all gathered, Rox's gaze turned to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Before Whitebeard went to invite Roa to join the Rock's pirates, he had already informed da Flamingo to use the float fruit to control all the other pirate crews. When Rox had left da Flamingo alone in the room, he almost scared him to death. The two big men stared at each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. However, just as da Flamingo waved his hand to lift nearly 300 pirate ships to float about 1,000 meters in the air, Roa, using his observation hockey enhanced by the Thunder fruit, suddenly sensed a pirate crew with a skull with long nose hair approaching near Hakanosu. Roger is here. Roa looked at the gradually appearing blurred silhouette of the ship, the Oro Jackson. On the bow of that pirate ship stood a muscular man wearing a straw hat. GOLD, Roger, a newcomer in the second half of the Grand Line who has risen to fame not long ago. Since almost everyone in his crew has a bounty exceeding 200 million and has not accepted the invitation to join the Rock's Pirates, they have attracted a lot of attention. As soon as Roa's words fell, the other division captains also noticed the arrival of Roger's crew. Rox raised his eyebrows slightly, looking towards the sea. He did not understand what this guy, who also belongs to the D family but has always been unwilling to ally with him, wanted to do by coming to Hakanosu. Ha ha ha, Captain Rox, is Roger coming to find you at this time? I've fought with that Roger. He is quite a strong guy. Of course, if he wants to compare to you, he is definitely far behind. Da Flamingo, slightly interested, floated a few meters above the ground with his hands on his hips, waiting for Roger's crew. Maybe he is here to find me, but I hope he is not looking for death. Rox gripped his black sword Bloodshed, which had been infused with hockey at his waist. This is a top-grade blade from his Supreme Grade Sword series, and due to having taken many lives, it still emanates a bloody and eerie aura. Upon closer inspection, it is even more terrifying than those so-called cursed swords. Rox is ready. If Roger dares to say he is here to persuade him not to start a war, he will definitely personally take the head of this fellow clansman as an offering to his sword. Chapter 56. The Roger Pirates joined the battle as the captains of the various divisions awaited. The Roger Pirates soon arrived at the port of Hakanosu Island. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but shout upon seeing his longtime rival Roger step onto the island. Roger, naturally, responded cheerfully to Shiki. Aside from Roger's carefree demeanor, however, Rayleigh beside him looked slightly serious. Just after landing on Hakanosu, he had already seen dozens of pirate captains with bounties exceeding 1 billion. It's worth noting that a pirate with a bounty over 1 billion would be considered an elite crew member in the Roger Pirates. Yet, such high-caliber pirates in the Rock's Pirates could only be seen as low-profile extra captains. Moreover, the Rock's Pirates had various complete infrastructures in Hakanosu, especially the hundreds of pirate ships floating in the air, which appeared to be quite imposing. The members of the Roger Pirates looked around like country bumpkins in the city, constantly expressing their amazement. Compared to a world-class pirate organization like the Rock's Pirates, the Roger Pirates felt utterly insignificant, like tiny ants. Although Roger was powerful within the Rock's Pirates, he could only be compared to those captain-level pirates. It was truly terrifying. Rayleigh silently warned himself. Although he didn't understand why Roger insisted on coming to Hakanosu to meet this so-called new pirate, since they were here, he, as the vice captain, had to be fully prepared to lead the crew away. After all, it was certain that relying on Roger was not a viable option. Such a captain was the most unreliable guy. However, just as Rayleigh was on guard against each captain of the Rock's Pirates, his keen eyes suddenly spotted a graceful woman in a pink bra top paired with tight hot pants and sporting short hair. This was the intelligence officer of the Rock's Pirates. Shaki, Rayleigh exclaimed internally, and at that moment, upon seeing her face, he felt a rush of excitement, as if he had fallen in love. Meanwhile, Shaki, who had been waiting with her arms crossed, also noticed Rayleigh's awkward expression. Looking at his golden hair, sexy muscles, and distinctive beard, Shaki suddenly made a move that even she found puzzling. She winked at Rayleigh. Their youthful gazes locked onto each other. Naturally nearby, Rox also noticed the unusual interaction between the two. According to rumors among fans, Shaki betrayed the Rox Pirates because she had fallen for Rayleigh. The two could be said to have experienced love at first sight. Subsequently, under Rayleigh's influence, Shaki directly joined the Roger Pirates, and after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the two retired together in the Sabati archipelago, living an unabashed life. However, it seemed that everything had slightly changed because Rox had joined the Rox Pirates ahead of time. At this moment, the Roger Pirates should also be on their way to God Valley. Yet here they were, recklessly crashing into the headquarters of the Rox Pirates at Hakanosu. Was this guy really not afraid that Rox would come down hard on them? Rox pondered this unprecedented plot twist in his heart. But all of this was just a minor subplot. Compared to these romantic entanglements, Rox was more eager to rush to God Valley and start a massacre, smashing the heads of the celestial dragons. At this moment, Rox also cast his gaze toward Rox. I'll go negotiate first. If that doesn't work, I'll just take them out. The God Valley plan cannot be interfered with. After responding to Rox's gaze, he strode confidently to Roger. For Rox, he actually had no good feelings toward Roger. In the original plot, if it weren't for Roger and his disruptive crew suddenly barging into God Valley to join forces with the Navy to attack Rox, perhaps the Rox Pirates would never have faced defeat in that era. One could say that everything was due to Roger's interference that led to the world government becoming the uncontested sea overlord. And then this guy had the audacity to initiate the so-called Great Pirate Era, allowing a bunch of ignorant and incompetent little pirates to flood into the Grand Line, burning, killing, and plundering. And a large group still maintained his image as the Pirate King. It was utterly ridiculous. Although in the world ruled by the Rox Pirates, the people didn't necessarily live well. At least Rox wouldn't behave like the Celestial Dragons, a mad and perverted species that slaughtered an entire nation every 3 years. A nation comprises many infants and women. While the Rox Pirates appear to be a group of ruthless pirates, they were far from the Celestial Dragons in this regard. Moreover, relatively speaking, the protection fees collected from the islands under Rox protection were far below the standards of the Celestial Dragons. According to Rox's understanding, those countries affiliated with the world government had long wanted to withdraw their membership during this period. But unfortunately, the Rox Pirates were unwilling to accept and protect them, forcing them to continue to pay exorbitant wealth to the Celestial Dragons to squander. Gol di Roger. Why are you here at Hakanosu when you should be on your great voyage? Don't you want to go to that final island to uncover the so-called truth of the century? Rox slowly said to Roger, who stood barely at the height of Whitebeard's thigh. Ha 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 ha. It's the guidance of fate that has brought me here to meet you, Rox. Although I know it sounds strange, I've never been wrong in my feelings. You all are headed to God Valley this time, right? The Roger Pirates want to join the battle as well. Let us turn this chaotic world upside down together. Roger revealed his signature smile and loudly declared that the Roger Pirates wanted to join the Rox Pirates in the battle at God Valley. Everyone was taken aback by this. Even Rox, who had been prepared to take Roger's head, slightly turned his gaze. After Roger expressed his desire to join the battle, the aura of dominance emanating from him was unmistakable. Countless pirate captains with bounties over 1 billion praised him. This was the new king. GOLD, Roger, the aura of dominance emanating from him, was already on par with Captain Whitebeard and Captain Golden Lion. What kind of relationship did he have with our Captain Rox? They seemed quite familiar with each other. Moreover, their Vice Captain Silver's Rayleigh and the third-in-command Jabba. Both of their auras were not inferior to our Captain Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. If these guys joined our team, what would the Navy headquarters have left to compete with us? The crowd was chattering and commenting on Roger's loud proclamation of his plans. Rayo, slightly surprised, glanced at Roger a bit longer. It seemed that the main storyline had slightly changed due to his arrival. Originally, Roger should have stopped the Rox Pirates from joining the battle. Now, however, he had chosen to go to God Valley with the Rox Pirates instead. But Rayo didn't delve too deeply into the situation. The arrival of Roger's crew was just in time. Having more hands to resist the world government was beneficial, allowing him to free up his hands to slay the Celestial Dragons. Since they wanted to join the fight, then let us do it together. A faint smile curled at the corners of Rayoa's mouth as he casually raised his hand to touch Roger's ship, the Golden Jackson. The moment his finger made contact, the Golden Jackson seemed to lose gravity and floated into the air, creating a wave. "Ah, thank you, Mr. Rayo." Roger laughed heartily, drew his sword ace, and pointed it to the sky, then looked at his crew and excitedly shouted, "Set sail, brothers! Let us turn the world upside down together." Chapter 57, Valley of the Gods. As the Roger pirates officially decided to participate in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Rox no longer wasted any time. After casually issuing an order to take action, the giant pirate ship, the Sword of Xebec, crafted entirely from atom wood, rose swiftly to about 3,000 meters before heading straight towards the West Sea. Following the movement of the Sword of Xebec, the remaining dozens of pirate ships naturally fell into formation behind it. In the blazing sun, a dense mass of black dots in the sky belonged to the Rox pirates. On the ship's mast, the unique skull flag of the Rox pirates fluttered in the sea breeze. Such a massive pirate force acting in unison could almost be said to be capable of annihilating any faction, no matter which pirate group it was. Even the Navy headquarters would be terrified by the overwhelming scale of the Rox pirates, wishing they could sprout 8 legs to flee. Inside the conference room of the Sword of Xebec, at this moment, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others were all gathered together. As for Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, who arrived later, they sat next to Rox. "Coo-la-la-la-la-la. It's been a while since I fought that guy Carp. Gee-ha-ha-ha. Newgate, he's just a cannon. As long as I take to the skies, he won't be able to do anything to me. Ma, I just hope to catch a man with better talent this time." In the conference room, the various captain-level figures had different thoughts, all anticipating the impending Grand War. Ever since the Rox pirates had risen, they had hardly had any chances to exert themselves. In this world, aside from the world government and the Navy headquarters, no faction could stop their advance. "Ah, really, see? I told you I was right. This is the guidance of will. To participate in such a crazy war, there would be no regrets, even if we die." Seeing the gathering of these powerful figures, Roger felt a surge of excitement. Although he didn't like engaging in movements of domination, he was more than willing to help if the target was the oppressive world government. However, all of this was due to Rox. If it weren't for the incident that occurred months ago, perhaps Roger wouldn't have come to Hakanosu to meet Rox, but would have gone directly to the Valley of the Gods to intervene. Subsequently, due to a lack of common ground, he ended up clashing with Rox, and under the influence of the times, unexpectedly teamed up with Carp to destroy the Rox pirates. "Stop with that, Roger. You always say that, but you never think it through." While drinking his sorrows away, Rayleigh couldn't help but slam a bottle on Roger's head upon hearing his irresponsible words. However, despite Rayleigh's words, it was clear from his expression and the frequent glances towards Shaki that it wouldn't be so easy to drive him away now. The two were like two turtles, each eyeing the other. Rox observed the gathering of these emperor-level powerhouses without speaking. He only knew that in this battle of the Valley of the Gods, hundreds of celestial dragons would appear. Just imagining himself slicing through hundreds of celestial dragons and then crushing their skulls with his freshly polished black shoes made Rox's heart tremble with excitement. If not for the fact that Rox appeared calm on the surface, everyone would have thought he had gone mad. Woo-woo-woo. During the rapid flight, powered by the float fruit, the surrounding air currents created a sound akin to ghostly wails. Just then, while gazing affectionately at Rayleigh and occasionally checking the sea chart, Shaki reminded, "Everyone, please pay attention to the West Sea Valley of the Gods. We're almost there. The island with the high-altitude mountains ahead is the Valley of the Gods." As soon as Shaki's words fell, the group, which had been drinking wildly, suddenly sobered up. They had been flying at high altitude for 2 or 3 days, and during this time, their anticipation had reached its peak. Now, hearing that they were about to reach the Valley of the Gods, everyone could hardly contain their excitement. "Brothers, listen to my orders. As soon as the pirate ship lands on the sea, we will launch a full-scale attack and rush in at the fastest speed. The mere forces of the world government cannot stop us. Once we finish this battle, we'll feast on meat and drink at Mary Geo's tomorrow." As the outline of the island of the Valley of the Gods became visible, Rox waved and directly grabbed his transponder snail. Issuing commands to the hundreds of pirate ship captains, while the sword of Xebec sped towards the Valley of the Gods at full speed. At the outskirts of the Valley of the Gods, a dense mass of Navy soldiers and CP agents also simultaneously noticed the pirate ships in the sky, resembling a swarm of bees. Upon witnessing this terrifying gathering of forces, the lookout Navy soldiers and CP agents were instantly drained of color. They knew this war would be brutal, but they never expected the Rock's pirates to mobilize en masse. Attention all units, attention all units. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Rock's pirates are really coming. With emotions running high, the lookout officers grabbed their transponder snails and repeatedly sent out signals. The group of Navy officers quickly pulled the alarm for the entire island. In an instant, the entire Valley of the Gods resonated with a piercing and oppressive alarm sound. Meanwhile, in a room located in the central part of the Valley of the Gods, a young man dressed in a black shirt with an extraordinarily strange red crescent hairstyle raised his head with an extremely calm expression. This is really troublesome. Chapter 58. The three future admirals beep, beep, beep. The continuous blaring of alarms forced everyone's heart rates up a notch. I just joined the Navy not long ago, and now I'm supposed to participate in a war of this scale? How terrifying. I heard that the captains and the Rock's pirates are all like monsters. At this moment, the three young Navy recruits, hailed as the most likely candidates to succeed the future admiral positions, stood together, quietly hiding behind the seasoned veterans like Garp, Kong, and Zifa, commenting on the impending arrival of the Rock's pirates. At their young age, they were still unaware of the true power of the Rock's pirates. In their limited understanding, the admirals of the Navy headquarters were already the highest combat power in the world, rarely surpassed by others. And indeed, that was the case. The current three admirals of the Navy headquarters were capable of facing off against the strongest three captains of the Rock's pirates. They're just some trash. The power of justice will surely destroy them. Sakazuki, standing at the front, looked disdainfully at the densely packed pirate fleet in the sky. According to his understanding at that moment, all of the Navy headquarters combat power had been deployed, along with the fighting strength of the CP Organization S agents. The entire God Valley was undoubtedly a net of heaven and earth-level defense. As long as the Rock's pirates dared to come, they would definitely not be able to escape. However, before his words could finish, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was responsible for guiding his training, quietly reminded him, "Don't underestimate the Rock's pirates, Sakazuki. They are the most terrifying pirate organization in the world. Their strength is even enough to annihilate our Navy headquarters." Tsuru, with her light blue long hair tied in a ponytail, appeared extremely young and beautiful, but her brows were filled with a sense of worry. To be honest, Tsuru did not believe they could win this war. The Rock's pirates were simply too strong. Moreover, their navy was fighting an unjust war, so the morale within was not very united. Although three of the highest combat power CP governors had also come to restrain the enemy, who could guarantee that the Rock's pirates had no external reinforcements? It should be noted that in this era of the Rock's pirates, those wandering powerful pirates were all well known. The one-sword flow great swordsman, Bartholomew Kuma, the founder of the Eight Treasures Navy, the great pirate Green Pepper, the world destroyer, Bondewald. When the powerful pirates moved out of the Rock's pirates, they all disappeared without a trace. If these people really intervened randomly when the war started, it was hard for her to imagine the enormous losses the Navy headquarters would suffer. The maritime overlord Roxd, Xebec, Whitebeard, Shiki, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, the 6 major captains. Plus, there was the recently established 7th Division under Roa. What was the Rock's pirates up to? With this scale, charging into the Holy Land, Mariehua would not be excessive, right? Among the crowd, Admiral Kong noticed the 7 pirate ships representing the Rock's pirates divisions at the front and immediately gasped. The 7 top division captains, along with the maritime overlord Rocks, the world's strongest pirate crew, was all in place. This hunting plan of the adults must not be interrupted. Even if our Navy headquarters has to pay the price of all lives, we must stop them. However, everyone need not worry. The 5 Elder Stars have sent the latest news that they will arrive at God Valley at the critical moment of the battle. At the Navy headquarters, beside the current 3 admirals, was the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Netania. Admiral Netania had been promoted to the rank of admiral for over a decade. Before the Rocks pirates became famous, Netania had swept through various pirates with the superhuman diamond fruit, achieving great feats and rising to the position of admiral. Later, he distinguished himself in various major battles and eventually took over as fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters. Just as Netania was about to continue to inspire the fighting spirit of the Navy soldiers below, the Gold Lion suddenly burst out from the ship of the Sword of Xebec. The Gold Lion raised his right hand and waved his fingers forward. An island made entirely of hard reefs was directly pushed over. This guy, he wouldn't be trying to. The strategic genius. Now a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, saw the lion's actions and immediately widened his eyes in shock, staring at the island that almost covered half the area of God Valley. If such a massive island were dropped from the sky, the destructive power would definitely cause over 80% casualties among the Navy headquarters soldiers. Without time to think further, he quickly activated his Buddha fruit, transforming into a towering golden Buddha. Following Sengoku's actions, Kong and Garp also activated their thick Busashoka haki, keeping a close watch on the island in the sky. If the Gold Lion really dropped such a thing, they had to use their maximum strength to crush it to avoid significant losses to the lower-ranking soldiers. The 2nd Division captain of the Rocks Pirates, Gold Lion Shiki. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he had another title, the Sky Pirate Admiral, a pirate who had long controlled multiple floating islands. Is this the strength of the 2nd Division captain under Rocks? He can actually control such a large island. Yo, Sakazuki-chan, the flying pirate Gold Lion Shiki. He truly is like a monster. In the crowd, Borsalino looked panicked as he watched the island reef hanging over his head like a cover for the sky. At that moment, his eyes widened, and his body radiated a golden light. As a new recruit who had just joined the Navy, he did not want to sacrifice on this unjust battlefield. Borsalino secretly vowed that if the situation went even slightly wrong, he would absolutely transform into a flash and escape. This is impossible to fight. Ha ha, this luxurious gift is for you. The Gold Lion laughed wildly, then suddenly pushed forward, releasing his control and allowing the hard island reef to drop straight down. Garp, I'll catch this island. You and Admiral Kong find a way to smash it a bit. Otherwise, if this thing hits God Valley, our Navy headquarters soldiers will be completely wiped out. Transforming into a golden Buddha, Sengoku's voice boomed as he looked up at the sky, raising his 2 golden arms as if to push forward. Meanwhile, Borsalino's legs also erupted with an even more dazzling golden light, ready to run at any moment. Chapter 60, The Opening of the Battle of God Valley. Just as everyone was tense with emotion, a terrifying sword energy of deep red suddenly erupted from the central position within God Valley. Boom! The sword energy, upon contacting the island reef, moved at incredible speed, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles, and directly sliced through the entire island reef, splitting it in half. While everyone was in shock, wondering who could unleash such a powerful sword energy, that streak of sword energy did not disappear. Instead, after a moment of distortion, it transformed into a red sphere radiating strange energy. At that moment, the massive island reef that had been cleaved in two was directly shattered into fine particles by the energy. The scene was filled with dust and the sounds of people coughing violently. At this moment, the golden lion soaring in the sky suddenly stopped smiling. He looked in disbelief at how easily his proud island-throwing attack had been destroyed by an unknown enemy. Meanwhile, Rox, who had already stepped out of the cabin, also noticed the deep red sword energy. It seemed a powerful figure from the world government had arrived, wielding an unknown devil fruit ability. Rox murmured calmly. Then, his aura began to surge, his conqueror's haki terrifyingly oppressive like an abyss. Hood, hood, hood. The atmosphere at the scene became incredibly oppressive, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of their own blood flowing, and the thumping of their hearts. The originally clear skies of God Valley also seemed to instantly turn into a stormy weather, with dark clouds gathering. The calm sea surface suddenly erupted with huge and violent waves, and the low rumble of thunder continuously tore through the pitch-black clouds above. After a few seconds of tension, Under the terrifying release of Rock's Conqueror's Hockey, over 50 to 60,000 elite Navy soldiers stationed on the periphery instantly collapsed. What's worse, some of them fell into a deep coma without any will to resist. Damn, how can this guy's Conqueror's Hockey be so strong? It's even stronger than it was a few years ago. Marshal Netania looked on with a grim expression as rows of elite Navy soldiers and CP organization agents fell, unable to do anything. He did not possess Conqueror's Hockey. In fact, only 3 people in the entire Navy headquarters had Conqueror's Hockey: Kong, Garp, and Sengoku. There was too little Conqueror's Hockey, or rather, there were hardly any people on their side who could awaken it. They had enough willpower to reach such a level of strength, but they lacked the kind of courage that could swallow mountains and rivers without fear. This guy, I hope the government's internal guards can hold on. Sengoku was somewhat dumbfounded, feeling the exceptionally powerful Conqueror's Hockey from Rocks. This aura was like a storm that blotted out the sky, raging and unbeatable. However, Sengoku was also one of the few in the Navy headquarters who possessed the 3 types of hockey. He had to do something. After taking a heavy, deep breath, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp all unleashed their Conqueror's Hockey and charged towards Rocks. However, no matter how desperately the 3 released their hockey, the best result was only to slightly balance out Rock's power. Could it be Rock's Conqueror's Hockey, when did it actually break through to that realm? The ultimate Conqueror's Hockey. It really exists. Sengoku's pupils constricted, looking in shock at Rocks, who was releasing Conqueror's Hockey from a great distance. Instantly drenched in cold sweat, he could hardly imagine how powerful Rock's Hockey ensnared attacks would be if it reached the ultimate level. Based on past experience, dealing with Rock's Conqueror's Hockey required just 2 top-tier hockey users. But now, he, along with Admiral Kong and Garp, could only barely maintain their stance while being on the verge of being overwhelmed at any moment. Rocks was too strong. You can't stop me anymore. Starting today, the Rocks Pirates will become the team that rules the world. Golden Lion, let our people launch an attack. Kill them all. Accompanied by Rock's brutal voice echoing through the skies, Sengoku and Garp's Conqueror's Hockey was instantly shattered. Only Kong remained, but he was also quickly overwhelmed and sent flying aside. At this moment of chaos, the Golden Lion swiftly extended his finger, lightly directing, and hundreds of pirate ships came crashing down from above. They slammed onto the beaches of God Valley. Just this sudden action caused thousands of Navy soldiers to be crushed into a pulp under the heavy pirate ships, dying on the spot. But that was not the end. After these pirate ships fell from the sky, wave after wave of pirates, like a swarm of ants, jumped out from the cabins. The Navy and pirates clashed in fierce combat. Blood splattered everywhere as swords clashed, and almost the entire God Valley was surrounded by pirates. Even though the number of Rocks pirates was not as great as the combined forces of the Navy headquarters and the CP agents, the momentum at the scene was such that once the fighting spirit was ignited, even with fewer numbers, it could not affect everyone's determination to fight. The densely packed crowds collided violently. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Brothers for justice. The Rocks pirates will surely be defeated here. You're right. Kill these damn pirates. If we, the Navy, retreat, then there will be no justice left in this world. The CP organization looks down on us, and the pirates want to join in the fun. Then let us fight. We will forge the glory of our Navy anew. A seemingly devil fruit user among the Navy shouted wildly into a megaphone. This directly ignited the wild, fighting spirit within countless demoralized Navy soldiers. In an instant, the shouts shook the heavens. The Navy and the Rocks pirates clashed together, fingers, severed arms, and broken legs flying all over the place, creating an extremely shocking scene. However, even in the face of such a scene, many Navy and CP elites still chose not to intervene, because their existence was merely to block the captain of the Rocks pirates. If they intervened, and the Rocks pirates also rushed in to mix it up, then the final casualties would only increase. This unwritten agreement could be seen as a tacit understanding between the strong on both sides. Navy, it's not too late to abandon your positions now. As long as I successfully ascend to the holy land of the celestial dragons, you can still fight for justice. Although your actions this time are not just. Ha 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 ha. With the advantage brought by Conqueror's hockey to his team, Rox led the charge towards the center of God Valley Island. Damn, Rox, what do you take our navy for? Justice will not devolve into the pirates' lackeys. You are too arrogant. Do you really think there's no one who can stop you? As soon as Lox appeared on the land of the Valley of Gods at an incredible speed, almost as if he had teleported, Netania, the marshal of the Navy headquarters, immediately took a stance, his entire body wrapped in diamonds, exuding a hard glow, firmly blocking the way. Chapter 61. A flaw revealed. Rox laughed disdainfully. Oh, Netania, just a defeated foe, and you dare to come out and embarrass yourself? Upon seeing the man blocking his path, Rox recalled the Marine headquarters marshal he had once encountered by chance. At that time, this audacious fellow had even been severely wounded in the heart by Rox with a single sword strike. However, it seemed that after such a long period of recovery, this guy's injuries should have healed quite well. I was too careless before. Not piercing your heart with one blow was my mistake. If I catch you again this time, you will surely die. Rox looked at Netania, who had enveloped himself in the powers of the diamond fruit, covering every inch of his skin. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A man who had already lost the will to fight against him was not worth a second glance. Damn it, Steelbone Kong, come help me. We need 2 people to stop this guy before the government's reinforcements arrived. He had to bet his life on justice and stop this man here. Marshal Netania's gaze was deep as he summoned Kong to his side to confront Rox together. Ha ha. Justice? Is what you Marines are doing today justice? To create endless slaughter for the celestial dragons, you are killing countless civilians on an entire island. I, Rox, wouldn't dare to do such a thing. How shameless. For every minute you delay me, countless civilians die at your hands. 1 or 2 of you are nothing but the world government's lapdogs, the celestial dragon's vicious dogs, and you dare to talk about justice? Rox laughed frivolously, his aura surging powerfully. Netania felt a surge of anxiety as he watched Rox's disdainful expression. He had never thought this guy would be such a loudmouth. If he kept talking like this, even if their high-ranking combatants were unaffected, the Marine soldiers below would not think the same. After all, this was an unjust war. As the marshal of the Marine headquarters, he had to stop this sharp-tongued man. Netania didn't hesitate and immediately took action with Steelbone Kong, launching an attack from both sides. Boom, 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 boom. Facing the circular assault from both sides, Rox acted swiftly, raising his hands as a dark, red-armed hockey flashed, directly intercepting the powerful punches from both men. His arm hockey had reached the ultimate level. Kong was horrified, but had no choice but to charge and head first. The chaotic battle between the 3 was extremely frenzied. Every punch and kick represented the highest level of combat awareness. This was a battle between the top-tier powerhouses of the sea, and each clash of hockey caused immense destruction. The 2 sides exchanged blows, instantly engaging in hundreds of rounds of combat. Within a radius of several kilometers, the once densely packed Marines and pirates were immediately cleared away by the shockwaves of the 3 men's fierce battle, turning the area into a mist of blood. Under this terrifying confrontation, the hard rocky ground of God Valley Island cracked open with huge fissures stretching several kilometers long. And Rox, despite fighting 2 against 1, showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Netania seemed to see a different scene and shouted loudly. A flaw revealed in Rox. Diamond impact. Although Kong did not understand where the flaw was, he did not hesitate. In an instant, he wrapped his fist with Conqueror's hockey. Steel bone heavy punch. Bang, bang. After 2 dull collision sounds, Netania, in his diamond suit, was directly sent flying by Rox's sword wrapped in Conqueror's hockey. The hard diamond chest plate was even slashed open, creating a huge gash several centimeters long, deep enough to see his organs pulsating. As for Kong, who had also come to attack, he was met with Rox raising his left hand, firmly blocking his Conqueror's hockey-wrapped heavy punch. It created a significant impact, but the damage was not great. Just when Kong was about to continue attacking, Rox swiftly raised a leg and suddenly kicked towards his groin. In the moment Kong sensed this with his observation hockey, his expression changed, and he quickly turned to dodge. But it was too late. Rox's right leg, wrapped in dual-colored hockey, mercilessly kicked him away, sending him flying over 1,000 meters. Captain Rock's strength was indeed monstrous. With that kick, Kong was truly sent flying. At this moment, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, who had not yet taken action, looked on in awe at the invincible Rocks. The three of them could be considered the weakest members of Rock's pirate crew. Even the newly joined 7th Division Captain, Luo, who was stronger than them. In this terrifying era, the strength of pirates was generally formidable. However, it seemed that the combat power of the Marine Headquarters Admirals had also received some enhancement. It appeared that both sides were in a strangely controlled state. As long as the pirate strength was strong, the level of the Marine Headquarters Admirals would rise sharply. Occasionally, Conqueror's Haki, something that should not belong to the Marines, would even appear. However, just as everyone was stunned watching Rocks fight two opponents without losing ground, the newcomer Luo, who stood dumbfounded on the deck of the Xebec sword, shocked at his system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top level 46. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top level 73. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top level 100. Just as Rocks unleashed his terrifying Conqueror's Haki and the shock wave burst forth, Luo, who directly absorbed a massive wave of Conqueror's Haki attributes from Rocks. With Rock's indirect assistance, Luo, whose Conqueror's Haki reached an astonishing 100 top level. As soon as he advanced further, he could achieve the true ultimate Haki level of Rocks. Feeling the surge of Conqueror's Haki within him, which had doubled in strength, Luo, whose heart raced with excitement. His destructive power had increased threefold. However, upon receiving this notification, Luo, who immediately stood behind Rocks, wanting to absorb more Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, no more attributes of Conqueror's Haki dropped from Rocks. Even the basic attributes of strength, agility, and stamina had become very scarce. It seemed that to fully absorb Rock's attributes, he would have to engage him in a real fight. Luo, who planned to challenge Rocks directly after this battle in God Valley. As long as his three forms of Haki reached Rock's level, combined with countless Devil Fruit abilities, he would be invincible. At that time, even if he treated the Celestial Dragons like dogs, there would be no problem. Kong, are you okay? Medics, hurry over and take a look. Having lost the powers of the Devil Fruit and returned to human form, Sengoku hurriedly rushed over to help the fallen Keigu up. I'm Fine. It's not a big deal, Keigu said, standing up with a somewhat pale face. The strength of Rocks was truly overwhelming. It required 3 people to hold him back. After confirming that there were no other effects, Sengoku directly joined the battlefield. Together with Admiral Keigu, they formed a triangular formation, completely surrounding Rocks in the center. However, just as the 3 were about to launch an attack, a deep, mocking laughter echoed. Sengoku was instantly startled. It was Whitebeard. In the next moment, the towering figure of Whitebeard, standing at 666 centimeters like a humanoid monster, jumped right next to Rocks, officially joining the battle. Kuhohu, Sengoku, how many times is this today that you've been defeated by me? Can't remember, but it should be more than 10 times, right? Chapter 62. The fall to the sea floor with both hands gripping his large sword tightly, Whitebeard looked at the embarrassed Sengoku in front of him and laughed excitedly. Although at this moment he did not have the enhancement of the Paramecia-type Tremor Fruit ability, without the constraints of the Devil Fruit power, Whitebeard could better unleash his Haki abilities. After teasing Sengoku, the Marine Headquarters candidate admiral who had been defeated by him multiple times, Whitebeard's arm muscles tensed, veins bulging. The large blade, surrounded by jet black armament Haki, was wrapped up to the edge of the blade, and beneath it, waves of Conqueror's Haki energy surged violently. After brewing for a moment, it was directly swung down swiftly and fiercely towards the top of Sengoku's head. The condensed armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki energy exploded like a nuclear bomb, crashing down before Sengoku. Don't be too arrogant, Newgate. Today, I will show you how you lose. Sengoku, with a voice like a thunderclap, glared back, his body transformed into a giant Buddha as he stepped forward, causing the ground to crack. All the power in his body converged, and he shone with golden light. Buddha's light shock. Boom! Whitebeard's blade. infused with dual haki, collided with Sengoku's Buddha light. Neither side gave way, with immense force pushing against each other until the suppressed energy finally erupted. Sengoku's face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure flying back like a rocket. Meanwhile, Whitebeard only staggered back a few steps, but his expression was equally pained, and he could faintly taste blood in his mouth. However, he chose not to spit it out, but calmly swallowed it down instead. Then, he smiled broadly at Sengoku, who was regaining his normal form in the distance. Karalalalala. Your level hasn't improved much, Sengoku. You should go back and sing a birthday song for the Marines, one for you and one for me. Facing this mocking Whitebeard, Sengoku's forehead instantly bulged with veins. As he moved his palm, the dark armament haki flowed continuously, and his pupils transformed from black to a bright red. This was the external manifestation of the Conqueror's haki wrapped in an attack. New gate. I will not let you go unpunished. As soon as Sengoku's words fell, Whitebeard naturally acted swiftly. Without any hesitation, he raised his blade and struck. Both were top-tier users of Conqueror's haki, with slight differences but not much distance between them. Boom! The blade in Sengoku's palm, empowered by the Conqueror's haki, slammed together fiercely again. A massive mushroom cloud mixed with the raging Conqueror's haki surged upwards. The air seemed to grow heavier for the Marines and pirates fighting nearby. This clash between two Emperor-level powerhouses was almost a hellish scene of terror. Even the Marines stationed 3 to 4 kilometers away were directly affected by the shock of the Conqueror's haki, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Lion's Might, Wave Slash. Just as Whitebeard and Sengoku were locked in battle, the floating Golden Lion clashed directly with Carp, who was showing signs of impatience. The Golden Lion swung his sword down in an arc, sending a beam of sharp sword energy towards Carp. Hey, Golden Lion, you really are an unruly guy. Initially intending to hang back for a moment, Carp was forced into action and swung a powerful iron fist, smashing the sword energy to pieces. However, the Golden Lion, relying on his ability to fly, had no intention of backing down, continuously swinging his blade and unleashing wave after wave of slashes. In response, Carp could only passively take the hits, both sides exchanging blows, creating chaos as sword energy and residual waves cut through the crowd, severing arms, thighs, and even waists. Ha, Carp, sorry, but it's just so hard to deal with a flying guy like me. The Golden Lion, hovering in the sky, sheathed his 2 famous swords, Wood Withered and Cherry Blossom, and laughed maniacally from his elevated position. But just then, Carp suddenly cracked his finger joints, producing a series of popping sounds. After loosening all his joints, his flowing armament haki appeared. Carp's pupils instantly turned bright red. Let us see how this move works. Golden Lion! With a loud bang, Carp laughed excitedly, stamping his foot on the hard ground, unleashing a terrifying upward force. To the countless Marine soldiers around, Carp's figure, draped in a white justice coat, looked like an unstoppable hero as he soared into the air, stepping on the air. In an instant, he approached the flying Golden Lion. His 5 powerful fingers spread wide, and before the Golden Lion could even react, he grabbed onto the opponent's face. This flash-like speed caused the Golden Lion's proud expression to freeze instantly. However, it was already too late for him to escape from Carp's iron grip, which was both foul-smelling and strong. Zzz. The exploding black-red Conqueror's haki lightning wildly splattered against Carp's fist, making it seem like Carp was dragging a terrifying thunderbolt. Iron Fist. The Sea Floor. Falls. Chapter 63. The Angry Golden Lion Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, as if a mountain had collapsed. The second in command of the Rocks Pirates, the man known to the world as the Flying Pirate Admiral, the Great Pirate Shiki, was thrown heavily to the ground of God Valley by Carp from midair. The smoke and debris scattering like a spider web across the ground testified to the power of Carp's iron fist. The scene was like the earth shaking and the sky collapsing, creating a massive shockwave that swept over countless pirates and Navy personnel present. Carp, I'm going to kill you. The Golden Lion roared with a sharp voice, leaping out of the pit created by his fall, and then swiftly drew his sword, charging towards Carp's landing position. In that moment of rushing forward, a thick layer of armament haki appeared. The black-red conqueror's haki wrapped around his double blades. The famous swords, Sakura 10 and Muku Katsu from the Great Sword 21 series, under the contrast of his golden hair, seemed to transform into the fierce and domineering fangs of a lion, exuding a sharp, cold gleam. Seeing the wild and murderous golden lion before him, Karp's expression turned serious. The reason he was able to gain the upper hand in the recent battle with a single slap and bring down the fly in the sky was entirely due to the opponent's carelessness in not dodging. Otherwise, relying solely on the movement speed granted by the superhuman float fruit, Karp did not believe he could catch the golden lion off guard. In fact, based on the golden lion's strength, as long as he wanted to escape in this world, no one could catch up to him. Even if a few who had eaten special devil fruits were lucky enough to match his speed, they would definitely not be able to defeat him. In summary, he was an extremely troublesome guy. Karp clenched his fists tightly, adopting a boxing stance, with the black-red conqueror's haki wrapping around his hands, his black pupils turning blood red due to the haki's influence. The two men exchanged glances and then charged at each other with unimaginable speed and immense pressure, launching their powerful attacks. Each punch and slash was one of the most powerful attacks in the world. The two sides exchanged blows, the hard armament haki clashing and sparking a flurry of fine sparks, while the clash of Conqueror's haki caused the surrounding sea to shake and ripple. On the other side, the Marine Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr, who was also prepared, saw Karp and the Golden Lion locked in a stalemate and quickly rushed over to provide support. However, the Rocks Pirates had more than just Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Although these captains were usually proud and reluctant to engage with each other, the current situation was, after all, a war. No matter what, they had to finish this battle first. Mama Zephyr. You think I don't exist, huh? You look pretty good. And as long as you're willing to become my 21st husband so that my next child can inherit the genes of a strong man, I might just let you go. Seeing Zephyr about to rush in and disrupt the Golden Lion's battle, Charlotte Linlin quickly stepped on Zeus and charged forward. Along the way, her tall and slender figure swung Napoleon, directly beheading dozens of elite Navy soldiers. Even the naval officers and brigadier generals were no match for her and were instantly killed on the spot. As she approached the battlefield, a flash of madness and greed flickered in Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes. After her words fell, her gaze fixated on a certain spot under Zephyr. Charlotte Linlin, you already have 21 husbands. Are you not satisfied? You're even eyeing me. What a pity. If you had asked earlier, I might have agreed. But now I'm a married man. I can't play around. Zephyr casually teased Charlotte Linlin, showing no concern for her identity as the third captain of the Rocks Pirates. Undeniably, Charlotte Linlin's strength and talent were indeed formidable. But Zephyr was no weakling either. When he was 14, in order to become a hero in people's hearts, he chose to join the Navy. At 18, he participated in his first real battle and earned his first medal. At 28, he successfully rose from a small soldier to a corporal and learned the full set of the Navy's 6 styles, gaining fame in the headquarters. By 34, having already been a master of armament haki, he could use armament haki hardening with both hands, thus rising to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy and earning the title Black Wrist Zephyr. At 38, which is this year, he received another promotion in armament haki, reaching the admiral level set by the Navy headquarters, and was exceptionally nominated as the highest combat power of the Navy. Furthermore, the rare title he currently holds makes him the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy, even facing a monster like Charlotte Linlin. This exceptionally talented man still held his pride, although he might lose the upper hand due to not having Conqueror's haki wrapped around his attacks. Zephyr believed that with his strength, he could hold off Charlotte Linlin for a while without any problem. Mama, what does it matter if you're married? As long as you're willing, we can enjoy a family joy together tonight. Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, Charlotte Linlin's desire surged even higher. At this moment, she had already imagined herself going wild tonight and directly obtaining the powerful genes of Zephyr, the highest combat power of the Navy, thereby giving birth to a truly unparalleled child. Come on, don't you want to experience what my body feels like? As Charlotte Linlin spoke, she began to showcase her graceful figure and the beautiful shape accentuated by her tight jeans. She boldly spread her arms, causing the waves in front to sway with a certain amplitude. Readers want to see pictures of Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 64. The terrifying Charlotte Linlin, as long as you agree to my terms, after we go over tonight. The combination of our two extraordinary genes, we will surely be able to produce the most powerful beings above this sea, with our bloodlines merging to fill in the gaps. Our child's innate talent will directly surpass that of the current sea overlord, Rux. By then, you won't have to continue suffering in the Navy headquarters as a useless Marine. You can come and join me in creating more children. In just a few years, these children will grow up and establish a terrifying force formed from our family bloodlines. Furthermore, these children will help us build a truly massive nation that encompasses all races in the world. I have already planned the name of this nation, the World Kingdom, a huge kingdom where there is no oppression, no violence, and truly achieves freedom, equality, and harmonious coexistence. While revealing her long legs, Charlotte Linlin passionately introduced her dreams to Zifa, saliva flying from her mouth. However, at this moment, Zifa's expression was clearly, even though Zifa considered himself a well-traveled man in his 30s, he was still greatly frightened by Charlotte Linlin's words. At his age, could he still keep having children? That was too scary. Even if he wanted to, his body wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's unabashedly lustful gaze and her body movements that seemed to want to take him right there made Zifa feel a chill run down his spine. Forget it. Someone like you is better off looking for younger people. Young people may not be very strong, but they have energy and are willing to exert themselves on you. After calming his emotions, Zifa quickly waved his hand, rejecting Charlotte Linlin's shameless invitation once again. However, Charlotte Linlin, who had made up her mind, was not so easily deterred. Her gaze towards Zifa had reached the point where it could peel off his clothes to reveal his muscular physique. Due to her overly emotional display, Charlotte Linlin even felt her body becoming more frenzied. Mama, rejecting me is useless. You should obediently submit to me. Mama. Charlotte Linlin's youthful body laughed out loud, her figure rising from the thunderclouds, holding a knife in her right hand and tightly grasping her thundercloud Zeus in her left. The next moment, the sky was filled with purple lightning, like divine punishment, directly covering Zifa's line of sight, making it intimidating to behold. But that was not the end of it. Accompanied by the rampant thunder, Charlotte Linlin waved her hand again, causing a cloud to descend from the sky, resembling the scorching sun. Prometheus, the fire of heaven. Good mama. As the Prometheus, who shares the same name as the sun god, upon receiving Charlotte Linlin's command, he unleashed a terrifying temperature that fell upon Zifa like the sun. Under the illumination of this temperature, any Navy soldiers who couldn't dodge or defend would instantly be turned into dry corpses. Even the pirates who were fighting would also be sun-killed due to Charlotte Linlin's reckless release. Thundercloud Zeus, sun god Prometheus, and Napoleon. These three homies transformed from the soul fruit were Charlotte Linlin's strongest methods. It could be said that she had exhausted all her means to capture Zifa and squeeze him back to Hakanosu. How infuriating! Such a troublesome devil fruit ability. Wrapped in thunder and flames, Zifa's expression was serious as he continuously jumped and used shave to dodge the attacks. From time to time, he also had to find ways to kick away those Navy soldiers who were unable to dodge the flames to avoid being engulfed by the fire. Mama, at this point, are you still thinking about saving these ordinary Marines? It seems you really want to come back with me and release some of that excess energy. Watching Zifa, who clearly could dodge the attacks, but was burned by the flames because he was trying to save the Navy soldiers, Charlotte Linlin showed an even more excited smile. She raised her hand, tightening her grip on the large blade, Napoleon, which had a human face. Her pupils turned red. Conqueror's haki appeared. Taking advantage of Zifa's moment of distraction, she swung her long knife fiercely and chopped down. But, as the representative of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Zifa, who served as an admiral at the same time as monsters like Carp and Kong, was not so easily taken down. The moment Charlotte Linlin's large blade, imbued with armament haki and Conqueror's haki, came down It was directly caught in midair by Zifa's thick armament haki. The dark red Conqueror's haki lightning raged, shattering the ground into pieces, and the collision between the two also created powerful shockwaves that swept around. Your armament is haki. Your training is still lacking. You rely too much on your fruit ability. Zifa's expression was calm. The thick muscles of his wrist were wrapped in deep black haki, and unlike others, Zifa had trained his wrist muscles exceptionally well. As the blood filled and swelled, his muscles were extremely powerful, like a strong sailor. After a furious roar, Zifa quickly exerted force and punched Charlotte Linland back several steps. Although Zifa did not have the enhancement of Conqueror's haki as a master of armament haki, his combat power was absolutely on par with Charlotte Linland. In fact, during the battle, Zifa could clearly sense that Charlotte Linland was not very skilled in using haki and combat techniques. She was simply chopping wildly without any structure. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, even if he stayed in the Navy headquarters all day waiting for missions, completely oblivious to the outside world, he would still hear the news that Charlotte Linland, the third captain of the Rocks Pirates, was getting married and having children again and again. With such frequent pregnancies, how could she possibly train hard and learn to use haki proficiently? However, just as Zifa was preparing to pursue further, Charlotte Linland, who had just retreated a few steps, turned around and swung her sword. Elbaf Esconwegwa. The next moment, a sword energy slash that Zifa had never seen in his decades of life, which could be called the largest in the world, erupted, and the speed of this sword energy was extremely fast, with a wide range. In just an instant, it directly killed thousands of pirates and Navy lives. The scene was almost a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood splattering everywhere. The battlefield within a few kilometers was almost instantly cleared. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates fled in fear, wanting to escape from the terrifying pirate queen, Charlotte Linland. However, as they ran, groups of white soul energy suddenly burst forth from their heads. Just a few seconds later, several hundred lives instantly aged, turning into loose-skinned elderly forms. It was clear that this was one of the effects of Charlotte Linland's paramecia-type soul fruit ability, able to absorb life, to replenish his own physical consumption under the influence of the enemy's fear, and greatly increase his strength. After witnessing the terrifying losses inflicted on the Navy soldiers by the immense sword energy almost instantly, Zephyr quickly clenched his fists and stepped forward. The thick armament haki instantly enveloped his body, turning him into a pitch-black figure. I am Black Arm Zephyr. After a furious roar, Zephyr forcefully swung his fist forward. With a loud bang, he directly countered Charlotte Linland's terrifying attack with his hard armament haki. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, he tore apart the enormous sword energy. In order to better protect the Navy soldiers around him, Zephyr chose not to hold back any longer, but instead charged forward with a bold aura, violently colliding with the seemingly crazed Charlotte Linland. Chapter 65. CP Governor. In contrast to the intense battles unfolding between Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Charlotte Linland, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, who had just been dragged into a quagmire by the aftermath of the fight, were similarly held back by three masked men. These three men, wearing patterned masks that obscured their faces, were tall and lean, with well-defined muscles, exuding an aura that clearly indicated they were not to be trifled with. Based on their attire, John and the others realized they had encountered powerful members of another CP organization under the world government, specifically tasked with assassination missions. The strength configuration of these CP organizations was roughly equivalent to the level of admirals from the Navy headquarters, all led by three top-tier governors. At present, the world government had nearly dispatched all of its high-level combat forces. However, even with this manpower, they still could not halt the offensive of the Rocks Pirates, because, in this Battle of God Valley, the Roger Pirates had yet to reveal their high-level combat forces. Crane, we have the advantage in this battle. Due to their still developing combat abilities, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino were directly pulled to the rear by Crane to observe and learn. It's terrifying. The captains of the Rocks Pirates are like monsters. Facing the indifferent attitudes of these three young men, Crane could only sigh helplessly. It wasn't their fault, after all. Their lack of experience made it normal for them not to see through the battlefield. This time, the Rock's pirates seemed to have drawn an enormous wind, almost moving their entire force without leaving any room for retreat. Now that the Navy headquarters had dispatched all its high-level combat forces, combined with the 3 governors of the CP organization, they barely managed to withstand the first wave of attacks from the enemy. It should be noted that the Rock's pirates had allied with the recently rising Roger pirates. This pirate crew had 2 members with bounties exceeding 700 million berries. Furthermore, the captain of the Roger pirates, GOLD, Roger, was an extremely formidable character. It was said that this pirate, who hailed from the East Blue like Vice Admiral Garp, had combat strength that matched any of the top-tier forces in the Navy headquarters. If this team chose to launch an attack while the Navy headquarters and the CP organization's governors were weak in defense, Crane's pupils instantly contracted. She could hardly imagine the consequences of failure in this war. Moreover, she had not forgotten that there was still one captain from the Rock's Pirates who had not shown up. The captain of the Rock's Pirates 7th Division, the Demon Rayo, a terrifying newcomer with a bounty of 100 million berries upon his first bounty. After slaughtering 3 celestial dragons on Demon Island, he was directly branded a monster with a bounty of 1 billion berries by the world government. Don't underestimate them. We currently have no advantage. As Crane reprimanded the 3 exceptionally talented recruits, she continued to fumble with the Den Mushy, hoping to request reinforcements from the world government. She knew that if the Roger pirates chose to intervene at this moment of drastic change on the battlefield, then the tens of thousands of personnel from the Navy headquarters, including the CP organization, could very well be annihilated on this island. Moreover, if Rayo, the captain of the 7th Division, who was like a demon and dared to kill celestial dragons, participated, then with only a few remaining vice admirals and the generally weaker CP0 agents from the CP organization, they would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Crane, having thoroughly investigated Rayo's background, would not believe that such a man, with nothing to lose, would choose to spare the Navy and CP organization at this moment. Since the Navy headquarters had chosen to participate in this unjust war, they had to be prepared for death. Soon, the sound of dialing the Den Mushy rang out. Brew, 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 a series of busy signals came through, but no one answered the Den Mushy's call. A hint of cold sweat began to seep from Crane's youthful, yet beautiful face. The Den Mushy had been dialed many times without response. Furthermore, in her keen observation, she sensed the signal of the Roger pirates beginning to move. And that demon, Rayo, it was unclear when he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing at the edge of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of armament hockey. Top level, current progress, 89. 93. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of observation hockey. Top level, current progress, 97. 16. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of Conqueror's Hockey. Top level, current progress, 100. At this moment, Rayo, transformed into lightning, was constantly darting between the various powerful figures in the battlefield of rocks, absorbing wave after wave of basic attributes and hockey attributes. It could be said that aside from having already reached the max level of Conqueror's Hockey, with no additional boosts, all the remaining attributes were rapidly increasing. The dense stream of notification sounds was like the most wonderful music in the world. Each sound represented the continuous rise of his strength, agility, stamina, and the levels of the 3 types of hockey. In this perverse era, the true rule level 3 types of hockey should all be at the top tier and simultaneously mastered with advanced application techniques. Rayo, while feeling his powers surging, excitedly continued to roam and absorb the fallen attributes. Although there was currently no such term as Sea Emperor, Rayo, as a comic fan who had traversed through time, could make a clearer comparison. The combat power of the three admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa, in this era, was absolutely comparable to that of Sea Emperor. Thus, they could uniformly be referred to as royal level. As for the admirals of the Great Pirate era, that was another story. Chapter 66, St. Gallen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 931 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 476 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 999 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attribute of armament hockey. Top level, current progress, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attribute of observation hockey. Top level, current progress, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attribute of conqueror's hockey. Top level, current progress, 100. Transforming into lightning. After absorbing some attributes amidst the aftermath of battles between major powerhouses, Ryoa's mastery of the three-color hockey has directly reached the top level. Furthermore, the rate of enhancement for the three fundamental attributes, strength, agility, and stamina, is gradually decreasing. Under these circumstances, if he wants to continue breaking through, he can only seek stronger opponents. Only through direct confrontation can he absorb more powerful attributes. Alternatively, he can kill enemies of the same rank and absorb all the attribute orbs that drop upon their deaths into his own body. This is also a good method to break through limitations. Just as Ryo was preparing to choose suitable targets and secretly sharpen his blade, 9 imposing figures unexpectedly appeared on the main road at the center of the Valley of the Gods. Moreover, behind these 9 individuals, there was a dense crowd of people wearing bubble helmets and diving suits. The Knights of God? Have the celestial dragons finally appeared? It seems they couldn't hold back their curiosity, Ryo said with a tone that showed no sign of retreat as he gazed at the impressive figures in the distance. Before he decided to participate in the battle in the Valley of the Gods, he already knew that the Knights of God, including the leader, had stationed all 9 members in the Valley of the Gods in advance. Their purpose was to protect the more than 1,000 celestial dragons who had come to participate in the human hunting competition to win devil fruits in place of their families. As these figures approached closer, Ryoa's inner excitement grew stronger, and the grip on his sword tightened. He had desperately collected the attributes of so many strong opponents. And wasn't it all for the moment to fiercely kill the celestial dragons? Now the time has come. He must deliver a crushing blow to the Navy headquarters, or else he would not deserve the title of demon. 7th Division members, clear the surrounding Navy scum for me. Hunt down the celestial dragons. After shouting this on the spot, Ryo charged forward, followed by hundreds of elite pirates wielding cutlasses. Ryo took the lead and rushed into the crowd of Navy soldiers, swinging his great sword several times, slashing through the air. The white sword energy that erupted was almost as if it were in an uninhabited realm, clean and swift, instantly cutting down 70 to 80 elite Navy soldiers in front of him. The scene was brutally horrific, with blood and entrails flowing out, splattering everywhere. That was close. If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, that sword would have definitely taken half my head off. The strength of these captain-level pirates and the Rocks pirates is truly terrifying. They are not comparable to ordinary people. We're the admirals. Only the highest combat power of our Navy headquarters, the admirals, can stop him. Watching Ryo take the lives of 70 to 80 soldiers in the blink of an eye, the nearby Navy soldiers, who were lucky enough not to be affected by the sword energy, turned pale, scared to the point of bleeding and crying out. Only those in the center of the battlefield knew how cruel this war was. The survival time of Navy headquarters officers of the same level was almost identical to theirs. They were entirely relying on luck to survive, with no chance to resist at all. Wave. Ryoa's tone was calm, but his actions were not slow. In an instant, he swung his sword again. At this moment, his proficiency in swordsmanship was no less than that of the Golden Lion. As a top-level, dual-wielding great swordsman, Ryoa's flying sword strikes against these so-called elite Navy soldiers were as easy as cutting down chickens and dogs. In the next moment, The Navy soldiers who had just survived thought they had escaped with their lives. This time, they were not so lucky. Under the swift and ruthless sword energy, they didn't even have time to utter their final words before half their heads were severed. The speed at which the crowd fell was like those zombies in a WeChat minigame where one collects secret items after watching an ad, instantly clearing a large area. In this short span of less than a minute, the number of Navy soldiers Rayo had killed had already reached 300 to 400. This extreme killing speed even made the strategist Crane, who was overseeing the battle from a distance, furrow her brow intensely. Chapter 67. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki entwined. Although Kaido in the crowd is still very young, he is a prodigious young member of the Oni clan, and his 3 types of Haki have already reached an advanced stage. Moreover, when it comes to dealing with the Navy headquarters, those who capture him for blood extraction and human experimentation, Kaido does not hold back. Oro, 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 oro. Brothers, follow Roger and kill all these bastard Navy men, since they want to be the dogs of the celestial dragons. Then let them enjoy the pleasure of being killed and eaten. After swinging his club repeatedly and smashing several Navy soldiers to the ground with their brains splattered everywhere, Kaido's inner desire for slaughter surged, and he charged into the crowd, spinning with his club like a tornado, sending waves of Navy soldiers and CP agents flying. Under the influence of his flowing armament Haki, almost every attack from Kaido left the Navy soldiers beneath the light incapacitated and wailing on the ground. If they were unfortunate enough to be hit in a lethal spot, their heads would undoubtedly explode on the spot. Kill, kill, kill. Thunder. Bagua. Growing more excited as he fought, Kaido decided not to hold back anymore. Directly charging into a group of visible combatants, swinging his iron club down to the ground. Boom! The flowing Haki caused significant internal damage deep beneath the surface. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed, revealing countless cracks resembling spider webs. Rocks flew everywhere, and the violent shockwaves lifted the wide justice cloaks of the Navy. It was the rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy headquarters who stepped up to resist Kaido. Countless fists infused with dark energy struggled to push back against Kaido's onslaught. Then, everyone combined their strength and managed to force Kaido back several steps. Don't underestimate the Navy. You're too arrogant, Kaido. Don't think you can run wild just because you escaped from the laboratory. Sooner or later, we will catch you again. A group of Navy officers looked disdainfully at the Kaido who had been pushed back, taunting him. However, before they could fully bask in their triumph, Kaido, who had been knocked back, stepped forward again and jumped high into the air, reaching a height of several meters, raising his kanabo and smashing it down. At that moment, Kaido's originally dark pupils showed signs of turning bright red. Dragon 3, Raging Naraku. Kaido roared in fury, his killing intent soaring, gritting his teeth as he firmly grasped the black spiked kanabo. The muscles in his arm bulged with power. The moment he landed, the ground for several kilometers around was instantly smashed into a massive pit 3 to 4 stories deep. I am. Kaido, take back your hypocritical faces. After delivering this devastating, wide-ranging attack, Kaido landed in the pit, panting heavily, propping himself up with his kanabo, barely managing to support his body. At this moment, the Navy officers who had been mocking Kaido were already reduced to a bloody pulp. The remnants of their bloody forms were wrapped in their pristine, white justice cloaks. How terrifying! Did he learn to entwine his conqueror's Haki directly in battle? They really are like monsters. Alala. Advisor Crane. This pirate named Kaido seems to have a deep hatred for our Navy. The 3 new recruits beside Admiral Crane each had their unique traits. Sakazuki silently observed the chaotic battlefield. Borisolino maintained a nonchalant attitude, commenting on how frightening it was, yet remained firmly planted in place. As for Kuzan, who was already covered in ice, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether the Navy's justice held any meaning on this battlefield. Meanwhile, Kaido, standing in the pit, was gasping for breath, feeling like a drifting weed. The recent powerful move had taken a significant toll on him. The reason was that it was the first time he had learned the technique of entwining his conqueror's Haki, and he hadn't managed to control the amount properly, leaving his body drained and unable to adapt. However, even in his current state of exhaustion. No Navy officer dared to provoke him. Conqueror's hockey entwined. This guy definitely has the potential to be a great pirate. Countless Navy soldiers and CP organization members looked in shock at the blood-soaked, massively inflated Kaido, murmuring to themselves. Not far from Kaido, Roger also noticed this scene. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Kaido's terrifying and unique talent as a future Sea Emperor. To learn to entwine his conqueror's hockey directly in battle was no less than that of the protagonist, Luffy. However, Roger currently had no time to dwell on these matters. His goal was singular, to confront those celestial dragons in the distance who had already begun to sit on small stools, watching the show. Did they think they could relax and watch the slaughter between the lower-class pirates and the Navy simply because they were under the protection of the God Knights? They needed to feel how many floors a bag of rice had to carry. After swinging his sword and killing over 200 Navy and CP agents blocking his path, Roger advanced once more. At that moment, Advisor Crane's eyes clearly showed panic. Her keen sixth sense had detected that Roger was heading straight for the distant celestial dragons. Now, within the entire Navy headquarters and CP organization, the only one left with any fighting capability was her alone. Although she had always been referred to as part of the Navy headquarters Iron Triangle alongside Sengoku and Garp, only Crane knew that she was not a natural-born combat monster like Garp. Her hockey level leaned more towards observation hockey, and she was not particularly outstanding in combat ability. Damn it, those God Knights, who only know how to protect the celestial dragons, have no intention of intervening at all. Advisor Crane stiffly turned her head to look at the God Knights, who remained as steady as ever. These guys were incredibly selfish, clearly witnessing the continuous defeat of their Navy and CP organization, yet still refusing to provide support. Do they think the lives of celestial dragons are worth more than those of ordinary Navy soldiers? The more Crane thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes nearly shooting out flames. Chapter 68. You go first. I'll cover you. As she watched the evil spirit, Rahu, continue to wield his blade, mercilessly cutting down dozens of Navy soldiers, she could no longer sit still. Evil spirit Ra, do you really have no sense of right and wrong? These Navy soldiers have no significant grudge against you. Why do you have to kill them like this? They're also flesh and blood, with families. Show some mercy. Killing these Navy soldiers is of no benefit to you, right? The aide Crane spoke in a low tone, trying to plead with Rahu to spare the Navy soldiers and stop the massacre. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, the total number of people killed by all the captains of the Rocks Pirates combined was still less than the number killed by Rahu alone. In this short period, at least over 3,000 Navy soldiers had tragically perished at the hands of this evil spirit. What a bloody number. However, the reality was not as Crane had imagined. Rahu did not choose to stop because of his words. Instead, he continued to swing his blade, cutting down once more like harvesting chives, leaving a trail of fresh crimson. No matter if they were ordinary Navy soldiers, officers, or agents from the CP organization, anyone who dared to block his path would be cleaved in half, dying on the spot without any mercy. They also have blood, flesh, and families. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost mine. Can you guess why? Rahu's cold and brutal laughter echoed in the stormy atmosphere, sounding eerily calm, yet like a devil's whisper from the apocalypse, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone felt an extreme cold. Listen to me. The ones who killed your family are not our Navy. This has nothing to do with them. You are truly killing the wrong people. Before Crane could finish her words, suddenly, thunder rumbled. The sky began to drizzle with pea-sized raindrops, lightly brushing over the countless blood on the battlefield. Hey, killing the wrong people? I don't think so. If I really want to deal with you, Navy, when I was seizing the heavenly treasure from the world government, how could those Navy ships have had the chance to return to your headquarters? Isn't all of this your own doing? I just want to kill my way to the celestial dragons. It's you, Navy, who keep buzzing around like flies. Everyone thinks I love to fight and kill. As long as you dare to give the order for these trashy Navy to clear the way, wouldn't I not kill them? As Rahu coldly laughed, he once again swung his sword, killing hundreds of Navy soldiers and CP agents, the warm blood splattering on his hair, then congealing and dripping down. At this point, Raho no longer considered himself a good person. His only reason for living in this world was the word revenge. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be killed, whether they were good or bad, whether they were just or unjust. Anyone who dared to obstruct his revenge against the celestial dragons would be cut down. Crane, watching Rahu once again wield his sword to kill Navy soldiers, felt extremely embarrassed and could not find words to respond. Clearly, Rahu's words left her speechless. Indeed, since rushing onto the battlefield, Rahu had not intentionally pursued the Navy soldiers. The ones he killed were merely forced to confront him due to the world government's orders. However, even after realizing the reality, Crane still had no way to issue an order to stop the Navy soldiers from attacking Rahu. She simply did not have that authority. The world government clearly wanted to use their numerous Navy and those agents from the CP organization to deplete the stamina of the captains and the Rocks pirates. Even if it was just to exhaust them a little, it was worth it. Only when these captain-level pirates had their stamina significantly depleted would it be time for the world government to act. How many lives would it take in this process? 5, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0? Or would it take 100,000 lives as a price? For the world government, it simply did not matter, because apart from the celestial dragons, any other race in the world was merely expendable to them. If the Navy was gone, they could recruit new personnel and re-establish the Navy headquarters. If CP agents died, they could be retrained. But if the Rocks pirates were overwhelmed, then they would truly be finished. Damn it. It seems I must cleanse your twisted evil from within. As she watched hundreds of Navy soldiers fall, their bodies cut into pieces, Crane could no longer care about her role as the behind-the-scenes commander. She wanted to personally rush forward to stop the evil spirit Rahu. Even though she knew that without the strength of figures like Garp or Zifa, she had no chance against someone like Rahu, who had already been named the captain of the 7th Division. But the current situation left no room for her to think any further. If she did not act, the Navy headquarters structure would be directly slaughtered into chaos. The Rocks pirates could not win this war. The only thing Crane needed to consider was how to minimize the losses of their Navy headquarters in this war. At this moment, the 3 new Navy recruits standing behind Crane, realizing the situation, immediately reached out to stop her. Crane, you are a precious flower in our Navy headquarters. Let us handle this. Yes, we 3 are all natural-type devil fruit users, and we are also considered monsters in the Navy training camp. Kazan and Borisolino were the first to express their intentions, then planned to rush forward to block Rahu. And next to them, Sakazuki, although he did not speak. The hot magma dripping from his fists revealed his thoughts. Come on, Crane, don't hesitate anymore. Even if this war is not just for the sake of maintaining justice in the future, we still need to stop him. Seeing Crane still hesitating, Sakazuki hurriedly encouraged her. Although the 3 of them had just joined the Navy and were still new recruits, each of them possessed excellent physical talents and were natural-type devil fruit users, so they had already been designated as key training objects. According to the current Marshal Netania, once the situation at sea stabilized, a top-ranking admiral would be directly named to establish a naval officer training school and personally guide their training. Even the list had already been made public. The slightly older Sakazuki and Borisolino would be arranged for the first batch, while Kazan, due to his relatively less experience, would be arranged later. Just having joined the Navy and receiving such attention and substantial allowances made these 3 recruits feel an unmatched sense of importance. Therefore, the young men were now burning with righteous passion. Even Borisolino, who was naturally slick, only spoke but did not choose to retreat. Compared to the other destructive captains of the Rocks pirates, the combat scenes displayed by Rocks are actually not that impressive. He is merely killing one Navy soldier after another without reason. The strongest opponent they have encountered along the way is merely a rear admiral from the Navy. Although Rocks' strength is likely very powerful, at least he doesn't tear apart large areas of land like those veteran captains do. Therefore, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino still believe that with their natural-type devil fruit abilities, they could delay Rocks for a bit. This, since you 3 insist on going, I can only remind you to be careful and absolutely avoid direct confrontation. The division commanders of the Rocks pirates are all formidable and have earned their strength through actual combat. Just hold on for 1 minute. Wait for me to request reinforcements from the world government. Vice Admiral Tsuru earnestly instructed the three monster-level recruits. If there were no necessity, Vice Admiral Tsuru really wouldn't want to send these three recruits into danger. But now, she is the only one who can go to request support from the Knights of God. Ordinary Navy personnel do not have the qualifications to meet the members of the Knights. The three who have already mastered and applied the Marine Six styles quickly dash through the air to Rox's front. Looking at the menacing figure before them, covered in the blood of Navy soldiers, Borisolino's expression stiffened, and he swallowed hard. The heroic ambitions he had just expressed had vanished completely. Sakazuki, you go first. I'll cover you. Chapter 69. A sword that shatters. In response to Borisolino's words, Sakazuki did not say much, but took a serious step forward. The temperature of the magma wrapped around his fist becoming even more intense. La, let's take them on together. After all, he's the captain of the Rocks Pirates Division. After a discussion, the three Navy recruits, referred to as Monster Level, finally lined up and chose their respective directions, standing directly opposite Roranoa. The Navy soldiers who witnessed this scene gasped in surprise. What is this? Three monsters who graduated from the recruit training camp in less than a week. That's right. My second aunt is a cook at the recruit training camp. These three are recognized as the strongest recruits in the Navy. Moreover, all three of them are extremely powerful Logia-type devil fruit users. If nothing unexpected happens, the position of the highest combat power general in our Navy headquarters will definitely fall to them. The Navy soldiers and officers, already terrified by Roranoa and the pirates of the 7th Division, immediately recognized the identities of Sakazuki and the others after seeing their serious expressions. The three people blocking Roranoa's path are the three monster recruits who have recently gained immense fame in the Navy headquarters. It is said that these three recruits, having undergone only a week of systematic training, can already defeat Navy commanders head-on, even vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. This level of strength is simply terrifying. The justice of a Navy cannot be desecrated. We have decided to stop you here, Demon Roranoa. Alala. You are the strongest opponent I've encountered so far. How scary you are, being called a demon pirate. Simply like a monster. Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kuzan were all enveloped in their respective powers, magma dripping, ice forming, and lasers flashing continuously, exuding an extraordinary aura. If it weren't for the fact that the ages of the three of them were still quite young, which somewhat undermined this momentum, they would definitely be regarded as Admiral-level Navy. Green chicken, red dog, yellow monkey. You three recruits dare to stand before me? If you want to fight me, at least send someone of Carp or Sengoku's caliber, right? Sending you three chickens and monkeys is just ridiculous. Roranoa, who was originally enjoying the killing, became a bit more serious when he sensed three threats appearing in front of him. However, when he saw that the three blocking his path were merely young chickens and monkeys, he couldn't help but laugh with a sinister cackle. Undeniably, these three individuals will indeed possess some strength in the future. But right now, they are just small fry. Even if these three guys all reach their peak levels in the future, they will merely be admirals of the Navy headquarters in the era of great pirates. Which admiral in the Rocks pirate era wasn't capable of guarding a territory? The gap in strength between admirals of the two eras cannot be underestimated. In the Battle of Hive Island, although Carp, this so-called Navy hero who has blown himself up several hundred levels, ended up being beaten to the point of not knowing where he fell, he indeed showcased the style of the old era during that time. With a single iron fist, half of Hive Island cracked open. So-called strong characters like Pizarro, Big Barrel, and Rainy Shilio were all mere trash easily dealt with in one punch. As for the strongest combat power in the Blackbeard Pirates, the former Navy Admiral Akiji, he was also dealt with in a single attack from beneath the sea, rendering him unrecognizable. If it weren't for the need to protect that trash, Kobe, Carp could easily take on Blackbeard's Yonko crew all by himself. In other words, Roranoa completely disregarded these three individuals. Aside from their devil fruit abilities being somewhat acceptable, they had basically no other advantages. After quickly scanning the three seemingly imposing recruits with his top-level observation hockey, Roranoa spoke disdainfully. You annoying brats, don't be too arrogant. Even as recruits, I can easily take your heads and kick them like a ball. Justice cannot be desecrated. Even if we can't defeat you, the three of us can still hold you back. Seeing Rorinoa's disdainful and contemptuous attitude, the three recruits, whose emotions were not well trained, were undoubtedly provoked. Among them, the most explosive Sakazuki directly raised his magma-covered fist and charged towards Rorinoa. Fire burst, with his right hand clenched into a fist. After closing in to a sufficient distance, Sakazuki suddenly swung his fist. In that instant, the scorching magma fist shot out in the direction Sakazuki swung, aiming directly at Rorinoa's head. "Watch out, Sakazuki," Commander Crane said. "We only need to use our devil fruit abilities to hold him back. We can't win in a head-on confrontation." How scary, Sakazuki-chan. Still as impulsive as when we were in the North Sea. Such reckless actions. According to the original plan of the three, they were supposed to use their devil fruit abilities from a distance to destroy the pirates of the 7th Division and thereby block Rorinoa. But unexpectedly, they forgot that Sakazuki was such an impulsive guy. Rorinoa merely provoked them a little, and Sakazuki couldn't help but charge forward with his magma fist. That's the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. A pirate of such caliber is not something these three recruits can handle. If Sakazuki gets this close, he will definitely be caught or even killed. Seeing the situation become critical, Borsalino and Kazan no longer hesitated and transformed into ice and light, swiftly rushing towards Rorinoa. Ice Blade, quickly forming a triangular formation to surround Rorinoa. Kazan was the first to conjure a razor-sharp ice blade, exuding an aura of coldness. And just the cold air emanating from it was enough to make those around feel a chill. Then, Borsalino, who arrived later, flashed to Rorinoa's rear position, raised his long leg, and released a flash of golden light. The closer you get, the scarier it becomes. Captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. I wonder if you've ever experienced the feeling of being kicked away at the speed of light? On the surface, the most cowardly, but in reality, after seeing Sakazuki in danger, Borsalino was the first to charge forward. Both of them had risen through the ranks from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters and were considered fellow soldiers from the same year. Now, he is also a young man full of passion. After consuming the Logia-type glint-glint fruit, Borsalino had never encountered setbacks and could not hold back against Rorinoa's disdainful face. In an instant, before Rorinoa appeared three powerful attacks: magma, an ice blade, and a rapidly approaching light-speed kick from behind. Such attacks, even some officers in the Navy headquarters might not be able to withstand head-on, but unfortunately, they were facing Rorinoa, who had now gathered the powers of the fruit, float, and the strongest thunder fruit. Three devil fruit abilities. Although your actions are quite laughable, since you blocked my path, prepare to die. As soon as the words fell, Rorinoa's pupils turned red. With his right hand tightly gripping the blood-stained sword of the gods, the power of the fruit erupted, his wrist muscles tensed, and blue veins instantly crawled up Luo Ho's entire right arm. The dark and ominous aura condensed, and a black-red conqueror's haki appeared. He swung forward with a fierce slash. Lion's Might, Wave Slash. Wrapped in armament haki, the dual-colored conqueror's haki's flying slash soared into the air, effortlessly slicing through all of Sakazuki and Kazan's skills and techniques. With a thunderous roar, under the terrifying destructive power of the dual-colored haki, Kazan's ice blade shattered into countless pieces, and Sakazuki's magma fists, which were continuously shot at him, also exploded, disintegrated by the sword's energy. However, this was not the end. The sword energy wrapped in dual-colored haki, after destroying the natural abilities shot out by the two, directly struck at their waists without losing momentum. Kazan, unable to dodge in time, and Sakazuki's expressions changed drastically, filled with immense terror, as a sense of death almost instantly coursed through their bodies. Six Forms Ultimate. Iron Block, Steel. Six Forms Ultimate. Iron Block, Steel. The two sank their bodies, firmly rooted in place, their expressions grave, anxiously waiting for Luo Ho's attack. The next moment, the sharp sword energy mercilessly slashed through. Sakazuki and Kazan, the two newcomers, were almost instantly sent flying hundreds of meters, their waists and abdomens cut through more than half. At the point of the severance, One could vaguely see the shattered internal organs within their bodies, continuously writhing, trying to seal the wound with their intestines. After directly incapacitating the two with a single sword strike, Luoho's body flickered with a crackling thunder and slowly turned to look at Borsalino, who was about to land a kick. The speed between the natural-type glint-glint fruit and the thunder fruit was nearly identical, but Luoho, with his greater strength, far surpassed Borsalino in speed. Therefore, at this moment, Borsalino, still high in the air with his leg raised to descend, could only see a terrifying scene. Known for his speed, he saw Luoho rapidly clenching his fist while revealing a sinister smile towards him. Chapter 70. Broken Legs, How Terrifying. Borsalino's face turned pale in shock. In the next moment, Luoho, enveloped in armament hockey and a dual-colored conqueror's hockey, unleashed a fist that struck his kicking calf with lightning speed. With a single punch, it sent him flying in front of the other two recruits. Crack! The chaotic scene was almost drowned out by the faint sound of cracking. Borsalino's face was filled with excruciating pain as his long legs flailed wildly, struggling to evade. However, after swinging his limbs for a while, he discovered that his legs had been twisted into a bizarre angle. Luoho's punching speed was several times faster than his light-speed kick. My legs. How is this possible? How can his speed be faster than mine? I'm a user of the glint-glint fruit. Borsalino, shocked, dragged his shattered right leg and continued to retreat. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Kazan were equally stunned. The three of them, known as the monstrous recruits, had their full-strength attacks effortlessly countered by Luoho in just a few punches and kicks. If it weren't for their mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and having previously elementalized their bodies, this impulsive attack might have led to their deaths on this island. Damn it. This guy has only been at sea for less than half a year, right? Why is the gap so huge? Is the difference in talent between people really this vast? We have worked so hard, yet we are only qualified to see such a genius in God Valley. As they retreated with their severely injured bodies, the trio felt a tremendous shock and put away their pride as geniuses of the Navy headquarters. It was only at this moment that they truly understood that sometimes the gap between people could be even greater than that between dogs. In the Navy headquarters recruit training camp, they were invincible, breaking one record after another as monstrous recruits. But even they, as monstrous-level recruits, couldn't stand their ground in God Valley, a battlefield filled with experts. They were even nearly cut in half by someone and almost died on the spot. Damn it, Lord Garin, if you don't intervene to resolve this war, our Navy headquarters will really be destroyed. You've seen it with just the 3 governors from the Navy headquarters and the CP organization. We can't stop the Rocks pirates. Even if you don't want to participate in this war, you must consider the many celestial dragons, right? Once the Rocks pirates win the war, what will happen to the world nobles on this island? Watching as the 3 exceptionally talented Navy recruits were heavily injured by Luoho in just a few moves. They couldn't even last 3 seconds. Inspector Crane was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The Roger pirates had already landed on the island. If Luoho chose to rush over to support Rocks at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100 of the natural type magma fruit ability attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100 of the natural type ice fruit ability attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100 of the natural type glint fruit ability attribute. After casually closing the system notification, Luoho, wielding his dual-bladed sword, prepared to chase after the 3 Navy recruits, Chicken, Dog, and Monkey. Although these guys were currently just Navy recruits, they would definitely become the lapdogs and guards of the Celestial Dragons in the future. Anyone who dares to protect such a detestable race as the Celestial Dragons must be executed without question. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded. Luoho transformed into a burst of explosive lightning, quickly closing in on Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. Almost in an instant, Luoho's menacing figure had reached the 3 recruits. With his blade swinging, he was about to directly decapitate the first head. It's over. I just joined the Navy, and I'm going to sacrifice myself for justice. I can't even dodge this sword. The 3 of them, pale-faced and devoid of any color, tightly shut their eyes, choosing not to witness the last scene before their death. In the next moment, a crimson figure swiftly flashed by, raising a blood-dripping western sword to firmly catch Luo Ho's decapitating strike. The terrified merchant quickly opened his eyes to see the situation. It was the government's reinforcements. Saved. This is truly terrifying. I almost died. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the three quickly grabbed Borisolino's broken leg and fled the scene, propelled by the other's speed. Luo Ho felt a slight disappointment in his heart for not being able to kill Sakazuki and the others with a single strike. It seemed that these three future top combat powers of the Navy were indeed extraordinarily lucky. Otherwise, the mysterious man in front of him wouldn't have personally appeared to rescue them. Slowly retracting his blade, Luo Ho carefully observed the man with red hair, styled in a crescent shape in front of him. Fegalan Garen, you actually came to save a few Navy recruits? Chapter 71, The Breath of Beasts. Oh, you actually know my name? However, I have no obligation to answer a lowly commoner like you, and your status doesn't deserve to hear it either. Garland Saint looked up at Luo Ho with a hint of surprise. He rarely went out and usually stayed within the sanctum on the Red Earth continent, so he had no knowledge of his own reputation. Yet, to his surprise, he encountered a commoner who recognized him shortly after stepping outside. This truly caught him off guard. But before he could finish his words, an extremely sharp, killing intent locked onto every inch of his skin. I remember that you so-called Knights of God also belong to the despicable celestial dragon race, right? Truly a disgusting attitude that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Luo Ho's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, killing intent. Since this guy was a celestial dragon, he was already on his death list. Garland Saint, dressed in a black jacket, immediately showed an angry expression upon hearing Luo Ho's disdainful words towards the world's nobility. And he shouted loudly, "What are you? The world's nobility cannot be commented on by commoners like you." However, as soon as Garland Saint's words fell, the muscles throughout Luo Ho's body became taut and bulged under the enhancement of the power fruit, with thick blue veins popping up all over, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura that reached its peak. At this moment, Luo Ho, who had gradually broken through to a height of 370 centimeters, looked down at Garland Saint, who was much shorter, barely 2 meters tall, as if he were looking at a small shrimp. Since the opponent was a celestial dragon, then killing him is a must. Garland Saint showed a cruel smile, his gaze fixed on Luo Ho, and his tone was cold. "Good for you, commoner. Your momentum is quite impressive, but I wonder how strong you really are." In the next moment, Garland Saint's body vanished in an instant. His speed was astonishing. When he reappeared, he was already wielding a sword with an extremely fierce sword aura, and the western sword in his hand emitted a strange red glow as it slashed towards Luo Ho. The western sword, radiating a chilling light, was clearly not an ordinary weapon. It was at least of the grade of the Supreme Great Blade, one of the 12 bows. In that split second, the sharp sword energy that was birthed from the blade sounded like a violent wind, creating an incredibly shocking momentum. Having already mastered the dual-wielding great swordsmanship, Luo Ho reacted quickly. The moment the opponent unsheathed his sword, Luo Ho had already devised a countermeasure. He leaped into the air and executed a powerful slash from above, unleashing a massive and fierce wave of Conqueror's Haki. The two did not actually collide, but due to the entangled Conqueror's Haki, they were merely contesting the quality of their Haki from a distance. Countless black lightning bolts, as thick as arms, erupted around them, creating deep pits the size of heads on the ground. Luo Ho exerted all his strength, his muscle power reaching its peak as he desperately pressed down on the double-edged sword in his hand. Under the influence of the power fruit, Luo Ho was steadily gaining the upper hand, forcing Garland Saint into a very awkward position. Moreover, during the battle, Luo Ho was continuously absorbing the three-dimensional attributes that fell from Garland Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1991 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1432 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10,012 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the one sword style, great swordsman attributes. 100 ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the superhuman destruction fruit ability. 100. Feeling the power within Luo Ho seemed to strengthen every second. At this moment, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Garland Saint's forehead. He initially thought that Luo Ho was just a naive commoner, but after the first round of confrontation, he deeply realized that this man was anything but ordinary. The killing intent in Luo Ho's eyes was starkly and openly displayed. Moreover, it seemed that the opponent's strength truly could grow stronger with every fight, just as the information suggested. Damn it! At this age, he already possesses such talent and strength. If someone like you is allowed to roam free, it will pose a great threat to the government's future rule. It seems I can't let you live. Grinding his teeth, Garland Saint suddenly withdrew his sword and jumped back to create distance, shouting in a somewhat panicked tone. Just after his words fell, suddenly, two men appeared beside him, acting like bodyguards. Both of the suddenly appearing men were dressed in uniform, draped in black cloaks over their shoulders. Clearly, these two guys were also members of the 9 Knights of God. However, just when Luo Ho thought he would fall into a fierce battle like rocks, the 3 members of the Roger Pirates, who had already joined the battlefield, came rushing in. Ah ha ha ha! Luo Ho, I'm here to lend you a hand. You want to kill a celestial dragon? Then let us, the Roger Pirates, stop these guys. I caught the scent of beasts. Roger laughed excitedly, charging forward with a helpless Rayleigh and Jabba behind him, cutting down dozens of Navy soldiers before reaching Garland Saint. Holding up his sword high, a flash of dark light passed as Roger, single-handedly wielding his sword, unleashed black-red lightning dancing around the blade, spinning 180 degrees and slashing out quickly and fiercely. God's avoidance. Kong Shami. Although Roger didn't know who Garland Saint was, he saw that Luo Ho was already a friend of their Roger Pirates. Friends help each other, so for Roger, it was only natural to lend a hand. As Garland Saint faced Roger's strike, his pupils almost instantly constricted, cold sweat pouring down. In a reflection of his pupils, the Conqueror's Haki contained in Roger's strike had already surpassed the top level and reached the ultimate. His own Conqueror's Haki was merely at the top level. It is well known that this skill, which can completely determine victory or defeat, brings an unimaginable boost to combat power with each level increase. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over Garland Saint's mind. He had no time to react further and hurriedly used his reflexes to unleash his own Conqueror's Haki in response. The two of them were not great swordsmen of the same level, and the only difference was that Roger's Conqueror's Haki was somewhat stronger. However, relying solely on this slight difference to take down Garland Saint was basically impossible. However, at this moment, Luo Ho was still standing in place. It was a pity that at this moment, Luo Ho had no thoughts of anyone else. He slightly turned his gaze towards the hundreds or thousands of celestial dragons surrounded by numerous CP organization agents, trying to evacuate from God's Valley. It turned out that after Garland Saint attacked to support, he had directly issued orders for the CP organization agents to take the celestial dragons away from God's Valley. At this time, the remaining 6 members of the Knights of God had also joined the central battlefield, dragged into a quagmire by the other members of the Rocks Pirates and unable to escape. Want to escape? Rahul snorted coldly and directly gave up the idea of intervening in the battle between the Roger Pirates and the Celestial Dragons. Then, he turned into a rumbling, shining thunderbolt, and charged towards a group of Celestial Dragons. Divine Avoidance. Chapter 72. Massacre quick! Get me out of this hellish place. Where are the Navy? Have they all gone to die? Why is this filthy scum allowed to charge in? As the ruthless pirate Roro rushed towards them, countless celestial dragons were instantly terrified. They no longer had the God Knights guarding them. St. Gallen had taken 3 away, and the other 6 were engaged in a direct confrontation with the Rocks Pirates, unable to withdraw. Currently, the only ones left to protect them were a group of CP agents dressed in stylish black suits, who had little actual power, protect the celestial dragons, and escort them away. If anything happens to the gods of this world, it will be a disgrace for our CP organization. A dense crowd of CP9 and CP0 agents surrounded the celestial dragons, completely sealing them off. In their eyes, They would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives for even a slim chance of the celestial dragons surviving. Damn it, the government spends so much heavenly gold every year to support these navy and these useless agents. Hurry up and charge in. Block that bastard. Bakayaru, do you think there's any chance we can capture such a powerful guy and make him a slave for our Mamaya family? If only the Gorosei were here, they would definitely be able to catch him. Most of the celestial dragons representing the family in the competition were very intelligent. Only a small handful of clearly dim-witted individuals were still thinking of using the Gorosei's power to capture Roro, the captain of the 7th Squad, to serve as a slave. Yeah. They all have to die. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Roro, embodying thunder, was simply not something these ordinary CP agents could stop. As he charged toward the location of the celestial dragons, he let out a furious roar, mixed with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, causing over 90 of the agents to instantly lose their strength and fall to their knees. He then swung his sword dozens of times, unleashing the famed move of the Golden Lion, Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. In an instant, dozens of golden, crescent-shaped sword energies swept through the air, completely enveloping the massive crowd before him. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The sword energy sliced through flesh, producing a series of sickening sounds. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sword energy swept past, raising a chorus of continuous screams. Countless limbs and bodies flew through the air, with hundreds of figures directly severed in half, exposing their bright red entrails and the remaining half crawling desperately forward. In an instant, Roro's sword energy had slaughtered over 2,000 lives, creating a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the blood flowing like rivers, presenting a terrifying sight akin to hell. Among these over 2,000 corpses were even hundreds of celestial dragons who were supposed to be protected. And the one responsible for this horrifying scene, Roro, was now letting out a frenzied, bizarre, and somewhat perverted laughter. Yeah. Weak too weak. With this little strength, you think you can protect the celestial dragons? Let me see how many lives you have that are worth cutting. Roro raised his foot and stomped down hard on the ground. With a loud rumble, the ground instantly cracked open, creating a long fissure. Like a spring, hot magma gushed out from the crack, directly surrounding the escape route of the remaining over 3,000 people. Countless CP agents turned pale, desperately retreating from the onslaught of the magma. But in the next moment, the magma seemed to solidify like jade, forming terrifying beasts that rushed toward the crowd like magma hounds, biting at them with incredible speed. Sizzle, sizzle. A wave of meaty fragrance wafted through the air. Hundreds of CP agents who had sacrificed themselves to protect the celestial dragons were consumed by the magma hounds, their bodies turning to charcoal, burning fiercely as they screamed in agony. Under the onslaught of these magma hounds, over 1,000 more agents died on the spot. At this moment, the remaining 600 celestial dragons, surrounded in the center of the magma lake, all had twisted and frantic expressions, desperately seeking a way out. But the scalding magma left them no room to act. They could only scream hoarsely in place. "We're the Navy. Hurry up and come. Are you going to watch the great god burn to death? I will definitely report you useless ones to the Gorosei. The Navy will chop all your heads off and feed them to the dogs. Woo woo woo. This guy is truly a devil. Nader Bontanya was killed by him months ago when he was out. Are we going to die too?" For the first time, they deeply felt the horror of witnessing hundreds of their fellow celestial dragons die before their eyes. Among the remaining celestial dragons, several female celestial dragons couldn't help but cry out in fear. Yeah, don't tsiri. The last thing I want to see is girls crying. Roro sneered, and almost simultaneously, his body erupted with violent thunder, as if teleporting, appearing right in front of Celestial Dragon Girl. With a hand wrapped in dual-colored haki, he struck down on her delicate crown. Bang! This very fortunate Celestial Dragon Girl, chosen by Roro himself, had no time to react before she felt excruciating pain on her head. Her tender body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the magma lake. Zizizizi. The expensive custom outfit of the Celestial Dragon Girl was instantly burned by the high-temperature magma, her entire body covered in large patches of skin that burned and blistered. A sight too horrific to behold. Within seconds, the once beautiful large eyes of the celestial dragon girl were charred, and half of her cheeks' flesh dissolved into blackened bone powder. Yeah. So what if they are celestial dragons? I've already killed hundreds of them. Under the influence of the magma fruit, Roroa's body was covered in hot red magma, exuding dense heat as he approached the remaining few hundred celestial dragons. At this moment, Roro, who had become increasingly addicted to killing, could not stop his actions. Once high and mighty celestial dragons, now in his eyes, they were nothing more than sheep waiting to be slaughtered, not worth a dime. Chapter 73. The Marshal falls in battle. Hey, is this for real? Over 600 celestial dragons were killed in an instant. Who can stop that crazy guy? Is he really trying to throw his life away? If so many celestial dragons die at once, who will take the blame from the world government? We must find a way to stop him. If we can save the remaining celestial dragons, perhaps we can redeem ourselves. As thousands of lives were easily taken, the remaining CP agents and Navy soldiers watching nearby drew in sharp breath. At this moment, the drastic changes on the battlefield made them deeply realize what kind of upheaval the world government would face after the war. The Navy headquarters and the CP organization would definitely bear a huge responsibility. Hundreds of world nobles had lost their lives. Usually, if a celestial dragon gets even a little hurt, the world government would be furious. Let alone now, when they are treated like livestock, ruthlessly crushed and slaughtered, even barbecued. You bastards, what are you still doing? Hurry up and save me. I want to return to Mary Geos. I never want to be in this damn place again. It's over. I'm really going to die. This monster is not joking. He really dares to kill us. As a member of the world nobility, is there nothing in this world that he fears? Doesn't the Navy headquarters have 3 top-tier admirals? Where are they? Can't one of them come over to protect us? And what about the Knights of God? They always talk big about maintaining the dignity of the celestial dragons, but now they have all disappeared. Run, that guy's coming again. As the killing god, Rob Lucci, approached again, the surviving celestial dragons felt their legs weaken and collapsed into a pile during the first wave of attacks. This group of gluttonous individuals screamed in a voice as hoarse and unpleasant as pigs. At this moment, Admiral Tsuru, who had returned to observe the battlefield situation, suddenly sensed something and turned to look back at the situation behind her. But that one glance filled her with panic, leaving her frozen in place. If Karp and Sengoku, who joined the military with her, had seen her expression, they would surely be astonished. The usually calm and composed Tsuru was now showing such a flustered emotion. This is simply alarming. This is really bad. Didn't St. Garland send someone to protect the celestial dragons? Why are they suddenly being killed in the rear? What is going on? Hundreds of celestial dragons have been cut down and thrown onto the ground, and the thousands of CP agents maintaining order have all died too? Tsuru muttered in disbelief. She couldn't believe that among the pile of corpses in front of her, there were countless celestial dragon bodies. Usually, if a celestial dragon suffers a minor injury, the Gorosei would call to hold the Navy headquarters accountable. But now, over half of the more than 1,000 world nobles that came out to God Valley are dead. If this huge disaster falls upon them, no one at the Navy headquarters could bear it. And as this remarkable expression appeared on Tsuru's face, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Everyone turned to look back, witnessing the terrifying scene of Lucci once again slashing down hundreds of CP agents, and then cutting down over 100 celestial dragons. The first significant change came from the battlefield on the side of rocks. At this moment, facing the Navy headquarters Marshal Netanya, the highest combat power Admiral Steelbone Kong, and a member of the Knights of God who rushed over to create a 3-on-1 situation. Damn, what happened behind us? Why did a pirate of Lucci's caliber run over to the celestial dragons? Steelbone, I'll hold off rocks. You hurry and support the celestial dragons. Marshal Netanya of the Navy headquarters frantically ordered Steelbone Kong to leave the battlefield and rescue the celestial dragons. However, before his words could finish, rocks, filled with murderous intent. Sneer, who do you think I am? You actually have the mood to look away and check on others while fighting me. Rocks? I see you really want to die. Netanya, Taking advantage of the moment when Netanya was distracted, Rox directly seized him. Overlord kill. After muttering in a deep tone, Rox unleashed the special application of his Conqueror's Haki, completely blocking Netanya's observation Haki. In that instant, Netanya felt as if he had lost all perception, becoming blind and frozen in place, bewildered. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, then observation Haki is the nerve's sensing ability. In a duel between masters, losing the ability to sense with observation Haki is like an ordinary person losing their sight. Watching Rox raise his sword, exuding murderous intent, Netanya's body trembled uncontrollably. The feeling of death approaching made him feel almost suffocated. In the sky, lightning occasionally cut through the heavy clouds, illuminating Rox's arrogant, domineering, and emotionless face. In the final reflection of Marshal Netanya's pupils, Rox swung a massive blade, dragging Conqueror's lightning, rapidly enlarging before his eyes. What to do? I can't escape. This damn guy can actually block observation Haki. Could it be that Rox is truly the only one in 800 years who can end the world government? As death approached, Marshal Netanya's mind raced with thoughts, and under this perilous scene, memories began to flash before his eyes like a running film. All memories started to rewind from the day he became conscious. At a young age, he joined the Navy, becoming a soldier fighting for justice. Then came decades of a mundane life until one day, he obtained the diamond fruit, which made him practically invincible in defense. With the power of the devil fruit, along with his unique talent and hard work, Netanya advanced through the ranks, from a top-tier admiral to the marshal of the Navy headquarters for decades. But now, all these memories were about to end. The blow from Rox. He couldn't stop it, perhaps due to age. He failed to react in time to avoid the blade while his observation Haki was blocked. With a heavy sigh, Netanya was too late to dodge and was struck by Rox's blade across his throat. The blade pierced through his entire neck, severing every delicate blood vessel and nerve within. Warm blood sprayed out like a small fountain, splattering onto Rox's cold-blooded face. In the next moment, Marshal Netanya's heavy diamond body crashed to the ground, creating a shocking deep pit. After the smoke and dust raised by the ground dispersed, this once commanding Admiral Diamond, who had led the Navy headquarters for decades, as well as the current Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Netanya, shed their diamond bodies. The Marshal of the Navy headquarters fell in battle. Chapter 74. Shocked, Wayno Marshal. Damn it, what on earth happened in the rear? What happened to the celestial dragons? No, I absolutely cannot be distracted any longer. If someone like Rox find an opportunity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Watching Marshal Netanya get his entire head chopped off by Rox right in front of me, dying on the spot. Kongu's eyes widened in shock. His huge eyeballs seemed like they were about to pop out. His breathing became rapid, and his heart began to race as if it were about to explode. His body trembled involuntarily, his legs weakened, making it almost impossible to stand. His mind went blank, thoughts completely chaotic, not knowing how to deal with everything happening before him. He could only stand there in a daze, his gaze vacant and helpless, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Kongu knew very well that something terrifying must have happened behind the Valley of the Gods. Otherwise, Marshal Netanya would never have made such a basic mistake in battle. Ha! Still struggling? Steel Bone Kong. Your marshal is already dead. As long as you Navy obediently put down your weapons and choose to surrender. Then after the new government is established, your Navy can still carry out your justice. If you continue to resist stubbornly, then today's Valley of the Gods will be the burial ground for your hundreds of thousands of Navy personnel. Rox, who had just swung his sword towards Marshal Netanya's head, could already feel victory was within reach. With just Steel Bone Kong and a member of the Divine Knight Order, there was absolutely no way to stop him for long. After his words fell, Rox suddenly moved, his superhuman teleportation fruit ability erupting with astonishing speed, instantly appearing right in front of Steel Bone Kong. With armed Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and two-color Haki, he swung his sword down fiercely and swiftly. Kongu, however, also clenched his fist and retaliated without retreating. Steel Bone, heavy fist. Bang! A violent explosion occurred. Before the fist and blade even made contact, they were already clashing. The clash of their conquerors' haki generated endless shockwaves that swept around, filling the air with dust. Damn it! Without the marshal's frontline resistance, I can't dare to engage Rox for too long. After using all his strength to push Rox back a few steps, Kongu's sense of panic began to rise. Marshal Netania was a superhuman diamond fruit user, and when using his devil fruit ability, his entire body would be covered in impenetrable diamond, combined with a wrapping of armed haki. Such terrifying defense. Even Rox would feel a headache. But due to the huge oversight in the rear, Marshal Netania became distracted in battle and was instantly killed by Rox's sword, fatally wounded on the spot. Originally, with Marshal Netania and a member of the Divine Knight Order, they could achieve a 3-to-1 situation. They could have had the upper hand against Rox, the Sea Overlord. But now the situation had completely reversed. Kongu was just a Marine headquarters general. Even with the addition of a Divine Knight Order member, it was simply not enough to stop Rox. Without the highly defensive Marshal Netania to absorb damage, they would eventually be defeated. They could even be killed on the spot by Rox in the same manner. Such a man could likely only be resisted by the highest powers in the world. At this moment, while Kongu's side encountered a huge blunder, Sengoku and others not far away also faced a similar wrinkle like the wheel of history. Marine, block Whitebeard. I must return to the rear for rescue. The Divine Knight Order member who had come to assist Sengoku looked extremely grim as he turned to look back. However, just as he stood up to rush out to block Rob Lucci, who was stringing together 7 or 8 celestial dragons with his long knife, Whitebeard's guillotine came crashing down, cutting off his escape route. Cool, that guy is my family. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to stop Rob Lucci. Covered in blood and already bruised from the combined attacks of Sengoku and the Divine Knight Order members, Whitebeard shouted with great momentum. Although Whitebeard was indeed struggling to fight 2 opponents alone at this moment, it was still not enough to take him down in a short time. The Divine Knight Order member who was cut down by Whitebeard glared angrily at him. Damn peasants. You will ultimately be completely destroyed by the government's power. Just wait to die. The Knight Order member's face twisted as he hoarsely cursed at Whitebeard. But unfortunately, his tirade could not provoke any emotion from Whitebeard's face. The man didn't even show the slightest change in expression. The only person on the scene who couldn't help but be curious was Sengoku, who took the opportunity to glance at the battlefield in the rear, where a thick smell of blood faintly wafted. What exactly happened over there? Why would even an old navy like Marshal Netania become distracted? And this unbearable curiosity. With just a glance, soon Sengoku's originally resolute heart was turned upside down like a flood breaking through a dam. The captain of the 7th Division of the Rox Pirates, the evil ghost Rob Lucci, was crazily slaughtering celestial dragons in the rear. With every sword swing, at least a dozen celestial dragons, known as the world's nobles and taboo of the divine race, had their heads and bodies chopped into several pieces. Even the nearby CP organization agents, rushing in frantically to stop this evil ghost, had no effect at all. Rob Lucci had gone insane. Every time a few hundred CP organization's high-level agents gathered and rushed into rescue, they would be directly cut down by Rob Lucci's flying slash. The scene was filled with a bloody storm, severed limbs, various severed heads rolling around, leaving behind pools of blood. Originally, there were over 1,000 members from 19 celestial dragon families participating in this human hunting plan. Now only a few dozen remained, and it seemed these remaining celestial dragons would not last a minute before being killed. Such a scene was truly too terrifying. Sengoku was shocked beyond measure. Not knowing what to say, his mind was in a muddle. Usually, if even one celestial dragon received the slightest harm, the 5 elders would call to scold them for not protecting them properly. And now, if the 5 elders were to see Rob Lucci slaughtering celestial dragons like chickens, it was hard to imagine what kind of ashen faces those 5 old men, who claimed to have the highest power in the world, would have. Tapte satantasing, witaverts alevan consecutiva victorias kulalalala, Sengoku. When battling against me, do you dare to take your eyes off those trash celestial dragons? Don't get too cocky. Standing before Sengoku and the members of the God's Knights, Whitebeard, with his towering height of 666 centimeters, resembled an iron tower, blocking all escape routes. Seizing the moment when the members of the God's Knights were anxious and Sengoku was distracted, looking back at the battlefield, Whitebeard easily found the gap between the two. This was what they called exposing a flaw. Damn it, how infuriating. Why did I look back at the celestial dragons? Sengoku, still in shock, felt his body shudder when he heard Whitebeard's distinct laughter and murmurs nearby. With no time to react further, he hurriedly activated the Zoan-type, human fruit, mythical beast form, emitting brilliant golden light in an attempt to withstand Whitebeard's attack. Kula-la-la-la-la. Useless. Show me your blade. With a proud smile, Whitebeard raised his massive blade high, cutting down towards Sengoku and the Knight's members. Buddha's light shines. A solemn voice like a great bell resonated from Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha. In an instant, the colossal Buddha body erupted with brilliant golden light, maximizing its defensive power. But it was all in vain. At this moment, Whitebeard's blade was already engulfed in a dark, powerful black lightning aura. Conqueror's haki entwined. All that could be heard was a loud bang as Sengoku's Buddha light instantly exploded. Pucci. Whitebeard's great blade swept across the massive golden Buddha, shattering all of its golden light. Suddenly suffering such a heavy injury, Sengoku turned pale, spitting out blood, his body battered and flying out. The Navy Justice cloak on his back became tattered and fluttered in the wind. Wow! The intense pain from his body made Sengoku unable to maintain his devil fruit powers, reverting back to his human form. And he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, with his devil fruit powers incapacitated. Sengoku's face turned ashen as he looked at the nearby member of the God's Knights, who was still indifferent, trying to break through Whitebeard's defenses to provide support. Damn it, what kind of useless thing is this? He clearly turned to look at the battlefield, and this bastard didn't he even try to stop Whitebeard. He just stood there watching him get cut down by Whitebeard. Who can work with teammates like this? Logically speaking, with his strength, even if he faced a big pirate like Whitebeard one-on-one, it would at least take 3 days of all-out effort to determine a clear winner. But after having such a good teammate from the government, he felt safe enough to turn his head and look at the celestial dragons. And what happened? He barely looked away for 3 seconds, and Whitebeard seized the gap and cleaved him right in the chest. Now he is seriously injured. And this member of the God's Knights also has no intention of fighting. With their current pathetic cooperation, trying to withstand Whitebeard is simply a fool's dream. Kula-la-la-la-la-la. That cut felt bad, Sengoku. Seeing the massive, bleeding gash he had just inflicted on Sengoku's chest, Whitebeard wore a satisfied smile. He could clearly feel that with the strike, Sengoku had lost over 40% of his fighting power, unable to maintain his devil fruit powers. It wouldn't be long before he could defeat Sengoku and achieve his 11 consecutive victories. In contrast to the ease of Whitebeard's battle, the Golden Lion, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Garp, was having a much harder time. The Golden Lion, initially overconfident, was caught off guard by Garp, who leaped from the sky. Immediately after, Garp slapped him down like swatting a fly, and the Golden Lion found himself being relentlessly suppressed by Garp's iron fists. Under Garp's pressure, the Golden Lion could hardly regain the air supremacy he needed to wear Garp down. His overall strength was actually 3 to 4 points weaker than Garp's. He had only been able to taunt Garp because of his ability to control the skies and wear him down. But now he felt as if he were stuck in a sticky trap, unable to move, forced to block Garp's attacks. Moreover, Garp was a stubborn brute. While other Navy members were shocked and distracted by the casualties among the celestial dragons, he didn't care at all about their lives, just relentlessly swinging his dense iron fists to unleash a series of Conqueror's haki attacks, coupled with the member of the God's Knights nearby, who was also desperately attacking him, trying to kill him and exit the battlefield. The pressure on the Golden Lion was immense. As for the other side, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, the 3 underperforming division leaders, were similarly overwhelmed by the 3 incoming members of the Knights, unable to catch their breath. Originally, with the 3 of them, they could barely maintain an advantage against the highest combat power in the CP organization. But after the red-haired leader of the God's Knights set off, 3 more members arrived specifically to surround and attack them. Brothers, hold on a little longer. As long as we wait for Luo, who to kill those damned celestial dragons. We can drive all those so-called gods to the bottom of the sea. Then we will become true gods, ha ha ha. After swinging his sword and sending Steelbone flying dozens of meters away, Rock's domineering voice echoed throughout the Valley of Gods. At this moment, the battle in the Valley of Gods had only been going on for about 2 to 3 hours, and the decline of the world government side was already evident. As long as Luo Hu killed all the celestial dragons and returned to the battlefield, the balance of victory in the Valley of Gods would completely tilt towards the Rock's pirates. After winning this crucial battle, the next war organized by Rock's D. Xebec would directly target the celestial dragon's holy land, Mariehua. Once the Marine headquarters and all the high combat powers of the CP organization are destroyed, there would be nothing but an empty shell left in Mariehua. The throne of the king of the world has already surfaced. Chapter 76. Azure Dragon Fruit compared to the other captains of various divisions who were currently engaged in fierce battles with the enemy. The situation on Rayoa's side seemed much more relaxed. This was because the main forces of the world government had all been firmly restrained by the captain-level members of the Rock's Pirates. On the entire battlefield, there was no one who could stop Rayoa's relentless slaughter of the celestial dragons. As for those so-called elite Navy soldiers and high-ranking agents in the CP organization, they were nothing more than insignificant beings, easily disposable. This level of small fry could be killed 1,000 at a time. As soon as 10,000 rushed in, 10,000 heads would fall. The more that came charging in, the more that would die. There was simply no one who could withstand a single punch or sword strike. Rayoa's personal combat power had long surpassed the level of a Yonko. Although his 3 types of haki were still at the peak stage and had not broken through to the ultimate level, let us not forget that Rayo possessed the abilities of a total of 6 devil fruits. The strength fruit could give Rayo more than twice the power compared to opponents of the same level. The float fruit allowed Rayo to have overwhelming air superiority in battle. As for the remaining 4 nature-type devil fruits, thunder fruit, magma fruit, light fruit, and ice fruit, they gave Rayo significant advantages in speed, control, and penetrating attack power. Even without the enhancement of ultimate haki, with these incredibly powerful devil fruit abilities, Rayo was very confident that he could single-handedly kill strong opponents of the same level. Soon, under Rayoa's bloody massacre, the more than 1,000 celestial dragons who had come to participate in the human hunting competition in the Valley of Gods had been reduced to only 1 remained. The scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with magma bubbling, scattered with broken bodies and countless charred celestial dragons. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am a celestial dragon. If you let me go, I can make the government fulfill all your wishes. I am a celestial dragon, the noblest race in the world, a true god. If you are willing to let me go, I can promise you anything. Please just name your conditions. Power, fame, status, money, beautiful women. I can offer all of these. The remaining celestial dragon looked horrified, unable to believe that as descendants of the great creators, they would face such slaughter at the hands of mortals. The scene was too shocking. As world nobles, they were being killed like pigs and dogs. They were even treated worse than pigs and dogs. He turned to look at the dense mass of corpses around him, feeling lost and unsure of where to run. Boom! A terrifying, thunderous roar erupted. Rayoa's figure instantly appeared behind him. The blade of the sword of virtue, pure white and having already pierced through over 10,000 enemies, pierced through his body, going straight through his chest and out his back. This was the last celestial dragon, so Rayo did not intend to let him die as easily as before. Under the sharp blade, the celestial dragon's exclusive garment, which symbolized his noble status, could not withstand the cut. The pierced celestial dragon could only helplessly scream in immense pain. In the next moment, the magma in Rayoa's hand began to flow, directly pouring into the internal organs of this celestial dragon from his chest. Zzzz. The final celestial dragon's body erupted with the smell of roasting flesh as the magma burned fiercely inside, turning him into a pile of ashes in just a moment. After erasing the last celestial dragon, Rayo gazed at his nearly perfect data panel, murmuring to himself, Although he might not be able to match Rock's perverse ability to take on 3 Yonka-level fighters at once due to his extraordinary talent, he should at least be able to maintain an undefeated streak. Moreover, compared to absorbing the attributes from strong opponents, the enhancements gained from directly killing enemies seemed to come even faster. Rayo calmly looked at the data in front of him, which had already exploded off the charts. He had just killed at least 10,000 people in the Valley of Gods. Most of them were agents from the CP organization and elite Navy soldiers who rushed in to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Although these small fry were incredibly weak, after their deaths, they were still able to forcibly condense a dust-sized attribute sphere. This meant that for every enemy Rayo killed, he could forcibly absorb about a bit of 3-dimensional attributes. In simple terms, as long as Rayo was willing to continue killing, he would only grow stronger. In just these few dozen minutes, Rayo had increased his original stats by around 10,000 points in strength, agility, and stamina. Such speed was much faster than fighting against strong opponents. After all, Rayo's current strength was already at the peak level above the sea. Even fighting against powerful figures like Whitebeard or Gold Lion would not yield such rapid gains in a short time. To continue rapidly growing stronger, he needed to seize the heads of the people from the world government. Host: Rayo, age 18, strength, dominant level, agility, dominant level, stamina, dominant level, hockey, conqueror's hockey, top level 100, armament hockey, top level 100, observation hockey, top level 100, martial arts skills, lion's might, thousand cuts valley lion's might, wave slash, eagle claw fist, steel bone heavy fist, thunderous 8 trigrams. Devil fruit abilities: strength fruit, float fruit, thunder fruit, magma fruit, ice fruit, light fruit. Chapter 77, 3 Little Ones next. The target is these damned Knights of God. Luo Ho felt the overwhelming power within him, a chilling, killing intent. In this battle of God's Valley, he had slain a total of 10,000 lives on the side of the world government. The sky above God's Valley was still drizzling cold, bone-chilling rain. These pea-sized raindrops slowly washed away the clotted blood on Luo Ho's body, revealing his muscles that looked like they were forged from steel. On these bulging muscles, one could vaguely see the blue veins, resembling azure dragons, due to his low body fat. At this moment, Luo Ho's killing intent was so intense it could almost solidify into a tangible form. He was a top-tier powerhouse who had surpassed the level of the King of the Seas from the Rock's era and possessed multiple devil fruit abilities. Such power is what truly defines a man. A man without power is no different from trash. Luo Ho spoke coldly, his face displaying a murderous intent. His powerful body immediately exuded bursts of thunder and lightning, ready to charge towards Whitebeard, who was in a relatively easier battle situation, targeting the weaker opponents for slaughter. However, just as Luo Ho was about to act, he heard a commotion mixed with joy, sorrow, pain, and fear from the deepest part of the battlefield in God's Valley. Luo Ho glanced back briefly. Soon, he recognized the source of the noise. It was indeed the sound of slaves who were imprisoned by the Celestial Dragons, escaping during the battle in God's Valley. If nothing unexpected happened, these slaves would most likely be slaughtered by the Celestial Dragons. But unfortunately, due to the interference of the Rock's pirates, a small number of slaves had managed to escape and become the strong figures of the righteous side in later generations. Luo Ho even clearly recognized that the most tragic yet gentle tyrant, Kuma, was among them. At this moment, this guy was fleeing alongside a little boy with an afro, who was crying hysterically and running for his life in all directions. God, please grant me a way out. I never want to return to this place again. If there is truly a heaven in this world, why are there still devils among us? Kuma, don't hesitate. Let us quickly eat the devil fruits. These are precious treasures used by the Celestial Dragons as prizes for the tournament. If we eat these devil fruits, we should be able to escape from hell. Bartholomew and the afro-haired Ivankov, stepping over countless corpses with severed heads by Luo Ho's hand, struggled to open the treasure chest containing the devil fruits they had secretly snatched. They had the opportunity to escape from the prison where the Celestial Dragons specifically held slaves entirely due to the unexpected appearance of a young navy. If it weren't for that young navy breaking the cages holding all the slaves, their fate might have been execution by the celestial dragons. They had clearly seen the face of their savior, but vaguely noticed that beneath the broad green cloak was a young naval officer. This naval officer had swiftly killed dozens of guards with his sharp claws and freed them all, then hurriedly snatched a box of devil fruits and left the scene. Meanwhile, Ivankov, Ginny, and Kuma, who already knew that the celestial dragon's prizes were extremely precious, had a clear plan. The moment they escaped from their cage, each of them grabbed a box of devil fruits and began their desperate escape. Now, as they reached Luoho, it was the moment they wanted to use the devil fruit abilities to leave. Among the three of them, aside from Ginny, who had already eaten the Paramecia-type listening fruit, the other two were ordinary non-ability users. Hurry up and open the treasure chest. Looking at the scene filled with countless corpses, Ivankov was terrified and crying. He urged the stronger Kuma to smash the treasure chest and retrieve the devil fruits to get everyone out of this hellish place. However, just when the three little ones were eagerly watching Kuma punch open all three treasure chests, revealing the exquisitely patterned devil fruits inside, a figure stood before them like an iron tower. The three of them looked up in fear and saw Luoho, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, standing before them without them noticing. Gulp! They swallowed hard, feeling lost as they looked at this obviously extremely powerful pirate. Hand over the devil fruits. Luoho commanded the three little ones to hand over all the devil fruits they had snatched without any extra words. All right. Okay. Pirate Lord, please don't kill us. All these devil fruits are yours. Upon hearing Luoho's seemingly emotionless command, the three little ones were instantly terrified, their hearts racing. Even though they were reluctant, none of them dared to utter a word of rebuttal, only respectfully pushing the three boxes containing the devil fruits to Luoho's feet. They quietly awaited the fate that this man, who seemed like a devil, would decide for them. Luoho calmly looked at the three glowing, seemingly invaluable devil fruits before him. The first one was the most perfectly shaped, hailed as the strongest Zoan type. Zoan type fish fruit, mythical beast species, azure dragon form. This azure dragon fruit was the best match for Kaido to achieve the title of the world's strongest creature in the future. In the original plot, if it weren't for Charlotte Linlin pushing Ivankov away in a critical moment and snatching the azure dragon fruit, perhaps the world would have seen a blue dragon that looked like a she-male. Fortunately, even though Charlotte Linlin didn't have the chance to stop Ivankov this time, the azure dragon fruit was still intercepted by Luoho on the spot. One could say this was fate. Ivankov's inherently gay aura could only eat the hormone fruit next to the azure dragon fruit. As for the last treasure chest containing a devil fruit, it held a fruit resembling a bear's paw. According to Luoho's estimation, this bear paw-like devil fruit should be the Paramecia-type ball fruit that Bartholomew was about to consume. Luoho looked at these two god-tier devil fruits in front of him with a sigh. He then gently picked them up. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast species, azure dragon form ability. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the Paramecia-type ball fruit ability. As the system's notification sounded, two extremely powerful devil fruits were added to Luoho's body. As for the other Paramecia-type hormone fruit, it was something Luoho greatly despised, and he kicked the whole box over to Ivankov. After all, he didn't want to become a gay man because of this fruit that provided him with no enhancement. Pirate Lord, may I ask if can we leave now? We want to go home, even though we no longer have a home. Transgender, Qinglong, Chapter 78. I'm not a bad person, as Luoho had taken all the devil fruits. Bear Cub forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and looked up at the towering, menacing figure of Luoho. Let us go. I'm not a heartless murderer. You little brats are acting like I'm a bad guy, having successfully acquired powerful devil fruits. Luoho waved his hand and released the three pale-faced little ghosts. Thank you, Pirate Lord. We will leave now, and definitely won't cause you any trouble. Seeing that Luoho was genuinely willing to spare them, the little girl Ginny happily knelt down to express her gratitude. However, before the three of them could take 2 or 3 steps away, Luoho's calm voice rang out again. Wait! The three little ghosts were instantly frozen in place. Terrified, even the more agile Ivankov thought that Luo Ho might be planning to kill them all to eliminate witnesses. After all, the heaps of corpses around were definitely all caused by this man. There was no one else nearby, just as the three little ghosts were trembling in fear. Waiting for Luo Ho's words, Bear Cub felt a warm hand resting on his head. You dropped something. This devil fruit is the most suitable for you. Train hard. Perhaps one day we'll meet again. Luo Ho gently placed the meatball fruit back into Bartholomew's hands, since he had already absorbed its attributes, keeping it served no purpose. It was better to hand it over to the person most suitable for it. Bear Cub looked up in confusion as Luo Ho's towering figure transformed into lightning and vanished. He felt a bit lost as he took back his devil fruit. Let us go, Bear Cub. We're lucky to be alive. Ginny happily hugged Bear Cub's neck, marveling at the unpredictability of fate and the fortune it brings. At the same time, Luo Ho, who had absorbed the Azure Dragon fruit, began to utilize the powers of this miraculous Zoan-type devil fruit as he flew toward the battlefield. Whoosh! Luo Ho's body changed at an incredible speed. His once taut muscles twisted like a python, rapidly inflating and expanding. With a ripping sound, the high-quality shirt he was wearing could no longer withstand the pressure from his swelling muscles, tearing into shreds. He looked like a terrifying powerhouse from a Lin Zhengying movie. At this moment, due to the second transformation brought by the Azure Dragon fruit, Luo Ho's height had directly surpassed 6 meters, identical to Whitebeard's, with tight, bulging muscles accumulating absolute strength in his wrists, chest, back, and thighs. Moreover, due to the transformation from the Azure Dragon fruit, Luo Ho's entire body was covered in thick, solid green dragon scales. Thick, lengthy red veins crawled over every inch of his skin, looking as frightening as black earthworms emerging after rain, while the massive dragon tail extended several meters, exuding immense authority. At this moment, Luo Ho truly felt that his strength was nearing its peak. Powerful strength, agility, dominance, defense, recovery, and attack were all at the pinnacle level of the sea. If Luo Ho had the opportunity to break through to the ultimate level of his conqueror's haki, even the current sea overlord, Roxdy Xebec, will be pulled down by him. Although Luo Ho's desire to kill all celestial dragons did not conflict with Rox's ambition to become the world's overlord, Luo Ho never believed that someone as ambitious as Rox would allow a person who was comparable to, or even possibly stronger than him, to exist after their victory in war. In fact, none of the commanders in the Rox pirates considered themselves part of the team. They only came together because of their interests, forming such a massive pirate organization. After all, each of the 7 commanders possessed the top-level conqueror's haki. To make such individuals willingly bow down and work would require more than just brute force. However, now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The key was to continue the war at God Valley. Having already killed over 1,000 celestial dragons, Luo Ho still needed to rely on the massive organization of the Rox pirates to ascend to Holy Mary Joa and fulfill his dream of hunting down all celestial dragons. Perhaps Rox and others also held similar thoughts that remained unknown. As for Luo Ho's current height and terrifying appearance, they were not permanent. As soon as he stopped using the Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities, he would revert to a normal human form. However, the height he had already achieved would not easily return to normal. But in a world filled with crazy pirates, a height of 6 meters was not particularly strange. After all, even a very ordinary marine like Karami could be over 9 meters tall. There were also giants that stood 10, even dozens or over 180 meters tall, making them quite common at sea. To restore a more normal height, one could only rely on special training techniques such as life return. Kula-la-la-la-la. Sengoku. Next year, on this day, will be your death anniversary. Pick a good spot. I'll come and check on you when I have time. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was fiercely battling 2 strong opponents, revealed a knowing smile upon seeing Luo Ho had killed all the celestial dragons and was heading toward his position. At this moment, he had already sustained some injuries. Continuing to fight Sengoku and the members of the God Knights was pointless. It would only increase the burden unnecessarily. However, if Luo Ho came over, he had absolute confidence that he could swiftly behead the severely injured Sengoku. As for the member of the God Knights nearby, Whitebeard never believed that this guy could withstand Luo Ho, who was both fierce and a multiple fruit user. Kula-la-la-la-la. This time it's actually the Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit. How enviable. Whitebeard looked at the increasingly closer Luo Ho, whose height had completely matched his own, and couldn't help but show an envious expression. At this moment, he was still troubled over not finding a suitable devil fruit for himself. Whitebeard believed that he had already reached the peak of his power. Further training would hardly improve his level. At this time, a suitable devil fruit would be a significant boost. He even thought that he might directly break through to the ultimate conqueror's hockey level due to the abilities of a devil fruit, reaching a level comparable to Rock's. Although this was merely an imagination, it was not impossible. Whitebeard's personal talent compared to Rock's was only lacking in the aspect of hockey. Rock's had already elevated his three-color hockey to the ultimate level, possessing a powerful talent for monstrous strength and a more suitable teleportation fruit, while Whitebeard had also raised his three-color hockey to the top level, just one step away from achieving the ultimate. He also possessed the talent for monstrous strength. The only gap right now is a devil fruit ability that suits me, which can instantly enhance my overall three-dimensional attributes in order to break through hockey. Damn, you damn godslayer. Killing so many gods is simply a heinous crime. The Gorisi I will definitely use the highest power in the world to end you. Chapter 79. Boxers with a single slash from Whitebeard. The member of the Knights of God was sent flying several meters away, landing right in front of Ro. His face was furious, shouting in anger, "Just wait to die." The young man in the black robe, clearly one of the top members of the Knights of God, looked at Ro with an extremely vicious tone. However, Ro showed no signs of anger in response. He merely looked disdainful and replied lightly, "Celestial dragons? Just maggots crawling out of cesspit. Such a race doesn't deserve to be called gods. Does that mean the stinking samurai from Wano can also be called gods? Oh, wait, it seems one of your so-called highest powers, the Five Elders, actually has a priest from Wano, right?" Ro's words were bland but filled with deadly sarcasm. The member of the Knights of God, who had always cherished his race's reputation, could no longer contain his overwhelming rage. Bang! He stomped his foot, and a dark aura surged from his calf, his body instantly disappearing in a flash. The hard, rocky ground cracked open like a spider web, countless shattered stones flying everywhere, directly piercing through the heads of unlucky pirates. Damn demon, watch me kill you. Under the enhancement of the top-tier Navy 6 styles, this member of the Knights of God moved with such speed that ordinary people couldn't see his movements at all. Just as he thought he would easily land a punch on Ro, who was known for bullying the weak, the next moment, Ro's hand, as hard as a black iron hydraulic press, suddenly grabbed in front of him. Boom! Lava exploded, lightning flashed, and the scorching heat dispersed everywhere. The attacking member of the Knights of God found his fist, wrapped in armed hockey, forcibly gripped in Ro's hand, unable to move an inch. How is this possible? Your strength is terrifying. A paramecia fruit user? Why has the curse of the sea disappeared? The unknown Knight member looked at Ro, surrounded by lava, ice, lightning, and various forms of devil fruit abilities, in shock. He desperately tried to pull back his fist, wanting to get away from this monster Ro, but he could not escape the tight grip of Ro's wrist, which was bulging with veins. Hee, nothing is impossible, kid. The Knights of God must also be a kind of celestial dragon, right? Perhaps they belong to the stronger batch among the celestial dragons? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just need to kill all of you. Ro squeezed out a signature evil villain smile, cracking his neck with a series of sounds. Then he released the Knight member's fist, allowing him to act freely. Today, I've come across a god-level Zoan-type devil fruit ability, and I think my strength has reached the top level. So let you, a strong celestial dragon, be the first to test my pure physical strength. You're lucky. You'll be the first noble celestial dragon to feel all my power and deities. Ro's tone was very humorous. At this moment, he was filled with extreme confidence in his strength. The members of the Knights of God must be at the same level as the captains of the Rocks Pirates. Even if slightly inferior, the gap wouldn't be too wide. Using such a strong opponent as a training dummy for his physical prowess was absolutely perfect. Damn demon, stop looking down on people. I am the most noble celestial dragon in the world. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred. Ro tightened his fist, wrapping it in dual-colored hockey. With a punch filled with the power of the sea, he broke through the air, causing an explosive shockwave, instantly smashing into Ro's chest covered with green dragon scales. The power was insufficient, and the speed was also terribly lacking. Boxers. Boxers. Ro felt a pain that wasn't too intense in his chest, then formed his fingers into a fist, veins bulging. His fist surged with intense black lightning, mixed with blazing lava and violent blue lightning. In that moment, a swift and fierce punch directly smashed into the chest of this member of the Knights of God. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, the continuous sound of bones breaking echoed within his body. Sharp bone fragments jutted out from the shattered chest, accompanied by bits of crushed, bloody organs. But at this point, the member of the Knights of God couldn't care less about that. Nor did he have the chance to do so. He could only muster all his strength to continue fighting against this terrifying pirate in front of him. In an instant, two terrifying figures representing justice and evil began to rapidly exchange punches, creating a series of dull sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds were crisp, and every clash of power produced the sound of one or several bones breaking, like the low moan of demons in a life-and-death duel. The surrounding rocks were shattered by the shock waves of their battle, flying everywhere. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates, even those far away, were affected, instantly having their skulls shattered by the flying debris, collapsing to the ground dead. This was the immense destructive power that could be generated by battles between top-tier strongmen. Even at a distance, one could become a lucky unfortunate. The two figures moved rapidly, each unleashing their full power. The battlefield, covering 4 to 5 kilometers, seemed to be leveled, directly sinking into the sea, a scene of utter devastation. Minutes passed. At this moment, Ro and the member of the Knights of God had exchanged no less than 200 blows. However, at this moment, Ro was in extremely good state. Every inch of his skin, muscles, and bones had been sublimated in battle, achieving a state of mastery. On the other hand, the member of the Knights of God was in a completely different situation. Under Ro's terrifying strength and strong resistance, he was almost entirely in a state of extreme suppression. At this moment, over 200 bones in his body had at least 190 broken, tibia, spine, and so on. The most important bones for sustaining human life were shattered into countless pieces in an instant. He was merely holding on, relying on the dignity of being a celestial dragon, forcing himself not to fall. And Ro didn't care about that. Having grasped the state of his entire body, he just wanted to quickly eliminate all the strong ones and continue to enhance his power. Oh my goodness. Montauk. New path. Chapter 80. A foot crushes death. Luo Ho let out a cold laugh typical of a villain, his killing intent heavy. The terrifying high temperature erupted from his palms. The fiery magma, aura, and violent thunder abilities ruthlessly bombarded the already battered body before him. At this moment, the members of the Divine Knight Order, who were essentially defenseless, could only shift their gazes slightly, their pupils revealing a trace of fear that had never appeared before. The magma, thunder, flashes, and freezing abilities emanating from Luo Ho made him feel as though he was battling a true deity, terrifying and utterly unbeatable. Yet he was fully aware that death was imminent. However, before facing death, he still wished to make one last desperate attempt to escape. 6 styles of mastery. Iron, iron block, black steel. His face twisted in pain as he struggled against the agony radiating from his countless broken bones, forming a distorted version of the Marine's 6 styles. By tensing his muscles, he aimed to maximize his defensive capabilities, hoping that the hardened armor of Haki would help him endure this attack. Yet all of this was merely a futile struggle before Luo Ho at this moment. Luo Ho's fist, infused with countless elemental energies, effortlessly penetrated his chest, instantly reducing his heart to a pile of minced flesh. The intensely hot magma and raging lightning surged through his blood, incinerating all of his internal organs into a charred, blackened state. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but his throat, also burned to a crisp, could no longer produce any sound. Adrenaline surged wildly, barely allowing him to cling to life for the last few seconds. Thud! Luo Ho slowly withdrew his iron fist from a body he had impaled, watching as the now powerless figure spun a few times before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the state of the Divine Knight Order member was nothing short of horrific, except for the outer skin maintaining some semblance of color. The insides had long since turned into smoking charcoal. His broken body fell to the ground. The blackened figure continued to ooze the last traces of blood. The heart had disappeared, no longer possessing that powerful, beating organ. At this moment, this member of the Divine Knight Order was left with only a few gasps of breath remaining. A top-tier Emperor-level powerhouse. Just like that, in a very short time, he had been reduced to this pitiful state. He lay on the ground, forcing himself to hold onto the last breath, his gaze hazy as he looked at Luo Ho, weakly uttering words that were difficult to hear. Do you think this can conquer me? The great celestial dragon family will never bow to any lowly race. I will wait for you on the road to hell. 5 elders are coming soon. The world's highest authority will personally send you lowly scum to hell. Luo Ho looked at the member of the Divine Knight Order as he spoke his last words with a calm expression. It had to be said that at this moment, he was indeed slightly surprised by these intelligent and powerful celestial dragons. It seemed that the truth was indeed, as everyone had speculated, to have ruled this world for 800 years without anyone having the opportunity to destroy them. The world government could not possibly be composed of mere fools. Those foolish celestial dragons protected by the Marines were just a few of the exceptionally smart ones among the millions of celestial dragon families. The strong members within the celestial dragon family over the past 800 years must be countless. Just looking at the 5 elders and the Divine Knight Order as top-tier powerhouses was enough to prove that there certainly existed exceptionally talented individuals among the celestial dragons. And as world nobles, all celestial dragons are awakening their conqueror's haki, which is undoubtedly much easier for them compared to ordinary civilians. In fact, for those with even a bit of talent, there might not even be any barriers to entry. However, Luo Ho would not have any fear regarding this. His purpose of existence was to kill all celestial dragons, to kill them all without leaving a single one behind, no matter whether they were good or bad celestial dragons. As long as they were celestial dragons, they must die. Even if these guys had hidden strengths that were exceedingly powerful, they would ultimately just become nourishment for his growth. Lowly scum, I still want to say. It seemed that in the final moments, the member of the Divine Knight Order noticed the change in Luo Ho's expression and revealed a comforting smile. Wanted to once again express his grand ideas about the celestial dragons. However, the reality was that Luo Ho did not give him any opportunity. With a cold gaze, he raised his massive foot. A flash of dark light passed, and with all his strength, he stomped down hard on the already cracked skull of his opponent. The scene was akin to crushing a cockroach. Puffed, crack. Water and brain matter splattered. The skull shattered and exploded. The powerful member of the Divine Knight Order's head was instantly crushed to a pulp by Luo Ho's foot. It was a gruesome sight, almost like sticky rice paste smeared on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 977 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 361 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,008 points of stamina. After crushing the opponent's skull, Luo Ho also received all the energy from the attribute spheres condensed from this knight's body. At this moment, the total energy from a top-tier powerhouse was still not enough to significantly enhance Luo Ho. However, one could only say that a little was better than nothing. Killing one strong individual might not yield much improvement. Then let us kill 10. If 10 aren't enough, let us take down the entire world government. Just as Luo Ho turned his murderous gaze towards Sengoku, who was still engaged in fierce battle with Whitebeard, reinforcements from the world government arrived. On the already shattered ground of the Divine Valley, 5 star-shaped magical patterns appeared, adorned with bizarre designs and interspersed with the numbers 123,455. The world's highest authority has arrived. Let us see what powers the legendary five elders, praised by Oda, truly possess. Luo Ho murmured to himself, preparing to face the magical array behind Sengoku. Many readers may not yet be aware that the Divine Knight Order consists of 9 members. Chapter 81. Dark Fruit. The five elders have finally arrived. This group of villains must be executed. Seeing so many strange magical arrays appearing on the ground of God Valley, all the powerful figures present chose to stop and observe, not daring to be careless. The five elders, their timing is just terrible. Rox, with a somewhat mad expression, grabbed a fruit treasure box and said irritably, in his observation hockey, he had already foreseen that 5 extremely powerful old geezers would appear in this magical array. Each one was a powerhouse at the level of a general or even beyond. Moreover, after these 5 old men were teleported here, they would instantly launch an attack, directly sending the pressure-multiplying Captains John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji flying and heavily injured. It seems that the World Government's foundation is indeed richer than I imagined. The combat power of these 5 old men surpasses that of an entire Navy headquarters. However, this is not a mistake you should make so obviously in front of me, kid. As Rox exuded his displeasure, he thrust his sword. The target was directly aimed at the nearby Steelbone Kong and that Night Order member. Naturally, Steelbone Kong, who was always on guard, raised his fist and used his hockey to block, exerting effort to deflect Rock's terrifying power. As for the guy next to him, he wasn't so lucky. Completely focused on watching the arrival of the 5 elders, he didn't pay much attention to Rock's actions. In an instant, that sharp supreme blade pierced through his chest, exiting through his entire torso, spilling a warm stream of blood onto the ground. Damn, careless. The Night Order member, having suffered such a heavy blow again, quickly retreated dozens of steps, not daring to approach again. Steelbone Kong, of course, didn't dare to confront Rox alone, also retreating to the side. As for the others like the Golden Lion, they remained entangled in their battles, unable to break free. Buzz, 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 buzz. A heavy, oppressive sound filled the air. In the center of the magical array, which was gradually turning intangible, 5 terrifying shadowy figures resembling monsters began to emerge. When the magical array completely disappeared, 5 imposing old men suddenly appeared in God Valley. These 5 figures, with dark and profound gazes like endless abysses, stood quietly, casually glancing at the scene of corpses and blood, severed limbs, and lakes of blood. To ordinary people, this extremely shocking hellish scene seemed like a daily occurrence in front of these 5, not evoking any emotional changes whatsoever. A mere glance was enough. The Navy soldiers and countless frenzied pirates on the scene instinctively stepped back a few steps, their muscles trembling all over. Their pupils contracted tightly, feeling as if they were being targeted by 5 indescribable monsters, sending chills down their spines. On the entire battlefield, except for those at the general level, nearly everyone was strongly affected by the overwhelming aura. Hey, who are these 5 old geezers? Such overwhelming presence. Could they be some trump card from the world government? It seems so. This aura is even on par with Captain Rox. Perhaps only the division captains in our Rox pirate crew can contend with such power. Even, it's very likely that only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the captain of the 7th Division have a chance to confront them head-on. After a few minutes of oppressive atmosphere, the pirates slowly began to adapt to this harsh situation. Everyone was discussing the strength of these 5 suddenly appearing old men. From their aura, it was clear they far surpassed the 3 useless division captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. The 5 elders. The member of the God Knights who was stabbed through the chest and heavily injured by Rox looked at the figure approaching him and quietly responded. One of the highest authorities in the world, one of the 5 elders of the world government, the financial martial god, Izambaron V. Nasu Longsheng. He slowly walked to stand directly opposite Rox, gripping a pitch-black, bloody long knife, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. Damn, Rox, you actually have the audacity to slaughter so many gods. Truly a heinous crime. Now, let me be your opponent. As soon as the bald 5 elder appeared, he sensed that there were no celestial dragons left alive in God Valley except for the God Knights. Based on his preconceived notion, the Bald Five Elder immediately concluded that it was this evil pirate, Rox, who had slaughtered all the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this definitive statement, even Rox was somewhat dumbfounded. As a world-class pirate, he had already been targeted by the Marine Headquarters Marshal, Netania, and Steelbone Kong as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, another member of the God Knights arrived, putting him in a 1-against-3 situation, making it quite difficult. In this situation, how could he go and kill over 1,000 celestial dragons? This bald guy is simply unreasonable, slandering his friendly pirate persona out of nowhere. The one who was actually slaughtering was that Rojo. This bald elder actually forced such a title onto him. Rox could only look at the Bald Five Elder, wanting to challenge him, with a dumbfounded expression. You must be the immortal beings mentioned in the records, right? I have long investigated you 5 old geezers. Ordinary means cannot kill you, right? But what if I told you that I have already obtained the strongest natural type devil fruit in the world? Rox, with a relaxed expression, slowly opened the devil fruit treasure box in his hand. The reason he was so eager to launch this hunting plan against the celestial dragons was that he had accidentally heard a message from a little girl who could control a snail while heading to the West Sea. Inside was a fruit known as the most vicious, capable of restraining all 3 types of power users and directly nullifying all abilities. The natural type, dark fruit. After a large-scale escape of slaves, for some reason, Rox sensed this devil fruit that was most compatible with him through his powerful observation hockey. Thus, after killing Marshal Netania under pressure, he used the ability of his teleportation fruit to vanish, then snatched this devil fruit, which was connected to him, from an unknown little Karami. What is that thing? How did the dark fruit end up in your hands? Didn't I already order the CP organization to delete this devil fruit from the records and store it in the treasury? The Bald Five Elder looked at Rox with disbelief as he slowly opened the box and retrieved a purple fruit. After staring for a moment, he clearly realized that Rox was not trying to deceive him. It was indeed recognized as the most vicious devil fruit in history. It was the only thing in this world, besides the sun god Nika, that could restrain their abilities. The dark fruit is in the 6th from last. Chapter 82. The Dominance of the 5 Elders, the Bald-Headed Elder. Upon confirming that the devil fruit in Rox's possession was indeed the most vicious dark fruit, could no longer maintain his originally serious and indifferent expression. Having lived for over 800 years, he appeared somewhat flustered as he stood in place. With his abilities of immortality and eternal life, he should not have felt fear towards anything. However, upon witnessing that Rox had actually acquired such a malevolent power, the Bald Elder was drenched in cold sweat, as if it were raining. He didn't even have time to think of any way to persuade Rox not to consume that devil fruit. The other party was far too confident. It seemed he had read some ancient texts and learned about their special abilities, which led him to choose the dark fruit as a means to deal with immortals. The Bald Elder wiped his cold sweat lightly. His previously calm heartbeat now felt somewhat rapid. Meanwhile, the other elders had already severely injured John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. Upon noticing the situation on Rox's side, they all chose to halt their pursuit and gathered together. The 5 of them looked gravely at Rox, who had swallowed the entire devil fruit in one mouthful, exchanging glances with one another. The situation had become quite serious. Once Rox mastered the power of the dark fruit, it would mean he had the strength to kill them. This situation absolutely could not be allowed to happen. The 5 elders surrounded Rox from 5 angles, their gazes fixed on his body and the black smoke continuously seeping from his torso and skin. That was the ultimate darkness, apart from light. Once tainted by this darkness, even they, as the highest power in the world, would lose all their abilities, including their means of immortality. Would the 5 elders take action? What kind of power do these 5 old men, who control the entire world, possess? Can they kill Rox? It was truly shocking. This was the true strength. Compared to them, our hundreds of thousands here, fighting seemed like children playing house. As the elders formed their formation, countless navies and pirates on the land of God's Valley were shaken. Compared to these few top-tier powerhouses, their weaker pirates and navies were utterly insignificant. Even a commander-level powerhouse could easily kill over 100,000 lives if they had enough time and energy. At this moment, even someone as stubborn as Karp chose to stop his continuous iron fist attacks and stood by to observe, allowing the Golden Lion to escape back into the sky. Except for the low-level Navy, pirates, and CP organization agents who were still engaged in relentless fighting. All top powerhouses had chosen to quietly stop and watch the conflict between Rox and the highest power in the world. Of course, Rob Lucci was no exception, getting closer, because, in Rob's view, this was an excellent opportunity for him to break through to the ultimate conqueror's hockey. As long as he could rush in during the intense battle between Rox and the Five Elders and absorb the attributes they released, the ultimate conqueror's hockey would be within reach. Ha 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 ha! 5 people, talking about the highest power in the world, and they were about to start playing such a low-level group brawl game, seeing that he was completely surrounded by the Five Elders. Rox was also drenched in sweat. At this moment, he had just consumed the dark fruit. If he really fought the Five Elders here, even if he could desperately kill 1 or 2, the ultimate outcome would definitely be at the cost of his life. Surrender and be captured, Rox. That kind of low-level provocation. Do you think it has any effect on us? This world is not a place for playing house. Before Rox's words could finish, the bald elder Topman Watchley, who resembled Whitebeard with his white horn jar, said expressionlessly, with their mindset and wisdom after living over 800 years, this kind of low-level language provocation was utterly ineffective. The best method was simply the one that could kill the opponent, regardless of the process. As long as the result was good, it was a highly praiseworthy tactic. After finishing his statement, Watchley's gaze sharpened, and then a powerful, seemingly boundless conqueror's hockey began to radiate. The target was none other than the surrounded Rox Xebec. However, it wasn't over. At the same time, Watchley unleashed his fierce conqueror's hockey. The other 4 elders also unleashed their formidable auras. Waves of overwhelming hockey erupted from their center. All 5 of them possessed the same level of ultimate conqueror's hockey. The combined hockey surged together like a nuclear explosion, creating a terrifying wave of energy. The powerful hockey storm violently pressed towards Rox's position in midair. The surroundings were almost densely packed with wildly violent black thunderstorms. As these black thunderstorms emerged, they directly smashed the already damaged God's Valley, creating countless black pits. This purgatory-like hockey swept through, shaking the ground into fine dust. And even the pirates and navies slightly closer were turned into a mist of blood by the overwhelming power of the conqueror's hockey. This was the kind of power that could only be possessed when conqueror's hockey reached a certain level, directly affecting and damaging external entities on a large scale. The Elders' conqueror's hockey was all ultimate. The moment the 5 of them unleashed their conqueror's hockey, at least over 4,000 curious onlookers, a mixture of pirates and navies, were crushed into pieces and died on the spot. And in the very center of this powerful conqueror's hockey stood Rox, his expression unchanged. He remained relaxed and natural in place. He did not choose to respond to the Elder's assault with his own conqueror's hockey. Not only was it unnecessary, but another reason was that he also couldn't match the hockey of the 5. Given his current strength, such a level of hockey would hardly have any significant effect. Since they were all of the same level, using conqueror's hockey to intimidate would be like children staring at each other in a game, utterly ineffective. Of course, at this moment, the closest to the 5 elders, Rob Lucci, was not thinking this way. Chapter 83. Ultimate Conqueror's Hockey Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Hockey attribute. Level Breakthrough. Ultimate. Current Progress. 7:31. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Hockey attribute. Strength increased. Ultimate. Current Progress. 17:16. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Hockey attribute. Strength increased. Ultimate. Current Progress. 37:43. The moment the system's notification about absorbing attributes fell, a vast mental power surged through Luo Ho's mind. The top-tier Conqueror's Hockey broke through the final barrier. The Conqueror's Hockey that had been dormant in his mind became as towering and terrifying as a mountain. Once the ultimate Conqueror's Hockey was unleashed against a specific person or a small group of enemies, as long as the opponent's willpower or hockey level was 2 tiers lower. They would be directly crushed into fragments by the substantial Conqueror's Haki. This means that, in terms of a clash of Conqueror's Haki, those who possess a lower tier of Conqueror's Haki will be directly overwhelmed by the ultimate version, turning into a foolish state. Those who fail to defend in time may even be instantly killed by the substantial Conqueror's Haki, leaving behind a pool of blood. Moreover, the enhancement of the quality of Conqueror's Haki will directly further enhance the strength of the Conqueror's entangling attacks. This feeling was incredibly strange. Like an ordinary person suddenly mastering divine-like power. One wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a thought could easily kill anyone. At this moment, Luoho's previously calm and slightly murderous gaze deepened and darkened. The entire person seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, filled with a unique aura. This is the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. If I had obtained it earlier, wouldn't it be just a thought to crush thousands of celestial dragons? Before, I had to exhaust myself just to kill over 1,000 of them. That old thief rocks. Good stuff indeed hidden away. After successfully breaking through to the ultimate level of Conqueror's Haki, Luoho no longer paid attention to Rox, who was surrounded by the 5 elders. Instead, he directly targeted the member of the God Knights who had been severely injured by Rox. Damn, that despicable commoner. What do you want to do? You wanted to kill me before the 5 elders arrived. Now that the 5 elders are here, you still want to kill me? Isn't that a waste of the 5 elders' time? Stil Bunkung, hurry over and stop him. The member of the God Knights, chosen by Luoho, was immediately terrified, turning pale as he frantically shouted for support. All the powerful individuals present, sensing the situation with their observation haki, watched helplessly as Luoho killed a knight with a single punch. This meant that at this moment, Luoho was definitely not on the same level as them. He had surpassed the highest combat power standard of the Navy headquarters and reached a level beyond the admirals. Luoho ignored Steelbone Kong, who was rushing over to assist, and began to emit a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki from his entire body. The moment this Haki left his body, Luoho's pupils transformed from black to a deep blood red. Ultimate Haki. It is the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. Damn, why is this guy improving so fast? Is he really just a rookie pirate who has been at sea for less than half a year? What incredible talent. At the moment Luoho displayed his Conqueror's Haki, the ever-watchful Admiral Crane also broke out in a cold sweat. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki is a talent possessed by only a very small number of individuals, with one appearing among a million. Those with Conqueror's Haki are further categorized into 5 levels based on their personal aura: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and ultimate. Moreover, unlike Armament Haki, which can be quickly enhanced through physical training, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. It can only be enhanced when a person's aura reaches certain conditions. The vast majority of those who have the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki are often limited to intermediate or advanced stages. Achieving top-tier Conqueror's Haki is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. After all, among the countless nations, islands, and billions of people across the seas, there have been fewer than 30 top-tier Haki users. This level is already beyond what our Navy can handle. We must quickly inform Carp and the others. This mess will be left for the government to deal with. After all, it was the celestial dragons from their side who provoked this monster. It's none of our business. Admiral Crane expressionlessly waved his hand, ordering all nearby Navy personnel to retreat a distance from Luoho. Steelbone Kong, who was rushing over, also noticed Admiral Crane's gesture and deliberately slowed his pace. Meanwhile, the God Knights member, who also sensed something was off, looked at Steelbone Kong with an awkward expression, as if he were an untalented actor. This is too fake. A top combat force from the Navy headquarters takes this long to cover such a distance? Damn Navy. Once I escape, I will make you experience the most brutal torture in the world. After muttering a low, furious curse, he quickly took up a stance to prepare for Luoho's attack. What does he want? To resist me? Luoho's gaze was icy, his arms entwined with lightning and magma, resembling a meteor falling from space, radiating intense heat. At the same time, the ability of the azure dragon fruit within him began to surge. His muscles rapidly expanded and hardened, with terrifying blue dragon scales appearing, and dense purple-black dragon tendons coiling like a dragon filled with terrifying power. Luoho slowly drew his sword from its sheath. However, the next moment he discovered that the sword in his hand, which was close to the level of a great blade, had deformed slightly due to the high temperatures generated by the interweaving of the thunder fruit and the magma fruit. What a pity! I had originally wanted to win people over with virtue, but I never expected that one day I would also lose my martial virtue. Luoho humorously lamented before tossing his martial virtue sword aside, choosing to kill the God Knight's member before him with sheer physical strength. The sound of thunder erupted. Luoho's body instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, chasing down the enemy, as terrifying magma dripped continuously like a volcano erupting. Boom! The CP organization's high-ranking agents, seeing their leader threatened, were rapidly vaporized by the high-temperature magma, collapsing like wilted flowers. No! Damn it, despicable commoner, don't come over! The piercing cries filled with fear echoed in Luoho's ears. However, he completely ignored them as he extended his claw-like hand, now covered in dragon scales. Luoho's claw suddenly grasped the pale-faced head of the God Knight's member with fierce strength. Severely injured by Rock's sword, he had no ability to resist. Luoho was naturally very willing to kill such an opponent with ease. This kind of opportunity required no effort to seize. With a sudden squeeze of his dragon-scaled claw, terrifying power exploded forth, instantly crushing the God Knight's member's head into a bloody mess. Then, the intensely hot magma and the exploding lightning instantly enveloped Rahu's palm. It directly burned to ashes the blood of the celestial dragon, brain matter, and all flesh that had contaminated his hand, completely returning it to nothingness. Another celestial dragon knight is dead. Rahu truly possesses a level beyond the highest combat power. Has another Rox-level pirate been born? Chapter 84. The sin of Roro watching a top-tier member of the Knights of God fall again. The strong Navy warriors at the scene couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It is well known that once someone reaches the highest combat power standard of the Navy headquarters, it is basically impossible for them to be killed, unless the gap between the two sides has been completely widened. Hey, how is this possible? To surpass the highest combat power is not such an easy task. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Celestial Dragon Knight who was killed was merely injured by Rox's blade piercing through his chest, and Roro took advantage of that. Who could break through that realm so easily? Absolutely. Even if the opponent was killed due to severe injuries this time. What about the Celestial Dragon who fought with Whitebeard? He was killed in a one-on-one situation with minimal impact from injuries. The captain of the 7th Division of the Rox Pirates. His strength has truly surpassed the highest combat power. Upon realizing this serious issue, Kongu, Karp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and other top Navy powers all gasped. To easily kill a top-tier powerhouse means that Roro must have a type of hockey that has reached its ultimate state. Moreover, the training progress of that ultimate hockey is not low. What a terrifying guy. Back in the days on Devil Island, I could already tell that this little brat was definitely not an easy character. With someone like me joining our Navy headquarters, wouldn't the Navy's justice be achievable in no time? Facing Roro, whose strength has completely surpassed his own in less than half a year, Kongu let out a rare sigh and reflected. Is that guy really dead? I feel like he's just playing dead. Roro really has some strength. Compared to the serious expressions of the others, Karp, who was still in his not-quite middle-aged state, curiously approached the pile of ashes burnt to dust by magma and thunder. Although Roro's strength was already quite oppressive, Karp found everything less entertaining than seeing a celestial dragon powerhouse die before him. In fact, with his carefree personality, if it weren't for the presence of the Gorosei and others, he would have rushed to the back to see how magnificent the place where over 1,000 celestial dragons were killed really was. Having been in the Navy for so many years, he had always been stuck at the rear admiral position, unwilling to be promoted, because being promoted to admiral meant serving those foolish celestial dragons. Now, with over 1,000 celestial dragons, all killed, it was simply to his liking. Roro is someone who has truly done what he wanted but dare not do. Shut up, Carp. The war isn't over yet. How can you say such things? They're already burnt to ashes. How could they not be dead? Sengoku, standing next to Carp, naturally heard Carp's murmurs. Although Sengoku didn't think Carp was wrong. This wasn't a place for honesty. The highest powers of the world, the Gorosei, were still present. If they heard, it would definitely cause trouble for the Navy. Huh, so I can't say such things? I really can't help you guys. Then let's pretend I never said that. Carp scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, trying to force everyone to forget what he had just said. The other strong warriors in the Navy array naturally had nothing more to say, just shaking their heads helplessly, choosing to ignore this single-minded Carp. It's the entanglement of the ultimate conqueror's haki. How did that little brat manage to do it? The pirates of this era are really too chaotic. One Rox hasn't been dealt with yet, and another Rox-level powerhouse is about to emerge. These guys must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will definitely become a big trouble. Watching Roro kill another top-tier Celestial Dragon Knight again, the Gorosei, who were currently besieging Rox, also noticed the ultimate conqueror's haki emanating from Roro. Compared to the shock felt by the so-called highest combat powers of the Navy, the Gorosei, who had lived for hundreds of years, felt even more their hearts racing. Only by truly breaking through to the ultimate haki can one appreciate how rare this realm is. Especially the ultimate conqueror's haki. This is not something that can simply be achieved through personal belief and courage. The ultimate conqueror's haki has reached an indescribable spiritual realm. It is the existence where haki and mental will are integrated and comprehensively understood. In comparison, cultivating the armed color haki to the ultimate realm seems to be less difficult. The ultimate armed color haki can be easily trained as long as one has a sufficiently strong physique to support the haki. However, the physical strength required to cultivate the ultimate armed color haki also demands great talent and perseverance. Without talent, even with great willpower, one could practice to death without achieving anything. It is like how in the 21st century, there are still discussions about whether talent exists in learning. Take mathematics as an example. Even if an ordinary person can study math for 48 hours a day, they will never surpass an 8-year-old Gauss. This is what talent is. Living high above in Mariewa, the Gorosei first heard about Roro, the pirate star, when he seized a Navy transport ship carrying heavenly gold. At that time, they didn't think much of it. After all, the world government wasn't lacking for a ship of heavenly gold. The only thing to consider was that attacking the heavenly gold transport ship was seen as a challenge to the government's authority. However, after this act of undermining government authority, within just a week, news about the pirate newcomer Roro reached Mariewa again. This time, it shocked the entire Mariewa. The reason was that Roro had killed 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island, one of whom was from the Nader family. That guy's status was so noble that even the Gorosei had to look up to him. After all, the overall power of the Nader family is much larger than the family powers of the Gorosei. In summary, Roro's first act of audacity was the highly impactful seizure of heavenly gold. The second was the murder of the world noble celestial dragons. And up to now, the third was joining the Rox pirates and rising to the captain level while personally participating in the Battle of God Valley. Now he has even killed over 1,000 celestial dragons who came to participate in the human hunting contest, including 2 celestial dragon knights from the Knights of God. Such sins are simply immense. Compared to Rox, the criminal aura surrounding Roro is definitely much heavier. Chapter 85 Full Retreat, however. Things have now developed to such a severe point that even the 5 elders cannot find the time to eliminate the currently monstrous Reo. Although Reo's 3 colors of haki have only reached the ultimate realm in the Conqueror's haki, this bastard's devil fruit abilities are like a mother pig giving birth to piglets, one set after another, not to mention the monster-like Azure Dragon fruit in the Zone category. Even the large output range of the Logia-type devil fruits includes magma, ice, lightning, and thunder, plus various other miscellaneous devil fruits. Trying to kill such a monster is almost as difficult as reaching the sky. It can even be said that as long as Reo does not wish to continue fighting, no one in this world can stop him, not even Amsama, who is already considered a true deity in the eyes of the 5 elders. After all, Rayo's Logia-type devil fruit has the ability of the thunder fruit. Speed comparable to lightning. It's simply impossible to fight back or run away, even if surrounded by dozens of the highest combat powers. As long as Rayo wants to escape, they would all have to stand there and stare blankly. With such innate talent and strength, even after surviving for 800 years, they are already envious to the point of drooling. Compared to Rayo and these old guys who have lived for so many years, their only advantages are merely the abilities of immortality and invincibility. However, these two monstrous abilities have now encountered that rascal, Rox. Once their bodies are consumed, if Rox's dark fruit ability touches them, their immortality will be directly nullified. This means that as long as they engage in battle with Rox, they're also facing death. In the face of death, even they feel a suffocating sense of powerlessness. No one is not afraid of death. It's just a lack of choice. Once a person enjoys the pleasures of immortality, they will never want to face the topic of death again in their lifetime. Just then, as several of the 5 elders noticed Rayo, a splash of bright red blood flew out. Among the 5 of them, the relatively weaker Cigar sat in, who had transformed with 8 spider legs, suddenly had 6 of them cut off in quick succession by the enraged Rox. As blood flew, the 6 spider legs that fell to the ground twitched, revealing Sat N's inner fear. The immortality he relied on was restrained. Rox's blade was imbued with a vicious, dark power. This means that at this moment, Sat N, who has had 2 of his spider legs severed, will require several months or even over a year to cleanse the dark power mixed within his wounds. Otherwise, those legs will never recover. Damn Rox! Which idiot put that vicious dark fruit ability in the hunting competition as a prize? Are the CP organization guards all useless? How could they let these guys run amok in the treasure house? With 6 legs severed and unable to recover in a short time, Sat N's face turned pale, filled with extreme resentment as he cursed loudly. At this moment, he no longer possessed the dignity and authority that the world's highest power should have. The reason was simply that for the first time in 800 years, he felt death so close. Terrifying. The blank suffocation of facing death was almost overwhelming Sat N, making it hard for him to breathe, as if his blood was flowing backward, extremely suppressed. He no longer participated in the siege against Rox, choosing to step back a few paces and hurriedly began to use his haki to cleanse the dark power hidden within his wounds. The originally perfect siege formation clearly had a huge gap after Sat N's withdrawal. At this moment, Rox, who had consumed the teleportation fruit and possessed extremely high mobility, did not hesitate to leave the battlefield and jump to Rayo and Whitebeard's side. Boys, today's battle ends here. Everyone retreat. Back to Hachinos. Rox, with various wounds all over his body, shouted his captain's order as the battlefield gradually calmed down. Although on the surface, he seemed to have gained the upper hand against the 5 elders and even injured Sat N. Only he could feel the immense pressure. The dark fruit is indeed a very vicious devil fruit ability, capable of directly restraining the world's highest powers. But the double pain brought by this vicious ability also made Rox, a man of the sea overlord level, unable to help but frown fiercely. Every time he was hit by the 5 elders' Hakirapt attacks, the extremely sensitive pain was unbearable. Clearly just a minor external injury, but the pain felt like someone was skipping rope with his pain nerves, making it difficult to accept. Moreover, currently within the Rox Pirates, the 3 underperforming pirate captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, had also suffered significant injuries from the 5 elder sneak attacks. In addition, on the world government side, there were also Kong, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, 4 of the highest combat powers capable of holding their own. The CP organization also had 3 high-ranking governors equivalent to the highest combat powers. And including the 2 killed by Rayo, there were still 7 so-called Celestial Dragon Knight level 5 elders left. If they continued fighting, the Rox Pirates would have to face at least 19 high-end combat powers. Although there was also the help of the Roger Pirates, the numerical disparity was still too great. Moreover, within the entire Rox Pirates, aside from him possessing the dark fruit ability, absolutely no one could inflict any substantial damage on the 5 elders. Even if they crushed their heads into pieces, with their immortality, the five elders could quickly recover and return to full strength. After comprehensive consideration, Rox clearly realized that it was not suitable for them to continue causing trouble in the West Sea at this moment. They must first retreat to Hachinos to regroup before making further plans. Perhaps the next attack on the world government would be a grand battle for the Holy Land. However, Rox was not blindly confident about such a world-class war. He was fully aware that to attack the Holy Land, he must at least cultivate his dark fruit ability to the awakened state before taking action. Hearing Rox's order, the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin naturally raised their hands in agreement. Especially John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, the three heavily injured individuals, were incredibly excitedly praising Rox's great decision, because they deeply sensed that if they continued fighting, they might really die on this small island. However, just as the remaining tens of thousands of surviving pirate members of the Rox Pirates prepared to retreat, countless Navy soldiers wearing blood-stained justice cloaks turned red-eyed, shouting that justice must prevail, blocking their escape route. Chapter 86. Let them go. We cannot let these damned pirates escape. Justice will prevail. For the sake of justice, for our fallen comrades, we must resolutely stop them. Charge! Kill the pirates! A group after group of Navy soldiers, already resembling war maniacs, surged forward like a tide. Meanwhile, Kongu and the others, realizing that the current situation was absolutely favorable for their side, were also eager to try again and prepare for another fight. The Rox Pirates were already on their last breath. As long as they coordinated with several of the world's highest authorities to launch an attack, they would definitely be able to annihilate this world's cancer at the smallest cost. However, at this incredibly tense moment, the Saint Satan, who was supported only by two spider legs, issued a difficult order. Steelbone Kong, from today onwards, you are the new admiral of the Navy headquarters. Take your men and leave God's Valley immediately. After exchanging glances, the other four had no objections to Satan's words. After all, the moment Satan lost 6 legs and could not recover, they too felt the overwhelming dark power. If they continued to fight, who knew what madness Rox would unleash? If that lunatic Rox hunted them down, surely 1 or 2 of them would be publicly killed in the desperate struggle. Especially at this moment. With only 2 spider legs left for support, Satan was filled with crisis. Being killed by Rox and being killed by others were 2 completely different situations. With the world's most vicious power, Rox could truly end their lives, and their eternal life force would be rendered useless. In other words, Rox could indeed kill these old guys who had lived for over 800 years with his abilities. As for the others, even that little brat Rayo, who was second only to Rox in strength at the scene, was not a threat at all. Without the support of dark power, they could not be killed. Even if their heads were chopped off, they could still resurrect and return to their best state. But, Lord Five Elders, this is an excellent opportunity to eliminate the Rox Pirates. If everyone launched an attack, they could definitely bury all the members of the Rox Pirates here at a minimal cost. Steelbone Kong looked unwillingly at Saint Satan, wanting to negotiate further. But when he noticed the ominous violence and the faint killing intent in Satan's gaze, he could only lower his head and issue the extremely incorrect order. All Navy soldiers, follow the order. Immediately clean up the battlefield and withdraw to the Navy headquarters. Let these pirates go free. As Steelbone Kong's heavy yet authoritative voice fell, the Navy soldiers present stood frozen like they had been doused with a bucket of icy seawater in the cold winter of Ningxia. They realized from the very beginning that something was wrong, and when they lost their desire to fight during the unjust war, it had already been lost. But when they saw one Navy comrade after another ruthlessly murdered by those pirates, everyone's blood boiled, and they joined the ranks of revenge against the pirates. Just at the moment of impending victory, the world's highest authority directly skipped all processes and ordered a retreat. This step-by-step plan left countless Navy soldiers feeling an inexplicable discomfort. It was as if these Navy soldiers, who came to fight, were merely pawns on a chessboard, to be used or discarded at any moment. Whether to attack or retreat was merely a matter of the thoughts of those at the top. Throughout this process, no matter what sacrifices the Navy made, it could not affect their control over the battle situation. In other words, the Navy was indeed just as the high-ranking agents of the CP organization said, merely the outer face of the world government, completely insignificant in a wave of extremely negative emotions. Countless Navy soldiers draped their capes over their fallen comrades' bodies and carried them back to the warship step by step. They had no intention of resisting the orders, merely silently executing the commands from above. At this moment, several CP-6 members responsible for inspecting the battlefield hurriedly approached the solemn-faced five elders. Report to the five elders. The 1,000 celestial dragons participating in the human hunting plan. None survive. The CP agents hesitated for a moment before reluctantly delivering this news that could cost them their heads. The already heavy-hearted five elders turned even more sullen upon hearing this, feeling as if 100 giant green flies had just flown into their mouths. Although they had anticipated that the elite selected from the 19 celestial dragon families participating in the hunting plan would suffer heavy losses, they thought at least dozens or hundreds could still be rescued. Where was the medical team? Could not even one be saved? The five elders were extremely distressed, questioning the CP-6 agents in an attempt to salvage something. However, after receiving confirmation of the other party's orders, aside from Satan, who had lost 6 legs and was in despair, the other 4-5 elders turned red-faced and could not help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. So much bloodline power had been lost. Lord him, what kind of punishment will befall us? The Saint Vacheli, with a white mustache, spoke with indifference. Although they could not be compared to their status, they had the highest trump card that had stood for 800 years deep within the Holy Land. Activating this trump card required a tremendous amount of energy. Coincidentally, the celestial dragons, as beings of divine lineage, could utilize certain technologies to condense blood power to activate that weapon. This was also why they placed such importance on the lives of ordinary celestial dragons. In extreme situations, these ordinary celestial dragons could be used as cannon fodder. Now, having silently lost over 1,000 celestial dragons, this was undoubtedly a significant loss for the government. Damn! Which idiot came up with the idea of using the dark fruit from the treasury as a prize for the competition? How dare they play with such a vicious fruit's power? Go back and find out which bastard came up with this idea. If I don't hang him in the Holy Land to dry like steel wire, I will not forgive myself. Among the 5 elders, Satan, who had lost 6 legs and could not recover, was the most furious. If it weren't for that guy whose brain was made entirely of sponge bringing out the forbidden dark fruit as a reward, Rox would not have acquired such a fruit ability. And without dark power, Rox could not resist the 5 of them who possessed the ability of eternal life. The angrier he got, the more Satan quickly followed in the footsteps of the other 4 colleagues. His face flushed for a moment, and he directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The one with the cane is Saint Satan, and the one in front is Saint Nazashiru from Wano Country. Chapter 87. Naval hero at this moment, Steelbone Kong, Zifa, and others, who had already received the order to end the war, naturally gathered around the 5 elder stars to await commands. Although Karp was officially regarded as the highest combat power among the admirals, in reality, he was still just a vice admiral. Therefore, he could confidently lean back and ignore everyone's orders. The expression on Saint Satan's face after spitting blood, as if he had eaten dog shit, made Karp feel quite pleased. He had long been dissatisfied with these celestial dragons, especially with the so-called highest authorities in the world. Every time he attended a Navy event in the Holy Land, these 5 old men would always stare at him with inexplicable eyes. Now, it was amusing that he had come out to show off in God Valley and ended up having his 6 legs broken by rocks. He deserved it. Moreover, in this battle of God Valley, over 1,000 celestial dragons were systematically slaughtered in the archives of the Navy headquarters, which had been established for hundreds of years. Such severe casualties had never been recorded before. Although the elite soldiers of the Navy also suffered some losses compared to the large number of CP organization agents, who fancied themselves as the Celestial Dragons Guard dogs, being cut down by Rob Lucci, their losses were minimal. If it weren't for Karp still remembering his old comrade Sengoku's advice at this moment, that trained Navy personnel should return to headquarters and ensure safety before laughing out loud. On the other side, after forcibly suppressing their emotions several times, the the five Elder Stars finally turned their attention to Steel Bone Kong and Zifa. These were the only two current highest combat power admirals in the Navy headquarters. As for Karp, they didn't want to pay much attention to him. He was just a usable weapon. In this battle, the current fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, Netania, was killed. The military must re-elect a leader, and after careful consideration, we have decided to nominate you to serve as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After the Fleet Admiral inauguration ceremony in a few days, you will be responsible for issuing a summons to the sea, recruiting a group of sufficiently powerful individuals to join the Navy as high-ranking admirals. You can offer them welfare conditions, stating that the government will provide an additional batch of powerful devil fruit abilities for selection. The number of admirals will still follow the previous system, with 3 highest combat powers and 3 alternate admirals ready to replace them at any time. Moreover, the casualties of Navy soldiers in this war must be accurately counted, and they must receive the highest preferential treatment. If the descendants of these Navy soldiers wish to join the forces of justice, they must be given an additional green light. Do you understand? Among the 5 Elder Stars, the one with white-horned mustaches, Vacheli, pressed his temples in pain while forcibly suppressing his displeasure, giving orders to Steel Bone Kong. Although he personally didn't care about how many people the Navy headquarters had lost or if any admirals had died, this was still a public matter, and some formalities needed to be addressed. High-ranking officials might be hard to fool, but the lower-ranking Navy soldiers and commoners could easily be swayed. Talking about the highest authorities in the world caring about these insignificant lower soldiers. Isn't such treatment enough to attract a large number of capable individuals to join the Navy and serve justice and the government? What do the lower-class civilians pursue? Isn't it just a bit of wealth and a little power that can be useful? And these are precisely what the world government has in abundance. Moreover, the 5 Elder Stars, who have survived for hundreds of years, are extremely adept at manipulating such sentiments. After all, being able to hold such a position for so long requires not only necessary strength, but also the ability to control the lower-class civilians. Otherwise, before any external forces could come to overthrow the Navy headquarters and other military forces, there would likely be unrest. I understand. As the Rocks pirates retreated and the soldiers of the Navy headquarters and various teams gradually exited God Valley, a once ancient and slightly weathered island finally regained its tranquility. Originally, the Celestial Dragons planned to hunt and kill all humans on the island, but due to the intervention of the Rocks pirates, this plan was thwarted. Even though tens of thousands of civilians died in this war, at least a small number of people were lucky enough to survive. On the part of the world government, to cover up this heinous scandal, they could only choose to spread controlled news through the World Times. The content of the newspaper was nothing more than, in the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Rocks pirates attempted to massacre the civilians on God Valley Island. However, they suffered heavy losses and retreated in disgrace against the strong resistance of the Navy headquarters and the World Government Army. This war around the God Valley battle dealt a significant blow to the Rocks pirates, killing over 50,000 of these vicious pirates either directly or indirectly. Furthermore, the Navy soldiers and other personnel who participated in this war received a substantial monetary reward from the world government to encourage the people of the 4 seas to enlist and maintain justice and order. Such a topsy-turvy news report naturally incited outrage among the surviving civilians in God Valley, who felt indignant at the world government's means of covering up the truth. However, they were just commoners without any power to resist the colossal world government that had survived for 800 years. Additionally, a very practical plan was proposed by the highest decision-makers within the world government. That was to use the name of justice to bind Karp, a member of the D clan who often ignored orders within the Navy to obey commands. The specific operation was also to be extensively promoted through newspapers, declaring that Vice Admiral Monkey D. Karp was awarded the title of Heroic Marine for repeatedly repelling the Rocks pirates' attacks in the war at God Valley. Even Karp himself was unaware that he had been bestowed such an honorary title by the government. Although Karp usually appeared quite carefree, he could clearly see that this was an obvious move to bind him within the Navy. However, he did not elaborate much on this policy from the world government. After all, he was quite willing to continue fighting for justice within the Navy headquarters. His son, Monkey D. Dragon, was now also an officer in the Navy headquarters. And with this identity, Dragon would have a unique advantage in his future promotions within the Navy headquarters. In Carp's own vision, he was an old Navy man. His son was in the Navy, and in the future, his grandson would also join the Navy to become the strongest Marine. Over time, the legacy would continue, and one day, the justice of the Navy headquarters would no longer be restricted by the world government. This was a small dream of Carp's since joining the Navy. Of course, what Carp did not know was that his eldest son, during the God Valley War, had completely seen through the true nature of the world government and had decided to betray the Navy, an organization that could not execute true justice. With the persuasion of his old comrade, Sengoku, it was deemed more beneficial to establish a heroic figure in the Navy headquarters to encourage young people to enlist. Among other influences, Garp naturally accepted this title that was arranged for him. After this series of events, the entire world finally fell into a rare tranquility. However, within this eerie calm, there seemed to be an oppressive atmosphere suggesting that a storm was about to come. At this stage, Garp's image is still that of a young man. Chapter 88, Just Once. The Navy headquarters hurriedly held a promotion ceremony for Steelbone Kong as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. At the same time, the candidate Admiral Sengoku was exceptionally promoted to the highest combat power admiral. After a long journey using the ability of the float fruit to fly, the ship of Kurizumi Xebec finally returned to Hakanosu from the Valley of Gods. As for the Roger pirates, who originally came to have some fun, they casually chose a sea area and landed there, just like a man's adventure journey. In this regard, Rox could only express deep regret, as he recognized Roger's strength very well. Unfortunately, this man, who also belonged to the D family, never thought of turning his gaze toward the great achievements of becoming a hegemon alongside him. Moreover, he kept talking about going to some ultimate island to seek some so-called truth, which left Rox almost speechless. What kind of nonsense truth is that? What does it matter if you find a truth? Rather than searching for those outdated histories, we might as well create a new history ourselves. However, regarding Roger and the others' departure, Rox still gave a solemn farewell. After all, if it weren't for the interference of the Roger pirates this time, his Rox pirates might really have been destroyed by the overwhelmingly powerful world government in the Valley of Gods. Before setting off, he had exhausted all possibilities to speculate on the depth of the world government. But when one powerful figure after another kept emerging, Rox realized how naive he had been to think he could swallow the entire world government in one bite. They have survived in this world for 800 years without being overthrown, which must mean they have their unique strengths. It was his own lack of foresight. Of course, the key point was that Rox simply did not trust the few captains under him. Each of them was a top-tier user of Conqueror's Haki. How could such people willingly submit to others? They were all gathered together only for their own interests. If he couldn't withstand the pressure during the war in the Valley of Gods, would these captains not vanish completely in an instant? Especially that old thief, Shiki. Rox had long seen through his attitude. Whitebeard was still relatively good-natured. Since they were on the same ship, he naturally wouldn't commit such treacherous acts of betrayal. However, since the goal had not yet been achieved, Rox could only continue to follow these captain-level pirates. After all, he needed their strength to reach the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua. Lads, let's hold a grand celebration feast to celebrate our victory. After returning to Hakanosa, which belonged to him, Rox raised his arm and called out, issuing the order to start the banquet to the surviving new pirates below. Naturally, the pirates below were very enthusiastic about such a celebratory occasion, and they all let out a hoarse and excited howl. As one of the wine gods of Hakanosu, I will perform at this banquet. I will down 18 bottles of beer in one go. 18 bottles of beer counts as a performance? If you can't drink, you can move your table to sit with the dogs. 18 bottles, and they're just beers? It was another day of fierce fighting. This profession of putting one's head on the line was truly addictive. Countless pirates excitedly drank and feasted at the banquet. They looked extremely generous. In their eyes, there was no sadness over the deaths of their companions this time. The Rox pirates had lost at least over 50,000 pirates in the war, including most of their comrades. But unfortunately, Only a small number of loyal pirates cared about the loss of their teammates. The vast majority of pirates never experienced such sorrow. They would engage in violence, looting, and even killing for fun day after day to express their dissatisfaction with the world. Naturally, Roronoa had no interest in joining their wild celebration. He chose to join the Rocks Pirates solely because he wanted to personally go kill the celestial dragons when the Rocks Pirates launched their attack. If he truly felt any sense of belonging, that would be nothing but a dream. After gathering all the members of his 7th Division to his exclusive territory, Roronoa looked at the injured Kaido, as well as Mihawk, Crocodile, and a bunch of little brats. In this war, most of the male pirates in his 7th Division had been left in the Valley of Gods. Only a group of female pirates under Enel, who were responsible for daily living and taking care of infants, had been lucky enough to survive. Orlolololo. Today is the grand banquet of the Rocks Pirates, and you called us over. Is there some special order? Kaido, upon entering, casually sat down next to Roronoa. After all, Kaido had followed Roronoa from the sea until now and was quite familiar with him, not needing to care about those hypocritical formalities. Moreover, if Roronoa really became the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates, then Kaido would be like someone who had latched onto a big thigh. Perhaps he would even have the chance to become a captain in the Rocks Pirates in the future. Kaido was eager to advance. Well, don't mind the title of vice captain. You didn't join the Rocks Pirates just to escape the Navy's pursuit, did you? Now that you have strength, staying in this team for too long is meaningless. Roronoa pointed out to the excited Kaido. This guy had always regarded the powerful pirate Rocks as his target while being chased by the Navy. In fact, after some time together, Roronoa still recognized that Charlotte Lingling had once privately said, "Don't get too close to Rocks." That guy Rocks was not a normal person at all. I understand. After careful consideration, Kaido chose to trust Roronoa's words. After all, in terms of relationship, he had really not gotten familiar with Captain Rocks since joining the 7th Division. Just as Kaido was deep in thought, Roronoa pulled out a golden treasure chest containing the Azure Dragon fruit from his backpack and placed it in front of Kaido. The appearance of this box immediately attracted the attention of Kaido and the surrounding pirates. As pirates in the Grand Line, they certainly knew the preciousness of devil fruits. Remember when you first set sail, you said you only wanted to eat a Zoan-type devil fruit? This is a Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast, Azure Dragon form. Roronoa wasted no time and directly placed this precious Azure Dragon fruit in front of Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Roronoa. He could hardly believe that such incredible wealth had fallen into his hands. Originally, according to his plan, he just wanted to find a slightly rare ancient-type devil fruit, and that would be enough. But now, a shining phantom beast fruit in the form of a blue dragon is right in front of him. For a moment, Kaido could hardly believe his eyes, his chest heaving and 2 streams of white breath escaping from his nose. Is this really for me? Boss, I'm so moved. Just to clarify, my sexual orientation is very normal. But for this blue dragon fruit, I'm willing to sacrifice my delicate little flower. But just this once, okay. Chapter 89. Kaido's Azure Dragon form. Kaido was drooling as he gazed at the demon fruit before him, which resembled a dragon with azure scales. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to consume a genuine top-tier Zoan-type devil fruit one day. And it was an extremely rare Azure Dragon fruit. At this thought, Kaido was at a loss for words to suppress his overwhelming excitement. It seemed that Captain Rocks had not brought any women. Could it be that he was? After a series of complex thoughts, Kaido silently turned away. At the same time, seeing Kaido's lewd actions, Rocks had a face full of black lines. This guy was treating him like brother Jia. Rocks kicked the perverted guy into a corner and tossed the Azure Dragon fruit over. Then he ignored Kaido. This Chengdu IP pirate. Rocks was genuinely surprised that Kaido would sell himself for a devil fruit. Perhaps, according to the real plot, if this devil fruit was handed to Kaido by Charlotte Lin, then Kaido's daughter Yamato would be a powerful hybrid born from his union with Charlotte Lin. The more Rocks thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Kaido's daughter awakened her conqueror's haki at the age of 8, a top-tier talent. Such talented offspring are hard to come by, aside from these two. At this moment, the kicked Kaido, thanks to his tough skin and robust physique, happily ran back. Then, In front of the envious gazes of the crew, he swallowed the azure dragon fruit in big bites. This luxurious scene made the crew's mouths water in envy. This was a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Moreover, it was an extremely rare azure dragon form. Once developed and awakened, such a devil fruit could undoubtedly elevate one's combat power to the level of a division commander. Captain Rox was truly generous. But who knew when such good fortune would come to us? As is well known, devil fruits can be categorized into 3 types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Each type of devil fruit has its unique characteristics. Paramecia fruits typically grant various extraordinary abilities, such as springs, slowing down, flying, etc. Logia fruits are abilities derived from elements found in nature. Zoan-type devil fruits grant powers based on the era in which the represented animal existed. Generally, the older the animal, the more valuable the fruit's abilities. They can be roughly divided into standard types, ancient types, and the rare mythical Zoan fruits. The Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical species, azure dragon form that Kaido just consumed, is an incredibly rare existence among mythical Zoan fruits. The last appearance of the azure dragon fruit was decades ago with a notorious pirate. However, after being severely suppressed by the world government, that pirate was captured and tortured in the underwater prison, leading to his death before this devil fruit circulated back to the sea, now directly obtained by Kaido. With Kaido's already overwhelming strength, consuming this divine-level devil fruit would unleash potential that could reach the level of a division commander. If developed well, he might even overpower the current weakest division commanders, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. Ugh, the taste of this devil fruit is just like puke. Ugh, no way. It smells like dog shit. Just as everyone was showing envious expressions, Kaido, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his face after tasting the devil fruit, as if he had eaten the most disgusting thing ever. He tried to vomit several times, but forced himself to negotiate with his stomach, wanting to swallow the mushy juice in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Rox naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. According to rumors, although one only needs to take a bite to gain the ability of a devil fruit, fully consuming it would greatly enhance the speed of developing the fruit. Eat it all, Kaido. Don't waste it. Every bite is worth millions of berries. Plus, fully eating it has tremendous benefits for awakening the devil fruit's abilities. Before Rox finished speaking, Kaido frowned and forcefully pinched his mouth shut, swallowing all the pulp in his mouth, even the remnants stuck between his teeth. Realizing that finishing the entire devil fruit would help him better develop and awaken its powers, he didn't dare waste a single bit. He was scared. After being chased by the Navy and having nowhere to run, he was truly frightened. Having the chance to significantly boost his strength, even reaching the level of a division commander, Kaido was unwilling to give it up. It was just a bit of dog shit. To become stronger, he was willing to do anything. What a terrifying guy. I still think training swordsmanship is more practical. There's no way I could eat something like that. After seeing Kaido's desperate appearance, the pirates present began to hesitate about whether they should consume such devil fruits. After all, there's a saying in the pirate community that the more powerful the devil fruit, the more intense its flavor. Show us your abilities. Once it was confirmed that Kaido had consumed the devil fruit, Rox ordered him to immediately use its powers. The purpose was to see if this guy would differ in any way from the azure dragon fruit he absorbed. All right, watch closely, Brother Rox. After successfully swallowing the devil fruit, Kaido felt an incredibly powerful force emerging within him, ready to be unleashed with just a slight pull. Next, Kaido's previously sturdy physique began to swell and grow instantly. His chest muscles, which had seemed somewhat thin, twisted and bulged layer upon layer, with muscles in his shoulders, arms, back, and thighs densely packed together, revealing prominent veins, exuding extreme strength. After activating the azure dragon fruit's abilities, Kaido's originally dark skin was covered with azure dragon scales similar to Rox, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Under the transformation from this azure dragon fruit, Kaido's already massive body grew to over 7 meters tall. He was even a meter taller than Rox, the captain. It seems that the absorbed attribute of the devil fruit is still usable. Rox nodded in satisfaction, The Azure Dragon Fruit paired with Kaido's physique was the perfect match. If someone else had it, they might not be able to fit it as perfectly as Kaido did. After experiencing the terrifying enhancement of the hybrid form, Kaido walked to an open area and transformed into a massive Azure Dragon over 400 meters long. This incredibly cool scene immediately caught the attention of other captains from the Rock Pirates. Hey, this guy seems to be Kaido from Rockside, right? What is going on? How did it suddenly become such a cool Qinglong? Damn it, I should have gone straight to grab those devil fruit treasure boxes before. Next time, I'll let Reo have all the cheap ones. And he actually handed such a precious Qinglong fruit to an intern. I hate it. What a waste. Such a waste. This thing shouldn't be given to an intern to use. If it comes to it, I can also spend billions of berries to buy it. Mamma, since I can't get Reo, I might as well give this young Kaido a try. After all, the younger the top fighters, the stronger they are. Ho ho ho. The three underperforming captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, recognized Kaido as an intern at a glance. However, when they noticed that Kaido had actually eaten the mythical Zoan-type Qinglong fruit, the smiles on their faces instantly vanished. The three of them, as top pirates, still didn't have a suitable devil fruit. Reo, that guy, actually didn't prioritize them and instead handed the Qinglong fruit to an intern. It's simply a waste of treasure. Next to the three of them, Charlotte Linlin, who had a well-proportioned and beautiful figure, holding a large piece of meat in one hand and a dessert cake in the other, began to entertain some bad thoughts. After all, Kaido's talent is still very powerful, and if combined with her talent, it could definitely create a monster-level child. The only thing Charlotte Linlin needed to consider was how to seduce this Kaido under Reo's watch. However, as the female Sea Queen, Charlotte Linlin was quite confident in her perfect figure and beauty. Plus, with the unique value of being a mature woman, isn't it more than enough to handle a young guy like Kaido? She could easily take him down with one hand. Chapter 90. Whitebeard's bet. After freely spiraling in the sky for a few laps, Kaido suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, as if something was about to burst out of his body. After a moment of preparation, Kaido, now in his dragon form, opened his massive dragon mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Dragon breath. In an instant, a thick, scorching energy shot out from Kaido's throat, forming a gigantic fire pillar dozens of meters wide. This immense flame energy shot up into the sky, turning the originally white clouds into a deep crimson, seemingly filled with extreme heat. However, Kaido, having just unleashed his brainless attack, was still unsatisfied. After a series of thoughts, he blew out another gust of wind. These hurricanes twisted and turned in the air before transforming into rows of razor-sharp wind blades. They directly shredded the crimson clouds in the sky into tiny fragments. Although the power Kaido displayed at that moment wasn't overwhelmingly strong, the fact that he could develop techniques right after consuming the devil fruit was truly terrifying. Wow, this dragon can actually breathe fire. ISNT, that an ability exclusive to the Flame fruit? And the Azure Dragon Fruit can even unleash wind blades. Truly frightening. It's no wonder it's a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Look at me, I told you. This natural type, Flame fruit, ISNT, worth a dog's attention. Any mythical Zoan can use it. Watching Kaido in the sky, breathing fire, and unleashing strong fruit abilities made John and the others extremely envious. If this fruit were in their hands, it would definitely perform even more powerfully. After all, their haki was already strong enough. Once paired with this Azure Dragon Fruit, they could significantly enhance their strength. They could easily reach the levels of the captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions, Whitebeard and Shiki. Unfortunately, that bastard Roa recklessly handed such an excellent devil fruit to an intern. The more John and the others thought about it, the angrier they became. However, due to Roa's overwhelmingly powerful strength, they didn't dare to say much and could only drink in silence. Meanwhile, in the sky, Kaido, realizing he had indeed consumed a ridiculously powerful mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, quickly transformed back into human form and rushed back to Roa's side. Big brother, the ability of this devil fruit is worth at least 10 billion berries. Roa actually just gave it to me. From today on, I, Kaido, am your most loyal little brother. As long as you give the word. If you tell me to kill CP agents, I absolutely 1T touch the Marines. If you tell me to catch dogs and kill chickens, I absolutely 1T touch the golden monkeys. Having fought on the battlefield for his country since he was 8, only to return and be betrayed by his comrades. Kaido had never experienced a big brother who didn't want anything from him, even when he had resolved to sell himself for glory. Roa wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. What more could he say? This was truly a great big brother. Good job, very spirited. You didn't let me down. Remember what I said. In the future, if you encounter celestial dragons, don't hesitate. For everyone you see, kill one to repay the debt. Roa calmly patted Kaido's broad shoulder. He had already absorbed the attributes of the Azure Dragon Fruit, and now handing this devil fruit to Kaido would put to good use. The key point was that by gifting the devil fruit, he could directly maximize Kaido's loyalty. A boy who had lacked love since childhood. After all, in the original storyline, after Charlotte Linlin gifted Kaido the Azure Dragon Fruit, she had directly benefited from him for over 30 years. Every time they met, she would always remind him of the gift from back then. Oro Hyro Hyro Hyro. Roa Kaido, guarantee I will complete the mission. Kill all the celestial dragons. As soon as Roa finished speaking, the young Kaido couldn't help but shed clear tears. Roa truly didn't want anything from him for giving him the Azure Dragon Fruit. In fact, the only request was for him to kill the celestial dragons. After a good cry, the pirates of the 7th Division continued their meeting. Aside from giving Kaido the Azure Dragon Fruit, the remaining pirates were actually quite easy to deal with. They simply wanted some gold and treasures to spend freely. Roa didn't lack money. He had more than he could count. After raiding a whole sky gold transport ship, he wasn't interested in money at all. However, Mihawk, who had always used a small iron sword as a weapon, approached Roa and requested the sword he had previously wielded. Looking at Mihawk, who had a high obsession with swords and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, Roa didn't refuse and directly chose to support his dream by handing over the sword. After all, his own martial virtue sword had already become somewhat worn due to intense battles and the corrosive heat of magma. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't need a blade that was merely at the great sword level to withstand the high temperatures of magma. The materials used for forging swords had to be extremely rigorously selected. First, the strength of the blade couldn't be below the 12 work of the supreme great sword. During the meeting, after reminding those female pirates responsible for feeding Enel to take good care of the babies, Roa directly dismissed everyone. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who was enjoying drinking in his division and being rubbed by a leopard print beauty, was intently staring at a beautifully crafted treasure box in his hand. This was a box he had accidentally picked up during the battle in God Valley against Sengoku. The moment he encountered it, Whitebeard realized that it definitely contained a devil fruit, hailed as the treasure of the sea. However, he was now hesitating, unsure whether he should eat this devil fruit in front of him. His strength had basically reached its peak, and to continue improving, he could only turn his attention to Ultimate Hockey. But how easy is it to enhance Ultimate Hockey? So Whitebeard could only set his sights on a suitable devil fruit. Yet, as a top-tier powerhouse, he certainly knew that ordinary devil fruits wouldn't significantly enhance his abilities. On the contrary, they could even add burdens or weaknesses. Only Zoan-type devil fruits were most suitable for top-level powerhouses. If the devil fruit in front of him wasn't one that could greatly enhance physical strength. Insider information: Mihawk and Crocodile are side characters in the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 91. Tremor Fruit. Whitebeard had never seen the so-called devil fruit encyclopedia, so he didn't understand what type of devil fruit he held in his hand. In fact, throughout the world, the vast majority of people, over 99, had never even heard of such a thing as the devil fruit encyclopedia. Only a small number of high-ranking individuals had the opportunity to understand and read this incredibly rare book. The reason is simple. This encyclopedia would directly give the lower-class civilians a better ability to identify devil fruits. In a world where power is truth, once civilians have a way to identify the types of devil fruits, one can only imagine how many powerful and uncontrollable individuals would emerge. After all, most devil fruits, aside from a few useful ones, have rather useless abilities. For example, Some fruits related to flowers and plants can only make a single flower bloom on the ground. Or take the fruit known as the garbage tenfold mining cart, which can only turn its user into a mining cart on a railway to transport minerals. Then there are some more famous fruits like the flash fruit. Although its name is similar to the natural type shining fruit, this devil fruit is indeed a paramecia type ability. Its power is to emit blinding light that temporarily blinds enemies. While it seems quite impressive on the surface, for a formidable warrior, having observation haki is the most basic ability. In other words, this paramecia type flash fruit is even more useless than the flame fruit by a factor of 10. Perhaps a pirate who eats this devil fruit might only make an enemy feel a bit troubled when they encounter a blind admiral. In the first half of the Grand Line, Xebec Archipelago, it has been about a week since the battle at God Valley Island. Yet, discussions about the clash between the government and the Rocks pirates are still fervently ongoing on islands affiliated with various countries around the world. It's truly exciting. Who would have thought that such a powerful crew as the Rocks pirates was still repelled back to Hakanosu by the world government? That's for sure. After all, with so many countries joining to form the world government, if they didn't have some strength, they wouldn't have survived for 800 years. But I remember hearing in the rumors that the Rocks pirates wanted to learn from the world government's development trends and establish a new government by collecting protection fees. At such a critical moment, they shouldn't resort to slaughtering civilians, right? Who knows? A pirate is always a pirate. Never trust that pirates will do good deeds. A crowd of people was excitedly discussing the news in the world government's newspaper, which boasted about the Marine headquarters hero Admiral and the victory in the war. However, at that moment, a flock of strangely shaped albatrosses, each carrying newspapers, suddenly flew over the skies of the Xebec Archipelago, Water 7, the Desert Kingdom, Wano Country, and other prosperous nations. These albatrosses, after soaring high, released their grip and let all the newspapers fall, creating a spectacular scene reminiscent of snowflakes drifting down. Is it today's newspaper? What has happened? Is it still proclaiming a victory in war? The world government's PR department shouldn't be that idle, right? They've been continuously releasing newspapers for almost a week now. What new events have occurred at sea? Who cares? Let's pick it up and take a look. After all, we don't have to pay for it. After the newspapers fell, the crowd rushed to grab them since they didn't have to pay. However, it seemed that these albatrosses, dispatched for delivering news, carried an astonishing number of newspapers, reaching hundreds of thousands. Such a huge quantity was enough for most people to read and understand the content recorded in the newspapers. What? Is this real? The Rocks pirates are the true victors of the God Valley War. The entire world has been deceived by the world government. Marshal Netania of Marine headquarters was killed in battle at God Valley. He was beheaded by Rocks with a single strike. So that's why the Marine headquarters suddenly announced the news of a new marshal taking office recently. The world nobles, the celestial dragons. Over 1,000 of them were directly killed on the island. This is truly shocking news. Who would have thought that the so-called divine, celestial dragons could also be killed? That's 1,000 lives. Not a single one was left alive. All their heads were chopped off, with some even cut into 3 pieces. Even the elite soldiers of the Marine headquarters and those high-ranking agents from the CP organization, who formed a massive security detail, had over 10,000 people slaughtered. Captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates, the Blood Demon, Roranoa. Such bloody methods are truly terrifying. Moreover, the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were actually present at the battle scene, and one of the 5 elders even had his leg severed. This news is as terrifying as it sounds. Is the Rocks Pirates really that powerful? Which side's news is more real, the world government's or this unknown newspaper? All over the world, anyone who picked up the newspaper and saw the news recorded within it found their pupils constricting, their bodies freezing in place. They couldn't believe that the world they had always regarded as divine could one day have its nobles killed like pigs or dogs on the roadside. Although people were somewhat skeptical of the authenticity of this mysterious newspaper, it indeed had images and evidence. From the pictures on the newspaper, it was clear that there were groups of celestial dragon corpses neatly piled on the island of God Valley. The scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with blood flowing like rivers and severed limbs everywhere. It was a scene straight out of hell. Although the images were extremely bloody, anyone who noted the information about over 1,000 dead celestial dragons couldn't help but feel a sense of dark joy. The world has suffered under the celestial dragons for far too long. In this world, as soon as you take your first breath of fresh air on your first day of life, you will be classified by the world government as necessary for taxation. Severe taxes have led even the wealthiest kingdoms to be heavily in debt. The common people lament their plight, but feel powerless. If they do not pay the heavenly gold, they will not receive protection from the world government. Moreover, countries that are not part of the world government are not recognized as human settlements. In other words, if these countries, feeling the burden of the heavenly gold, refuse to pay, their fate will be the same as those nations destroyed by the celestial dragons, completely vanishing from history. The world government has set rules to carry out a human cleansing program every 3 years. The targets are precisely those wild nations that have not joined the world government. God Valley was the chosen place after this 3-year period. Unfortunately, due to the emergence of the Rocks Pirates, the world government suffered its first major blow at God Valley, especially with the number of at least 100,000 military lives lost within the entire government and army, further establishing the Rocks Pirates' reputation. In the midst of the war, the image of Rohu, who single-handedly killed over 1,000 celestial dragons, drenched in blood and resembling a demon, was deeply etched in the hearts of the people. This guy, every action he takes seems to be aimed directly at the world government. No, he is simply targeting the celestial dragons. His first appearance in the spotlight was due to seizing the gold from the sky. The second time, he directly killed 3 celestial dragons. And this time, it was even more impressive. He actually slaughtered over 1,000 world nobles in this grand war. At this moment, the fear that everyone had towards the celestial dragons as divine beings diminished by more than 50. People have begun to realize that so-called gods can also be killed. As long as one has the courage, even a kitchen knife can bring down a celestial dragon. Chapter 92. Ultra-high bounty. As for the countries that have joined the world government and the internal aristocratic class, they all felt a wave of panic in their hearts. They began to worry that if the world government collapsed, who would protect their rights as the aristocracy? The Navy headquarters, which had never suffered a defeat, and the world government, which had ruled for over 800 years, revealed their wounds for the first time in front of the world. Many countries have even started to cautiously observe the situation, wanting to get involved early and gain future benefits by supporting the Rocks Pirates. Ro, who had been staying on Hakinosu Island, even vaguely heard that he had become a hero idol to a small group of fanatics. The reason was simply that he was the only man in the world brave enough to directly kill such a large number of celestial dragons. Over 1,000 celestial dragons. Even the current sea overlord, Xebec, would be envious of such a KD. Ro's original titles of Evil Ghost and King of Hell were even directly modified by the fanatics to positive titles similar to God Slayer. He was even directly honored with the highly regarded title of Legendary Pirate. After this period of events, Ro's personal bounty directly soared to become the second highest in the Rocks Pirates, only after the captain, Rocks D. Xebec, bounty of 4,989,000 berries. Evil Ghost Ro, bounty of 4,897,000 berries. Rocks and Ro can be said to be the only 2 individuals in the world whose bounties have exceeded 4 billion berries and are approaching 5 billion. And this is still in the old era's 4 billion berries. If converted to the inflation rate decades later, Ro's personal bounty would have surpassed 8 billion. It skyrocketed from the original 1 billion to 4 billion, a 3-fold increase. Such a speed of improvement is simply monstrous. However, it is understandable, as the negative impact caused by Ro is not something the Rocks Pirates can compare to. He openly killed over 1,000 celestial dragons during the war. This inflicted a terrifying blow to the divine image that the world government had painstakingly built for hundreds of years. It can even be said that with Ro as an example, in the future, as long as a celestial dragon dares to appear in public and oppresses the people, People will indeed choose to kill celestial dragons when pushed to the brink. This is a very obvious conceptual issue. People originally did not dare to kill, or even had the courage to look, because once a celestial dragon's interest was piqued, they would really kill on the spot. They would also send a top admiral from the Navy headquarters for protection due to safety concerns. This created the extreme and distorted psychological implication that celestial dragons are untouchable. But now, with the terrifying existence of Ro, who can kill a large number of celestial dragons with a wave of his hand, the public has basically stopped fearing the celestial dragons. Even if they do not dare to act, at least if they are pushed to the point of no return, they will have additional choices. Instead of silently accepting the loss of their families or even death like before, aside from Rox and Ro, who have both surpassed the 4 billion berries bounty, the bounties of other pirate captains and the Rox pirates who participated in the war have also seen explosive increases. First Division Captain of the Rox Pirates, Edward Newgate, bounty of 3,012,000,000 berries. Bounty nickname Whitebeard. Second Division Captain of the Rox Pirates, Shiki, bounty of 2,999,000,000 berries. Bounty nickname Golden Lion, Pirate Admiral, Flying Pirate. Third Division Captain of the Rox Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 2,758,000,000 berries. Bounty nickname Big MOM. Apart from these three captains with extremely high bounties, the remaining trio of low-ranking members have bounties of Silver Axe, bounty of 2,018,000,000 berries. John, bounty of 2,013,000,000 berries. Wang Ji, bounty of 2,017,000,000 berries. It can be said that the overall bounties of the captains and the Rox Pirates have at least doubled. This is an unprecedented, terrifying event for the world situation. The bounty amounts are simply too high, especially for the Captain Rox and the exceptionally prominent 7th Division Captain Ro. If someone can capture these two, they would directly receive a bounty of a whopping 8 billion berries. Such an amount of money is enough to buy some small countries outright, even far away in the East Blue. There are some young pirate hunters who are excitedly planning to set sail to the latter half of the Grand Line to capture the two great pirates, Rox and Ro. In the words of insiders, it's good for young people to have ambition, but this kind of ambition is better left unpursued for now. Chapter 93. The frantic 5 elders at the same time that various pirated newspapers were being cleared around the world. The 5 elders deep within Mariewa were looking at the report in front of them with extremely cold expressions. At this moment, the room symbolizing the World Power Conference Hall was scattered with various documents and photographs. Several elderly men, representing the highest authority, had twisted and dark expressions, and with every move, they even shattered the luxurious jade floor of the hall into pieces. Among the 5, only Saturn appeared somewhat calm. Of course, this did not mean he was not angry. The reason was simply that after being tainted by Rock's dark powers and having 6 legs severed, his body was still severely injured and not suitable for anger. Although some time had passed for expulsion and recovery, Saturn felt that it would take at least another month to regrow his legs. Damn it, who is it? How could they leak the battlefield information of God Valley? Now the whole world is questioning whether the celestial dragon's identity as gods is reasonable. All our hard work over the past few hundred years has gone to waste. We must order the CP organization to thoroughly investigate the source of these newspapers. Once we catch the person who leaked the information, that person must be publicly executed in front of the world. How dare such a shameful incident be reported so brazenly? Damn it, I want to die like an old man eating in the toilet. While the outside world still has some doubts about the news event, we should immediately formulate a plan. First, let the Navy's Public Relations Department announce the information to the public, ensuring that those foolish people must rely on the government's official news report. The 5 elders were both anxious and angry, and a series of orders were directly issued to the CP organization and the Navy headquarters. A few minutes later, a senior agent from the CP organization sent back the investigation report. As the world's most elite spy organization, CP agents had their own undercover operatives almost everywhere in the world. With these undercover agents, the government could quickly investigate all maritime political organizations around the world. Even the Rocks pirates were no exception. Who did this? Bring this person to Mariehua immediately. We need to personally interrogate him about his motives for daring to tarnish the government's image. The bald elder looked with intense killing intent at the phone bug in front of him. Report, Elder. The spread of this fake news incident was caused by a person named Moldova. His organization includes a small newspaper workshop and a boy named Morgans, who is his son, as well as his wife. Nasujuru frowned, pondering who gave Moldova the audacity to publicly insult the image of the world government. However, after thinking it over, he couldn't come up with an answer. Well, I understand. First, imprison this family of 3, and then have them write a revised manuscript. We must let the world know that the previous newspaper reports were all misunderstandings and fake news. After that, remember to execute this family on the spot. Understood? Nasujuru calmly ordered the undercover senior agents of the CP organization to handle this malicious news incident. Although Nasujuru's methods of wanting to kill an entire family seemed extremely ruthless, the other 4 elders didn't even raise an eyebrow. It was clear that the other 4 elders also tacitly approved of Nasujuru's plan. After all, in the end, it was just the lives of a few lowly commoners, completely insignificant. Moreover, the only people who can keep secrets in this world are those who never speak. As long as we control Moldovan's small newspaper, we can have them publish a report clarifying the fake news. After completing the preliminary preparations, we can then secretly assassinate the family of 3, and finally dispatch the Navy headquarters to the latter half of the Grand Line to reclaim some islands controlled by the Rocks pirates. That way, the imposing image of the world government will once again stand tall in front of the world and its allied nations. However, the next moment brought another piece of news that made the elders' faces look grim, almost twisting with anger. Report, Elder. This mission cannot be executed. The journalist, named Moldovan, disbanded the newspaper after publishing the news and then went to hide in the Rocks Pirates base, Hakinosu. Our CP agents do not have suitable identities at the Rocks base, and the difficulty of assassination is too high, making it easy to expose our identities. The CP organization agent words slowly fell from the phone bug. Nasujuru was so furious that his smooth scalp itched. They never expected that Moldovan would disband the newspaper and take his whole family to Hakinosu to seek protection from the Rocks pirates after publishing the news. Now, if they ordered those undercover CP agents within the Rocks pirates to carry out an assassination, even if successful, the hard-won source of information within the government would be completely lost. What to do? Make a decision. Nasujuru looked at the other 4 old partners. Order the CP organization to take action. Even if it means death, we must assassinate this Moldovan within the Rocks pirates. Otherwise, if the government wants to cover up any major news in the future, any small newspaper dare to jump out and shout, "This is the first time, and it must be the last time. Just kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." The elder with white horns closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then spoke in a serious and loud tone. Agreed. Agreed. Then let us take action. It's time to deal with these journalists. They don't even know what should be said and what shouldn't. After a brief discussion among the 5 elders on the other side, the senior CP agents ambushed within the Rocks Pirates division silently took a puff of smoke and then directly replied to the elder's last message. Understand, as senior agents cultivated within the government from a young age, their only purpose in life is to serve the government. Other emotions have long been completely eliminated in the daily training. In other words, if the Navy headquarters is the external facade of the world government, then the senior agents of the CP organization are the most loyal guard dogs of the government. Chapter 94, The Origin of the World Government. After resolving the issues surrounding the news event, the 5 elders fell into a state of silence. Each of them began to harbor their own thoughts. That damn guy has already acquired the dark power that can harm us. We must find a way to deal with it. It's all those idiots' fault for putting such a vicious devil fruit ability as a prize in the God Valley competition, and for letting that bastard Rocks get it. He is not a man to be trifled with. Once he fully recovers, he will surely come straight from Mariehua. We really need to consult Lord M. If Lord M is willing to step in to clean up this mess. If not, we could at least ask Lord M to activate technological power to first heal Satan's wounds before making further plans. The white-horned topman Vacheli spoke in a hoarse voice filled with authority and solemnity. He was the most temperamental and powerful among the five elders. However, even a powerhouse like him showed a hint of apprehension in his eyes when mentioning the dark power possessed by rocks. There was even a deep fear of death. The power of the dark fruit is too restraining for them. The strength of the five elders is only comparable to that of the highest-ranking admirals in the Navy. The reason they have been able to stand at the peak of power over the seas without fear of anyone is entirely due to the support of their immortality, which ensures their bodies will never be destroyed. Immortal, undying. Even if their heads were smashed, they could still be revived and restored to full condition. But now, this ability they relied on for survival has completely lost its effectiveness in the face of that guy rocks. The vicious power of the dark fruit can directly counter their rebirth ability, allowing them to be truly killed. As for characters like Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silveraxe, Wang Ji, etc., who are not part of Rock's crew, they have never been taken seriously by the five elders. Vacheli made a very valid point. A person like Rox would definitely not let things go easily. Sooner or later, he would charge onto the red line and initiate a true showdown with us. We must be vigilant. We must be vigilant. Moreover, within the Rox Pirates, there is also the captain of the 7th Division who has been dubbed the Demon by the Navy. That guy's talent and strength are just outrageous. In less than half a year, he has already reached the top of this world. Due to some bizarre factors, he possesses a combination of multiple devil fruit abilities. Such a freak, even we who have survived for hundreds of years have never encountered. And no one can guarantee that he won T-Find Rocks and absorbed the most vicious dark fruit from him as well. If such a thing were to happen, then in the next showdown, we would surely have to face 2 pirate overlords. Nejru, holding the original Demon Slayer, complained with some difficulty. Just dealing with Rox is already challenging enough. Not to mention dealing with Rox who has eaten the dark fruit and can truly harm them. And on top of that, there's that guy Rayo, who is filled with devil fruit powers. The 5 elders couldn't even imagine what kind of outcome they would face at that time. Perhaps in the next battle, 2 or 3 of them would definitely perish. To be honest, Rox and Rayo are truly bizarre events that have not appeared in 800 years. For so long, the government has recorded that every few decades, a child destined to rule the seas emerges in its 800-year history. However, these unique pirates have never been as crazy and powerful as Rox. Moreover, the Rox pirates are basically the first in history to rule the seas in the form of a pirate alliance. Forget it. Let us report everything to Lord M first before making any plans. The current situation is beyond our control. If necessary, we can directly request Lord M to use Uranus to eliminate Rox and his bloodline of D. After venting their frustrations in the highest power meeting room of the world, the 5 elders chose to accept the reality, slowly straightened their bodies, tidied up their appearance, and then walked in unison toward the depths of Mariehua. Although Lord M has never appeared before the world, he is the only master of the entire world. Even though the 5 of them hold the highest power in the world, they still have to perform the kneeling ceremony of master and servant in front of Lord M. Even their immortality was granted by Lord M. Furthermore, within the flower garden where Lord M resides, there exists a national treasure guarded by the celestial dragons for generations. This national treasure is a heavy technological weapon brought back from outer space by Joy Boy, a lunar person 800 years ago. As long as it is fully charged, it can easily destroy any medium-sized island, in addition to its ability to annihilate the world. This national treasure can also convert energy into life-restoring beams. Currently, the only master of it is Lord M. The reason they have accepted Lord M's orders to search the world for those with the letter D in their names to kill is due to the authority over this national treasure. 800 years ago, Joy Boy migrated to the Red Line due to the depletion of lunar resources. After witnessing that the entire world could not connect as one piece due to the restrictions of the Red Line and the doldrums, he was determined to change the situation. After decades of wandering, he united the vast majority of countries in the world to form a massive alliance, which is recorded in later generations as the Great Kingdom. The Great Kingdom gathered all races in the world, all working together to liberate the world. Under a meticulous plan, Joy Boy used lunar technology to create three terrifying ancient weapons. These three ancient weapons are Uranus, Pluto, and Poseidon. According to the original plan, Uranus would strike the weakest connection point on the red line, the reverse mountain, to truly connect the four seas together. Poseidon would be responsible for contacting the prehistoric sea kings that dwell 10,000 meters below the sea. Through bloodline commands, these sea kings would surface, disrupt the special magnetic field, and allow currents to exist in the doldrums. With the collaboration of these two ancient weapons, the greatest barrier restricting the four seas in the pirate world will be directly removed. As for Pluto, it was a super battleship created by Joy Boy to warn certain restless nations. A terrifying weapon capable of destroying an entire country or even a large island with a single shot. However, once these three ancient weapons were created, the question of who would control them became a difficult dilemma. The reason is that the use of ancient weapons will greatly deplete the user's soul and lifespan, causing the operator to wither and die. Faced with such terrifying consequences, all the allied nations within the Great Kingdom took a few steps back and chose to watch from the sidelines. However, at that moment, who had already attained immortality through the surgery fruit, stepped forward to become one of the first experimental subjects. But as someone from a high-tech planet, Joy Boy naturally knew that the person responsible for controlling the ancient weapons could not be handled by just one individual, because no one can avoid the darkness of human nature. If this sole individual capable of controlling the ancient weapons were to betray the Great Kingdom, then even he, the creator, would be unable to stop them. To prevent this situation from occurring, Joy Boy had to forcibly select a group of righteous volunteers from the Great Kingdom and integrate their bloodlines into the ancient weapons to obtain the lowest level operational authority. In order to limit him's power, for ease of distinction, these volunteers suggested adding a D to their names, which is the source of the D in the names of characters like Garp and Luffy. Subsequent events indeed unfolded as Joy Boy had anticipated. After successfully obtaining the operational authority of the ancient weapons, Im did not fulfill the requirement to open the blockade and liberate the world. Instead, he secretly allied with 19 other powerful kings to rebel against the Great Kingdom and used the ancient weapons created by Joy Boy against the Great Kingdom. The result was that within the Great Kingdom, no one could withstand the attacks of the ancient weapons. After exhausting all his efforts, Joy Boy could only regretfully accept defeat at the hands of him. The outcome of this war merely resulted in the destruction of the ancient weapons Pluto and Poseidon. After successfully defeating Joy Boy and completely destroying the Great Kingdom, Im joined forces with the other 19 nations to form a new alliance, claiming to be the World Government. World Government Chapter 95. Meeting Im, however, Im never expected that the old thief, Joy Boy, would secretly undermine her in the background. During the time when the Great Kingdom was on the verge of defeat, Joy Boy covertly sent all the volunteers with the name containing D to the corners of the four seas to hide their identities and await the right moment. He also recorded the historical texts of that period in special characters, leaving them for future generations to understand and learn. He believed that one day, the D clan would be able to restore the ideals of the Great Kingdom, successfully open the other side of the world, and connect the entire world into one piece. This is also why, in the subsequent storyline, the world's strongest brain would broadcast to the world that the war from 800 years ago has never ended. Every member of the D clan, passed down through bloodlines, is born with a special mission. Of course, due to the lack of guidance, most of these inheritors are unable to realize their mission. Only a very small number of people can find all the historical texts to understand the past truth and are willing to fight for the ideals of the former Great Kingdom. Mariehua, Panga City. Many readers might think that this Panga City is Oda maliciously defaming our country. Actually, the author can explain here that Oda is essentially a bit of a black-hearted person. He not only criticizes us, but also criticizes his own country. In the Wano arc, Oda intentionally depicted a series of disgusting plots to satirize the Japanese royal family. Moreover, in the original plot, when Charlotte Linlin goes to Wano to ally with Kaido and is ultimately defeated in a massive explosion, Oda even specifically illustrated two nuclear bombs, one being a fat man and the other a little boy, to emphasize that these two atomic bombs are what the Japanese deserve. But after all, it's a comic. Just enjoy the fun. The author writes fan fiction to make a bit of money, at least from a standpoint. The author still hopes to see all the Japanese evildoers sink into the Mariana Trench. If not, let Mount Fuji explode as well. Let us stop here. Too many words might get the readers angry. Mariehua, Panga City. At this moment, the five elders who symbolize the world's highest power had neatly entered this vast empty room. Each of them had a solemn and serious expression, kneeling tightly on the ground. These representatives of the world's highest power had been kneeling here for several hours. To the over 200 affiliated countries outside the world government, this was something that could never happen. After all, these are the highest power holders in the world. How noble must the identity of the person they await be, to have such individuals kneeling on the ground. Clack, clack, clack. Just as the five elders were solemnly waiting, a sudden sound of high heels clicking against the jade floor echoed in the empty room. Rise. A somewhat cold voice, unclear whether it was joy, anger, or another emotion, rang out. The five elders suddenly looked up, and on that highest throne, which was not supposed to be climbed by anyone, an individual cloaked in black appeared. Moreover, this figure brazenly sat on that highest throne. Of course, the five elders were already well aware of this situation and did not feel any inappropriate feelings. They simply sensed that Im had become even more powerful compared to several decades ago, just by looking into Im's eagle-like sharp, blood-red pupils. The five elders felt a deep chill. This chill came abruptly, completely unprepared, sending shivers down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Not daring to look again, we pay our respects to him. Lowering their heads slightly, the five elders hurriedly stood up to pay homage to the figure on the empty throne. The fact that you all came to see me together means that things are indeed serious to a certain extent. Im's tone was extremely calm and flat, showing no sign of concern as he quietly flipped through a recently printed bounty order. This was a bounty exclusive to Rox. As for the other names, the captains without D did not catch Im's attention at all. Im, we have come to ask you whether we can use the power of that national treasure to avoid excessive loss of government forces. After all, the Rox Pirates' power is truly immense, unprecedented in 800 years. And that guy possesses the terrifying power of the dark fruit. If left unchecked, it will definitely cause significant losses to the government. St. Vachely reported the strength of the Rox Pirates and the number of crew members to Im with a serious expression. On the way, the five elders had already discussed whether they could use the National Treasure's power to directly destroy the Rox Pirates. This would prevent excessive internal losses for the government. Moreover, the critical point was that these five old geezers wouldn't have to personally face the terrifying dark fruit ability. That would truly be life-threatening. The ability of the dark fruit is too terrifying. However, just as the five elders awaited Im's response, Im, who had been sitting on the throne, suddenly shifted the focus of the conversation directly at the seemingly somewhat weakened Satan. 5 against 1, and you still got your legs cut off? Is Rox really that strong? A helpless smile appeared on Im's cold face. These old men had been following him and taking the world for hundreds of years. They had put in effort, if not merit. It was my carelessness that I didn't dodge. If I had gone all out, Rox wouldn't be that strong. Hearing Im's words, Satan felt quite awkward and restless. After all, they were 5 against 1, and he still got 6 spider legs cut off. If this got out, his face, built over 800 years, would be completely lost. How interesting. A few old things over 800 years old were actually outshone by a young man in his 20s today. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to come and plead for forgiveness. Everyone says Im is a woman. Let us see if Oda will stab us in the back. Chapter 96. The Chives group listening to the laughter of Lord Im. The 800-year-old child Satan felt a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words. Lord Im, please let me explain. Satan slightly opened his mouth to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Im. All right, I already know about this matter. You can go treat your injuries now. Remember to find those low IQ descendants who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. Im's words were devoid of any fluctuations, as if he were discussing something very ordinary. It must be said that the lunar technology left behind by Joy Boy 800 years ago was indeed very useful. By extracting the blood factors of descendants that match their bloodline, one could quickly restore their own body's injuries through technological means, although this was extremely unfair to the descendants. As the ruling elders of the world government, they naturally had such rights. Otherwise, why would they, with such high status, spend so much time maintaining these foolish celestial dragons? Isn't it just to use them as expendables at critical moments? Of course. The celestial dragons used by Satan and others were merely those ordinary celestial dragons with low IQs that were of no use to the government's development. This was akin to how young people who were accidentally matched in modern society often mysteriously disappear. The elite celestial dragons, who were naturally intelligent, had backgrounds, identities, and unique abilities, were treasures next to the heads of various families. Even the 5 elders, who held the highest power in the world, could not easily move them. So, what about that guy Rox? They can't just let him attack the Holy Land, right? After pondering for a moment, Vacheli Saint looked up at Lord M, who was already preparing to leave the world throne. You all handle this. Recently, it seems that those guys from 19 families have been causing quite a stir. M's figure under the black robe flickered slightly, leaving behind a cryptic remark before gently slicing through the air, creating a rift. Subsequently, his figure disappeared right in front of the elders. Lord M, please take care. After exchanging glances, several elders knelt down again to bid farewell to Lord M. As for M's somewhat cryptic words, they were subtly indicating that they should appropriately reduce the power of the strong among those 19 families. Indeed, the 5 of them who fought alongside him to establish their rule all belonged to the same family. Although their surnames differed in terms of identity and status, they were still slightly superior to other allied celestial dragons. As for the remaining celestial dragon clans, aside from the Nefertari family that had left the Holy Land, the remaining 18 celestial dragon families were essentially just the descendants of kings brought in to serve as allies 800 years ago. These 18 celestial dragon families naturally had many strong individuals within them. Their significance was roughly equivalent to the noble families existing under the rule of kingdoms over the sea. On the surface, they could be members of the celestial dragon families maintaining the operation of the government, but in terms of identity and status, they were merely supporting characters. Unless they were from particularly powerful celestial dragon families, they would have little chance of gaining the respect of the elders. For instance, the Fegaland family, whose members all had red hair, was a very good example. After quietly kneeling for a few minutes, the elders rose together and left the world throne to return to their conference room, where they usually discussed matters. The most pressing issue before us now is Rox D. Xebec, who possesses dark powers. Vacheli Saint, with his horned mustache, held the latest bounty orders for the captains of the Rox pirates. Looking at his colleagues as he slowly spoke, as of now, those with the ability of immortality generally cannot be killed. So, the elders were more concerned about Rox, who had consumed the dark fruit. As for the top executives of the Rox pirates, in the eyes of the elders, they were hardly worth mentioning. The only point of concern was the 7th Division captain, the demon Roranoa. If Roranoa absorbed Rox's dark fruit ability in the next war, it could directly cause them fatal damage. However, objectively speaking, Roranoa was not a member of the D clan and did not have the power to control ancient weapons. So the overall threat was not as terrifying as Rox. This little brat, how did he manage to possess so many devil fruit abilities? Is there some special physique in this world that we have yet to understand? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Let's eliminate them all. After all, there are plenty of pirates in this world. If we take them all out, new pirates will emerge. Nezashura murmured as he tightly held the bounty order of Roranoa, which was over 4 billion. Killing them all would not be appropriate. The Rox pirates have almost gathered most of the powerful pirates on the sea. If we take them all out, the sea will fall into chaos. We can't kill them all. It's better to leave some to maintain relative stability, just like before. Vacheli Saint analyzed Nezashura's remarks. For the world government, hundreds of years have passed since its establishment, and sea overlords like Rox appear and disappear like chives, one after another. There is no need to worry. The existence of pirates is merely a tool for the world government to maintain its control over the world and reap the benefits. Although Rox, this current sea overlord, is indeed very strong and possesses the dark fruit ability, overall, he is still within a controllable range. What about the strong individuals from the other celestial dragon families? Those guys have indeed been a bit restless lately. After eating well for hundreds of years, they're already starting to think about establishing themselves as kings and forming a new government. At this time, Satan, who had fully restored his 6 spider legs through the bloodline power of his descendants, asked with a headache. Hearing this, the tall and slim Elder Maka's Moss said calmly, "Just directly inform the Navy headquarters to let them not stop the Rocks pirates from landing on the Red Line and treat the Red Line as the battlefield for the decisive battle. Once the Rocks pirates land on the Red Line, those aggressive members within the families will definitely jump out. Let them consume some of the pirates first. Then we will strike to deal with Rocks. This way, we can not only wear down the strong individuals within those 18 families, but also inflict some damage on the Rocks Pirate King." After Maka's Moss finished speaking, he said no more, quietly waiting for the thoughts of his colleagues. To let this group of dangerous individuals land on the Red Line, that is indeed a very novel plan. However, as long as it can force those family strongmen to take action, it is indeed a very good method. Chapter 97. Refusal of the Admiral position. About a week after the World Power Hall meeting concluded, Steelbone Kong, the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, received a special order from the 5 elders. Although he found the 5 elders' combat plan somewhat perplexing, he ultimately chose not to question it. Steelbone Kong gathered all the high-end combat forces that could be mobilized at the Navy headquarters in the conference room, which was almost entirely filled with high-ranking Navy officers wrapped in various bandages and medical supplies. Among them, the injuries of the 2 highest-ranking admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr, were particularly severe. During the recent Battle of God Valley, although they officially attacked the captain of the Rocks Pirates as a group, such intense fighting naturally resulted in significant injuries. However, after the war ended, Sengoku was able to fulfill his wish and take over the admiral position from Steelbone Kong, becoming the new admiral of the Navy headquarters. As it stands, the 3 admiral positions in the Navy headquarters are held by Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, although Garp has not publicly stated it. As soon as the news of his promotion to admiral was confirmed, Steelbone Kong, as his old comrade, was confident he could directly persuade the stubborn Garp. "Everyone, today is my first major meeting as the newly appointed Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters. The meeting will be divided into 3 main items. The first item is a task report submitted to the Holy Land, where I, as Chief of Staff, personally nominate Vice Admiral Garp for promotion to the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Since the establishment of our Navy headquarters, we have maintained 3 top combat admiral positions, and with 1 currently vacant, Vice Admiral Garp will fill it. Does anyone have any objections?" Steve Bunkong, sitting in the Chief of Staff's exclusive position, scanned the surrounding Navy high-ranking officers, who were making a ruckus. Garp's personal strength is beyond question and is recognized by all in the Navy. However, due to his frequent disregard for orders, he has made a series of mistakes. To avoid dissent among the higher-ups, it was best to address these issues directly in the meeting. For instance, he had openly thrown shells at sea, causing injuries to many Navy colleagues. He had also disobeyed capture orders from the Navy headquarters, choosing instead to kill a pirate with devil fruit abilities by smashing his head. And he often arrived late to meetings, snacking, and took more leave days than he had worked. However, to Kong's surprise, none of the high-ranking Navy officers stood up to refute the report on Garp's promotion to Admiral. Since that was the case, this matter was settled. Vice Admiral Garp would officially be promoted to the highest combat admiral of the Navy headquarters starting today. Yet, before Kong could finish his sentence, a tall, muscular figure suddenly burst into the conference room. "Woo-ha-ha! Steel Bone, you old bastard, holding a meeting without informing me. Who said I would become an admiral of the Navy? That's simply alarmist. Listen up, everyone. Munkavarp. Declare here that I will never be promoted to admiral of the Navy headquarters," Garp said, shoving a whole bag of sanbei into his mouth, while directly refusing the proposal to promote him to admiral. It is well known that this was the 3rd time he had rejected an admiral position invitation. The previous 2 were made by the former Chief of Staff, Netanya. Now that Netanya had died in the Battle of God Valley, Garp had thought he would finally enjoy some leisure time, but unexpectedly, with Steelbone Kong taking the stage, he was once again nominated for the admiral position. Who does Garp think he is? Weighing over 300 kilograms, he has 299 kilograms of rebelliousness alone. A man as free as him would never allow his body to serve the celestial dragons. Garp, don't be so reckless. This is an order, do you understand? Steelbone Kong, sitting in the conference room, looked at Garp, who seemed completely disobedient with frustration. The 5 elders had ordered him to fill the admiral position in the Navy headquarters, but now the high-ranking officers in the Navy were largely at a skill gap, and no one could take on this position. Moreover, directly recruiting from around the world to fill the admiral position would be unfair to those soldiers who had dedicated their lives to the cause of justice. After much thought, Kong had no choice but to set his sights on Garp. He initially intended to promote Garp to admiral while he was out, but unexpectedly, someone had leaked the plan, allowing Garp to learn about the meeting. Steelbone Kong truly has a fiery temper. However, if they want me to willingly become an admiral of the Navy headquarters, they'll have to step over my dead body. As a qualified Navy officer, the first thing to do is to truly be willing to dedicate oneself to the cause of justice, not to become a lapdog of the celestial dragons. Garp clearly did not indulge Steelbone Kong's temper. After all, Kong was not much older than him in terms of military service. They were all from the same year. Who was intimidating whom? Moreover, once he became an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he would have to personally serve the celestial dragons. The thought of having to bow and scrape to the celestial dragons with his strength made Garp's disgust multiply 100-fold. Justice also requires financial support. Without the celestial dragons, how could our Navy headquarters afford to pay salaries? Don't stand there and talk without knowing the pain. You think that not becoming an admiral means you won't have to serve the celestial dragons? The 5 elders have already said that once the Rock's pirates launch an attack on the Holy Land, we will directly send combat forces to the Holy Land to protect the world nobles. Seeing Garp being so unyielding, Steelbone Kong could only give up and no longer insist on this guy becoming an admiral. Regardless of whether he became an admiral or not, he would ultimately have to go to the Holy Land to protect the celestial dragons. TCH, protect the Holy Land? Back during the Battle of God Valley, we fought to the last man and wiped out the Rock's pirates. That resolved everything. One by one, as soon as they saw Rocks eat the dark fruit, they started to back down. I'll tell you the next Holy Land defense battle. When I go, I will protect the celestial dragons. Garp, Formula Seconds, what else is there to say? Chapter 98. Rock's purpose inside the Navy headquarters. An internal meeting was taking place, reminiscent of a loud quarrel among shrews. Far away in the latter half of the Grand Line, on the island of Hakanosu, Captain Roa was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Captain Roa, Admiral Rocks requests your presence. The pirate who came to deliver the message was visibly tense. Kneeling on the ground and not daring to raise his head to look at Roa, the infamous captain of the 7th Division. Did Admiral Rocks specify what this is about? Roa asked in a calm tone. Although he usually presented himself as friendly, for some reason, both pirates and civilians who recognized him looked terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. And no, Admiral Rocks just asked me to come and summon you. He didn't say what it was about. The kneeling pirate stammered nervously. All right, I understand. I'll go over in a moment. Seeing the pirate still terrified in front of him, Roa immediately lost interest in further questioning. Damn it, he's clearly a good person with good character. Just because he killed over 10,000 Navy soldiers and CP agents back at God Valley. Why are they so afraid of him? Aren't pirates supposed to have seen blood? However, Roa was still somewhat surprised that Rocks suddenly wanted to see him. That guy usually disappeared for a long time after each appearance, never staying in the Hakanosa base for long. According to Whitebeard and the others, Rocks had always liked to roam around, looking for opportunities to deal a heavy blow to the world government. The last incident at God Valley happened because, while heading to the West Sea, Rocks accidentally received external signal intelligence through a special transponder snail. This led the Rocks pirates to learn about the world government's plan to hunt humans, which caused the outbreak of the God Valley incident. After freshening up in his private room and regaining his spirits, Roa casually picked up a brick from the ground and, with a surge of muscle power, threw it into the sky. Then, he transformed into a golden flash and disappeared from spot. When he reappeared, he was already soaring through the air, standing on a brick of moderate size. Although Hakanosu was not a large island, Roa preferred to use his fruit powers to fly rather than walk to find rocks. This action was akin to that Guy Borsellino, who always liked to ride on the Navy's cannonballs for travel. If there were no transportation, then create one to use. In short, he didn't want to do it himself. After a few minutes, the speed of the flying brick gradually slowed down. During this time, Roa transformed into a flash of lightning and arrived outside Rock's room. Rox, who was waiting inside, sensed Roa's presence and picked up his sword, which had been permanently turned into a black blade by his hockey. Roa stood still, slightly puzzled as he looked at Rox. Although Rox was holding an incredibly sharp supreme blade, Roa was sure that this guy did not intend to kill him. After all, as long as Rox still harbored ambitions of world domination, he wouldn't do something so self-destructive at this moment. Of course, the reason he could remain so calm was due to his own formidable strength. Even if Rox went all out, he couldn't possibly kill him instantly. And if he couldn't kill him instantly, Roa could confidently absorb all of Rock's attributes and complete a counterattack. This time, I called you over to let you grasp the application of the ultimate hockey in advance. Although you are still very young, this talent is definitely something even I cannot match. The world government has a deep foundation built over 800 years, and I need a powerful ally who is not weaker than me. Even stronger, Rock said, his voice hoarse and revealing a hint of madness. It was clear that this guy, having reached such a level of power, status, wealth, and fame, only had the dream of overthrowing the world government left. And to do that, a top-tier fighting force was absolutely necessary. To continue strengthening the foundation of the Rocks Pirates Alliance, he could only set his sights on Roa, the captain of the 7th Division. Your body can accommodate multiple devil fruit abilities. You can rapidly enhance your physical strength in battle. Even the 3 types of hockey can be quickly improved during combat. This string of seemingly perverse talents makes it clear that Roa is the one Rox will choose. Hey, I see. Since Admiral Rox has such a request, I shall respectfully comply, Roa said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Before he joined the Rox Pirates, he had already thought about wanting to challenge Rox one-on-one. However, due to the other party's ability to instantly disappear and the imminent outbreak of the God Valley battle, Roa never had the chance. Now, it was perfect, a little cow walking into a bull herd, an opportunity knocking on his door. Moreover, Rox possessed 2 highly practical devil fruit abilities, Paramecia, teleportation fruit, a devil fruit that is faster than both the Pika Pika no Mi and the Goro Goro no Mi. Although the teleportation fruit can only allow the user to teleport short distances, if used correctly, it is undoubtedly a god-level devil fruit. Logia, dark fruit, known as the most vicious devil fruit ability in the world. The user can harness the power of darkness to restrict all devil fruit abilities of their enemies. The only cost for the user is to endure multiple times the pain. Chapter 99. The world's strongest elite monster. Inside Luo Ho, a frenzy of calculation surged. Although he had not officially begun to engage with Rox, he had already figured out to what extent his physical abilities would soar after today's battle. Rock's personal combat power could be said to be the pinnacle of the entire world, having reached a level unprecedented and unrepeatable. The 3 types of hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Armament Hockey, were all at an ultimate level, mastering all advanced techniques of the 3 hockey. Furthermore, he was the only documented double devil fruit user in history. Coupled with his terrifying martial arts and swordsmanship, Rox was already capable of facing the 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy headquarters head-on without losing an inch. Luo Ho estimated that as long as he could exchange a few rounds with Rox, he would definitely be able to absorb all the attributes that dropped from him. At that time, he would not only achieve rapid improvements in hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts, but he could also gain 2 super powerful devil fruit abilities. This would be a guaranteed profit. If he had the chance to accidentally kill Rox and absorb additional attributes, Luo Ho's strength would directly surpass that of Rox. He would become a true Overlord-level pirate. However, the moment this rebellious thought emerged in Luo Ho's mind, he suddenly felt an unfathomable chill spreading throughout his body. Upon closer inspection, he found that the source of this chill was the towering figure of Rox, who stood directly opposite him, barely reaching Luo Ho's chest at over 4 meters tall. Oh no, How could I forget that Rox possesses the ability to read minds? A bug-level observation hockey skill. ISNT this like standing right in front of him and saying I want to imitate him and kill him? An awkward smile flashed across Luo Ho's face, and for a moment, he did not know how to argue with Rox. Fortunately, the chill came quickly and left just as fast. After Rox merely stared at Luo Ho with a cold, emotionless gaze for a few seconds, he ignored him completely. As the strongest sea overlord in history, he had a bit of tolerance. What pirate in this world didn't harbor dreams of killing him to become the new sea overlord? Dreams do not end, and Rox would not preemptively kill this guy with a reverse bone growing out his head just because Luo Ho, a division captain, wanted to take him down. After all 6 of his other division captains had harbored similar thoughts, but they had all been subdued by his terrifying strength. Luo Ho, who was both young and powerful, with his Conqueror-esque hockey having reached the ultimate level, was naturally not an ordinary person. If Luo Ho truly intended to serve him wholeheartedly, that would indeed be a ghost story. Would pirates sincerely treat others? How could that be possible? It was just like those influencers on social media who claim to be slightly chubby fairy bloggers, utterly untrustworthy. Young people should not be too arrogant. Wanting to kill me is still far too early for you, kid. Rox smiled slightly, as if to commend Luo Ho's crazy idea of wanting to kill him. In the next moment, Rox's expression turned fierce, his dark pupils suddenly glowing red, hinting at a transition to a reddish-purple hue. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Like thunder from a clear sky, Rox unleashed his overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's hockey, sweeping across the entire island like a terrifying hurricane. A continuous and extremely potent mental force surged toward Luo Ho's mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming in its intensity. Naturally, Luo Ho would not waste this great opportunity. The moment Rox released his Conqueror's hockey, he also unleashed his own ultimate Conqueror's hockey. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying mental forces collided in the air, erupting with an incredibly dull sound, accompanied by the black lightning that emanated from the surrounding Conqueror's hockey. In the middle of their clash, the ground of Hachinos began to crack, creating massive fissures stretching for miles. This massive commotion naturally attracted the attention of the division captains who were resting on Hachinos. And even the ordinary pirate minions chose to observe this terrifying clash from a distance. How terrifying! How terrifying indeed! Captain Rox and Captain Luo Ho's powers must have surpassed the admirals of the Navy headquarters by more than double. Captain Luo Ho, who was merely an 18-year-old young pirate, already possessed such strength. What does that make us old pirates in our 40s and 50s? Do you think Captain Luo Ho has a chance to defeat Captain Rox head-on? After all, Captain Luo Ho personally killed several high-ranking admirals during the Valley of the Gods. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Captain Luo Ho is powerful, how could he possibly defeat Captain Rox, who is a sea overlord-level pirate? Watching Luo Ho and Rox, two incredibly powerful individuals, clash their Conqueror's hockey, the group of pirates on the scene began to place bets, all guessing how many rounds Captain Luo Ho, a captain-level pirate, could last against Rox. Meanwhile, the figures of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, and Charlotte Linlin, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were all momentarily stunned. Luo Ho is indeed the guy I favor the most. His physique and strength make it hard to resist. Ha ha! He actually bumped into Rox. Has Luo Ho become a bit too overconfident? Hey, why are you all acting like this? Have you forgotten the talent Luo Ho displayed when he faced Golden Lion back in the day? Just as everyone was joking about Luo Ho's overconfidence in challenging Rox, John, holding a bottle, suddenly reminded everyone to pay attention to Luo Ho's terrifying learning talent. As long as he fought this kid, they could rapidly close the gap in hockey levels. Furthermore, Luo Ho could directly learn their special moves developed over decades as great pirates. Even the abilities of their devil fruits would undoubtedly be taken away. This terrifying talent, once engaged with a pirate of Rox caliber, would likely see Luo Ho's strength surpass theirs in no time. After listening to John's detailed analysis, the previously jovial Golden Lion suddenly became a cautionary tale. His smile vanished instantly. He recalled how he once looked down on Luo Ho, only to be slapped in the face, feeling embarrassed as he awkwardly scratched his toes, nearly digging a hole. Damn, John, can't you keep your mouth shut, even while drinking? Just because I can't beat Luo Ho doesn't mean I can't take you down. If you keep using me as a cautionary tale, I swear I'll take you out. After forcibly suppressing his embarrassment, Golden Lion directly drew his two famous swords and placed them on John's neck, threatening him with a serious expression. John, who felt the intense killing intent from the Golden Lion, wisely waved his hand and chose to remain silent. However, just as they were all in a frenzy, on the other side, Rayo, who was passionately battling against Rox, was grinning from ear to ear, because at this moment, Rox nearly maxed out Ultimate Conqueror's Haki was rapidly depleting. This Rox was simply the epitome of the world's strongest elite monster. Chapter 100. The Conqueror's Haki Breakthrough Again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level, Ultimate 40, 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level, Ultimate 60, 17. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level, Ultimate 89, 99. As the Conqueror's Haki collided, a series of system prompts echoed one after another. At this moment, Rose Conqueror's Haki purity had grown significantly, and in less than 3 minutes, Rose Conqueror's Haki had directly caught up with the realm progress of Rox, the maritime overlord. It is well known that the higher the level of Conqueror's Haki, the greater the destructive power when using entangling attack techniques. And Rox, the maritime overlord, possesses a Haki entanglement that is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Even top pirates like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard would be ruthlessly handled by Rox in this aspect of Conqueror's Haki. This is also why, when Rox merely sees the fleeting moment of the then Marine Headquarters Marshal Natania's lapse in concentration at God Valley, he could directly cut off the head and kill the opponent in one blow. At this level of Conqueror's Haki, killing a Natania who had already passed his prime was completely effortless. If it weren't for the fact that Marshal Natania was a superhuman-type diamond fruit user, a pirate of Rox caliber would definitely not take more than 10 exchanges to kill him. This is the powerful boost brought by the Ultimate Conqueror's Haki beyond the top level. Indeed, there are some special means to rapidly enhance the cultivation progress of Haki. It seems that I, this great maritime overlord, have been too ignorant. Initially, when he heard John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji praising Ro's talent to the heavens, Rox himself didn't quite believe it. However, after witnessing this seemingly outrageous talent ability with his own eyes, he was immediately shocked for a few seconds. The great maritime overlord Rox had spent decades to reach his current realm in the cultivation of Haki. This freakish guy Ro had actually reached a level comparable to his in just a few minutes. This talent is simply outrageous. Like a mother opening the door for her outrageous son. It's beyond outrageous. Since this little brat possesses such talent, let me personally forge a new maritime overlord. Boom, 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 boom. Rox's unparalleled Haki radiated an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki. Ro, who had gradually caught up to a level not far from Rox, was once again pushed back several dozen meters by the powerful Haki of the opponent. The two men's Crimson Conqueror's Haki was in a fierce clash, colliding at all times. The Conqueror's Haki erupted in rolling waves from both sides, directly shattering countless buildings on Hachino's island, and even causing the entire island's connection points to show signs of splitting and sinking. Hiss, what kind of devilish talent does this little brat Ro have? His level of Conqueror's Haki is actually on par with Captain Rox. Compared to such a young man, how should we old guys who call ourselves great pirates position ourselves? Indeed, I always feel out of place with these freaks because I am not freakish enough. Just raising the Conqueror's Haki to the max level and thinking of defeating that guy Rox isn't that easy. Kula la 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 la, that bastard Shiki. Did you drink the wine from the year 1482 today? Why does it taste so sour as soon as you open your mouth? The nearby observers John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and the other captains like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard were all stunned by Ro's rapid improvement in hockey while sighing internally about the growing gap between their old selves and the young ones. However, among the crowd, the Golden Lion still wore a tough expression, unwilling to admit that Rowe had a talent level that made even him envious. Although the Golden Lion also understood that with Rowe's current combat power, he could definitely take his head in less than 100 moves. He wouldn't even last 100 rounds against this monster Rowe. After all, Rowe's level of hockey far exceeds his own, and the 7 or 8 devil fruit abilities he possesses are truly formidable. Fighting against such a monster means facing magma eruptions, ice storms, and even occasional lightning lasers. Moreover, with the power fruits enhancement, Rowe's terrifying muscle strength is simply embarrassing. Even the strength of the giant race pales in comparison to Rowe at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's hockey attribute. Current level, Ultimate 90. 84. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's hockey attribute. Current level, Ultimate 95. 32. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's hockey attribute. Current level, Ultimate 100. With Rox recklessly unleashing his Conqueror's hockey, Rowe directly absorbed all the attribute orbs that fell from him. At this moment, both of their Conqueror's hockey reached the same level of 100 Ultimate Realm. Under this terrifying level of Conqueror's hockey explosion, the entire Hachino's island was almost covered with boiling black-red thunderstorm lightning. The moment the two madmen, Rox and Rowe, unleashed their Conqueror's hockey without restraint, even those like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, who had also awakened Conqueror's hockey and reached the top level, felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. As for the trio of John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, who were slightly weaker in strength and had lower levels of hockey, they were on the verge of rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. Damn it! Stop it! Captain, don't release your Conqueror's hockey like that anymore. And that Rowe, even if you have talent, there's no need to show off like this, right? If this continues, we really won't be able to take it. Exactly. If we, the division captains, faint in front of our subordinates, where will our face go? Chapter 101. There are plenty of people to do it with the painful cries of John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, the 3 underperforming captains. Rox gradually ceased his release of Conqueror's hockey. Seeing this, Luo Hone naturally stopped his own Conqueror's hockey as well. After all, maintaining a long release of hockey consumes a significant amount of physical strength. Moreover, the higher the purity level of the hockey, the more terrifying the physical consumption during the release process. Even with Luo Ho's current stamina, bolstered by the Qinglong fruit ability, which has allowed him to fight tirelessly for over half a month, he still couldn't sustain such high-intensity output for long. Using Conqueror's hockey for entangled attacks and directly releasing it for large-scale output involves completely different levels of consumption. The entangled Conqueror's hockey is merely used for attacks, while large-scale releases consume hockey from all directions. Very good. Now your Conqueror's hockey has reached the same level as mine. Next, we will focus on improving your application of armament hockey and observation hockey. I want to go into 2 mini methods. Armament hockey is the most basic hockey ability that automatically awakens and improves as long as your physical level reaches a certain point. Once you reach the top level of armament hockey, further breakthroughs will require some special tricks. I know your talent is high, but breaking through to the ultimate armament hockey in a short time is not that simple. As for the remaining observation hockey, you will need to comprehend and practice it on your own. Newgate, Shiki, and Lingling, you 3 should also pay attention and learn. Strive to break through to the ultimate realm of hockey as soon as possible. The intensity can be lower. As long as you reach the realm, it will be fine. While Rox introduced the training techniques for armament hockey and observation hockey, he reminded the other 3 relatively talented captains to listen closely and study hard. Damn Rox, that guy still loves to show off. Isn't it just the ultimate hockey? One day, I, the Golden Lion, will break through on my own. Damn, Captain Rox has completely given up on us 3, not even wanting to mention our names. How hurtful. No matter what, we 3 are also renowned pirates with bounties over 1 billion berries. Don't look down on us like this. After hearing Rox's words of instruction, The Golden Lion was the first to express his displeasure. After all, as a long-established famous pirate, being pointed out so bluntly to study hard was somewhat humiliating. As for the remaining trio, upon realizing that Captain Rox completely disregarded them, they felt as if they had lost their dreams. Transforming into limp, salted fish lying on the ground, motionless, staring at the sky. Clearly, they were also pirates with bounties over 1 billion berries. Now, they had fallen to the point where they couldn't even serve as a backdrop for the top students. It was truly hurtful. Even struggling students have their dignity. Without us struggling students, how could the talents of Whitebeard and others be highlighted to such an extent? Flowers need green leaves to look even more beautiful. If we 3 didn't perform a bit worse, we wouldn't be able to highlight the extraordinary nature of that young brat Luo Ho. John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji howled to the sky, their hearts feeling quite sour. However, their antics did not catch Rox's attention. After all, Rox was currently focused on executing his crazy plan. If he could successfully lead his crew to the Red Land and destroy the world government that had ruled the world for 800 years, then Roxy, Xebec would ascend to become the new ruler of the world, a new king of the world. Although John and the others appeared to be pirates with bounties over 1 billion berries, in Rox's eyes, they were nothing more than that. This level of strength could be used to restrain moderately strong enemies, but once they encountered the high-end combatants within the world government, they would be instantly defeated. Just like back in God Valley when the leader of the God Knights was stopped by GOLD. Roger, that was a guaranteed high-end combatant. If such an enemy challenged a pirate of John S. level, it would take more than 50 exchanges to directly decapitate this guy who only knew how to drink all day. Day after day, they didn't even practice hockey. Their swordsmanship and physical skills were also mediocre. If it weren't for the fact that these guys were longtime employees, Rox would have considered directly expelling these 3 bastards. After all, in this era, it was hard to find a 3-legged celestial dragon, but 2-legged pirates were everywhere. In summary, if you are unwilling to work, there are plenty of people who are willing to do it. The Rox pirates will never lack for the joining of great pirates. Chapter 102, Power Grows Again. Watch closely. This is the ultimate armament hockey. Before Rox could finish speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. The muscles on his body surged with power, unleashing terrifying might. Instantly, a dark, shiny substance flashed over his fists, appearing as hard as meteorite iron. It is well known that the external color of armament hockey becomes increasingly darker as it progresses from the initial level to the top level. Currently, Rox's ultimate armament hockey has reached a certain realm of darkness, turning into a glossy black state. The specific difference is roughly between matte black and shiny black. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing between his pupils, as he looked at Rojo with a smile typical of a strong man,